I'm just like, don't take this the wrong way, but like just use case wise, why would I want to take a loan from the fiat DeFi bank versus the liquid loans bank, quote unquote?
Uh, well, there's a few things. So you'd have to compare them, and the risks involved in each. They're going to be different, right? The rates are going to be
I
different,
don't know. Tell me, man.
right?
Try explain it to me.
I don't know liquid loans well enough to tell you exactly the differences,
Okay.
right?
We
But
can do
the
this
other thing,
offline then.
Okay,
the
I can
other
do
the
liquid
other thing
loans.
though,
Hmm?
yeah. Well, the other
Oh,
thing is, let me just finish.
yeah.
Hold on. The other
I don't
thing
know
is
what
that
Sam was saying.
with fiat, you're going to have like probably 10 different tokens on it, right? So whereas liquid loans is going to be just the Pulse token, right? That's it. That's it, right? So there's differences in that.
Yeah, exactly what Buck said. Um, liquid loans allows you to collateralize your Pulse at 0% interest on a timeless repayment schedule, meaning you never have to pay off your loan if you don't want to, as long as you don't get liquidated. You must stay at least 110% collateralized at all times. If you slip under 110% collateralization, then you'll be able to be liquidated, and bots will almost certainly be created that people will run.
I will create a bot for
Yep,
liquid loans because
beautiful.
like I can't like have it on my platform unless I'm confident that those things get liquidated. You know what I
There
mean?
you go.
It's
Yep.
yeah.
So
What does that mean,
yeah.
though? Like,
What does liquidated mean?
no. Like what he just said. Like he's gonna create a bot. He can't have that happen. What does that mean?
Well, I think it's complicated. So people in this people in the liquid loan stability pool, when someone's vault slips under 110%, then
Right.
the stability pool depositors, their stablecoin gets used to pay off the loan. And so, in order for the stablecoin to be as stable as possible, there needs to be harmony between the stability pool and the redemption mechanism. And obviously, Buck wants the stablecoin to be very stable. Hence, he'll do anything in his power to ensure that all the liquid loans mechanisms, as in redemptions and liquidations, are as sharp as possible. Is that a fair summary, Buck?
It is, and I would assume they would do this as well. But I guess what I mean is I'll be backing them up with it just in case, because
Mm.
I run a risk onboarding their token, with these liquidations. So I want to make sure that they're done, as you said, as sharply as possible.
Mm.
So that's the idea. So because then you run the risk of bad things happening if you don't have those liquidations done quickly.
So you're backing liquid load somehow?
Correct. Yeah. By running that bot, I'm doing them a service, right? It's
Is the bot okay? Sorry. Is the yeah? I get that. Is the bot fiat? Is that what that means?
no,
He
the
was
bot
saying.
is just literally a bot that my team and I will run. It has nothing to do with fiat. It's just the point is that I want them to be liquidated in an orderly fashion, right? And if they
I don't
want to do
know.
the same, if they want to do the same thing for
Explain
fiat,
it to
that's
me.
great.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a bit like fuck. What's the analogy here?
please.
Um, it's a bit like you go to the bar and with your friends and you start drinking, right?
Hmm.
And like you get 10 beers and you basically get over your level, right?
Hmm.
And it's time for you to go home, right? But if no one's there to
Hmm.
fucking take your keys away from you or drag you out of the bar, you're just going to keep fucking getting drunk and get into a worse position. And then you're going to start getting handsy. You're going to start, grabbing people's asses. And then, like, you'll get in a fight. And then you may end up, like, fucking, trying to pull a gun out of a cop's holster and getting killed, right? Whereas, your buddies should have been there to liquidate you and drag you out of the fucking bar 2 hours earlier.
Mm. So
Once
fiat
once you
is the liquidational liquid. Sorry,
fiat, the
liquidity
fiat,
pool for
the No, no, no. It has nothing to do with fiat.
No.
Just the liquidation bots are basically there to make sure that nothing gets out of hand. That's their job.
I'm trying to understand what fiat does, though.
You can go to testnet.fiat.io and try that out, and
Can you just tell me?
no, it'll be much easier
Why?
if you just go to testnet.fiat.io.
It'd be easier if you could just tell me.
Dude, the testnet's fun. Go and play on it.
Go play with the testnet, mate.
Yeah, sure, but like it'd be great if you could just tell me what's going on.
Yeah, well, it'd be great if you did my tax return for me, but that's not going to happen.
Uh,
Unless, Buck, do you want to come and do my tax return for me, bro?
Mate, I outsource my own tax return to people that are better at that shit than I am. You don't want me. You don't want me doing that. But yeah, no. Fiat is basically a bank on Pulse Chain. It's a DeFi bank on Pulse Chain. That's all you need to know.
I think I understand what you're saying.
Nice.
Yeah, your backstop, right? Of some sort.
What you should do is you should go to Wells Fargo tomorrow and say, "Hey guys, how does your business work?" And they'll explain it to you. And then take whatever they tell you and basically put it on a blockchain, and that's Fiat and Aave. There you go.
Is Famous a fork of anything? And if so, is it DYDX?
I'm not talking about what it may be similar to or not yet.
Yes, sir.
Yes, but it could be similar to that one. But yeah, I would rather not go down that route right now, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all.
It's cool, man.
You can check it out on testnet too, man.
I know.
Go play with it.
He said it already. I heard him the first time.
Oh, I'm
Fucking
sorry.
smartass.
I'm sorry. Fuck you,
It's
guys.
basically Aave, man.
I just woke up, man. Jesus. Okay, I didn't hear. Sorry. I was busy.
Check it out. You could check it out, bro. Motherfucker.
Well, if you want, right? Like,
if you want, you don't have to go if you don't want to.
what's something that we're missing, Fiat? That could be a good idea. Not something that's like, oh yeah, we need
Pulse chain.
Well, no, yeah,
we're missing pulse.
That's exactly what I meant. Like, like, oh, we need like, I don't know, like, what's a little piece of the puzzle that could be like, huh? I would love to see that in the future.
Pulse X.
Same thing, man.
Buck.
There's a few things out there. I'm hesitant to say the ones that I may want to fork in the future, but yeah, we could, like, if you go to like DeFi Llama, you can probably get a list of things that are pretty cool, that are worth looking at.
Is there anything that SushiSwap's doing that seems kind of useful? Because they have a lot of shit over there.
I'm not technical enough to go into those sort of details on why one of those is better than the other. I leave that up to the nerds.
Do we have an update on how many pulse you're going to have to hold to be a validator? Guessing that's a no.
Yeah, every time I come up, dude, I kill the room. I'll go back down. To answer your question, I thought it was like 50 million or some. I actually don't know. It was some crazy high number. It's actually not that high, but whatever.
Right, because 32 ETH. So I was thinking that. Well, I saw a tweet by David Feeder saying, "I hope it's not 32
Yeah.
pulse."
Yeah, I saw that going around, but I that's kind of nuts to me if that's true. That's that'd be way too easy.
Yeah, exactly.
I just wanted to come up and say hello, Zenites, to Fiat. That shit's hilarious what you're doing, man.
Yeah, I'm liking it too.
It's like two birds with one stone. It's pretty good.
Did you really get cited on some blog or something?
I did. The link is there. You can read it.
Yeah, you're doing good work.
Pretty funny. It's like first thing. It's like, oh, and he writes like, Fiat.io commented on on the launch, and you just hear, congrats, guys, Conrad.
I wonder if he's getting pissed about it.
He's written a couple tweets that like didn't exactly show that he thought it was funny, and that he got the joke. So yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, I don't really wish the guy any bad malice, but I just like I don't particularly like reflection coins, as you guys are probably aware by now.
Oh no, they're garbage.
Yeah, so I'm not really a believer in Pulse Send, and like I feel like the whole thing was pretty nakedly bad. So anything I can do to kind of derail that project a little bit, I think is probably doing Richard Hart's work or God's work, if you like. So,
there you go. What's a fatty? Other than big ass joint.
No, a fatty engine where he's from is actually a big fat cock. So, yeah, I've learned this from the Australians. Yeah, that's what I said the first time I heard that too, man. A fatty.
Smoke a fatty.
Big ass fucking joint. Fatty.
I'll give you a fatty.
It's whatever you guys want it to be. If you're into that, if you're into dicks, that's great. It can be that. If you're into joints, it can be that. If you like cartoon pigs, it can be that. It's something for everybody.
Everyone's happy.
I see how you went there, yeah.
I tested this out on Asian people, and they find the pig very cute, and they don't think any of the terrible things that you guys think. So, like, it's perfect.
That's not a terrible thing about joints, is
it? Depends on who you talk to. You go talk to like conservative Asian people, they'll get really grumpy.
Mm. I'm not sure that's 100% true, but I see what you're going at.
Well, have you seen how many Chinese people we've managed to onboard into Hex with our outrage marketing?
And I'm married to an Asian, so I totally get it.
Such the contrarian you are.
Do you mean $0?
You want to hear something funny?
Please.
On January 13th, 2022 at 2:21 a.m. UTC, the sacrifice Pulse X wallet sent itself 0 ETH, so it made a mistake.
Doesn't that usually means something when that happens? I forgot what it was.
Yeah,
It
clearing
sent
a stuck
itself 0
transaction.
ETH. It sent itself 0 ETH and spent $8.73 in transaction for no money, for no reason.
Please
probably-
elaborate.
Probably clearing a stuck transaction.
Yeah, you're right. That could be that.
It
No,
could've-
it didn't pay for gas. It did a transfer to itself. It did a transfer to itself for 0 ETH.
Yeah, that's how you clear a stuck transaction.
Really, that's what it shows like.
Yes, baby.
It's not just a push. You don't just
I've
push.
had
the
this.
gas.
What do you mean push the gas?
Well, like when you have a stuffed transaction, you just push the gas. You just put like whatever you up the gas, your speed.
It was one of those nonce things.
Yeah, it's one of the nonce things. You got to increase the nonce by 1. No, sorry. You got to go the same nonce of the transaction that is stuck. You've got
But
to
it
spend
shows
more on
as a
gas.
self transaction. Like it shows as like you sending yourself money.
Yeah, correct.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah.
that. Never realized that. Nah, never mind then.
There's another reason why something would show like that. I just forgot what it was because I've had those on my wallet before. I just forgot what I did.
Well, it's with 1 inch, so I found that funny. If it sent itself nothing by accident. That happens sometimes too. You click the max button twice and it just... Wow, look at all these stupid fucking contracts it has to like interact with. You know what's fucked up though? It's like if it interacted with these contracts, then technically these contracts are safe. That's what's fucked up. Because it's like, why would it take a chance on like stonk token?
What?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
I'm going through all the outs and it's all like
If I
the Pulse
remember
X
correctly,
like
like some of that shit can
trading
be
a
faked
token.
now.
I'm sorry?
Some of that stuff can be spoofed now, I think. I might be wrong, but remember when
No.
remember when MetaMask was
There's a
getting
lot of
spammed with like
Origin Trail track token. Like there, you see these interactions. Civic CVC token. Like okay, I know Civic token's been there for a long time. Anchor is good,
Yeah.
but like there's some things like what is this? Rights reserved. Old RRSR token.
Mm.
Do you remember when it
Worldwide
looked like
Asset
the sacrifice
Exchange.
address was spamming
Wax
the
token also
MetaMask
there.
wallet?
Oh, really?
with,
It's
like,
called
stupid...
Worldwide Asset Exchange. Wax.
Can nobody hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
What's going on?
Never mind.
No, go ahead.
Go. Sorry, it was delayed.
There was like this spoofing thing where it looked like the SAC address was like spamming the MetaMask, like not like the actual MetaMask team's wallet address with like really small amounts, and then they blocked pulsechain.com or whatever. Remember that? It's like a year ago.
Not surprised. I think that's familiar.
So do you even remember that, or are you just saying that?
I'm saying that's not surprising.
Yeah, it could be. I'm pretty sure this shit could be spoofed, but I mean, I'd have to show an example though.
Well, hypothetically, I mean, anyway.
Like they could make it look like the sacrifice contract or whatever address is like sending out like fake pulse tokens. Have you ever seen that? It's like totally not real.
I can't
But
say
they could
I have.
still show it on the Am I the only person that's seen this before?
Apparently.
Fucking hell, man. I swear to God.
Doesn't mean
Nobody looks at this shit, man. It fucking enrages me.
Yeah, well, doesn't mean it's not true. So live your truth, man. Carry on, man. What are you seeing?
If I show it to you, you're gonna think it's FUD, but it's actually just like people fucking around on shit. So
Yeah. All right. Still trying to figure out this DeFi bank on Pulse chain.
yeah. Well,
I think I might have sacrificed. I don't remember.
Well, he's still here. You can still ask him questions about it. Or you can ask me any questions about liquid loans. Hey, Buck. So I've taken out a loan on fiat. Tax time comes around. I walk up to my accountant and I say, hey, had a great year. You know, here's all the transactions I did, and here's my body corporate fees and blah, blah, blah. And they say, oh, that's a nice Lambo that you rocked up in. You know, where'd the money for that come from? And you say, oh, I took out a loan against my Pulse. And they say, what do you mean? You crypto loan, or how does that work? Do I have something printable that I can show them to convince them that it's a loan, that it's not a CGT event?
I have no idea. It depends on your tax jurisdiction, whether it is one or not. And
That would be
I don't think the rules
beneficial. Can you make it happen?
But yeah, you do have the record of the chain itself, right? That's pretty clear. But
Yeah.
like for me, we're never going to be in a position to go. Fiat.io is a tax expert in. Are you Australian or Kiwi?
Australian.
Yeah. Okay.
But,
like we're never going to be able to go. Yeah.
Is there something printable that can be like, this address took out this value loan on this date, blah, blah, blah. I know the blockchain does it, but if something was printable, it'd be prettier and more digestible for non-crypto accountants.
Please make it easy.
Yeah, we could potentially do that, but I just don't know, like, if that would do you any good.
It would do great. To be honest, I'll help you. I try to help you out.
It's not hard to do, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, you could probably like generate
people.
You could probably generate a PDF. You know, like every time you borrow, right?
So I think that'd be cool. Because it just helps your conversation with your accountant.
Yeah, we can think about that.
Cool, thanks.
That's a lot easier than everything else we're doing. So
that's what I'm saying, Buck.
That wouldn't be too hard.
I hear you.
Yeah, man.
But it may not save you because, like, the ATO could have, you know, a completely different definition of all these things, and who knows, right?
Of course. But if they're going to allow
ATO or ATF?
The ATO is the Australian equivalent of the IRS.
Yeah.
So
that was a joke. I was joking.
Okay.
But if you're be able to do a home equity line of credit, then surely you can do a crypto line of credit. Same thing, right? The underlying asset is still encumbered, so
right.
It makes sense. It makes sense to me that it should be like any other kind of debt, but they may treat it differently. Every country's going to have its own rules. So basically, all I can say to everybody is, I have no idea. Right? That's pretty much what I have to say. Talk to your accountant, even though your accountant will have no fucking idea either.
Yeah.
This is probably true. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the way I understand it, because I've done enough Googling on this and chatting to the liquid loans guys, and yeah, the way I understand it is that in Australia, the loans aren't taxable, but that's just my understanding. So again, not financial advice. Do your own research. Blah blah blah.
Well, it's like, what happens if you get liquidated? Are they gonna tax you on the thing that got liquidated?
Yes.
Like it seems weird.
You should be able to
right?
take a loss on that.
It would
Not
be
financial advice. Not financial advice.
Yeah,
No,
makes sense.
it wouldn't be a loss.
Not financial advice.
Actually, sorry. Yes,
It wouldn't be.
a loss.
Why wouldn't it be a loss?
No,
it's like the same. It's the same as your. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm just assuming that everyone got in early and rode the price up, and then it comes down, you get liquidated. That wouldn't be a loss. But yeah, you're right. If someone buys the top and then gets liquidated, then yeah, that's a loss.
Yeah.
Assuming you're reporting every little ounce of your crypto at mark to market and realizing things, yeah, that's right. It would be an asset that you had 1 year that you can offset against your gains and in subsequent years, right? The same way when you lose money on a stock.
But yeah, as far as getting liquidated, then that's a disposal. So yes, that is a CGT event, to the best of my knowledge.
Yeah, makes sense. I'm not a tax guy, or an accountant. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm much smarter and better at investments than financial advisors are. But this is not financial advice because I don't know what your specific situation is, as they say.
Likewise. I like your humility, Buck. I'm much smarter and better.
Well, I actually am at that one particular thing. But, at other things, I'm pretty useless. So, yeah, but financial advisors are not investors, right? They are they're guys that are there to basically talk to you about your hopes and your dreams and your goals and all the things that you've got going on in your life and help you manage your cash flows, right?
Yeah.
And then they take your money and they give it to guys like me, right? And that's how the world works. But it always cracks me up when I hear all these guys on YouTube going, I'm not a financial advisor. I don't know if this is a good investment. Like, financial advisors don't know anything about investments. That's not their job. It's pretty funny.
I actually went back and found an example of what I was talking about earlier. And sent it to Win-Win because he's like the only one that can get DMs. And Fiat doesn't accept DMs.
What is it?
From weirdos. What were you saying?
I just...
No. Yeah, what
Go
is
ahead,
it?
sir. Fiat,
There you go.
You can, I'm opening this now.
You can DM me now. Sorry.
All right.
Yeah. What is it that you wanted?
Nothing. You weren't interested. Fuck you.
Oh, fuck.
Yes, it is. Okay, so this is, I'm assuming, a 0 ETH. You've sent me the whole bloody thing, bro. You sent me the entire...
Now, like the outgoing
outgoing
ERC transactions can be faked from someone else. It's like called Wrapped Pulse that got sent to a bunch of people.
Okay, that was before me coming into this room.
It's like a year before you came into this room.
A year? Okay, well, that was a long time, huh?
Maybe not a year, but it's been a while.
So what have you sent me here? You sent me the whole PulseX stack address.
It's like
Can't believe people are still sacrificing.
Can't believe people are still fucking hating.
in fact, hold on a second.
Tell you what's a really cool sacrifice though, the win-win sacrifice. Whoa, that one's amazing.
How much did you guys raise?
We're at 373. Capped at $1 million. Closes when we reach the 1 million.
3.73 million.
Oh fuck no! I wish. 373,000.
That's it, man. Come on, man.
I raised more than that in the first minute of the fiat sacrifice.
Well, congratulations.
It must be my logo.
I need to stop being humble. I'm just fucking.
You know, I think there's a few
I'm gonna
elements
flex
there.
on you,
I think
motherfuckers.
the market was better. I think you're forking something which is proven, and we're building something completely from scratch. You've,
Oh boy.
I don't know, probably got a better, well, not better reputation, but a better profile in the community than any of us do. So there's three things.
So that's cool. Where are you guys all in Australia, or are you allowed to say? Or
Yeah.
And are your devs actually like people you know, or are they of the Indian persuasion?
Indian persuasion. Rapid innovation. They're going to be our devs.
Fuck. You're my hero.
Your devs are from Rapid Innovation?
Yes. That's who we're planning on using.
Okay.
We've had heaps of meetings with them. They've been really impressive. We're convinced that they. You go.
You should talk to Jesse about them. I think it was Jesse.
Spoke to Jesse a lot.
Yeah. Okay. I think he's used them.
Yeah.
So he'd probably know.
Yeah, Jesse and I are pretty good friends. And obviously, like, I had a bit of the history with the liquid loans, and so did he. So, yeah, but no, Rapid Innovation. From everything that we've chatted with them, super professional. The quality of their work looks really good. Their auditing process is great. So the team that writes the code then gives it to another internal team that does an audit. From that point, we'll take it to PulsePlease, give the community to have a look. Everything can jump on testnet, and then once we're all happy, it'll go off to professional third-party auditing company, which is basically a box ticking thing. But I think the community wants to see it, so that's what will be done.
A lot of life is box ticking, and it's a waste of money, but it has to be done. It's
Agreed.
It's better to have it than not have it.
Completely agree.
We blow money all the time at work on useless things like this, and you just have to do it. Because when you don't have these things, then the shitheads basically start to rule the roost again, and like it's just a lot harder for somebody to go make a scam coin of the week and not have a audit on it, or sorry, and have an audit on it, or
Exactly.
So like look at Dodeca, right? Good example.
Yep, exactly. You called it. I had it too. We were both right.
It was awesome. But yeah, for the people that weren't there for it, like basically Dodeca had a guy come in fully doxxed, go, hey, I'm Dev, what was his name, Matt or whatever, and I'm a big Hexagon and Richard follows me, and you can trust me, and basically said he'd written all the code. In reality, he didn't write the code. He paid a third-party website, and they basically rugged him. That's the most charitable version of the story, or he rugged everybody else. But in any case, you know, if he had actually done a proper audit on it, it wouldn't have happened.
Yeah. I'm surprised that Pulse Police wasn't faster to find that exploit, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I think they probably just looked for differences in the code, and maybe that wasn't a difference. Who knows?
Yeah, you're probably right.
What time is it in Australia right now?
Your fucking share.
Yeah, I know.
It's almost 9:30 here.
9:20 p.m.
Is that bedtime, Buck?
Okay, the
Yeah.
WD-40.
Pretty much. I got a big day. I got a big day at work tomorrow. Very close to quitting my job. Any day now.
Is that the bottom call if you quit?
Pretty much. Yeah.
That'd be the top call, wouldn't it?
No, I'm not somebody who quits in a bull market. I quit in bear markets.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, so if I get the bottom right, then you know I don't have to work ever again, right? That's what I mean, right?
Yeah, gotcha.
Whereas if you're in a bull market, then you don't really know.
You need them to fire you so you get a payout right at the bottom.
Yeah, I don't care. I get that severance, man.
They can have it.
You can buy more.
Yeah, I'm good.
Super fun, Buck. I'm not sure if that's something that you have done or would be interested in, but it's doable.
Yeah. So I didn't move to Australia that long ago. So my super is pretty small, all things considered, right? So I haven't gotten around to it because it's like as a proportion of my total wealth, it's almost like nothing, right? So it doesn't really matter. Even though I work in even though I work in superannuation, like I just literally don't care about my super. It's like, you know, kids' money basically, and I probably won't be in Australia forever either. So, given that they like to lock me up for 2 years without a trial, so yeah, I'll probably so probably that's just gonna sit there and not really grow once I leave.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, well, if you change your mind, it wasn't hard to do. I can tell you how I did it.
Yeah, I like if my super got over like 2 million, I'd do it, but you know, like until it's there, it's not no real point.
For 2 million, you are either the fucking richest dude ever, or you're just crazy like War Dog.
No, it's just the way it works. Like, cause you gotta go pay your accountants and stuff to go set it up, and you gotta pay all these ongoing fees and things like that.
I'm just being silly. It was $1,500, and then you got to get it audited every year, which is a couple of $100.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like, there's a break even on it, but it's like for the moment, I'm pretty happy to just let Sun Super take care of it. Yeah. It's not enough money to care otherwise. I'm not even 7%. I'm not even rich enough for a financial advisor. Like they don't even want to talk to me.
You're funny. I'm gonna bounce. See you guys later.
All right, man.
Laters.
Peace. Take it easy.
Get some WD-40 for that share.
Yeah, bro. Fucked. Definitely need to do that.
Rub some butter on it.
So, would olive oil work? Got a lot of olive oil. DeFi Bank on Pulse Chain, man. Explain it.
You've never heard of this before?
I think I already did. Testnet.fiat.io. Go try it out.
Come on, man.
It's there. Go use it. You'll figure it
Hey,
out.
Mexican, you know it's on testnet, right?
Yeah. I love
I
it,
think he's
man.
smoking a fatty right now, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, fatty, exactly.
I'm stroking me fatty, man. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah.
I'm loving it.
Hot.
McDonald's.
Explain it to me. Explain it to me.
Hold on. You said you're married to an Asian woman, right? You said that, right?
I did.
Okay.
That's true.
So go ask her how a bank works and how money works. She'll know.
Oh, fuck you, man. I know how that shit works.
So explain it to me.
Because you get it, Asian people are smarter than Mexican white trash. That's the joke.
No. You gotta give me give me like a question. Direct question. I'll answer it to you. I'll answer it for you.
Question about what?
What you're asking.
I'm not asking anything. You're the one asking me questions. I asked you one question, which is confirmation that you're married to an Asian woman. That was all. That's the only question I'd ask you tonight.
Okay. It's getting weird.
It's the dumbest episode of Shark Tank ever, dude. Like, are you concerned trolling or? I can't tell if you're being serious or not.
I think he's just high or drunk or both.
Yeah. He's got a fatty in his mouth.
You're asking me. No, I'm cool.
Go play with some Dogecoin or something.
Now you're talking my language.
P-Doge or Dogecoin? Dogecoin.
I got some Pulse Doge.
No. Oh shit! They all just left. They went Skerber.
Wow. Yeah.
Damn, now it's gonna go quiet. Shit.
Yeah, because I was told personal, fucking wrecked. Non-Hexican from Book and whoever that other guy was.
Why?
Why? Because I'm fucking OG. That's why. I know what's up, man. I don't need to be educated. I need to be whatever.
Informed. Informed of new things if they occur. You know what I mean?
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
It is what it is, man. Sunday, fun day. People are gonna start showing up soon.
Uh,
Yeah, they will. Yeah, they will.
yeah, man.
Fucking trap is hilarious, man. So much FUD. It's so nice, man. We're almost at the bottom, man. Once the FUD gets uncontrollable, that's when you know it's the sign. I don't know.
So what's up? Yo, Buck in the other place, the other guy is still in the room or what?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
I want to continue the conversation because I didn't
Yeah,
think it
for
was so
sure.
serious
No, it's not
prior,
serious, man. I'm
but
just,
now I'm gonna get serious.
yeah, let's get serious, man. What's up?
Are they still in the room?
No, it's just me and you, to be honest with you. I think everyone else is sleeping. I think Dizzy's listening. Celtic, too. Besides that, Hexdex must be passed the fuck out.
Whatever, man.
So, what's your strategy?
Me?
Yeah, lately,
My
what's your
strategy
strategy
is
with it?
fucking to push this shit forward, man. We need to push this shit forward.
For sure, man.
Like libertarian, push it forward.
No offense, but fuck all that shit. We don't need to be black, white, conservative, or nothing. I think we just
No,
need to
no, no,
be
no, no. It has nothing
intelligent
to
and
do
push
with
it
that.
forward, like you
It
said.
has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with like sovereignty.
It's coming. It's there, man. It's always been there. People just
Yeah.
use it wrong, right? And it's like,
They use
you
it
know,
as they
if you
use
give
it.
someone a gun to protect themselves and they blow their own brains out, it's like, do you really feel like the person who killed them? Like, at the end of the day, you can't always be looking in the negative. Like, there's always a positive, one less dumbass in the world. You know what I mean? Like, just, you got to look at it like there's always a positive to negatives. And, like, it's like, okay, I just feel like, you know, I think we're in a good position. I think the community's in a good position. I think we should FUD
Yeah.
even more, in my opinion. I think we should FUD the fuckers out even more. We should make like a super FUD.
Why is that a good idea?
Well, because at this moment in time, I believe that there are currently the weakest hands in crypto in our community. Because bandwagoners are probably the most, well, sorry, bandwagoners that only get hyped over words and not actual facts. Right now, they could get really sucked in by us, and I want to shake those cocksuckers out because they don't. In my opinion, it's not really Richard Hart Maximalist to say this, but they don't even deserve the gains. You know, if they don't really understand what Hex is, then someone doesn't really deserve the gains, in my opinion. And it's my opinion only, right?
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. I hear you. Like
It's like
really fundamental.
Yeah, like I want us to be like the smartest community by hands down. Like no one could fuck with us. It's like holy shit, there's Hexicans in our chat. Like they buzz. They don't just go like haha, there's scammers in our chat. I want them to be scared of us. Like oh my god, we're fucked. Like they're here. Just like when people don't want to go in the shadows and back in Gotham. Like, no, bro, I'm not going in that alley, but Batman's gonna come. You know what I
We
mean?
have we
Like,
have too many clowns in the community for that, man.
but
Got to
that's
get
why
rid of
I
the
need.
clowns.
We sometimes I listen to some people and their FUD when they come in, and I'm just like, maybe this guy is just creating stupid FUD to get stupid people out, and like we should continue allowing him to create the stupid FUD.
Yeah, it's
That's
like
like when,
kind of what Orca does.
yeah, but then Orca twists it and makes it fucking positive,
Yeah, it's
which is,
fun. I love listening to it though.
yeah, like yesterday, like pulse chains a rug.
Is it a rug? Discuss.
And then he's asking what's his name, like he's like, well, in your situation, isn't it a conflict of interest to go against it? You know, it's
Yeah.
so true.
Yeah, man.
Down the rabbit hole,
I don't want to get into it, man. At the end of the day, it is what it is. We're in crypto.
huh?
You have the most consistent product now. The way the humans wield the product, that's up to us, man. It's strictly up to
That's
us. But
fucking straight. That is fucking definitely up to us. That is
100%, bro.
exactly.
We're wielding the Jedi lightsaber. Now it's up
No,
to us to be true Jedi's.
extraordinary power. Extraordinary. This is
Yeah, that's what I'm
fucking.
saying. Like, you could hold a Jedi lightsaber, but you can't be a Jedi if you're not a Jedi. You understand what I mean? Like, anyone could just hold the lightsaber.
Ah, man. Yeah, but like, man,
But can you use the Force? That's the
more
question.
power. It's more powerful than that, man.
You understand exactly what I mean? You're like,
Come on,
use
man.
the Force. May the Force be with you. May the Force
Jar Jar
be
could use
with
the
you.
Force.
May the fork be with you, sir.
I hope we don't squander this opportunity, boys.
I don't think we
I
can.
really mean that sincerely. To who all is listening and who will all listen in the future.
I'm here, bro. Don't worry about it. It's not happening.
Do not squander this opportunity.
I wholeheartedly believe Jar Jar was a Force user, and I think we have Jar Jars in the
Jar Jar
community.
was a rapist, bro. Low key, they didn't show that. But Jar Jar
Oh
Binks
my
I have
God.
no
was a real
idea
rapist.
what that means, but
Jar
I
Jar
have no idea what
Binks.
that means.
Trust me, just think about it. Everyone likes Jar
Sounds
Jar.
wrong.
Yeah, rape is wrong. Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Well, it depends if you like it.
No.
Yeah.
Rape is rape. Not
Yeah,
good.
there's some girls that want to get raped.
Yeah, Louis C.K. goes into
I'm
that
telling
whole
They
you,
don't
thing.
call it.
I
They
dated
don't call
one.
it rape though. They call it something else.
Yeah. But to me, it's fucking rape. It's like, dude, what are you asking me to do to you? Like,
No,
psychopath.
it's different.
It's
But
like a
when you
role
love a
play.
girl,
It's
when
like
you
role
love a
playing.
girl,
Yeah.
you can't fuck her like the first time you fucked her. You know what I mean? Like, it's different. Like, when you're into that shit, I had to like not love her. If I would have not loved her, I would have been able to do half of the shit that she wanted. But because I loved her, bro, I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
Yeah, because you're a good guy, man.
I am a good guy, but when I don't give a shit, I could be a bad guy. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't give a fuck to. It's like I can't humiliate the girl that I love like that.
Yeah.
To me, if I understand if she likes it, but if I have no ties to her and it's just some girl, then yeah, I'll give you what you want.
Yeah, I hear
Me
you.
get smacked in the face with that dog. I don't know why I have to do it, but it's fucked up. There's some shit, bro. I was just like, bro, I don't want to do that. She's like, yeah, do it. I'm just like, what the fuck? I'm like, I don't want to do that. What the fuck? Yeah. I was dying of laughter sometimes, man. I was just like, well, this is. It wasn't even like okay, strapping, doing that, bondage, whatever. I'm okay with that. But then there was a certain thing that was like, no, I don't want to do that. I don't like that. She's like, yeah, come on, man. Yeah, come on. Yeah. I was just like, no.
What the fuck?
No.
Does she sound like that? Come
Well,
on,
no,
man.
like,
Come on.
yeah, well, obviously not. I can't make a fucking girl voice, but right now I'm fucking stoned. But you know what I mean.
Come on, man. Sounds like a chain smoker.
Trust me, everyone would want to fuck the girls I fuck. Everyone. I think there may be one girl, but that was because I got fucking one of my fucking. Anyways, for a long story short, I got fucked, and I didn't know what I was doing. I woke up the next day. I was like, "Who the fuck is this?" I'm like, "No." Like the movies when they wake up and they're like, "No, no, 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 no." That happened once to me.
She has like a mustache. Yeah.
No, like she was like maybe a 6 or a 7. Like I always told myself I never want to go under 8 ever. What I think is an 8, and I did like a 6, 7, which is not good for my rep, but it was okay.
With the beer goggles on or without?
No,
I've never had that pleasure per se.
Well, I only became one because everyone thought I was one. So it was like, well, it was like if I'm gonna be misunderstood, then fuck you. At this point, I just be it, like.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
I remember when my body count was like 3, 4 girls would look at me and be like, yeah, you probably fucked like 20, 30 girls. I was like, what the fuck you mean? And then when I tell them my body count, they'd be like, impossible. Impossible. I'm just like,
Impossible.
and then and now it just, they look at me and they're like, oh yeah, it makes sense. I'm like, yeah.
Did you see that article I sent you in DMs about spoofing? This the first time I read this, and it's exactly what I was trying to explain. This kind of shit happens a lot, man, and people don't really catch on to it, I guess. I don't know.
What is it? Catch me up to speed.
God damn, man. I give you homework assignments and you're like, I didn't do it and my dog ate it. And what? Catch me up to speed, teacher.
Well, who are you to
Look,
give me
I pinned it
fucking
up to
homework
the top.
assignments, motherfucker?
I pinned it to the top.
Yeah, but still, you ain't nobody to give me homework assignments.
Yeah, I was talking about it earlier.
Well, I wasn't there earlier, so like, tell me what's up, bro.
I pinned it to the top.
I'm gonna check it out. Maybe
You want me to read it to
3
you, like a
weeks from
bedtime
now.
story?
Yeah, maybe 3 weeks from now. I know what's saying.
I'll tuck you in and give you your bottle.
Yeah, okay. You want to do that? Come on over, motherfucker.
Man, you guys are all too much, man. Come on, man.
Who this guy?
I don't want to be stuck with no one here talking, man. Come on.
It's okay. I do this to everybody. I'm just playing around.
Yeah, me too, man.
I'm trying to share some stuff that I've noticed too, man.
Two pit bulls just.
But I ain't gonna fucking like look at that shit right now. I'm fucking drunk. It's like 3:43 in a.m. and like.
You need to take a glass of water and go lay down, little guy.
Okay, there, bro, guy. Now you want to fucking go like that, huh?
Come back when you're all with us, okay?
Yo,
I'm ready to
spicy,
learn.
Man. Don't
okay, buddy.
Okay, buddy.
Why are you following me anyway?
Okay, there, buddy.
I'll let you guys go. Enjoy.
I'm trying to share something that people had concerns with something, and I'm like, wait, hold on. Not everything is what it seems. And I don't know. It is hard though, Famous, trying to like share information with people, and they're like, oh, what am I looking at? What is this? I don't know. When the green candle's coming. They don't have time. It's frustrating.
What are you trying to put? What are you trying to say? What's your handle, by the way? If I go on Twitter.
My handle is Big Dick.
Okay. You're funny.
It's okay.
I wonder who has that handle. Let's check it.
Yeah, it's taken. It's got to be taken. There's no way it's not taken.
Terry King, February 2013.
That sounds
There's
like
nothing.
somebody that would have that.
Nothing. No tweets. No nothing.
Nada.
It's just a placeholder then. It's probably selling it.
Yeah, whatever. Doesn't really
Same
matter
thing.
anymore.
Terry Plu, suck me. This is hilarious.
Yeah, you think I'm bad, man. Those guys are probably worse.
Twitter probably kept all those names.
Yeah, they're doing backdoor deals. They do, man. They verify accounts and then sell them. You ever see a bot that's verified? Happens all the time.
It's a double whammy for me.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yes. Like, you got me on the first thing, and now it's just a double. In triple. Oh, man.
But yes, spoofing transactions is a thing. That's all I was trying to. You see
What are you drinking, by the way?
What?
What do you drink? What are you sipping on, by the way?
I'm not drinking anything right now.
I was sipping on some coffee.
About to bounce out.
Sounds delicious.
What should I be drinking right now?
I don't believe you. You're a fucking liar.
You don't think I'm not drinking anything? Wow. And what manner of deduction did you use to determine that?
Simplistic one.
Well, it failed you badly.
You're a fucking liar.
I can just go get something out of the fridge real quick, okay? I'll get a Diet Coke. How's that sound? Will that make you feel better?
I think that would make you feel better.
I'm just trying to make you not fucking paranoid right now. Like, somebody's not having a drink, a sippy cup or whatever. It's making you feel weird.
I feel like you trying to set me up for a narrative. I'm like, you need to make yourself.
Oh, God, you're one of those guys.
Yeah, I am one of those.
You think like I'm a CNN anchor or something?
Yeah,
Calm
I
down.
don't give a fuck, but like you're trying to make me feel like somebody else. But you do what you got.
You're the one that's fucking wasted right now, man. Just stop.
I'm not wasted.
You sure about that, son?
I'm 100% sure.
All right, say the alphabet backwards then.
That's some CIA shit right there.
Oh, whoa, hold up. Oh, no, they're just cops. Don't do that. Nobody could fucking do that sober.
Yeah, because we the same.
I'm not trying to set you up on a whatever narrative or whatever you're saying just because I'm not drinking anything right now, but I can get something.
All right, you go get some.
I'm going to drink some fucking high C or something. I don't know. I'll go out and buy some.
You're bullshit. That's bullshit.
Are you familiar with Tang? Do you like Tang?
I've been drinking high C all day. You know what high C is?
I may have heard of it, yeah.
Yeah. That's kids' drink.
Sounds like some CIA shit, some insider, cabal fucking, what's it called? The Freemasons.
Yeah. Vitamin C.
Nah, you sound like Taliban.
I'm about to give you a protein drink, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm about to.
You both sound like CIA agents.
I'm
Man.
about to smack you with my protein drink. How about that?
You know, you guys are getting very kinky with each other. I feel like it.
I'd like to see you try.
I think you are my best friend.
I'd like to see you try, and I'll record it.
Yeah, you gonna get busted, bro.
I'm about to bust right now.
I'm gonna bust your face and take you to jail.
I'm about to bust on your face and record it.
Yeah, duplicate.
You notice this room is getting smaller?
Yeah, we gotta stop. We gotta stop this. We gotta stop this, right?
Yeah.
Man, you guys are better than this.
I ain't gay, though.
We are better than this.
I'm not, though. I'm not. I'm actually wrecked.
See? And you fucking trying to put the narrative on me, bro.
I swear to God, people that say narrative aren't too sure what that is.
No, I have 100% certainty what that is. Because I'm a Hexagon, bro. Hexagon day one. I know exactly what that fucking is.
Well, from what I've seen over the last 6-7 months, that ain't really people. People say a lot of stuff.
Yeah, be careful now. You're talking to me.
Okay, I'll prepare. I'll put the kid gloves on then.
No. I'm just saying, when you're talking to me, you're talking to me. You ain't talking to somebody else. That's all I'm saying.
Enough with the philosophy.
Alright, whatever. I did major in philosophy. How you like it, them apples?
Candy apples. Anyway.
This has been good.
I didn't mean to kill the vibe. I'll come back in a few hours.
Maybe we both just shut up for a little bit. But at the same time, I feel like we should talk a little bit. Why not? Before we go to sleep, yeah?
Is that how you feel?
Huh?
Yeah, is that how you feel?
Say again?
I said, if that's how you feel, man, you do what you gotta do, man. Me, I'm waking up for the day.
That's how I feel, man. That's how I feel. Fuck.
That's what it is.
You know.
What's up, Kristen?
How's it going, man?
Good, you?
Yeah, I'm okay, buddy. What you been up to?
Nothing, chilling.
What's the time where you are now?
It's noon.
Oh, you're in Portugal, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you're the same time as me, ain't you?
Yeah. UTC.
Yeah. It's all good though.
Yeah, everything's good, man.
I'll just keep debating whether to wrap some hex up in a HSI.
Nice. You're doing an HSI wrap.
Yeah, well, I've got a bag of Arcosa, but I'm just thinking about whether or not it might do a little bit better to get more hex. Do you know what I mean?
I don't know. The market looks like it's gonna just keep dumping.
I think we're going to have a big dump down, don't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How do you work out like how much? Because when you wrap the HSI stake and you sell it back to the contract to get the Icosa,
Mm-hmm.
before you do that, before you commit and even wrap the stake up, how is there a way of working out how much Icosa you'd yield from doing that operation?
Yeah, there's a calculation
Yeah,
that you could do.
yeah.
So if you go on cryptotolearn.com, there's actually a document that has the Icosa explanation,
Oh, okay.
and it has the calculation there, how to calculate how much Icosa will be given for how much.
Right. Okay. Cool, man. What was the name of that URL?
Cryptotolearn.com.
Cryptotolearn.com. Okay, man. Nice one, mate.
Number 2, yeah. And you go on the section of Icosa or Hedron, and actually go on the Icosa section, and then you'll get the PDF.
Cool, yeah. Oh, that's good because then it's you can sort of work out. I know you can arbitrage trade it, can't you? Against the market buy and see whether or not it'd be worthwhile doing it, or market buying straight off the market.
Honestly, man, I'm just acquiring it at this point. You're in the beginning phases, so it's like, would you really give a shit if you got ETH at 50 cents, $1, $2, $3 at this point?
Exactly, man. Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think the time you pay all your gas fees as well for wrapping it and then selling it to the contract, you've kind of offset that a little bit anyway, ain't you? So you're better off just doing a straight market buy, right?
Well, it depends. Sometimes you can check it out. You can do the actual calculation, right? I'll tell you how much the gas fees are. It'll show, yeah. You could basically just do it on EW and check it out, and it could be the same amount.
Oh, that's true. Use it as a
It's
little
about like
trial method.
250. You get, for every T-shirt, you get about 250 something. Icosa.
Yeah, it's 30. It's basically Icosa is about 30x the price of Hex, isn't it? Seems to be tracking them.
It's tracking the T-shirt rate.
Yeah, but in X terms, it's kind of around the 30x mark, right? Am I right in saying that?
No, it's going against the T-shirt price.
So will it have
a T-shirt 25?
Has it not got a ceiling?
No, it doesn't have a ceiling. It would just be over. It would just be in the premium where you could mint more and sell it until it goes back down to a price where it's like not profitable to take an HSI. You understand?
Yeah. So the market will kind of give it a ceiling, really, won't it? Because it'll be, people see that they can arbitrage it, and then they'll just bring it back down to where it should be.
Well, no, right? it comes to people who not knowing what they're doing and just buying the coin and just ratcheting up the premium and making make it to a point where it's like, if you do certain moves, you could arbitrage and get more of it for free and just continue like at the beginning, right? At the beginning, people were able to just take their stakes and just get free Icosa, just wrap, get Icosa, sell the Icosa, get back the Hex, get more Hex, and then take that Hex, do the same thing, get more Icosa, boom, boom, boom. Hexy did that like a motherfucker.
Yeah, just rinse and repeat in that process, just to gain more Hex, to keep wrapping it, to get more Icosa, and just
at the beginning, because of the way that they paired it. Yeah, you were able to do that.
Yeah. Well, it's all interesting anyway. I just was watching some stuff with cryptographics this morning about Icosa and Hedron and that, and it just gets you thinking, doesn't it? You start thinking, wow, man, this whole ecosystem is just like brilliant.
Yeah, it is. Also, at the same time, too, it's like it's very bullish because it gives a value that people don't really understand. Where it's like, oh, okay, cool, you could utilize your time.
Yeah, and I like the way that it just carries on being staked as well, even after your period ends. You know, it just carries on. so that you've almost got it available after you've done that minimum stake turn. You can just let the thing just carry on rolling through, you know what I mean? And then you still got it. You can still get out of the market if you wanted to, which is quite good. Very good. The reason why I say that is because I've got my little plan for next bull run. And who knows when that's going to sort of really be good. So
Do you know when the HSIs come on for auction?
What?
When do the HSIs coming on for auction?
I don't know. I thought I heard like November or something.
I think November 13th, isn't it?
Shit, so you could do a little 30 days stake on your Hedron, and you can maybe come in with the HSIs. And I think it would be good to wait and let the big boys, when they have all kinds at the beginning, let them bid for it, and then at the end, the ones that no one wants, you pick them up.
Yeah.
Do you think it will give a big pump on Hedron price?
For sure.
What are you predicting? I know it's only for fun.
Well, a lot of noobs are going to buy it just because they're going to be like, oh, this is something I could do. You know what I mean?
Do you think it'll, because I think it's about 12x away from where it should be priced, apparently. So do you think we might get that 12x?
Eventually, yeah.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Well, it's coming, man. Just be patient.
Yeah.
Consider yourself lucky that you can.
Not financial advice, but just hold on long term, man. When did you get your first crypto?
I've got into crypto like a couple of years ago.
Like a couple of years ago, like 2020.
Yeah, 2020. Yeah, so
yeah,
I rode the wave all the way up and didn't fucking sell, man. And then
yeah. So now you're in the bear. So you need to you need to hold on.
I'm holding on, bruv. I'm not letting go for nothing because it's like I'm just DCAing in, as much as I can.
You got it.
Just add. I bought what I did. I was actually I'm pleased in a way. Well, very pleased because when I got my gains from last bull market, I switched it over to Hex and staked it so I can touch it. So I've just had to, at least I'm earning yield. So
yeah, right now.
But I'm still sort of what I'm trying to do is just like DCA in weekly to get a liquid bag of Hex together because I didn't sacrifice for Pulse X or Pulse Chain. So I'm trying to get a big enough bag together of liquid Hex that then I can sort of get some when it comes out.
Do what you got to do with what you got.
Yeah, that's it. It's about trying to, because obviously I haven't got a never ending pit of money. So I've just got to do what I can do. I'll go to work and stuff, and then allocate a set amount of my wages to buy every week, and then just keep doing that really until we get a launch, and then I can then swap out. I'm just trying to work out a good tactic. I think I'm going to probably wait, and then there'll be an initial dump off the prices of PLSX and PLS. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't really know. I can't speculate on that.
No, that's the thing, innit? Just got to wait and see, man. I think I'll buy a bag as soon as it launches, and then just see what happens, and then keep a bit back.
Probably smart, yeah.
You know, and if it I'll just DCA in that first little while, and then just hold on to that then, and then just let that ride.
Yeah.
There's that project that I heard someone talking about regarding being able to actually lock up your PLS tokens.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Yeah, there's some project that is you'll be able to actually lock up for a set amount of time that you choose your PLS tokens. I'm trying to think who it was that's designing it. I was watching it. Does anybody know?
Nah, I don't know. I think I'd be very be cautious about it.
Yeah, I think it's quite a well-known guy. I'm trying to remember who it was now that I've seen it. Oh shit! Find it.
Yeah, I think.
I'll tell you what it is. It's Matty Allen.
Mm-hmm.
You know Matty Allen?
I do. What are you saying?
He's doing. I'm going to try and find the. Hang on a sec. I just remembered who it was now. So let me look. I did have a brief look at it. I don't think it's out, obviously, yet because the project's not out yet. But he's building it. It's called Time Pays Me.
What? What is this?
Time Pays Me.
What is this?
It's basically he's designing a project, that you can lock up your PLS and PLSX tokens for a set amount of time.
Fuck that. Why would you want to do that?
I think it's just so that it stops you from selling as you start getting good pumps on the market.
Is he doing a validator? Is that what he's doing?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. You look it up yourself. Like he's got some videos out about it as well.
But that's Matty Allen that's doing that.
Yeah, Matty Allen. Yeah,
that's what he's saying. Yeah,
Matty Allen. Go onto his Twitter profile and you'll see it's actually his actual links on there for this project. It's pegged to his to the top of his Twitter profile. Founder of Time Pays Me. Can you see it?
I don't know. You're saying he's gonna start a validator node. That's okay. Cool.
Yeah, I think he's one of the OGs. You know.
I know. I do.
You probably know more than me, mate. You've been in it longer than me. I'll take it.
Yeah, maybe. Have you been before day one?
What, on Hex?
Yeah.
No, mate. I wish, man.
Yeah.
I wish I was in on day one. I wish I. Do you know what? I stumbled across it by accident just watching YouTube. First of all, I come across Richard Hart, and I thought, "Who the hell is this guy?"
Yeah, right.
And then I started looking at him, and then I started thinking, "This guy's off the hook." And then I started listening to him. Got past, all of the shiny bits. And then I thought, wow, man, this guy's saying some stuff here. And then I started watching his interview. Yeah. And then suddenly you just realise, and then suddenly a light bulb goes on, doesn't it? And I started doing loads of research on Hex, and I thought, fuck it, I'm going into this, man.
Yeah, I hear. Yeah, amen.
So the rest is history. Here we are.
Yes, sir.
Let's have a look and see what I can. Where did I see that? Oh, if you look on Hexologist, you know Hexologist?
Mm-hmm.
It was on his stream yesterday. Matty Allen was on there talking about it. That's why I see it. The actual thumbnail is Matty is going all in on Hexologist YouTube channel.
He's putting all in to go pulse chain validated, yeah.
Do you know what? I'm not sure about that. I think he's just saying he's going all in, like he's coming into the market now full on.
Yeah.
He's on there with Hexologist and Hexplosive Artist.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And he talks about this time pays me thing.
All right, guys, I'm about to pass out.
No.
Yeah. Unless there's some interesting conversation going on.
Yeah, well, you're going to go to sleep sitting here, mate.
Huh?
You'll go to sleep sitting here. No one's talking.
No. Not at all.
What time is it where you are?
Man, time is not an issue for me, man.
Say again?
Whatever the time is not an issue.
No, you're just tired.
I'm always tired.
Well, get some shot, man.
Yeah. All right, then. Cheerio to you. Good night to all.
Oh, shit, I'm on mute. Sorry. Good night, man. Take care.
All right, man. See ya.
See you, mate.
Yeah.
This is gonna be fun.
I go down and listen.
What's up, Satoshi?
What's going on, boys?
Chilling, you?
Me too.
Awesome.
Relaxing.
Yeah, same shit here. You? It's what, afternoon for you?
It's 9 p.m. at night.
Holy fuck. Never mind. That's true.
But on Sunday, so.
Yeah, it's Sunday for me too, dude.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. You're fucking in the future, man.
You know it. You know it.
100%.
What's been happening? When's Pulse Chain coming out?
Not anytime soon, man.
Yeah, it'll be a while.
I'm afraid, yeah, man. The market doesn't look good, bro. Nothing looks good,
No,
bro.
no, I think it looks not too bad, all things considered.
Yes and no. Like, yeah, I agree with you because it's like, well, there's nothing out there making us go down, but yet it's like I'm fucking weirded out and confused. I'm like, there was so much more. Like, what made? Like, why is it still here? Like, it's really it's either they were over leveraged too much. People were really over leveraging themselves, which could have happened. That's
Of
why,
course they are. Of
of
course.
course, no. But like, and an extent of like that you wouldn't even think of, like, because right now it's like it's stabilizing at a certain level, but now it's like, well, when are we gonna get the real life bullshit? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like right now the whole downing of crypto is literally because of crypto. It's not because of the market. It's not because of how people are feeling in life. It's really because of markets. But like, let's say in the next 6 months, right? I feel like it's calm waters. I feel like it's just too good to be true that after all we went through, that now just shit's gonna be like, oh, continue your fucking life. You know what I mean? Like nothing happened. There's no consequences for what we just did. You know what I mean? So like,
What do you mean we just did?
well, like the
Crypto?
no, not crypto. So like, I'm talking about like through the pandemic. Like the consequences of the pandemic, like economically. Like it still
Oh yeah,
hasn't even.
they're not.
You know what I mean?
They're
Like
not
it hasn't
over.
boomed. The bomb
Yes, no.
hasn't gone off. So like, could the bomb go off in the next 6 months?
Yeah,
Could it?
I think so. I
So
think
if
it'll
that
be within
happens, so then if
6 to
that
12.
happens, everything's gonna go down. But it's not gonna go down because it's bearish. It's just gonna go down because that's how like ratios react, right? So
Well, not necessarily. Depends what I mean. I think the big bomb at the moment is this sovereign debt crisis. I don't know if you know much about it, but that's
no,
a
I'd
big.
like to hear about it. I'd like to hear about it because I'm not really into all this fucking political bullshit. I'm not really into that. So
Well, it's not really
yeah,
political. It's more like macroeconomics. Like bonds. Do you know what bonds are?
yeah, of course, but I'm not into it.
Yeah. So basically, there's like just recently in the UK, there was a lot of insurance, superannuation companies had to be like basically bailed out because there's a shitload of money tied up in government debt. And there's basically globally there's like over $200 trillion sitting in bonds, and they're negative yielding because inflation is surpassing it. So people are sitting on these negative yielding bonds, and like the government has to pay these debts back basically, and people are going to need to start looking for somewhere to put this money eventually. So it'll be interesting to see what plays out anyway. But yeah, the fact of the matter is that the government won't. Well, they kind of have to, but it's going to be interesting to see what they do. Because they have to pay the debts, and to pay the debts, they need to print money.
Didn't the UK government buy loads of bonds?
Exactly,
Yeah,
which is money printing. Correct.
Yeah,
and Japan's been doing it for a while.
Yeah, they bought loads and loads and loads to try and bring the price to some sort of equilibrium to inflation, isn't it?
Correct. Well, that's what the Chancellor of the Bank of England said, that you've got till Friday to basically sort your shit out, because they're not going to help you out, but they will. They need to turn the money printer on again.
Yeah, that's what will happen, mate.
Exactly. Oh, they're going to turn it on.
Do you think? Am I right in saying though that the sign of the bottom, as it were, in all markets is when the housing market crashes as well?
I mean, not necessarily. It's hard to know. Like it's like it's such a tough time at the moment. Nothing makes sense. Like nothing makes sense because it's so manipulated. It's hard to get like real information. That's what free markets are for, to give you like instant real information, but nothing makes sense. But money doesn't make sense anymore. That's the whole fucking problem. Everyone's getting skewed data.
It's because they're just trying to patch it up all the time, aren't they?
Yeah, well, it's ever since 2008. We've just been kicking the can down the road, but they can't keep it going for. I mean, they probably could, but it depends how much pain they want to inflict.
So, like, if we were to zoom forward, get in our DeLorean, how do you see, like, I know nobody knows for sure, but how do you see the end game happening then? Like, when it finally, the fiat system, then it's going to just collapse down completely?
It's a tough one to answer, man. Nobody fucking knows. That's the problem. Like, no one knows how, because it's still an experiment, right? Fiat's an experiment. So, and what, we're like 70 or so years into it, give or take. But who knows, man? Who fucking knows?
But it's interesting about I've been looking at a little bit of this economic forum, the economic forum, and what their sort of plan is and stuff like that.
Yeah, everyone does.
It's kind of all linked in, and it's they're all.
CBDCs are a problem that a lot of people need to fight back against. They're not a good thing.
All this that you'll own nothing can be happy.
Yes.
And all that shit.
I think they're going to need to turn the money printers on again soon, though, without a doubt.
Do you live in Australia?
Yeah, how'd you tell?
Well, it's kind of a bit obvious.
Yes, I do.
So, like, how's your country at the moment with regards to the economy and stuff? Are you feeling it there as well?
Yes.
And
Everyone is. Yeah.
What's the cost of living like? Have you noticed it in your pocket?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, like, I mean, and like, it's the new. It's all on the news. All you see on. I mean, I don't watch the news because it's bullshit. But when you do, like, all the talk is cost of living, inflation, housing prices, all this bullshit. Like, Ukraine war. It's the same shit, man. And like, yeah, that's all you see. Yeah, it used to be COVID, and now it's just inflation's the new word.
Yeah, well, our gas and electric over here has just gone through the roof.
I have been reading a lot of that with I just got back from Europe and for work, and it's I'm glad I got out of there because it's going to be tough winter.
Yeah, well, I'm paying around about £400 a month just for gas and electric.
What do you have, like, a cents per kilowatt hour?
Yeah, so, well, I can only tell you in pounds.
Yeah, what is it in pounds? I'll work it out.
Yeah, so on my tariff, I'm 36p per kilowatt hour, and I've got a standing charge of 45 pence a day.
So 36p per kilowatt hour, right?
Yeah, 36 pence per kilowatt.
Yeah, so
and then
that's like triple.
Yeah, and 45 pence a day standing charge just to for the supply or whatever.
Yeah, so I'm on 10. If for equivalence, I'm on 10p per kilowatt hour.
Bloody hell, man! I mean, honestly, like, it's ridiculous. My mum's an old age pensioner, right? She hasn't got much money, so I've taken on her bill as well, because there's no fucking way I'm going to let my mum freeze over winter. So I just
it's rough, bro. That's fucking rough. But it's also, like, it's a good lesson to people to show how important energy is.
Totally, man. I mean,
it's rough, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not that much more. I don't think you'll get. I haven't done the calculations on it, but with the price of the electric here, right, I don't think you're going to have any more benefit driving like an electric vehicle.
Oh, of course not. Electric vehicles are a scam mostly.
Yeah, but they're pushing us. I don't know if you know about the thing called the ultra low emission zone in London.
No, I'm not aware of it.
So I run a small company, right, and I've got vans, and so to put it into a nutshell, first of all, we had the congestion charge in central London, which was a charge that you had to pay to drive into central London, and it's £15 a day, right? And then they brought this other thing in called the ultra low emission zone, and it was exactly the same size area as what the congestion charge was. So if you had a vehicle that was deemed to be bad for the environment, then you'd get both charges, right? So you'd get well, it was £12.50 when it first came out, so it was around about £25 a day just to drive into London. And then what they did is they've expanded that zone outwards, from central London to where I live, because I live kind of not actually right in the middle of central London, but I live to the west of London. So my vans, which were perfectly fine, they were deemed as what they call a Euro 5 engine. We would have had to pay £100 a day to drive that each van, right? Because vans are deemed more expensive. So we were forced to upgrade our vehicles, basically. And then what happened was as well is because all of the dealerships knew that everyone had to upgrade, they basically put a markup of about 30% on it on the vans.
Ridiculous, eh?
Yeah, so I bought a van that cost the vans that I bought were 3 years old, okay, and I paid more for them than what they were when they were new.
Yeah, well, and that's happening in Australia too. A lot of secondhand stuff's just through the roof. Secondhand vehicles.
It's all linked in though. It's all bollocks. Excuse my French, but then what you found is like a lot of micro businesses just went out of action because it wasn't deemed viable for them to, especially after it's funny how they linked it all in with straight after the pandemic when everyone was bloody struggling anyway, right? So you got companies, small businesses that are struggling because they, through COVID and etc. And then what happened was they hit you with this bloody thing where you got to upgrade your vehicles, and then that was the end of it for a lot of guys,
Yeah, you'll own nothing and be happy, man. That's all part of the plan.
Yeah, I'm telling you. You'll own nothing and be happy. And then they were throwing loans around at everybody, yeah? So they turned around and said, oh, you can have a loan. And then I just said, right, I'm not getting a loan because you've got to pay it back. And if you're struggling anyway and you still got to pay the loan back, that's going to be the thing, that the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Yeah, it's an interesting time, man. It's rough, but don't worry, there's light at the end of the tunnel.
Yep, that's why we got our crypto, innit?
Yeah, you could say that. That's why we got Bitcoin.
Is that what you like, Bitcoin? Is it?
Yeah, of course. It's the only thing that's gonna challenge the dollar.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't hold any Bitcoin.
Yeah, a lot of hexagons don't, but they'll get there eventually.
Well, I mean, I'm all in on Hex, mate. Hex projects, Hedron, Icosa, Hex. I've just decided that from what I've researched, they're going to do better. They're going to outpace Bitcoin. So
it's not necessarily about outpacing it. It's more about surviving. That's the problem with these other projects. They don't survive. If they don't last 3 years, like look at 2017 bull market. Out of the top 10 coins, there's only like 3 of them that are still there, and they're like stable coins.
But do you know what amazes me? When I looked into it, right, and if you look at what's being built on the whole Hex ecosystem as we speak, I mean, we're a 95% dip, yeah, and the whole ecosystem is just busy building and growing, and a lot of other projects, when the bear market hits heavy like now, you don't hear nothing, you don't see no progression.
Oh, for sure. Everyone's doing a lot of building now. There's like everything is, but
But it's
whether
great.
it
It's great because
survives.
if you deep dive into I'm just taking Hex, Icosa, and Hedron, right? If you do some research just on them and how they complement each other, it's amazing, and I just need to be able to get enough gains, man. Like, within the next, well, I've called it my 2030 plan. So, I'm not getting any younger, and I want to have enough money, man, that I can just take it a bit easier.
Oh, I mean, everyone wants to, right? Everyone wants to have that, but like you got to look at it as a risk-adjusted returns as well. Like the chances that Hex is around in that time period compared to Bitcoin is slim.
Why, Dave? What makes you say that?
Well, Bitcoin has been attacked constantly, especially the last like 5 years specifically, but it's grown organically and, it's got nation states attacking it and it just doesn't care. It just keeps working. Pretty much with any other project that just wouldn't happen. So when you're challenging the whole fiat system, you need something that's going to be
adopted.
I mean, people will adopt it when they're ready, whether they need to or they want to, right? Like these early adopters, I've done enough research to understand what the problem Bitcoin solves and, the hope it's going to give us. But, and obviously the early adopters will perform better. Like, just like in Hex, like obviously people in Hex have done very, very well, right? But the problem with Hex is that there's just more and more and more of them. And you can, you guys are staking and whatever. But there's just going to be more and more Hex, which is the same as the fiat system, right? There's just going to be more and more and more of them. Whereas Bitcoin, there's only 21 million. And people are like, oh, it's not, you're not building on Bitcoin. You're not doing this. Like all Bitcoin needs to be is Bitcoin. Like the base layer could stay as is. That's it. We don't need to do anything else. That's all it needs to do. Just be hard, uncensorable.
But
Go
what
on,
about
sorry.
when I watched Richard Hart talking about Bitcoin and he was saying about how it gets attacked, and he actually saved the Bitcoin community because he announced it one time.
Yeah, well, I mean, Richard was a maxi back in the day. But from what I've read, it looks like Richard lost a shitload of Bitcoin. He lost a lot of money or possible money, and he's just trying to get it back. That's just my take on it. And he's created this token that just basically enriches himself. I mean, that's my take on it. Take it with a grain of salt. But he's walking around with Gucci bags and all this, and he's telling you guys to not expect anything, and yet it's it's done it's not anything special. It's just a smart contract built on Ethereum. All it does is print more of itself. Whoop-de-doo, it's not hard, but that's the thing. Whereas Bitcoin is literally going against the fiat system. There's a massive difference there.
Okay, but short term though, if you're looking to get gains, I mean, if you held a whole Bitcoin now, next bull market, were you going to get 4x, 5x? Do you know what I mean? Compared to the potential upside of something like Hex.
Yeah,
okay, so I'm gonna come in now. Then my turn. So Satoshi, like, I understand what you're saying, right? It's very understandable because it is number one and it is holding the rails for a lot of liquidity. But it's like what happens if, right? And I understand what I'm saying, right? What happens if Ethereum takes over? It's halfway
what happens
there, man.
Well, it's not even close. Like it's not even close, dude. The last time it was its last all-time high was like what, 5 or 6 years ago in Bitcoin. It's not even close, man. And now we're starting to see that over 51% of its validating nodes are censoring. They're OFAC compliant. So it's getting more and more centralized, which is, we saw this happening. So
I understand, but the performance, right? Because like when you look at both of them and you compare their POW aspects, and now the fact that it went to POS, now we could finally look at them and say, okay, now they're two different fucking things, right? Like what you're doing on your end is very essential. I understand. A lot of people don't understand it,
It's not necessary for early adopters. It's necessary probably for the whole macro level of it at this point. Because yes, you're all right. You're taking all the blows legally. Like everyone, you're in, Bitcoin's in the forefront. It's always taking the crypto hit, whatever. But when you look at Ethereum and you look at the potential of what it can actually do, right, before it breaks, it's not just what it can do, it's what it can bring as an idea for people to create and do better, right? Because we know that Ethereum is something that you could always do something to it. As to Bitcoin, like you said, it's what it is, and the best way to use Bitcoin is to keep it as it is because it's so good as it is. If you try to do anything with it, you break it because it's not meant to do anything. It's right now, it's meant to be. Well, bro, you try and do what Ethereum does, you're breaking.
What do you mean by breaking it?
Well, it's not going to go well. It's going to be worse. If you were to have all these
that's the whole point with
and,
Bitcoin, right? It's like very, very hard to change.
No, but I agree with you. And the proper way to go is to keep it as it is and to use it for its sovereignty. Right?
As a store of value, you mean?
Yeah, no, not necessarily as a sovereign. Like you're able.
Let Luke
people
speak.
People don't understand that like Bitcoin is the main like. Yeah, you take your fiat and then you go in somewhere. But if it wasn't for the early adoption of Bitcoin being that source of liquidity between USDT, like US dollars and normal fiat, we wouldn't have that ease of just, send your money and buy it.
So
dude, I mean, you're comparing apples and oranges, my man. I don't think we can compare Bitcoin and Ethereum. Like, I think
100%. I'm not comparing them. I'm saying they're completely in two different things. But there is a potential of Ethereum beating Bitcoin.
Can I ask you a question? If Bitcoin, say if Bitcoin broke,
but forget about it breaking. Even if Bitcoin if it continues doing well, there is you cannot. Okay, when you look at things statistically and you look at things with an open, neutral eye, you gotta always accept the fact that something can happen, and the way things are being played out.
That's what I mean. If it did break, what would happen to crypto?
Crypto goes to zero. If Bitcoin 100%. Breaks, the rest of it goes to zero because there's one 100%. Innovation out of the 20,000 altcoins, and it's Bitcoin. The innovation is creating a blockchain or a money that can't be censored or fucked with by someone. Okay, to answer the other question by, what's your name? Sorry, sir. Famous. That's a cool name. Famous, spelled with a PH. Okay, we can't compare Bitcoin and Ethereum because they're two fundamentally different things. Yes, Bitcoin doesn't have the same smart contract capability that Ethereum has. But Ethereum's not immutable. So you can't say, okay, Ethereum can do smart contracts, Bitcoin can't because it's going to break. They're two different things. Bitcoin's immutable money. Ethereum is a centralized shitcoin. That's why on Bitcoin, you're going to see smart contracts, DeFi, and all of this other crap. You're going to see it built out on layers, on centralized layers on top of Bitcoin, like the Liquid Network, like RSK, like Rootstock, like even Stacks. It has a shitcoin attached to it. I'm not a fan of Stacks, but all of this stuff has the same smart contract capability as Ethereum, except it's built quote unquote on top of Bitcoin, but they're all centralized layers. Okay, that's where your smart contract capability is going to come from. You simply cannot introduce complexity into the base layer of a blockchain and keep it decentralized and immutable. That's why Ethereum had to switch from proof of work to proof of stake. You simply can't do it. Not one blockchain in 13 years has been able to implement smart contracts at the base layer while also keeping the block size, or keeping the blockchain, small, and keeping it subsequently decentralized. It's not possible.
That I was never doubting that. You have to understand. I'm saying that they're both separate. But now, when it comes to actually performing and doing something and attracting money, right? Because you could still sell a rock and be very successful with selling rocks, right? But it's just a fucking rock. So it's not about the product being so much better, right? Because we all know that Ethereum has its fucking faults, Bitcoin has its fault, everything has a fault, right? There's only one way to look at this, and it's what can people use consistently. And when we have this major argument, why aren't we arguing about Near Protocol, ADA? Why aren't we talking about, Polkadot? Why aren't we talking about all these other good potential coins that could bring some sort of early technology to then get updated and then created? And yeah, maybe something could come from it. But why aren't we ever arguing about them?
Let's
It's
talk about
because they're
this.
not
This is a
consistent.
great point.
It's because they're not consistent. They're not
No,
consistent. Even though Ethereum, like, okay, understand, listen to this. So even though the flaws of Bitcoin and even though the flaws of Ethereum, when you look at their charts on a log basis, they're consistent. There's that one linear spread that goes from the bottom to the top, and if you draw that line, it is consistent. So we cannot look at these coins and say, oh, they're going to zero. I don't think Bitcoin, Ethereum, crypto is going to zero. But I don't think that the way we're moving, and as a whole of crypto, right, the way people attract adopters, the way we teach adopters, we're not creating, like you say, oh, Bitcoin's going to be number one. We're not creating that, nor are we creating Ethereum being number one, nor are we creating Hex being number one, whatever, or any other coin. What we're doing is that everyone's just coming in and saying, I can make money. But they're like, well, what's the longevity of this aspect? How can we make this as consistent as possible? And we would literally just have to break it down and say, okay, you do this, and you do this. Let's work in harmony. Like, we can work in harmony. I just don't understand why we're not. It's
Well,
like
I
we're
think
such intelligent people, but it's like we lose track of being intelligent.
you raised many points. One of the good points I tried to jump in on. Sorry to interrupt you. I had a
No,
little
go,
bit of a
go, go,
lag
go.
over here. Well, I think the point I wanted to highlight that I thought you raised that was a valid point was you got to ask yourself, okay, sorry, Brian. Sometimes, what are these things doing? What is Bitcoin doing? What is Ethereum doing? What is Avalanche doing? And I look at Bitcoin and I say, okay, Bitcoin is trying to be a store of value. It's trying to be money. What's the total addressable market cap for something to be money? $900 trillion. That's the total addressable market cap for something to be money. There's $900 trillion parked in real estate, the global debt markets, the global bond markets, various 180 fiat currencies around the world. It's all looking for a safe store of value. So Bitcoin fixes that, and it doesn't need to innovate, doesn't need to change, doesn't need any bips to the base layer protocol. Bitcoin can solve that problem for $900 trillion of wealth today. Now, what's the rest of the world fixing? What's Ethereum fixing? What's Avalanche fixing? What's all of these centralized proof of stake blockchains fixing? They're enabling DeFi speculation. They're enabling people to sell pictures of rocks and JPEGs for $50 million. What's the total addressable market cap for, let's say, a centralized smart contract platform? I'm going to be generous. I'm going to be very generous and throw a dog a bone. I'm going to say the total addressable market cap for that is 5 trillion. And I'm being very generous here. So you're comparing something that has a total addressable market cap of 900 trillion to something that potentially, hypothetically, theoretically, if it actually can build itself in a way that can't be centralized and shut down by government, has a total addressable market cap of 5 trillion.
Or hacked weekly.
Those are bridges, so whatever.
But surely, if you've got something that's a store of value, you still need something else in the world that's going to, push us forward with respect to the buildability on stuff. So Ethereum works for that.
No, Bitcoin works for that. So Bitcoin, another use case that Bitcoin brings up, I didn't want to mention it and go on a massive monologue, but Bitcoin obviously has the Lightning Network. So countries all around the world are using Bitcoin as payment. Bitcoin is legal tender. I've been living in El Salvador for the past 2 months, and I've probably used dollars on a handful of occasions. Everywhere I go, I can spend Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is solving the remittance issue for El Salvadorians over here who are getting absolutely, let's say, I can't say that on Spaces. The poor El
Salvador, you're Aussie, bro. Say it.
And the poor El Salvadorian people are paying something like 30% on their remittance payments when their family tries to send them money. And obviously, if an El Salvadorian only has an average wage of $200 a month, and they're paying $40 on every single $100 remittance payments, that's pretty much rape. That's what that is. And so guess what? The Bitcoin Lightning Network comes in and it absolutely fixes that, saving El Salvadorians hundreds of millions of dollars per year. So Bitcoin is not only a store of value, it is also a medium of exchange. And Bitcoin can also be a smart contract thing. If you build that crap, I think it's useless. If you build that stuff at layers like Liquid or fucking, you can build some stuff on top of Lightning. I don't know if you guys have seen Taro and all of the recent developments that have been proposed to be built out on top of the Bitcoin Lightning Network. And most importantly, all of these things, they don't need a token.
Yeah, but surely if you're like a normal person in El Salvador, you're pretty pissed off now, aren't you? Because a year ago, what you had in your account is now down massively.
Yeah. So if you're an El Salvadorian person, a year ago, you had $0 worth of Bitcoin. Today, you have $15 worth of Bitcoin. Yes, the $30 Bitcoin that you got given by your government has lost 50% of its value, but that was a gift, remember? And also, a year ago, if you're an El Salvadorian, 70% of them actually didn't have bank accounts. Now today, every single El Salvadorian has the option to open a bank account. So I don't know.
In real world terms, though, you know, I'm just interested because you know more than me. You know, with boots on the ground, how is it actually working there? Do you know what I mean? Like in the real world, for a normal guy who does a normal job.
No, but like there is the point he's making. I like it because like I'm in Portugal and you could purchase a house right one time if the seller accepts it, and you could just give him Bitcoin and it's accepted.
To the
So,
El
like-
Salvadorian question, so adoption, I suppose adoption throughout the country, if I had to estimate, it's probably around 10 to 15%. So it's obviously like when people say, oh, you can spend Bitcoin at every single shop in El Salvador. That's not true. Adoption isn't that high, probably 10 to 15%. And obviously there's still a lot of education that needs to be done. There are lots of El Salvadorians who still don't understand Bitcoin. That's natural, and there's obviously hiccups with a lot of with some of the technical implementations. Like every now and then you have an issue using the Bitcoin Beach wallet, and every now and then somebody has an issue with Chivo. But I think overall, the progress the country has made in 12 months to go from pretty much 0% adoption to 15% adoption, I think it's massive. And I think now El Salvadorians, like, I don't know if you've seen all the El Salvador documentaries, but it is changing many people's lives here in the country.
What about getting trustless yield though on Bitcoin?
Yield, sir.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
fiat
like-
current. Yeah, okay. Let's do the yield question.
Well,
I don't
yeah,
think they
because
care
you know,
about
like,
the yield. I wouldn't even bring that up. They don't give a shit about the yield, man.
So
Well-
yield. Let's talk yield. So every single year that
Bitcoin
you
is
hold,
the yield, brother.
yeah.
no, but come on,
But let's be honest, okay, man.
Yeah, give it to him.
I'm not
Let's
talking
go.
to you.
Let's
I'm
talk
not-
yield.
I'm
Let's
not
talk yield. You asked the question.
No. I'm just saying
No,
that
can
like
I-
Bitcoin in itself, front page, there's no yield. You gotta get involved, and you gotta be like
it's not
at
trustless.
a different level. No, to an extent, you just gotta do it and you get it. But
Who's told you that you
Let's-
need yield?
Great
listen,
Like, where is it
You-
from the
I-
traditional finance?
It's not me, man. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I never would bring that up because I understand what our goal is, because it's like once upon a time we tried to do payments and it was just more profitable to keep it, and then
Okay,
that's what
so
made it
why
go up.
why stake Hex then?
Because
if we're
that's
not
the
worried-
utility.
if-
Because that's the utility of it.
yeah, but it's about the yield, right?
No,
Yeah, but
that's
it's only
the
it's
utility.
only yield in the token itself. It's not in the dollar.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Bitcoin, you know, when we're talking about Bitcoin's Bitcoin, isn't it? You're not talking about dollars there, neither, are you? You're talking about
but that's
Bitcoin.
No, but the like you can't like Bitcoin is valuable because it's like hard to get. Like one of the big reasons is it is difficult to get. You don't see people just giving it out or printing Bitcoins. Like you
But
actually have to put it.
Yeah, but the
work.
T shares are getting harder to get. So when you stake Hex, you're not actually you're burning your Hex and you're getting T shares.
Yeah, and you're just waiting, right? That's all you're doing. Like it's not actually doing anything. It's just you're just
yeah, but the
burning
T
and
shares,
waiting.
the T shares are going up in value, right? They're getting harder to get as time goes by. So if you've got one T-shirt today, in a year's time, that T-shirt is going to cost you more hex to get. Are you with me?
Yeah, dude. I mean, dude. So you got to ask yourself, whenever something offers yield, you've got to say, where is that yield coming from? Okay,
The inflation. The inflation token.
Exactly. Inflation. So if nobody buys any more hex for the next 10 years, what happens?
The yield
to
goes
hex?
up. The yield goes up. That you
The
get.
inflation continues. So the inflation. So let me
Hex
explain.
goes to zero.
So no, hex doesn't go to zero. So like
It doesn't.
you got to understand something. If no one buys or sells Bitcoin, Bitcoin goes to zero. Right? If no one buys or sells hex, shit goes to zero. If no one buys or sells bananas, bananas are going to zero. That's just the normal way of thinking of it.
That's the market.
In your in Bitcoin's code, there's inflation, and the way to acquire it, you need to do something. Am I correct or am I wrong? But the thing different
You're
between
wrong.
you guys, no, you need to do something to get the inflation, sir.
Mine.
I understand. You need to do that. But the difference between you and us is that we don't do it to support the network. The network supports us to do it. So it's different. I'm not saying one's better than the other. I'm just saying it's completely different. But at the end of the day, you need to do something to get the inflation. So our inflation is just like yours. It's coded into it. So it's whether you like it or not, or whether I like it or not, there is the possibility of doing that. Now, the difference is that if Bitcoin you don't mind, then you can't use Bitcoin.
Okay, so lots of points. I don't know how many rabbit holes we want to go down. I'll try to keep them rapid fire. First point.
There's no point I'm making. I'm just trying to explain it to you because I guarantee you don't understand hex.
I think I understand it a little bit better than you do. So
no, impossible. I don't understand. Like you're talking to me as if like I'm like a 2018, 19, or 20 guy. I'm not
Luke,
that.
don't bother. Like, it's no point arguing about hex with these guys. There's no point. I'm more.
It's not about arguing. It's just like
I'm not going to talk about hex.
If no one buys or sells hex, the inflation doesn't work when it works.
Dude, have you seen the trading volume of hex?
But what does that have to do with anything?
So it shows you that 95% of the tokens are held by.
Do we have 35 million wallets? No. Are we in bed with the exchanges? No. Bro, you realize your top wallets, because your top 200 wallets could just dump the shit out of you. 6 of them, including the exchanges. Like there's no reason to even start this conversation. Bro.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm not arguing about hex, famous. I honestly don't give a shit.
No, I understand. The other guy doesn't.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
You can't
Luke,
tell
it's
him.
fine. It's fine.
You can't stand here and just tell that guy that he knows more than me about hex. It's impossible. I've been in fucking Bitcoin when there was a premium and you needed a piece of paper to get it. Like I'm still with you guys. I'm still in the game with you. But you have to understand that, like, the way I see it, the best decision I ever did was grow with crypto, not grow as.
But do you own any Bitcoin yourself?
Of course I do. What do you think this is?
Yeah. No. It's just I don't have a problem. Buy hex, whatever. I don't give a shit. Stake it, whatever. But like Crypto Unbanked before was saying, he doesn't have any Bitcoin, and not having any Bitcoin in 2022 is, that's a problem. Not understanding the problem.
It just means
well, that's
that
what I'm here. That's what
there's
I'm
no
here to do.
potential. Well, because like if you were to buy it at 40 or 20, I laugh at those people because it's like I got in before 1,000, so I don't know.
Because I can't afford Bitcoin, man. I need to.
You don't need to. You can buy a fraction of it, right?
Yeah, I know that. But the thing is, though, when I've done how I'm going to get the most amount of gains for this next bull run, I'm not going to get it with Bitcoin compared to hex.
Crypto. The whole point, you don't want to sell Bitcoin. You don't.
Mate, I'm here to make money, brother.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I guess your time horizon's a lot different than a lot of the other people's.
Listen, I need to make money so I can change my fucking life.
And what happens if hex fails and you've got it all in on it? The risk-adjusted returns is not worth it.
Then do you know what? The risk and reward ratio I'm willing to accept that.
Okay,
you know what, mate?
as long as you're willing to accept it.
I'm willing to accept it, mate. Because at the end of the day, I'm not going to get the same.
Think of your
reward.
grandma, brother. Think of your grandma. Set up a Bitcoin mining rig in her home and warm her up.
Mate, do you know how much the electric is over here?
No, I know. I was joking. That's a pain. That is a problem. I'll admit that.
Do you know what? If I had enough money, I probably would have Bitcoin as well, but I just haven't. I've worked my ass off all my life.
That's right. It humbles everyone. It humbles everyone, dude. In 2030, you'll be looking back going, fuck, I should have bought X amount of Bitcoin and just sat on my fucking hands. As pretty much everyone who's had Bitcoin for longer, like 5 or 10 years has done.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, in the next bull market, if Hex outperforms Bitcoin by 20x, then I'm still up, right?
In Bitcoin terms or in dollar terms?
In Bitcoin terms as well.
No, well, everything tracks off Bitcoin. Like, it's the king. If it
No, but listen,
moves
if I
the
put
entire space.
$1,000 in now, right, and I get a 4x out of Bitcoin, or I get a 20x out of Hex.
But you see, Satoshi,
Yes.
the
Yeah.
dominance.
Wait,
of
let me
Ethereum.
just finish this thing. So, but the chances of Bitcoin doing a 4x are much higher than the chances of Hex doing a 20x. That's the thing you're missing.
Hex is gonna do way past the 20x, man.
No.
I doubt that, but we'll see.
If you bring back the market to what it was before, we're going back to what we were.
Yeah,
that's how it works.
I'm very, very sure that Hex is going to do at least a 20x. I'm very sure.
But anyways, I don't want to even get into that. That's speculation.
Yes.
That's dumb. That is dumb arguments when you're saying, well, we could do that. Obviously, everyone could do anything if you fucking put your mind
Correct,
to it,
yes.
right? What? Okay, so the way I see it, right, is that if you want to do a more riskier move, it tends to be better for you, right? It just makes sense. You more risk, you usually get more returns at the end of the day. That's the price you get for a volatile asset. Now, when you look at Bitcoin, I'm just like, how are you going to continue telling people to get something that is being manipulated like a fucker? Right now, it's not a.
What do you mean
right
manipulated?
Now,
Sorry.
Like
price?
No, just the way the media. Anyways, I don't even want to get into this, bro. Honestly, let me rephrase what I want to say.
It's a fair question.
No, I know. I don't want to get into and just say oh, it's because everyone thinks Bitcoin is going to zero, like all these idiots, and it's like the media is going to portray you guys, the mean guy, meaner than anyone, right? Okay, they could portray us as a scam all they want, but after 1,000 days of working perfectly, I don't think it's a scam. It works perfectly. Now, if you want to look at the price, okay, whatever, put it on log since day one. The fucking chart proves it's not really a scam. No, it hasn't gone to zero. So
I don't know if that's a valid argument against. I mean, I still think it's a scam, but yeah, I'm not going to go down that path.
Dude, the beginning of Bitcoin was like there was no hope for it.
For sure, but the way Hex grew was organic. I mean, the way Bitcoin grew is organic, right? There's no.
Yeah. Well, the way you grew and the way we grow is incomparable. You guys had so much more problems and so much more to deal with. You know what I mean? Bitcoin was bro, I couldn't tell anyone I was in Bitcoin. I couldn't even ask for help.
Correct.
I was scared to go online and even figure out where to go and get the right information. You had to just trial and error and do mistakes. But it's now I'm bullish in crypto because when you look at the market and you look at everything, there's nothing can take us down. Nothing can. And it's mainly because of the way you guys are. But when you let's call a spade.
What do you mean, you guys?
Well, you guys, because right now I want to just distinguish. I still own Bitcoin, but I'm not involved in Bitcoin anymore because
hey mate, there is no you guys in Bitcoin.
No, because you guys you're not open to with open arms other people.
Oh yeah, you're talking about maxis in specific.
Well, I'm not saying you're a maxi. I'm just saying you're representing Bitcoin.
I am definitely. I'm definitely a maxi.
But what I'm saying is that normal Bitcoiners, the real Bitcoiners, are not open to allow what Ethereum allows, which is in quote unquote what you guys call shit coins, right? I'm open for it because there's always potential of making money. My best decision ever was Bitcoin to ETH.
Oh, for sure. But I mean,
Best
like, I
decision
guess,
I ever made in my life. But now I'm stuck in a position where I can't take that shit. There's no
yeah,
liquidity for me to take all that shit.
no,
So it's
I
like,
agree.
but at the same time too, why would I sell my most high performing asset? It doesn't make sense. I'll sell my real estate. The real estate is what's driving me more crypto that has more potential to make money. But that's between me and myself and my wealth, right? I'm not comparing this to you guys or me, or I'm not telling anyone they should do this. But what I'm saying is crypto is not going anywhere. You, me, ETH is not going anywhere. Now, the performance of each could be varied. But I think that like if we don't start working in harmony and we don't start working intelligently, it's gonna take longer for us to be at the point that we want to be. And it could be much, 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 much harder for us to get there if we act as like, oh, you're shit, I'm shit. No, it's not. It's like you're carrying crypto at a certain extent, and we're carrying crypto at a certain extent. When you look at the numbers and you look at everything, like you think BNB is carrying fucking ETH? You think like Matic and all these shit coins, FTT, all these motherfuckers are carrying it? You think Lido and all the stake ETH is carrying it? No. It's
Famous.
us,
I
it's
think that
Aave, it's
if
Curve.
I think you're missing the point here, though. Like,
No, I don't.
big.
I'm just trying
Well,
to make you guys open to the
well,
possibility of
and
allowing
yeah,
us
I
to
know
just
that.
coexist. Just to
But remember,
coexist.
we believe that, well, you're seeing it happen now, as Crypto Unbank was saying before. We're starting to see like more and more centralized control by governments, especially with this CBDC, right? Blah blah blah. Now, Bitcoin is the only thing that's going to stop that. If every person in the world exchange their dollars, their currency for Bitcoin, we'd be on a Bitcoin standard tomorrow. And obviously, that I'm talking theoreticals here because a lot of stuff has to change in between that. But the sooner we get on a Bitcoin standard, the better for everyone. That it's as simple as that, right? And all these to me, all these altcoins and shitcoins are just scams because I want a better future for me and my family and my I've just had a daughter, right? So I don't want her going through this bullshit fiat system that needs to be changed. And that's why I focus on Bitcoin. That's why that's why we have these laser eyes. It's the laser focus of a better future because I don't want my daughter slaving away in the fiat system. No other project or altcoin is going to change the system. It's as simple as that. It's the only thing that can change it's going to be the internet of money. That's all it is. It's going to change everything. And if you don't see it now, you're going to get a humbling in the next decade. That's all I can say.
Why can't we exist?
Oh, you can, but I'm just saying, it's a distraction.
Yeah, we're not solving that problem. I agree.
No,
with
it's
you.
not. It's not solving the problem.
It's just neither do we want to.
No, you guys are in for it for the fiat gains, and that's fine. You can do you, but over a long enough time period, all things trend to zero against Bitcoin. So, but people learn that the hard way. You only learn when you get wrecked, and I've been wrecked, so I learned the hard way first, and now I know what matters, and that's Bitcoin. But everyone needs to go through their own path. It's as simple as that.
Until you beat, and bro, honestly, it's like the hardest part right now in what I see is getting to $150,000 Bitcoin. After $150,000, it's a no-brainer for people to buy it. It's a no-brainer.
I think I mean, it doesn't
it's
take
a no-brainer.
that much.
Like you would be an idiot if you had a portfolio and you didn't include it. You'd be an idiot because at that point it would be that powerful. So like I understand, but to get to that 150 or what is it, like 130, 125, maybe now with inflation it should be 150. Like this is the hardest hurdle. I'm sorry, it's the hardest hurdle.
Oh,
because
for sure, man. But as I was saying before,
no one's helping.
But you keep saying you. It's not me. Like I'm nothing. I'm just a node on the network, right? Like, Bitcoin doesn't care about people. It just, all it does is just
Work.
TikTok next block. That's all it's doing. It just works. Doesn't care. Doesn't care if China's banning it. Doesn't care about Russia. Doesn't care about your color, your race, your religion. It doesn't give a shit. It just keeps on working. That's the whole point. You know, it doesn't care if you're mining it or not mining it or using energy, or it does not give a shit. That's what's so good about Bitcoin. It just keeps working. And on your point, getting to 150,000, man, it's, you know, it was halfway there, right? And it doesn't, again, being a maxi, like, I don't give a shit about the price, because you're pricing a totally new protocol in an old system. Like, how do you price that? I mean, it gives you an idea of what's going on and what the market's thinking, but over a long period, 150,000, 20,000 right now, or 19, or whatever it is, it's going to be nothing, because when you're talking about Satoshis, like, who cares? But again, it's one of those things you need to learn about, extending your horizon, looking into the future, you know?
But I
It's
think
not about,
also,
you know,
can I just
it's
make
not
a
about
point though?
getting rich. It's not about getting rich. It's about not getting poor. That's the thing. Yeah, go for it. Sorry, bro.
So I get what you're saying, and you know, but for me, it's like, for me to be able to get enough gains short term, even if I wanted to get Bitcoin, right? So how many Bitcoin would you say that a person would need in their life?
0.1. 10 million Satoshis, you'll be doing well. If you can get to 0.1 in the next decade, you'll be sitting pretty.
Yeah, but I mean, how does that sustain you though without yield?
Because, okay, one thing you need to learn about.
Can I just say
Yeah,
what I mean though? Because from what I'm thinking in my head, right, is you want something that eventually you're going to have enough of, that you're not going to be diluting down what you already have. Yeah, so this is where I think Hex is brilliant, because you can set a staking ladder out, right? And then when that staking ladder expires, you just put you the interest you live off, and the original stake, you just keep pushing that forward onto the ladder. So then that thing's
I understand how these ladders work.
Yeah. So if someone were to then go into Bitcoin, right, with this wanting, because, you know, if you've got one Bitcoin, if you're going to then want to retire, you're going to be diluting down your one Bitcoin, aren't you?
No, because one Bitcoin is always equal to one Bitcoin. Like, there's no,
but I mean, to live off of it, mate.
Yeah, okay. So the idea there is, like, I mean, this is how I see it happen in the future, that, you know, with 21 million Bitcoin and everyone's time and energy being absorbed by that 21 million Bitcoin, those Bitcoin will continually increase in value forever, right? Because there's a set
but are
amount.
they going to increase in value enough for you to sustain your life? Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
For a normal person, I'm talking about. I'm not talking about someone who's rich, got loads of money, they've got 1,000 Bitcoin or some shit. A normal person, do you know what I mean? Like me.
Yes, 100%. That's what Bitcoin is doing. It's going to be able to make everyone equal. So everyone's energy and time they put into their daily lives will lift everyone up globally. Whereas at
you realize
current,
in order to do that, you're gonna have to cut everyone's supply of Bitcoin. So you're gonna technically have to give your Bitcoin to people.
What do you mean by that? Sorry.
Because if you break down the coin to a point where you need so many Satoshis, you need a Satoshi, but yet you're someone with like 10,000 Bitcoin, bro, your wealth is unheard of.
Of course, and that's you're never going to change that. That's how humanity works. But the difference is, famous. The difference is,
to be a dollar. In order for the Satoshis to be a dollar, there needs to be a dispersion of Bitcoin to an extremity where it's very rare to have one Bitcoin.
Exactly, that's what's going to happen.
So that means that you're going to have to sell your Bitcoin.
Oh yeah, but I'm going to sell it for services and goods, which is because you need to, like, you need to live. I'm not going to buy food and you know, clothes because my Bitcoin keep going up in value. But what it will change is, if I'm handing over this Bitcoin, I want this stuff to be, you know, I want it to last. I want it to be good quality. But regardless, if you split up Bitcoin evenly among every person on the planet, you're looking at like 300,000 satoshis, which is, and I mean, from the stuff I've read and the amount, we're looking at that's a lifetime salary, 300,000 satoshis. You're not going to stop, people being richer than other people. That's always going to be part of humanity. The difference is with Bitcoin is you can't change the protocol. You can't just print more of it, which inflates it and depreciates everyone else's, which is the current system. That's the problem, right? You can't. It's very hard to change, and we've heard people go, "Oh, we need to increase Bitcoin's supply cap, to pay miners." That's 120 years away. Do you know what's going to happen in 120 years? 100 years ago, we didn't have the plane, we didn't have the car, we didn't have the TV, we didn't have the iPhone. Look what's happened. And now we're accelerating. What do you think is going to happen in 120 years? I'm sure that's what's, even Satoshi said, it's either going to be no volume or very, very high volume. So again, that's so far away, it won't matter. And a lot of, I don't think it's going to matter. The 21 million will not change. It's going to be so hard.
I hope you'll never know, bro. You'll be fucking shitting
Well, I'll be dead.
Like
I'll be dead. Yeah. Exactly.
And if you're not,
but
you'll be shitting your pants, bro. Holy fuck, 150 years old.
Yeah. Well, I just hope,
bet you're older than 10. But,
well, I
I mean?
hope I can pass it on to my. I want to pass it on to my kids, right? That's the whole point. I want to leave something that for them. That's what I'm doing. I probably won't. I won't. Get an advantage from it as much as my kids will. But
so there's a systematic. So we could agree that Bitcoin has, regardless of in 440 years, let's just say for our lifetime, you're consistently inflating, right? For our life.
Sure, whatever. I mean, semantics, but yeah. We're at 90-something%.
Literally semantics, right? So forget about our kids, right? Because at the end of the day, if you have something that is consistent until we die, I think it's a very good choice to give to our kids, like real estate.
Well, and that's that's what Bitcoin is. It's the most consistent thing in this world. Yeah, but you're going.
If it has the potential of inflating itself, right? So then what people should be doing, in essence, is getting a piece of that inflation, right? So let's compare that and just compare the idea of that to what we're trying to do. And we're saying, well, we have a constant inflation that you cannot manipulate. It is what it is.
Yeah, but famous. My problem here is you've got this. We know who created it. Straight up there, boom. You know what I mean? I just that is a red flag. The whole point.
Okay. That's okay. That's
no, I know,
your predicament. That's your predicament. It has nothing to do with something being good or not.
Well, it does in a space that's meant to be decentralized, right? Having a face is. Remember, Satoshi gave Bitcoin to the world, and we've never heard from him again. Whereas you compare that with Richard, and he's very egotistical, and it's the complete opposite, and the complete that the whole ethos of Bitcoin is what Satoshi did, but Richard's the complete opposite. So it's not like a truthful system. It just red flags all over. But I mean,
do you
think that he's going to rip us all off? Then is that what you think? Like in your heart,
I think he's doing it. I think he's doing it right now under your noses, 100%. Like, do you know who owns wallets?
Say it freely. Like, what do you think's going on? Like, just tell me what you think, man.
Well, I mean, you can't tell who owns wallets, can you? You guys have no idea.
So how do you know that Satoshi is not?
No. But I'm not talking about. I'm telling you. So it's entirely plausible that Richard has multiple wallets and he's just dumping, right? That's a plausible thing, right?
But it's another plausible thing.
But dumping from what?
Bitcoiners, people that hate Richard.
Famous. I'm not comparing thing right now. I'm just saying this is take it with a grain of salt.
Listen. I wouldn't have a real conversation about it because this means a lot to me, right? This is not a game to me. This is not like me just fucking about on the weekend.
I know.
This is my life in here. Do you know what I mean? It's like, so what are you saying, bruv? Like, just say it how it is.
Well, I'm saying if you want to put money into a protocol that has this guy going around buying, Gucci bags and that, would you trust? Do you trust him?
People buy stuff when they're rich, right?
Yeah, I know, but if that's the whole idea of this space is to not trust anyone, dude. But you've got this face to the protocol.
I don't trust his heart.
Well, you kind of are. You're trusting him
Yeah, but I
not
don't know
to
Satoshi.
rug
You
you.
know what? No, but listen, mate. Richard Hart doesn't give a shit about me and my family, right? I'm here to make money. Do you know what I mean? I don't care what
No,
Richard
I
Hart
know
does.
that.
No,
I know
seriously,
that.
I couldn't give a shit if he drives a Lamborghini or a fucking Skoda. It makes no
Even if
difference to
but
my
even
life.
if he's using your money though, that's all right.
No, but do you know what, mate? If as long as I make money out of it, I'm being brutally honest. I'm going down to grassroots here. Do you know what I mean? I'm here for the money. Right.
I know you are crypto. A lot of us are. I mean, that's partly the reason why this stuff works. Is people
So
make
what
money,
would
but
you say
also
then? How much Bitcoin then would you like to have for your family to be comfortable? Because you live in the same sort of place as me where things are expensive, right? So what's your game plan then?
well, as I said before, 0.1. Anything over 0.1
What? So
is
you've
good.
got 0.1 Bitcoin and you're happy with that?
I'm happy, but I save in Bitcoin. When I get paid, I buy Bitcoin.
Yeah, but I know that. I know you do that. But what I'm trying to say is, like, what's your figure in your head where you can go, right, I've got enough Bitcoin now. This is going to do my life, and I'm sweet. What would you say to somebody?
There is no figure. I have never been more certain of anything in my life,
No, I know
apart from
that.
my wife,
I know
than
that.
Bitcoin.
I know that, but you must have an amount of
No,
Bitcoin where you
no
can
figure.
think,
Nope, I don't have a figure. I just stack. I just
okay,
buy Bitcoin.
fair enough.
I don't care. I have enough. I have more than most. I mean, not a lot. I'm just an average guy.
So what would you say
But
is like an average guy amount then? Like what, 10 Bitcoin, 5 Bitcoin, 1 Bitcoin?
more than 0.1. I'm not going to dox myself.
No, don't dox yourself, right? So just take yourself out of yourself for a minute. If you were talking to somebody else and you would say, look, that's a cool amount to have. Do you know what I mean? What would you tell me? What would you tell me? So
Half's a cool amount.
Mate, I had a whole Bitcoin last bull run.
And do you have one now?
No, mate, I sold all of it.
Exactly. You don't have any Bitcoin.
I don't have any Bitcoin, no, because I'm looking at the gain value that I can get from something.
I know crypto, but if you look at every coin against Bitcoin, like they all go to zero.
Yeah, but they've all fucking gone down, haven't they? It's a bear market.
No, I know that, but
so when we've gone down now, right? When we've gone down now to where we are, and you hedge into something like Hex, right? Providing Hex doesn't fuck up and do some mad shit, about Richard Hart or whatever you're saying, the gains that are potentially there on the table, I know there's more risk, I get it, yeah? But when you're kind of got a time frame that's a little bit smaller and you have to think to yourself, right, I've got to kind of up the risk a little bit, potentially I'm going to come out.
What's your time frame?
No, listen. So
Yeah.
potentially I'm going to come out in the next bull market, right, with more than the 1 Bitcoin, aren't I? Potentially.
Not if Bitcoin goes to 200,000.
Yeah, but Hex, no, but if from what my plan is, do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I understand. You're trying to get
technically, that means that we would just have to go to 30 cents.
Yeah,
and we would be at the same place that we are right now.
Yes. So what I'm trying to turn around and say to you is, by the next bull market, yeah, if Hex outperforms where it was before, which I'm hoping it will do, I'm hoping for $1.50 Hex. That's my game plan, right? If I can get $1.50 Hex out, then I'm going to have way more Bitcoin, aren't I? Than what I did in the beginning.
Sure you are. Yep. I mean,
so that's cool for me. That's cool.
Now, Satoshi, let's now. Do you understand what? Because Hex is not doing this. Do you understand what we're planning on doing with Hex?
No, you mean making a totally new blockchain?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the basics.
Okay. So I'm just going to talk to you about the potential. I'm just going to talk to you about the potential. Okay. So the potential we have is to have a chain that its main focus is 3 things, just like ETH, right? ETH does store of value, transactional purpose, and liquidity. Those 3 things are the 3 main issues, and it's the reason why ETH did the performance it did. Now, we're taking care of that by providing Hex, Pulse Chain, and PulseX. So what Hex is going to become is the place where everyone takes their economical value and puts it in it and allows you to just hold it. You don't have to stake it. You could just hold it. Now, what's cool is that we can agree that right now liquidities on chains are quote unquote fake liquidities, because it's not the true liquidity of the token. It's not, you don't have all the tokens there available to trade. You got a certain fake liquidity that's ratio bonded, right? Now we have the potential, because on ETH it would be stupid to do it, to provide over what ETH provides as a liquidity, because then everyone would just suck your value, because ETH is the one place to store all your value on ETH. Now on Pulse Chain, you have the potential of creating much bigger liquidities. Why? Well, because you got Pulse Chain, which will be in exchanges. And no one can stop that. So you have the liquid token that people could go in and out. And then once they're in the system, as long as we provide that big of a liquidity, X could go to like $1. Easy. Like don't even sweat it, bro. So when people say the potential of games is so much easier than what you have to go through, or what I'm gonna stop saying you, what Bitcoin has to go through in order to reach those levels. Now, when you look at risk-wise, I agree with you. The risk of Bitcoin doing well in the eyes of new investors compared to us, it's much harder for us to get the new investor to come in Hex than to say, hey, buy Bitcoin. Much harder. I agree with you. So there's more potential for you to grow. But the X's is not comparable. So
That's what I'm talking about.
This is a risky play. But in finance, there's a low risk, a medium risk, and a high risk. So that's why we're not on the same level. Because obviously, if you're thinking low risk and like what's going to be out there, I was going to answer the question. I think you're good with one Bitcoin.
Oh, easily.
If Bitcoin's going to do what it's going to do, I think one Bitcoin is very good.
But also, like, you know, 20,000 USD is hard for a lot of people these days.
One Bitcoin in one generation, maybe not one actually. Let's say like one full cycle of a generation is what, three generations. So in one cycle of generation, I believe that one Bitcoin could take care of the whole next 3 generations easy and set up everyone. Yeah, that's possible. But the potential that we have to have with Hex, because it is working perfectly fine. The consistency is there. I've been in DeFi most of my career, literally in crypto. And when you look at consistency, that's a big eye opener. And you're willing to take less to make less money with something that's more secure. I would rather sell Coke than to sell Pepsi. Why? Well, because I know more people want Coke than Pepsi. Technology will continuously evolve, and I'm for helping it evolve. I know that Bitcoin will not evolve. I think it's going to stay the same and it's going to work good. It won't work perfectly because of the fact that I believe we fucked up in the early days and we didn't create something completely different with Ethereum. Because you guys, Bitcoin could have been like 85% of the market and still been 85% of the market. But in my opinion, we made a mistake. But it's okay. It happens. Now we just got to continue with the motion. And I just believe, and I see in the future, and I bet you in 20 years, I'll tell you, and I'll be like, and you'll probably say you were right. It would have been the better decision to come together and work together. Because I think we're going to end up working together, and it's going to be later than sooner. And it'll be the best decision we did. But for now, I guess we got to go with the motion, Satoshi. You know what I mean? Like, I think we just got to go with the motion. It is what it is. But I would say that, like, how many times have you spent $100 stupidly in your life? I bet you there's a number. You know what I mean? Like, let's be honest. Like, man,
who hasn't?
Why not come to us? If you were going to choose anything else besides Bitcoin, I bet you, if you wanted to, right? Because you probably don't want to, but the best choice you have after Bitcoin, because you are a Bitcoin maxi, is Hex. Why? Because of us in this room, because we're willing to not be stupid with you. We're willing to talk and make you understand that, like, there's a whole nother world on the other side of the mountain. Yes, there's that one mountain, but there's another side on it, and you could live happily also there. You know, do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think we can agree on a lot of
it's like
things.
come for the Kool-Aid, bro. Just like we should come for the Kool-Aid and maybe get one Bitcoin each.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
look at Famous. He's admitting as well that he's got Bitcoin, right? He's got Bitcoin. He's got Hex. You know, he's in on both. So, mate, why be so small-minded to think I'm
I
only
don't
going to
think
hold
he
this?
is. I just think he. I don't think he is. I think he just hasn't heard the proper.
Yeah,
like,
just go for it, man. Just like, do you know what?
No, more than that. It's just like if someone comes up to him and says "fuck you," you know, your shit's broken, and he always
Yeah,
uses
why
the
would?
same stupidity, then he's not gonna take it in. But if
Yeah,
if
but
you
no
just say,
one's
okay,
going to say that to him. Well, I wouldn't say that to him. I'm here to learn. I'm here to make money, right? And at the end of the day, yeah, if you, who wins the Formula One race? The driver that fucking is willing to drive hard, isn't it? And's got the skills, yeah. So at the end of the day, if you are willing to think, right, okay, I'm going to put a small amount of my portfolio into Hex, you know, why wouldn't you do that? It's like, just do it
Because it's just not worth it for me.
Yeah, but think about the potential upside. Think about the potential upside, man. Like, the potential upside is going to get you more Bitcoin. Do you know what I mean?
But it can also go to zero though, crypto.
Yeah, but you know, you could get
yeah,
one.
but Satoshi, like, okay, bro, like, it.
I mean, obviously, you agree that there's you agree that there's a potential that it could go to zero, right?
Of course.
Okay.
There's always a potential. It's a risky play, but you like if you don't acknowledge what we've achieved up till now,
who's
then
we?
There's no
Though?
point in
Who's we?
The Hexicans. When we
yeah,
look when
again,
we look
I don't like this whole community thing. Like, no one gives a shit. Like in the white paper, you know how many times community was mentioned in the Bitcoin white paper? Zero, because Bitcoin doesn't give a fuck. Exactly, no one. It doesn't care about you. But you
even
guys
our white paper, the code doesn't give a shit about us.
Where was the halvening mentioned in the Bitcoin white paper?
Oh God, who's this boomer? What's that got to do with this?
Well, you were talking about things being mentioned in white papers. I was just curious if you were kind of. Like
I heard you the other night talking, and you did a little fruity and slip, mate. What are you going to say about
that? I got nothing to say about anything. Just listening to you chatter on about like how Bitcoin's the best, and
well, I've been talking to Famous and Crypto quite a lot, and we've been having good discussions.
No, that's great, mate. But you want to have a rotary phone on your wall, or you want to have a iPhone in your hand?
Yeah, it shows me you don't understand what Bitcoin's solving,
bro. I've been in Bitcoin a long time.
You know what I'm going to do as an experiment? Probably. Yeah, just as an experiment, I'm going to purchase. What did you say? 0.1 of a Bitcoin, yeah? Did you say that?
Yeah.
You said that.
Do you know what you're getting into though? You know what you're buying? You got cold storage?
Yeah, listen, I know about all that. But what I'm going to do, just as an experiment, right? I'm going to buy 0.1 of a Bitcoin, and I'm going to buy the equivalent monetary value of Hex and put it in a separate wallet as well. And then we're going to have another little chat when it comes to the bull market.
Okay, hit me up.
Just out of interest, just to see what this does, because you know what I mean.
Sure.
Be interested in it. And why don't you do the same?
Because I'm not. I don't care about my daughter's future.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's worth it. It's worth it, isn't it?
It's not, because if I buy $1,900 of Hex and it, I mean, I see it.
Yeah, but what if it doesn't? Do 100. What if it doesn't do what you're fearing? Don't live in fear, man. What if it doesn't do what you're fearing? What if it actually does what it's supposed to do? What if it does that? That's
which
amazing.
Is what I thought. You're not meant to expect any gains from it, right?
Well, of course I'm fucking expecting gains. Why do you think I'm here? I'm not.
You're not meant to though. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but I am.
Yeah, but that's human bullshit. But the Satoshi, that's human bullshit.
I know, well, but I mean, you're not. The whole point of Hex is not to expect gains, right? Otherwise, or from the work of others.
No, the whole point of Hex is you don't make anything from the work of others. You make
it's
Hex
just your
off of the code.
Yeah, I know, and the whole reason
it's like Bitcoin.
So it's not a. I know, but the whole reason he put that in is so it's not a security. That's that's easy to see.
Okay, but it still works.
Sure, whatever. whatever.
No, whatever. It still works. It's still something fucking
Yeah,
cool.
I mean, I know all it's doing is printing more of itself. I understand.
Well, it doesn't. It does. No. Wait. If no one stakes, it doesn't inflate.
So what's
You
the point
realize?
of Hex if you're not staking then?
Okay, but but the point of Hex, the
But
utility
you
of
just
Hex
said
is
if
that
no one stakes, literally the whole point of
there's
Hex is
no.
to stake.
But then there's no inflation that occurs, so no one's getting diluted if no one stakes. That's what you do. So like when you think about Bitcoin, if only one person mines, they get all the inflation, right? Well, if one person
Sure, but they're
stakes,
also
they
putting
get
in
all
all
the
the work.
inflation, and it can only be 3.69% of the supply.
Yeah, but
Just
remember,
like
dude,
you,
it's costing them money to mine the
but
Bitcoin.
it costs every day for them to make that inflation. For that inflation to occur, there's money that you need to pay every day, and you
Yeah,
pay
but
it
it's
at the end.
costing nothing to inflate
Yeah,
Hex, right? If
well,
you're the person doing
you're
it,
getting
there's zero value.
You're getting billed as you progress, and us we get billed at the end.
But what do you mean, like for gas fees?
Well, no, because the gas fee is not just a normal gas fee. It's a gas fee for every day that you've done it. So the more days you do, the more it costs for you to
Okay,
do
and
it.
so where do those fees go to?
To the people that the miners,
But
or
it's validators now, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you're
the people
enriching.
who validate, no, but let's just say the people that validate the transaction.
Yeah, but it's on a proof of stake system now, so they're just getting richer and richer. But yeah, I know, I understand.
Even with mining, they would get richer and richer. So if more people would
not
stake
really.
Hex, the miners would get.
Bitcoin mining is super competitive, right? It's if you're not good at what you do, you have to sell. Like you have to capitulate. You have to sell miners. You have to sell everything. Like
Yeah, but if you were to build Hex on your Lightning Network, then you could have your own node and get paid off of everyone staking on that. So, yeah, you could.
I'll
but
see it when I believe it.
But you could. He just chose not to go there.
Yeah, but I mean, we're digressing left and right here. There's so many points to catch up on.
No, I agree with you, but
I wanted to ask Hex if Hextech, if he's been in Bitcoin so long. Do you know? Did you mine or?
Yeah, I mined, and I got in through Andreas Antonopoulos back in the day through his talks. So yeah, 100%. And I'll give credos to you and this. Bitcoin is what got me into crypto, or what has become cryptocurrencies. So, I mean, I was 100% Bitcoin maximalist at the very beginning. I was the guy in the corporate meetings raising my hand and like buy Bitcoin. So there's that.
And so what happened?
I just saw a gentleman named Richard Hart who came out with a superior product, and real recognizes real. I mean, there's MySpace and there's Facebook. So there you go.
I mean, you it's not really, you're not comparing MySpace and Facebook. We're talking about the internet and like Fire, right? It's not even close.
Well, Bitcoin's
and the
not
fact
DeFi.
you mentioned a name,
DeFi,
it doesn't need to be DeFi. You mentioned someone's name and like straight up, as I was saying to Famous and Crypto before, to me that's a red flag. To be a decentralized, protocol, you don't want any ties to anyone. Like having that.
I'm talking about innovators. I'm not talking about coins when I mention people's names. So, innovators are the people that like bring new technologies to light. So
why is it Vitalik getting the same fucking scrutiny?
Yeah, well,
he dumped. Vitalik just literally.
Trust me, I criticize him. Yeah, Vitalik's a scammer as well. There's no doubt about it. 100%.
But Vitalik is.
He's probably the worst.
Unquote scammer because he sold, but like, there's no proof that Richard sold. Like, even us trying to prove it, there's no proof.
No, but I mean, as I was saying before, it's entirely possible that he can. You don't know who owns wallets, so it's not like it's. He could be selling.
So because Satoshi, in two ways, either doesn't sell, or it doesn't look like Satoshi is selling. Because this is what I don't understand. As for me too, it's like Satoshi could always exist and just sell whenever the fuck he wants. right? There's always that
Sure,
possibility. I'm sorry, you
sure.
can't say that. Oh,
Yeah,
no
but
one in Bitcoin
but you
knows
can
he's
see
dead.
all his
There's
wallets have never
probably,
moved, all
I think there's
the
three
original
guys.
wallets.
I think there's three guys that know Satoshi. I personally, when looking at it back in the day, because I personally thought the guy died, because the guy would have had to have been attacked by so many fucking entities, so many fucking people using it, because they would have just have wanted to scam him and take more and get more, right? Because
And
it's just the way it works.
that's why he disappeared, though. Exactly why.
I think he was whacked. I really think he was whacked because there's only 3 known wallets that have interacted with him on the spot, where it was so easy for the transaction to happen because they were in the same place.
And who
Like
do you think Satoshi is?
it could have been anyone.
Well,
Satoshi could have been
that's what I mean.
Satoshi could have been a group, but at the time, one person could have had the seed phrase. It could have been a group, and at the time, for what it was, like, dude, like, it was worthless. It was an idea. Why would everyone have it? Why would everyone have the seed phrase?
Well, I mean, we'll never know. That's the whole point.
But like, you got to think, like, okay, think like the way I was thinking about it is like trying to be those humans. It's like if the idea doesn't work, we could just pop them and that's it. Like, think about it. If one person only fucks up, it's not everyone. So then there's the only problem is that we have is that only the thing doesn't work. Not that we have the potential of getting us scamming each other. When you're innovating to that extent, you're thinking about these things. So I truly do believe that the guy who owns those seeds to Satoshi does not exist anymore. And someone can brute force it in about, I'd say, 20 something years. They will brute force that. And then when that happens, I don't know what to say.
You think you can brute force Satoshi's private keys?
No. I think it's possible, yeah.
No, as you think it's possible to do.
At one point in time, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, bro.
Do you know how it works? Like, do you know how hard that is? How many numbers?
Bro,
how many
iterations? Do you realize that our great-grandfathers, if we were to go there and tell them, yo, bro, I have an iPhone. You know what this is, bro? I can watch TV, pay bills, call people. I could be on the other side of the world and I could see her pussy. Look at this.
Yeah,
look
yeah.
It's a real girl. Look, grandpa. It's a fucking pussy. Look at this. And it's shaved. You know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. You think it's not possible for hackers are the most powerful things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, but you
can't.
You do not want
to get fucked by
hack private keys. The only way to
you could brute force it. You could get a computer that's strong enough to figure it out.
Okay. So,
bro, come on. You can't say it's not possible, bro. Like,
no. It is possible, but it takes about 5 billion years.
No. Okay, and they also say you can't recreate the pyramids. But it's like, how are you actually going to enslave 3 generations and tell them?
Wait. You're talking about completely different things here, dude.
No, it's not. Yeah. It's the same statistical. It's like you're trying to create something now where it doesn't exist, right? It hasn't been invented. The computational power has not yet been invented.
I agree. Yeah.
So you always have to consider that there is that possibility. Everyone can get fucked, not just you guys. Everyone can get fucked. I really truly believe that someone will build a powerful enough computer to make things evolve. It happens.
To brute force a 24-word private key.
I think it could be possible. Yeah, I really think it could be possible.
I mean, if you think so, I mean, the numbers disagree with you, but yeah.
With a mnemonic 24-word phrase, it costs at this point, I think it costs $10 trillion to do. If I'm not mistaken, or $100 trillion to do. So,
and what if it's got nothing in it?
Well, by computational power, I believe that the statistics are not considering the actual, like, I don't think they're considering the actual hyperbolic, what would be the word? The curve of us adopting innovation. Like, the curve of us adopting innovation is one thing, but the curve of the actual innovation of that technology, we don't really have. So if we're not really taking that parabolicness, then we can't say, because we're taking the parabolicness of how the introduction of technology was given to us, but the innovation of that technology, we don't know, because it's not I don't think it's a cataloged hyperbolicness. So if you were to take that, in essence, I think it's different. So yes, I don't think it would take billions of years. It would probably take maybe a generation or two. The way we're going, at the pace that we're going, there's always someone that could cataclysmically change that hyperball and just make it go boom, like we've done it in the past.
Again, it's. I don't think you understand how secure private keys actually are. Like the numbers are so unimaginably big. It'd blow your mind how big these numbers are.
Bro, there's such. I
Famous.
think
You literally the only time private keys. The only time private keys are going to be broken in any sort of reasonable time is when the computer itself doesn't generate heat and occupies something other than space.
The chance of you existing, the chance of you existing is lower than you breaking it. And you exist. Stop with this.
Yeah, and it's taken
you know what
13
I mean? Like,
it's taken 13 billion years for me to exist just by pure chaos and luck, and here I am. It's taken 13 billion years.
No, it took maybe I'll give it to your dad, maybe an hour.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about the entire age of the universe. I'm going back that far. I'm not talking about
Bitcoin's the same amount then.
Well, exactly 13 billion years, but you got to remember you not only you're putting in energy, but you're also got to put in the time. So it's it's that double. You got to wait, and you've got to pay for electricity. There's no other way.
If the computer gets it on the 100th year.
Well, I mean it is luck, right? It's luck, but the chances are very, very slim.
Yeah,
that's the thing about.
But what's higher? What's even less unlikely is us existing. But yet here we are.
I mean, I don't know if that's true. I'd have to look at the numbers. It seems I'm not talking about that, but I'm saying that cracking the price.
I really do think because it's like 1 out of 4 trillion.
Well, I mean, yeah, you do think, but I haven't looked up I don't know how you'd even calculate the chances of me existing. Like, how do you calculate it?
Okay, but I mean, I think we've established that Satoshi, you think like that it is possible. You just don't know. You don't agree that it'll happen in an X amount of time. I mean, like
no, it's all probability. That's all it is, right? That's
but it's not impossible. Is what all I'm saying. You're aware that it's not.
We're not. I'm not. I didn't disagree with that. I'm just saying it's very, very, very difficult. The numbers game is insane with SHA-256.
But so I would have a question for you. I'm new to all of this, and just based on what you had said before about the 0.1 or 0.5 of a Bitcoin, you knowing what you know now, based on what the research you've done. I'm under the impression that Bitcoin had vulnerabilities, at least 2 vulnerabilities. Not only the vulnerabilities, just give me 1 sec. Not only the vulnerabilities, but from my understanding, there's also a large amount of Bitcoin in 2 separate occasions that has yet to come into that market, which would represent not a vulnerability on the code, but a vulnerability on the price. So at what point do you as an investor see that as...
Yeah, okay. So I'll answer your first point. Don't care, and 2, don't care. That's as simple as I make it. You're talking about the inflation bugs, I'm assuming. Again, don't give a shit. 2, you're talking about Mt. Gox, I'm assuming. Again, don't care. Like, dude, this is like we're not mucking around here. We're changing the fiat system, and we're doing it with 7 transactions a second. All right, that it's as simple as that. You're dealing in semantics, man. You guys are so bound up in these inflation bugs. No one gives a shit, dude. We're going up against fucking nation state governments, and you guys are printing more of your own shitcoin token. Like, come on, man.
Doesn't it bother you that like the product? Yes, I don't think we can deny anyone in crypto that Bitcoin had paved the way to where we are today. It's just that I have trouble with the argument that it's the only one. It obviously has its flaws, And
It's the only one that's going to change the money. Sure. I mean, you can dive into all the other stuff. That's what I'm here for, right? I'm here
but
to change
is
the
that
world.
really the argument though? Because
For Bitcoin?
well, in crypto in general, they're all aiming to change the system. Just why
Well, I
is
mean,
the oldest
I
one the
don't think
only?
they are, though, because at the, the whole point of it is to be decentralized and, uncensorable and all this stuff. But with the 20,000 altcoins, there are aspects of it that are centralized with every one of them, right? That's the thing. With Bitcoin, we've got this fine balance between, like nodes, miners, and users, and that's what keeps the network decentralized. We've seen it. Any other crypto getting banned by China would be dead, but Bitcoin didn't give a shit. It just packed up, moved to another country, and started up again. And now it's got another, I think it's 20% hash rates back in China. So this is you guys are just printing more of your own token, but Bitcoin's literally beating nation states. If I mean, that's as simple and as nice as I can put it.
But that argument could be made with a lot of cryptos.
Well, like which? Give me one.
Well, let's say Ethereum tried to do it, and now we have Hex that's trying to do it.
Yeah, so Ethereum we know was centralized at the beginning, and now it's trending to more and more centralization. Like we know that it's just shown that 51% of validators are OFAC compliant.
So again,
right?
We're talking about a concept that was good before, and now it's prehistoric.
I mean, what, Bitcoin or
no Ethereum?
Yeah, it's trending to more and more centralization. That's we know that now. It's confirmed.
But can that argument be made also with Bitcoin today versus what it was before?
No, it's becoming more and more decentralized. More people are running nodes. More miners are. I'm mining. We got people literally mining in a garage at home.
Yeah, of course. But you are going up against farms in centralized countries that don't pay for electricity like you do.
But that's not how mining pools work. Like that's sure they can do that, but that's why you have nodes running. That's what I was saying about that balance of power, right? You've got nodes making sure the miners are validating to certain your rules, or should I say your rules. That's why it's important to run a node.
Understood. But again, we are talking about centralization. You mentioned China. China banned its population from using Bitcoin, but yet China mines, was one of the biggest miners.
It was at that time, sure, and now it's dispersed again, so that argument is invalid. A lot of the hash rates in North America, I think now, and a lot of it's spinning up in Africa, I believe. There's a lot of wasted energy there. Again, this is what I mean. Bitcoin mining is so beautifully complex, but nothing else has that really to the level that Bitcoin has.
That's it. But sorry, for me, the argument is just it's the vulnerability part. I don't understand how something could
vulnerable.
Be
how though?
Well, there was two incidents where there was inflation bugs, and that really that should be alarming. And not only are there the bugs, but there's all that money, all that Bitcoin that's going to come flood into the market. That's another.
You mean Mt. Gox?
Concern. Yeah, Mt. Gox is one of them. I forget what the other one is, but
yeah. I mean, sure. If you want to play that game, I mean, again, I don't care, right? A lot of these people who had money in Mt. Gox or Bitcoin, should I say? Sorry, they've probably made a lot of money. Some of them might sell, but some of them might have done the work. They've put in the work, and they've seen what Bitcoin actually is. And who know? We don't know. But again, I just don't care, and neither does Bitcoin. And on your point of inflation bugs, it's software, right? And it was so long ago. And again, if things happen to Bitcoin, right, you can if consensus is there, which is hard in Bitcoin, it can you can put in forks or soft forks to change stuff. That's the whole point of it. But Bitcoin is very, very hard to change. You've got to get everyone to agree. That's why it's such a beautiful system.
Okay, beautiful for some, but prehistoric for others.
Prehistoric how?
Well, prehistoric in the sense that it's something that could be so much better than what it is. I mean,
But
I
it's
don't
doing
deny the
all.
fact that it didn't pave the way. Just bear in mind that my argument is not the fact that it started something beautiful, but the argument is more like is it the only thing? That's a bit.
It's the only thing that really matters. Yeah, it's
But the only thing that really matters is something that has vulnerability bugs, and we have governments that are holding tons of it through their own means, just
and
waiting
JR,
to flood a
guess
market.
what? That's Bitcoin is for everyone. Like again, it doesn't matter, man. Like even if governments hold it, Russia, Ukraine, who gives a shit? America, they've seized it, whatever. It doesn't matter. They can't change the protocol, right? It doesn't matter if you have 1,000 Bitcoin or 1 Bitcoin or 0.1 Bitcoin. You're equal in the network. It
Okay,
doesn't matter.
but can't that particular argument be used on any coin?
No, it can't because a lot of coins are proof of majority are proof of stake,
But you
and the
can
more.
change the consensus in Bitcoin,
No,
whereas the
I just said
consensus is
that.
locked in
Yes,
hex.
you
Yeah,
can.
because it's
It's just very,
community
very
driven,
hard.
right? So there's your break and thing because the
Yeah,
code
okay. So
in hex is
Deck,
locked.
I got
No,
firstly.
stop talking over
There's a
me.
reason you
Stop
can't
talking over
change.
me.
You can't change
Okay,
it
you want to be a
because
twat rocket? Go ahead, talk all you
Richard
want.
made it closed.
No, let him talk, Satoshi. Let me explain. He's bringing up a good point.
I'm trying to tell you the consensus code is locked in hex. So if you want to go and change operations outside of it, you're not going to change the consensus. The reason Bitcoin is referred to as spaghetti code, and that's why I changed it to meatballs, because you have a cat graphic. So I thought I'd change my actual face to a pile of meatballs, is the fact that Bitcoin has what's basically known as spaghetti code, because there are people that can get in there and change the consensus, and that's what's opened it up to those two inflation bugs. That's all I think JR was alluding to, and I think you should address that rather than going off to Ukraine and all these other different country things.
These inflation bugs you're talking about.
What about them? I mean, twice in Bitcoin's 13 plus year history, it was inflated and they had to roll back the chain. That was very early on in Bitcoin. The second one was responsibly disclosed by actually a Bitcoin Cash developer.
Yeah, I am.
You're aware of that, and
of course,
what I've heard you say 15 times, because every time you say it, I put a little check mark on my yellow legal pad, is like, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. Well, guess what? Us in the Hex community, we care. You're in our house, we care, and we understand Bitcoin probably as good as you. I'm not going to say better than you. I think you're an ultimate maximalist, but you got to listen to a little bit of reason.
Let Brian take this one.
I was connecting and I didn't hear everything.
I need to have some water.
No, I came up because I heard the thing about spaghetti code, and I wanted to know what spaghetti code is.
Two things, Brian: spaghetti code and the inflation bugs. The Hexicans love this because Richard constantly, parades it on his things, but he's just upset that he lost a shitload. But yeah, go on.
Richard said that Bitcoin is made of spaghetti code.
Yeah, he said it a few times, and also he really harps on the two inflation bugs. He loves to push that point to the Hexicans, and not to mention that the Hexicans are literally investing in like a closed source. Like you can't look at like the code of Hex, which is a problem. I mean, I can make a copy of Hex and just give it. How many people are in this space actually? 29. Why don't I just create a copy of?
Wait, Sakamoto. I thought. All right, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought Hex was supposed to be or is a smart contract in Ethereum, so isn't it open source by definition?
Well, that's a good point. I'm not sure about that. I'd have to see if I can look at the source, but I mean, the fact it's a smart contract on Ethereum tells you all you really need to know.
Oh no! I agree 100%. That's also one of the other things of the consensus being locked. I mean, first of all, it's a smart contract in Ethereum. It doesn't participate on network consensus whatsoever. The underlying network is the one that's doing consensus for you. It just switched over from
Yeah,
proof
so
of work to proof of stake, and you had no say in it
yeah,
whatsoever.
and Hex, yeah, they don't. That's exactly right. They have no idea. They've got no say what happens on the Ethereum chain. Correct.
Yeah, and as far as the spaghetti code aspect goes, like, dude, Bitcoin is written in C++. It's literally like a low-level language as close to the hardware as you can get. It's literally like the definition of one of the most well-coded like softwares I've ever seen. Like,
No,
dude, if you could read code and you would actually skim over Bitcoin code a little bit, it's open source. You can go on GitHub and you can look at it yourself. You'll realize that like the person who made this thing had to be a very, very, very good developer. He had to know exactly what he was doing.
I mean, even with the inflation bugs, Hex. I mean, it's still it's still doing what it's meant to do. So I still don't see that as a problem. Code has bugs. What do you do? It's still doing exactly what it does, which is just TikTok next block, motherfucker.
Yeah, so it's not just about the bugs and the issues, right? Because every piece of human designed engineering, whether it be software or hardware, like buildings, whatever, will have issues. It will. It's how it copes with those issues that really matters. And in the case of Bitcoin, the way the network is designed allows it to be resilient to any bugs that may come up, any issues that may happen. I mean, literally just last week. Sorry, I'm out for a walk right now, so just let me know if you can't hear me. But just last week, there was a really critical bug on LND, the Lightning Network, and the network entirely froze, literally froze, and nothing happened.
Lightning
Well, would you
separate from Bitcoin.
well, would you say that it's consistent?
Define consistent. Do you mean like it just like it doesn't fail often, or I can use it to do what I need to do?
Is Bitcoin consistent? It's kind of a
No,
rhetorical
yeah,
question. I know the answer.
yeah, absolutely, dude. It's one of the most predictable things like mankind has ever engineered. It's doing exactly what we've needed it to do for 14 years now. Every 10 minutes, it produces a block. There's a halving every couple of years. The rules have literally been consistent for 14 years. You can't get more consistent than that.
Okay, and what more potential do you have? Bitcoin 3 years in or Bitcoin now?
What do you mean by potential?
Which one would you rather have? Which one has more potential? Knowing what
do you mean technological potential, or you mean monetary potential, like making money?
I think both.
Technological potential, there's no doubt in my mind, is Bitcoin. Money potential, you could probably gamble. You could probably gamble on shit coins that make more money, but there's a lot of factors that go into that.
I think personally, you would rather have 3-year-old Bitcoin because like that, it gives you a chance to maybe redo the mistakes, and at the same time, too, obviously, why wouldn't you want Bitcoin at 3 years? But my predicament is the consistency, right? So we're in a coin that for 3 years is consistent. The code is consistent. So
the Bitcoin code?
No, if it is that, no, the hex code is consistent. That's all I'm saying. I'm not talking about any. I'm not gonna shit in anyone's face for any stupidity that could be fixed. It's just
no, bro. I'm not trying to shit on your guys' space. Like, I'm just trying to present facts here. Like, it's
I do.
Hex is an ERC20 token, and it's a smart contract. That's what it is.
100%. But all I'm saying, and compared to what you're probably going to hear from most people, is that I like consistency. So when you look at the consistency, it's worth looking into. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not trying to convince Bitcoiners to adopt us. I'm not trying to convince you that you're better or not, or you suck more than us, or whatever. I'm just saying there's a certain je ne sais pas quoi with consistency in crypto in the last 7 years. So when something is consistent, I like looking at it, and I like to consider the potential, and that's all I'm saying. Just consider the consistency, the potential of the consistency that it's created. That's it.
No, and I respect that, man. And I think that you can agree with me when I say that, like, you'll look at Bitcoin and realize that it's been consistently doing the same thing it's promised to be doing for 14 years. So you have to, like, even the most diehard critics at some point have to swallow their their tongue and just be like, all right, this thing is 14 years in and it's still just doing the same thing. Something must be here. Like, it's not going away. It's not dying. Nobody's not using it. Like, it's still chugging along. So if you're like me, and I also appreciate consistency, and that's what I like. I like to be able to plan for my future. And so at some point, I used to believe Bitcoin was a scam and a fraud, and the same thing almost every single person believed. But I had to swallow my tongue and do research and be like, okay, I was wrong.
But there's a difference between the two words. I'd call Bitcoin resilient, but I'd call Hex consistent. And the reason it's consistent is because of the lock consensus. And I think you're missing that part of the discussion, is the fact that, yeah, Bitcoin is resilient. They have come across and solved those problems. But ultimately, you can change code, update, build on Hex, as an ERC20, but the consensus is locked. So, where it's not in Bitcoin.
So what do you mean by consensus? There is no consensus in Hex. Like, you understand what a network consensus is, right?
Yes, I do understand.
Okay, so how is Hex, which is an ERC20 token that exists on Ethereum network, the underlying network that powers Hex is Ethereum. So the consensus layer is Ethereum, not Hex. Hex has no consensus mechanism whatsoever.
Okay, so it's on two other level ones. It's going to be on a third when Pulse Chain launches. So I'm sorry, where's your argument?
Again, so let's use what actually exists and not what's going to be built, because Pulse Chain's been promised literally since I came into the space in 2019.
Okay,
so it's been 3 years now.
Let's take Pulse Chain out of let's go to ETH-POW. Let's go to ETH-F. All right, is it operating fairly on there?
I don't know, because I've never heard of it, but I would assume no, because
do more research.
So this is, bro, this is the part that you're missing. If there was actual network consensus in the Hex, there wouldn't need to be other copies of it. It would exist on one chain and one network by itself, and that's it. Just creating more copies of the same. Creating more copies of the same token doesn't increase, because it's like, okay, I'm gonna make one on Apple, make Hex on Solana, make Hex on every fucking network that implements smart contracts.
But that's different because you're deploying different versions of it.
Yeah.
When you have a complete system state fork, it's technically the same thing. It's just on a different chain ID.
No. But what Brian is saying is there's one, like there's one Bitcoin, right? All the others are zero. And the same
copies,
ETH,
yeah.
ETH is just moved to proof of stake. Every other chain is dead. They're all dead. No one uses them.
But
there can be only one.
There's Bitcoin on Binance.
Well, I mean, they're basically zero, right? And they've gone to zero.
Is pegged to it's Bitcoin. It's pegged Bitcoin.
But it's not. But Famous is different because it's not Bitcoin. It's like a wrapped version of Bitcoin. It's an IOU from a company.
But that's the wrapped version. When you do the system state fork, it's different. It actually is Hex. Now there's this. It's completely. That's why I love this, because it's completely different, and I hate being us comparing each other. It's like, okay, but like, I would go ahead and tell you, just look at the consistency of this thing, of this code. That, like, even if it was deployed somewhere else, it works perfectly fine, and it's still consistent, and it will nothing will happen to it. Now there's other coins that are building on top of this code, so it's still an ERC20, but it's built with an ERC for an ERC20, which hasn't been done before. Because if you look at Aave, which is very important, or you look at Curve, which is very important, none of them actually have coins building on top of them. It's a protocol that allows you to use other coins and do the shitty way of doing crypto, which is you end up giving your coins to someone, which I agree with you is shit. But Hex doesn't do that. It works perfectly everywhere. And that's what, and I'm not saying it's better. I'm just saying, bro, there's consistency.
No, I get you, man. I get you.
You know what I mean? So you gotta, like, I just want to take out the narrative that we are a shit coin. Because a shit coin does nothing. BNB as an ERC20, I agree with you, is a shit coin. It does nothing. Because the only value BNB has is on its chain as an exchange. You know, you look at Matic, well, it has no value on an ERC20. It only has value and utility on its chain. You look at all these other coins, they have no utility within themselves coded. You got to take it and do something with it, which in essence is centralized because you need humans to do something. But with Hex, you just need the authentication of the code to do something, which is very consistent and can't be broken.
So famous. This is where the disagreement comes along with quote unquote Bitcoin maximalists. The first thing I'll say is that I don't believe everything else is a shitcoin. There are some things that I think are doing interesting stuff. I question whether the market is actually, you know what I mean? I question whether it's actually going to provide real value. Unfortunately, Hex is not one of those things. I'll be real with you. I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I do believe Hex is a shitcoin, but there's reasons for that. It's not because of a tribalistic thing. It's not because of like, oh, I don't like innovation. I don't want people to try new things. There's many arguments I could give you. We'll never agree on it, but I just want you to understand it doesn't come from like having my blinders on. I'm sure you've heard I'm sure you've heard all of them though. That's the thing. Like I can give you them, and you've probably heard refutations to all of them. Like, oh, it's centralized. Richard Hart is probably draining liquidity. I haven't really looked into this stuff, so I can't prove it. I apologize. The fact that it's an ERC20 token that doesn't have its own network consensus, you guys are basically at the whim of Ethereum, and everybody tosses out to me, oh, but Pulse Chain is going to be coming out, and yeah, that's great when it comes out and you guys can actually amass consensus around this thing, and you guys can run your own nodes and try to make it decentralized. Yeah, go ahead.
When you have a product, right? Let's say we were a product, right? So a product has a prototype. Am I not correct? Like when you go and you pitch something, you say, I'm going to sell you this scooter. You like when you go pitch the idea of people investing in a product, right? Which is, let's say, Pulse Chain. And you say, okay, here's a scooter. So when you go to the investors, you bring a prototype with you, right? It's not the finished product, but hey, I got a prototype. This is the invention. Look at how, like when you create something and you invent something, there's a prototype to it. Now there is a prototype to Pulse Chain. So when people say, okay, and I understand it's not out, so we can't say shit. But when people say that it's doesn't exist, that's where people are wrong, because there is a prototype out there. Now,
is there a GitHub repo for it?
Yes. Not repo.
Send me a link for that. I want to see it.
You could just go on Pulse Chain, Testnet, GitLab, and then go check it out. It's being edited, so we still got the transition of the roadmap, right? So when as an investor in crypto, I'm very fascinated by how transparent this is following through, right? It's never been done before where an EVM fork is fully state copying everything. And then at the same time too, what they're doing is they're allowing people to build on it prototype wise. So it's like you could pre-build on it.
Famous, here's the thing. This is anti-Ethereum, right? So let me ask you this, Brian. If anything ever gets built on top of Bitcoin, will it also not have consensus? Because you want things to be built on top of Bitcoin, right? So
what do you mean by not have consensus?
Well, you're saying Hex doesn't have consensus because it's built on Ethereum. So you understand clearly that it uses Ethereum's consensus to run. So that's why I'm asking, if anything ever gets built on top of Bitcoin, does it not have consensus?
Yeah, that's the value. That's the value proposition for building things on top of these blockchains, period, is the consensus mechanism. Because what they allow you to do is reach consensus in a decentralized manner with no middleman.
Right. So anything built on top of Bitcoin or on top of Ethereum will still have consensus because they're using the underlying consensus method, right? In your case, Bitcoin. In Hex's case, it's Ethereum. So the question really is, does Ethereum work? Ethereum clearly works. And if you look at the gains it's made on Bitcoin, a lot of people clearly believe this. So if your argument is that Ethereum and EVM is garbage, it has problems. So, I mean, nobody here is gonna, we're trying to fix that. Look how long it's taking. Like there are problems. We get it, but that's what we're here trying to fix. Right. And so, just as far as like, is it a shitcoin? Is it not a shitcoin? What we could do is let's go through all the attributes that you think make Hex a shitcoin and then see if any of them are true about Bitcoin. Because I think you've just held things to such a high standard that if it's just not called Bitcoin, it's a shitcoin. But that's not
That's literally the definition of a shitcoin.
So wait, Trillian, before we proceed with our conversation, I just want to set one thing clear. Is it wrong to hold your investments to a high degree? Like, is it wrong to question them and want them to actually function as Bro, I'm one of the biggest
Absolutely not.
critics of Bitcoin. I am one of the biggest
Good.
critics of Bitcoin. If something is
That's not,
wrong and
that's
some people bring up a good argument, like I'll concede.
we all started on Bitcoin, brother. Like that's the whole thing is we saw a lot of the same things you saw. Like I think everybody, you know, especially everybody speaking, have very high standards for their investment. So I think we're all with you.
As far as problems with the Ethereum chain and building things with the underlying consensus mechanism, I guess that's where we reach a fundamental disagreement, right? Is that I believe, this is just what it boils down to for me, from my hours of research, the conclusion that I've reached is that the proof of work consensus algorithm is the innovation in this space. That is the thing that's actually new and innovative and worth paying attention to. And so when I see things like Ethereum switching over to proof of stake, I think they've lost the plot and they've taken one step forward and two steps back. Because if you look at all the metrics, and this doesn't come from a tribalistic belief of like, oh, everything's a shitcoin. This comes from just the game theory, playing it out in your head and realizing how the consensus algorithm works and where it trends towards in the future. And on top of that, trends that are developing already as the thing has switched to proof of stake. I'm sure everybody has seen the little metric going around saying that like 51% of the blocks are now compliant with OFAC regulation, and it's trending up, not down. So that means that you know what I mean? The horse is leading the cart in a very bad direction, and there's reasons for that. It's not like a tribalistic belief. There's like, what do you want to talk about?
Well, I'll give you the censorship argument for sure. Like that's a problem. I think we just talked about it the other day. We all saw that come out. I think it's over 51% now. It's not a good thing, right? And
it's trending up too. Scary.
And it's trending up. Yeah, exactly. So we don't believe in censorship. I don't. I'll speak for myself. I don't believe in censorship, and I think a lot of us hold that view. You know, I think that's part of the reason why Richard went through all of the trouble of creating Pulse Chain and envisioning it. And I'll tell you, you could go back to the earliest, like before it was even just called Hex, right? Like this is all out of the Bitcoin community. You could see even back then, there were already plans on what if Ethereum crashes, and it was to be able to, you know, essentially create something like Pulse Chain. And because so many people believed in it, I think it's going to turn out even better than it, you know, could have possibly been envisioned. But that's always sort of been a known problem all along, is that, you know, Ethereum has flaws and it's not really censorship resistant. Like I always say this, like I believe Vitalik and all of them are, you know, they're in bed with people with power, and this is why it's coming along the way it is. So yeah, like it was the best we had for a while, and now we're going to go on to something even better, which will be Pulse Chain.
So this is where we start having disagreements, because I've agreed with everything you've said up until this point. The part where I start disagreeing is we're going to something better, which is Pulse Chain. The reason I say that is because from what I know, again, I haven't done as much research on Pulse Chain as I have on ETH, so I'm more than happy to be proven wrong. But from what I know, Pulse Chain is basically just a copy of ETH. Like it's just a straight one-for-one copy. It's going to be running the proof of stake consensus algorithm, which, let me finish, which again, I said, I believe is one step forward, two steps back. I think proof of work is the way to go to maintain decentralization. So could you give me an argument for why it's not just a one-to-one copy of ETH?
Hold on, do you want to do the mining argument, or why it's not a one-to-one copy of ETH? Because
let's start with the copy.
Well, there are things that are being fixed. Like ETH is not perfect by any means, right? And we just talked about the censorship issue. I don't envision it playing out the same way. Like if, you know, Ethereum is going to be sort of like the regulated, you know, whatever chain for government and whatever they want to do. Like I just don't know all their plans. I don't know exactly what they want to do with Ethereum, right? But clearly it's being influenced in a certain way, right? That's what we're getting away from with Pulse Chain. Could it all resolve exactly the same way and go down the? It could happen, right? But that's kind of the point of Pulse Chain, and the people who believe in it is we don't want the censorship. That's not the goal, right? And so we're going through extreme lengths to have a system that's just as good, if not better, right? That doesn't have all of those externalities.
So what improvements does it make on the Ethereum protocol? Because again, these are just protocols, not just let's take the coins and the market price out of the equation.
Fees are sub penny, Like imagine being able to sell like it used to cost like I was just reading tweets on this, like people would stake or transact. It was like $200 a transaction, $300 a transaction, like crazy fees
Why?
on Ethereum.
That's because of the supply getting diluted by 10,000x. So you're
Yeah,
always
so
there's always gonna be more, and the transactions are always the same. So you'll
yeah,
never see a $200. If there's a $200 transaction, there's like thousands of billionaires. Let's just put it like that.
it would
Yeah,
be
so
hard.
let's do a deep dive into this analysis. 'Cause I think you guys are on the right track, but you're missing that to ask the why. So I agree with everything you said. Ethereum is not censorship resistant. It's clearly being influenced by some outside entity that's pushing towards centralization and censorship. But then we have to ask, wasn't blockchain supposed to be this magical technology that isn't affected by all this stuff? So what happened? Why is it trending towards centralization? What are the flaws? What did we miss when we were creating this thing that suddenly it doesn't work the way it's supposed to work?
It's the same with everywhere else. It's there are pockets of capital, that are far superior than anything retail could ever put in. And when they, buy stake, essentially when they put their money in, they're buying stake in the future of whatever it is they're buying. It's the same with any other company. They're not the big money investors. I don't believe are looking at it like this is the revolutionary, technology that changes the world and frees everybody. They don't want that. I don't think.
I think
They
they are
look
with
at it.
Bitcoin.
Okay, well, but look at who's in Bitcoin. Like, how much Bitcoin does like the Chinese government have? It's also kind of like who are the stakeholders. And I'm not saying I don't have any problems with Bitcoin, by the way. Just I think Bitcoin's also great. It's just it depends on what you're trying to do, right? And sorry, I want to go back to. Did I kind of answer your question or not? Not so much. I just want to
No,
make
this
sure I
this
said
is
that.
great. Let's keep this conversation going. I want to keep going into the topic at hand because I think we're making good progress here in understanding our differences and being able to both clearly see what the issues are and what potential solutions are in the future. So you stated earlier that people could purchase stake in these networks and have an influence and control. However, you correctly noted that there are government entities that we speculate, but we have very solid evidence for that they are amassing some sort of influence or control or some sort of stake on the Bitcoin network. And so why is it that one network is showing aspects of centralization when big players come in, while the other network is showing stats that are starting to lean more towards decentralization? Again, this doesn't come down to Bitcoin versus everything else. It's just the protocol clearly has something different that is leaning it more towards decentralization. So let's just break that down. Why is it that one protocol leans more towards decentralization and the other one is starting to centralize more?
You're saying Bitcoin is going to decentralize? Sorry, I think somebody else was trying to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna interject a thought theory. Is the fact
Go
that
ahead.
Bitcoin can be like when Walmart started. All right, like Walmart was like the big king. If you're in my generation, we went through like Walmart stores, came to every town, made everything cheaper, that type of thing, and then it didn't innovate. It didn't have buildability. And one of the things, I'll use the McDonald's theory. You're like, oh, our restaurant is the best. Bitcoin is the best. Like everybody eats at our restaurant. But then somebody comes along and innovates, and Ray Kroc, takes it from a restaurant aspect to everybody has to eat here, so it gets congested. And then it's like, what's the best operational theory? Well, we'll just build another restaurant or gas station, and then other gas stations or restaurants can come into play. And so it's open, whereas Bitcoin is closed. It only does one thing. It doesn't do anything more. Whereas the innovation is coming with Hex. And I think that's the point from the Hexagon community is vertical integration is coming. Has Bitcoin built a DEX? No. Any developers of Bitcoin? No, it hasn't. Lightning
Yes,
Network.
it has. Have you looked into? No, not Lightning Network. Nope. Have you looked into Rootstock? Have you looked into Liquid?
Rootstock been struggling for how many years? Yeah. Hasn't.
No. I understand that it hasn't taken off successfully, but when you say vertical integration, that is vertical integration. You know what vertical integration is, right?
I do know what vertical integration is. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it's building on top of a tech stack.
Yeah, it's laughable.
Bro, you
Sorry,
just said you're for vertical integration.
I am for it. I'm just saying it's not
So how is it
keeping up
laughable?
because of the fact that it's not keeping up. It's like it hasn't innovated. It takes too long. I mean, the way technology builds is by quick, kind of like smart moves, and it's not doing it.
Yeah, so I think you're conflating a company for a tech protocol, because if you actually look at tech protocols, like the entire internet stack that we're all using today, talking right now on Twitter Spaces, is built literally on 70-year-old technology. It's just been improved upon, and more people have built on top of it. So when I say built on top of it, I don't mean on the internet protocol itself. I mean people create other protocols and other technologies that need the protocol, the base layer protocol, to operate itself. So if that type protocol doesn't exist on the base layer, the thing that I built doesn't function either. And I know you don't like Lightning, but I'm just going to use it as an example because it's very easy. That's exactly what Lightning does. If Bitcoin Network goes down tomorrow, Lightning Network goes down with it. So it is a protocol built on top of a protocol. It's a vertical integration.
Exactly, and that's what. And imagine now, Hex is getting that as an ERC20.
Yeah,
more than Ethereum is getting.
And Brian, can you name me a couple of things that have been built on Hex on top of that, derivatives and that type of thing?
No, I can't. So please enlighten me.
I could like rattle off a few, but I mean, just Maximus.
I do. I want to hear.
Maximus Poly is being built out in November. There's Base, there's Trio, there's Lucky, there's Deci. Also built off.
Let me ask you something real quick before you continue.
No,
are these things that are are they out? That's all I want to know. Are they out or are they coming?
You didn't let me finish. I only named one that's coming. All the other ones are out. The other two, well, actually three. There's Icosa, there's Hedron, there's Whatsa. There's several. I mean, you haven't really done your research, have you?
No, so send me some articles and stuff that I can read. I'll add you. Go ahead and DM me or whatever, and send me some stuff I can read up on.
No, and I'll do it, and I'll be cordial.
I actually made a website, Brain, if you want. I made a website where you can find all the Google Docs, the links for all that stuff. So everything that was like a vertical integration from Hex and like good stuff, nothing shit that's like, let's say, spaghetti code, like actually good stuff.
Yeah, and Famous is probably better. He probably has better content than me, so follow him.
Well, it's just because it's gonna help you XTX, like, because you're gonna probably have to give him like 6 links.
No, I know. No. I mean, Famous is. I'm a pleb. But I do understand. But I'm a pleb in the ranking system.
You're not wrecked, that's for sure.
I'm definitely not wrecked. Yeah, bro. I'm not wrecked.
Man.
But sorry for interrupting you, Hex. I was just wanting to bring it up because I hear a lot of times people are like, "Oh, this is coming and that's coming." And I hear that a lot. I just wanted to make sure we were talking about stuff that actually exists.
No, that's totally fair. That's totally fair because I mean, promise things, promise coins, that type of stuff. They're garbage. And there's a lot of. I mean, we all know like 99% of the stuff is garbage, right? Like. Everybody wants to push out things and like make money. We're building community consensus. We're not competing. We're just doing our thing.
Yeah, I know, man, and that's kind of why I'm the type of person who, even though I do believe there isn't value in these other stuff, I'm not the type of person who's like, oh, nobody should be experimenting. Like, if you want to experiment, like that's fine with me. But it's just I believe the market is going to choose ultimately what's going to be the victor and the loser, and I'm putting my money where my mouth is. You know what I mean?
Of course, and you have all the rights to do so. Personally, my goal is just to logic. Let me rephrase that. My goal is to at least tell you, like, hey, this exists also. Like, just check it out because it's pretty fucking cool. And I'm not an OG Hexican. I'm OG Kryptonian, if you want to call that, but it didn't take me much to look at it, examine it, and there's certain factors that like everyone wants to argue, OA, whatever, bullshit, blah, blah, blah. But it's the innovation of technology that's made things go past. You understand? It's the innovation of technology in
Yeah.
crypto, and when you see something that has the potential to really innovate, I've seen the potential of coins early age, and and like, call me a fucking wizard or what, but like, I've had a very logical explanation for my investments, and they've always been early because it's like, I guess I've been lucky with my decisions, but I guess humans are just predictable, and I feel like,
Yeah.
yeah, I just feel like it's inevitable that they'll give this a try.
Yeah, because 100%, I don't hate Bitcoin. I still apparently own some Bitcoin. I found it in a wallet, but the other day. But I'm moving on with technology type thing, and it's not you got to do this, you got to do that. Like, do your own flavor type thing. That's why Baskin Robbins had 31 flavors originally. You make your choice, and I think independently, everybody should be able to make their choice. But like to force, like I wouldn't force Hex on you, and I wouldn't expect you to force,
It's
Bitcoin
just
on
if
me.
we could argue with the right
No, of
information,
course not.
Hexdex,
Yeah,
Hexdex is like, if we could argue with the right information, it would be better a conversation. Because
yeah,
if you think that because like, that's what's ironic is like, we are a branch out of Bitcoin. Most people that can explain to you Hex, and we can relate to you and not just say, oh, you're shit, you're going to zero, like,
right.
just actually relate. Unfortunately, it's not reciprocal. It's not reciprocate. We don't reciprocate because, unfortunately, you would have to be in it to understand what's coming about it at this point. So
Yeah,
I just want to show you that, like, take it with a grain of salt, but at least please get the right information, because then you can make a better argument. And we might need people who are experienced in crypto to come in and say, hey, maybe you should do this, or hey, we don't like this because of this. And maybe if you actually knew what we were doing, then maybe you would actually say, hey, it's worth
right.
$100. Fuck it.
Why
I
not?
would have
Yeah,
put it on
why
I would
not?
have put it on 11 Black anyways. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Or I would have bought a bottle at the
Yeah.
club, or I would have spent the gas just to go anywhere. Like, it's one little, I don't know, but
yeah.
you
And
see, that's
hey,
the
Brian,
problem. That's the problem for me since 2015 was no. I was like, well, who cares? We've been I don't know. It's okay, man. I'm not gonna stop because it just, yeah.
yeah, and I'd
No,
say
no,
to
I'm not.
Brian,
I'm not trying to get you. I'm not trying to get you guys to stop. I just want you to
okay,
understand the position I'm coming from.
Yeah,
sure,
Me
I do.
personally, as an individual, I tried my best to separate my investment thesis from the money, right? So like when I see Hex and I see that it's like I don't even know what it's at right now, like sub pennies or whatever, or a couple of cents. Like I get that it seems attractive because I will never deny you guys that you can make massive money if you ride the right wave and you catch and you get lucky. 100% you can. I've seen people become millionaires off of the stupidest shit. So I get it. You can make money off of stuff that makes no sense. I just I try to look at it from a technology point of view. You know what I mean? And so when I look at a lot of these other things, I personally don't see what everybody's so excited about. But I am willing to do research. Last thing that you have to understand, I'm sure you guys can agree with me on this. There's a lot of stuff in this fucking space, and everybody's always like, look into
yep,
this coin, and look into that coin, and look into this coin, and it's literally
yeah,
impossible to keep up with fucking everything because there's like, what is there, like 30,000 cryptos now? It's literally
yeah.
impossible to keep up with everything.
Brian, I'll say this: most of like I've already said it, but most of the things are garbage, right? And I'm going to use an idiom only because for a friend of mine, Hex Jimbo, who got like banned for 24 hours on Twitter for using an idiom. I'm not here to rub salt in your eye. I'm just like, it's worth looking into. All I say is take a look. If you don't like what you see, fine. There's no sell point. I don't need you to join on to Hex to make it more profitable, that type of thing. And a lot of people think it's, because they think Ponzi or something like that. I don't need you to jump in. Please don't jump in, because actually my APY goes up if you don't. But, just take a look, explore, that type of thing. There's no sell. There's no sales pitch here. 100%. It's just go look at Famous's website and like check things out. That's probably the best thing I could ask of you. And I didn't sell you anything. I didn't ask you for any money. I'm not a shiller. You know, I don't have a YouTube site with like referral links or anything like that.
What the fuck does just happen?
What the fuck just happened? Everyone just got kicked. What the fuck? What the fuck? Bro, that's insane. That's a bit fucked up.
Yo, famous. Can you guys hear me all right?
No, I don't know what happened. We just
Well,
got
Yeah, I think someone.
everyone just got booted. What the fuck
Yeah,
just
everyone got
happened?
booted. Here, I think Brian's back. Can I just make this one point real quick? I think it's an important one to make, especially when
Hold
you're
on.
looking at
Can I
like.
think? This is just me though, right? Like
No,
shit.
the shit just
No.
went bonkers. It just kicked everyone out.
Can you hear me all right, Brian? I just want to make one point real quick.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm trying to reconnect. Just give me 1 second. I can see the thing, but I can't hear anything.
Yeah, man, these Twitter spaces have been fucking stupid as shit. It's been kicking everyone out. That just kicked every speaker out. Hextex back.
Yeah, that was the first time it's happened to me. I think I'm good now, though. Yeah, I'm good now.
All right, cool. So look, here's the point I want to make real quick, and this is for anybody who's like, maybe all in Bitcoin and they're not quite understanding where, all these like new products and new coins and what they're all about and why they're happening. Here's the thing. People are going to build, and they're going to build wherever it is cheaper, and you see this with real businesses, like real manufacturing. Like this is just how it goes. People are going to go where they're have most access to resources and where they can build the most efficiently and for the lowest cost. And Ethereum for that is a pretty good option, right? There will be better options. There's problems with it, but here's the thing: it's going to happen. And what you're seeing is real life businesses translating the way they operate onto blockchain. That's what's actually going on. That's where this money is coming from. So the same business processes that were just done on regular databases in, whatever data center, now they're being translated into blockchain. And so you could buy into that. That's really what you're doing when you're buying these tokens. However, some of them are just a picture of a dog, and we know that. And you could, do whatever you want, but it's a picture of a dog, right? However, other ones give you access to things like capital, right? There's financing available. You don't have to go and get a personal loan, whatever. Anyway, you see that this is a whole side of business that's amazing for blockchain because you have the fairness, you have the transparency, you have the immutability. It just makes a lot of sense for this kind of thing. So of course, there's going to be a certain amount of investment that goes into that. A lot of these other plays, right? They're trying to. It's like a momentum play, right? Like some companies actually doing something. They launch like 6 more tokens that supposedly have something to do with it. What do you really want to invest in, right? You want to invest in the original. So just like we told you, we have there's Hex, and then there's all these other derivatives. We have Maxi that sort of operates like a futures for Hex because it's locked in for 15 years, which is just the maximum stake. And you can sort of see how these products, they revolve around each other. But at the end of the day, right, it still depends on what the price of Hex is. So just because there's all these coins and their derivatives of this and this and this, there's still, you got to really look for who's adding value to the space. And you can't ignore that. And so what you want to do is create a store of value that people could actually trust in that sort of system. That's what Hex strives to do, to be the store of value, to be that option, the best option on that.
The fuck just happened again?
Something is up with the space. Yeah, I don't know if it's the website or the space specifically, but something's up.
No. This is weird. I can't. How could I? I can't even kick everyone out. There's not even an option to do that. It's just throwing
No, I
everyone
know.
out. That's crazy. Anyways.
No, we caught all of it.
Rugged. We're getting Twitter's rugging us, man.
I wouldn't totally ignore it.
Well, we could get into an endless argument about why that doesn't work. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. But the two things I will say though is the first is, so I work in tech, right? And I like not in crypto. I work basically with network infrastructures. And I'll tell you from my personal experience, the vast majority of the tech industry does not take crypto seriously. A lot of people view it as a scam. Developers do not want to work in it. Yes, there are some people that do, but just again, anecdotal evidence, and I'm sure other people in tech will attest to this. People don't view the space seriously. And the second point I want to make is that this includes Bitcoin too. Nobody's really using any of this stuff, dude. Bitcoin is probably the most widely adopted one. This is just facts. This is not me trying to scare anybody or tell you like this stuff is all worthless and people aren't doing stuff like, including Bitcoin. Nobody uses any of this stuff in real life. Nobody's using fucking, what's this network called? It's building like a network. Helium. Nobody's using Helium for internet access. Nobody's using BSV to store their data. Nobody's using any of this stuff. So if people want to keep trying new stuff, then like fine. If something catches on and people can get money, sure. But like this is just
you're looking in the wrong places.
XRP, everybody's like, oh, XRP is used for bank transfers. That's not true. Like, I know people who work in banking, nobody fucking uses XRP for any of this stuff. They're trying to build for people to use it, but in the current modern day, today, right now, none of this stuff is being adopted by people. Actually, on the contrary, since we're in a bear market, people are unadopting it because there's a lot of people that invested, a lot of businesses invested money. No, I agree with you. I'm just making examples.
Here's what you have to consider is that blockchain, all this new it's all competition to the very same tech companies that you're talking about. Of course they're going to say that. Listen, I come from a very similar world, and it would be foolish to think that companies are not taking blockchain seriously. Whether it's internally, maybe they're not planning on, but they are taking blockchain seriously for sure.
They're not, man.
More they are. I know more people. Anyway, a lot of developers. All right. Look at
again. Hello.
Yeah, people are using the lending. Yeah, I was saying look into the lending platforms because people are using the shit out of those. I know what you're talking about. XRP is trash. It's not going to happen. But look at what's going on with lending. Believe me, it's being used.
That's where my gripe comes. And mind you,
I had
when
a
I
big
first came into this space, I was super into ETH and all this stuff as well. I just did my own research and came to a different conclusion at the end.
Listen, it's all good. It's risk tolerance. I'm just saying that, look, shit's happening. People are building, and you know, you can't look everywhere, obviously. But I'm saying that if you don't give people a gold, like a sort of gold standard choice, which to me that's what Hex is on Ethereum, they just won't have it, and they'll end up giving their money to somebody like Mashinsky. If you don't take up the space that exists, and Ethereum's going to exist, people are going to do that. If you don't take up that space with a quality, honest product, which is what Hex is, that's why immutability, flawless operation, all this stuff. I mean, you can't deny that. You know, that has to be there, right? Otherwise, you know, everybody's in a fucking dog coin.
Yeah,
Anyway,
well,
so did we want to go to a different space?
Yeah, we'll start another space. Just last point, and then we can maybe open up another one or something. I was going to say, this is the disconnect where you and I are probably never going to agree, is that I lump Mashinsky and Richard Hart into the same bucket. I think they're both frauds. You guys obviously don't because you're investing in this product, but I don't trust Richard Hart. And yes, I have heard him
I mean,
speaking.
just look who's in court who's in court right now for losing everybody's money, and who's not in court for losing everybody's money. I mean, you can lump them in all you want, but you know, it's like you can lump them in with freaking, I don't know, Al Capone. Like,
Yeah, but
it's
that's
just
an
like,
unfair argument because last year Mashinsky wasn't being sued, and I still didn't trust him.
okay, but as of the knowledge we have today, nobody's suing Richard.
Going, we don't want to give those guys we don't want to give them any kind of advantage. We're going to close them down every chance we get.
Ah, man, this is stupid. That was so stupid, man. It was just kicking everyone out. Like, how stupid was that?
Yeah, I haven't seen it do that before. That was crazy.
I've never seen it do that either. That's the first time. Imagine they continue doing that to us to stop us from doing this. Imagine we could convince the Bitcoiners to join us.
But you know what's funny? That never happens when we're all fighting. But as soon as we get into a good conversation, everybody gets rugged.
Yeah, and a good conversation.
Wouldn't the alternative be to go ahead and somebody just start up a YouTube stream?
I am.
At least there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
famous on that.
Yeah, because I was thinking about this the other day. There's so many issues with Twitter from time to time where it just does this, and it's like, what's your recourse? Go over and start a stream on YouTube, or does Google Hangouts still work?
But it's not the same because Twitter is like, you got 10 million users.
Fuck Twitter though, it sucks. It's shitty.
Yeah, Telegram would be the
It's
Telegram
just
would be the other one.
Twitter,
yeah.
Twitch. I used to belong to Twitch and then Discord, and I just got tired of those platforms. But I like Telegram a lot.
You know what we should do? We should just make an app that's basically Twitter in a frame, and then just has one extra tab where we could actually chat in like a real freaking chat room. It's not that hard. It really isn't. I don't know how they fucked this up so bad.
Yeah, the what is it? The RTMPs that you could do with the video feeds too. It's like they're not that. I mean, they're pretty much offered across the board for people who are streaming. So why not just use it with audio instead?
Well, yeah, and they got so much better because of all like the work from home stuff. They had to upgrade everything. That's why it makes even less sense that Spaces works this shitty.
Yeah, I've never been really that crazy about Clubhouse or any of these audio platforms because they seem to mess up a lot more than the video platforms.
Yeah, we might do that. Famous probably got something going on YouTube at some point. We should kind of start to stream. The problem
It
is like
is
a
on it.
time
It's on the
lapse.
Hex
So
to Learn. It's on the Hex to Learn YouTube right now. Go check it. Well, just go check out down there. You see the Crypto to Learn. Click on his profile.
No, you're missing my point though. What you're basically saying is somebody's taking this stream and they're streaming it over on YouTube so people can listen to it over there. But I'm talking about just starting a stream just like Hexo or anybody else, and then invite people into the room, and then I could just rotate people in and out of the room. But that does require video feed. I mean,
No, just audio.
for the most part.
Audio.
Yeah, you could do just audio, but I mean, it'd be just as cool to do it with
the camera. Yeah,
having the video. Start it natively on YouTube, because YouTube doesn't rug you like this platform does. I've been on this platform so many times,
you know
and
what? You're absolutely
rooms have gone.
right. We should do that.
Yeah, because YouTube just doesn't rug you the way this platform does, and then that way people can get to know people who either want to be on video or not. It doesn't really matter, but at least we can get to know each other's. I don't know. There's a lot of people that don't have YouTube channels and they don't even use YouTube, but still, it's an option. It's not that hard to stream on YouTube.
I'd be down for that actually. The more I think about it, like I'd be all right going on YouTube instead. Plus, they have more like wall features now, like more chat. It's pretty much just like Twitter.
You know what? That's a good idea.
I mean,
looking at it right now.
Yeah, I think it could work. At least
Because
if
we
there
could
was
do a
like a
Zoom call.
specific
We could do a
topic.
Zoom call.
Yeah, maybe we start scheduling them out. That way people could know when they are, and like we could get certain people. Like honestly, I don't know if the maxis, the Bitcoin guys, like softened up a little bit or what, but they seem to be more intelligible.
I think it's us approaching them in a different way, man. I haven't had the chance to talk to them. I haven't had the chance, and when I talk to them, I understand where they're coming from.
You know, it's just like you see it like you know, somebody's like a home builder, right? And they build great houses for people, and then they see, you know, someone else come and start building shopping centers, and they're like, "Why are you doing shopping centers? You need houses. Everybody wants a house." And you're like, "Yeah, but people need shops." Like, you know, and I don't think it's
Yeah.
actually, you know,
If you use that analogy too, you got some people that build houses right on site, and some people build houses in factories. They make them modular. They bring them out on the site and they put them up in like 2 days. It's like, wow,
it's
that one's a lot better.
awesome. Yeah, they could fit it's actually sick. They could fit on the back of a semi trailer, like, and then they like
Yeah,
expand and they're all pre-built. It's crazy. I've been looking into that too. That's awesome.
yeah, they're pretty cool. Huff, I think one's called Huff Homes. They're built in Germany. They're really bitchin' looking. They're
There's
all
an
like,
American company. That's what Elon lived in. That's like that was supposed to be his next shindig.
you mean as another business venture or what?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. These modular homes. Yeah, they do such a crazy job with like the whole thing is like folded into itself, you know, and then I don't know, they figured out all the dimensions so that it could be easily like transported. And then in like I think it has like hydraulic rams or something, but it needs only one crane. Yeah, it basically just needs the crane to lift the roof and then the rest of it just like folds out like a box. It's crazy. And it already has a kitchen, bathrooms in it, like you could
Yeah.
just plug it in and live in it.
I saw those. Those are cool for what do they call that? Emergency housing. But then also there's some people that like these tiny houses, and then there's also some people that like the idea of buying one of these houses and setting it up on a location really, really quick uh, for the purposes of living in long term. So yeah, you got all these different markets that can be tapped by that. But these Huff homes, the ones that are in Germany, they're like huge houses. But they build all of the panels in the factory, so it's weather, all the weather is good because they're built indoors, and then they just put them on a big flatbed trailer, take them to the location, and a crane just puts the pieces into up and just tilts them up, and they're really amazing. But yeah, they're on a different scale. They're really kind of like high end bespoke homes. You can custom order it and everything. But I've seen that video on those ones that you're talking about.
It's got to be a great business. I see that definitely in the future, and it makes so much sense. It really does. You know, like because otherwise you build a house on site. Anyway, back to like the whole Bitcoin analogy. The are we having issues again?
No, I'm still here.
Yeah, we're still here.
Most of the other people dropped off and they haven't come back yet.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out how to buy Hex as we speak.
Yeah, that was another thing too. That was one of the things I put into a video of mine that I streamed earlier. That that was one of the crux of the issues for me is not getting into Bitcoin, is being that it was such a pain in the ass. I mean, it was so simple for me to get into Hex. I was like, yeah, there's hook up MetaMask and get some Ethereum and swap it for Hex. And when I saw even Staker app being launched, I was thinking, what is the function of this? Why do we need this? I didn't really see any benefits to it because I thought that the way that it was set up, go.hex.stake was good enough. I was like, yeah, this is fine. And when I saw people starting to jump in there onto Staker app, I was thinking, well, maybe they'll find a market. I don't know. I think it was like when you piggyback off of something else, you got to be really, really good, And I mean, it wasn't compelling enough for me to change.
You know what it was? I think Staker was just the first foray into like a mobile app for Hex. Because if you think about everything else, yeah, you're right. Like if you know how to use the other tools, and everything was already there, even on launch. But I think it was just more of like experiment on like what if we put it on mobile, And will that get more people's attention and people be tracking their portfolios? And there's this like ranking thing. I think a lot of cryptos were doing similar stuff at that time. So it sort of made sense. But yeah, like a lot of this stuff you don't need. And that's kind of like the beauty of it, right? Like you really don't need much at all to be on Hex. So, to manage your Hex. And it's just a good design.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things too. I was thinking about where is the value added by other things, because like I see all these different platforms that are sitting there going, oh yeah, well we're giving you tokens when you're playing this particular game, and you're getting tokens for this, and then you think, well, what can you use those tokens for? And then they say, well, you can redeem them, or you can maybe trade them for skins or something else, or some other functionality on your game. And I'm like an old timer. I mean, I used to play video games a lot when I was younger, but I kind of gave it up, quite a few years ago. And I'm thinking now, yeah, there's always going to be that churn and burn of people that are getting interested in games, and then they get into them and then they fade away from them because they just get bored with them. But the value is not there. It's like, yeah, if you could make a video game that also gives you 38% APY, I'd be going, yeah, I'm all over that because I'm making money every day I'm using it. Like Hex, it's like, yeah, it's just there. It's built in. There's value built into the staking. And so far I haven't, like, even if they said that there's NFTs that give you 38% APY, I'd go, oh, well, maybe I'll take a second look.
Yeah, I mean the value proposition is definitely very strong. But I think the APY is amazing. I'd hold Hex without the APY too. Just like I'm sort of at that phase. We've seen all this other stuff just like just absolutely melt down into like not existence. That was sort of always the biggest. That was the biggest fear in crypto, right? Like, what if this shit really does go to absolute zero? And we've seen that happen. I don't know how Cell's not at zero yet, but it'll get there. But yeah, like just having that store of value on Ethereum, like a safe place for it, that's huge, to me. I definitely value that a lot. But yeah, like we will see people promising the craziest shit. Like even this bear market was crazy. I think the next one we're gonna see even more outlandish, like ridiculous, promises. And everybody just needs to know, like when Cell was offering those like crazy APYs on USD, there's risk associated with that, right? They make this calculation of based on risk and how much they could actually afford to give you, if in case for their risk level that they're willing to tolerate. And their calculations were wrong. They fucked up, right? So just a free APY like on these platforms and stuff, there's a risk that's associated with that. And on Hex, there's a contract that manages that. Nobody can trade your money away. So yeah, that's the whole counterparty side of it too. So yeah, be careful hunting APY. I so far like Hex is the one that's tried and true. All this other stuff it's subject to change. I mean, Hex changes too, but based off of how many people stake, right? Not based off of someone's decision. Right.
Yeah, when you think about those other platforms too, the other thing that's kind of like a negative issue with them is that they are having your tokens held in some other, like literally on some other farming platform or some yield bearing platform. The tokens are actually not in your custody in some cases. It's like, do I really want to get involved with that? And for me, it's always the answer is no, because I just I don't trust those, regardless of how long they've been even around. It's like, no, I don't trust them because it's not necessary, because the protocol Hex and the protocol that Hex is built on has already proved that it's not necessary to leave things in other people's custody. That's just kind of like, for me, that's the first thing. If you don't have self custody, then you're fucked.
Well, and here's the thing: you take all of the risk and you get none of the reward, because they're using their users' money, right? Whoever's deposited whatever coins they're using that to leverage. And so if they win, they win. They're not going to pay you extra. You're going to get your little whatever 10%, whatever they promised you. But if they lose, you lose. You know what I mean? There's no way to win. If someone else is doing shit with your money and you don't know about it, which is what is going on all, on a lot of these platforms, they'll eventually fuck up. And you don't want that. You don't want your wealth and your savings dependent on someone having a good day.
Yeah, that's the way I used to feel about brokerages when I first went in. When I was probably about 18 or 19 years old, I went into a brokerage house in California, and I, started asking the guy some questions, and he's going, well, you need this minimum amount to invest. We're going to be managing your funds. And I said, well, what if I need to do something, or what if I need to, or if I want to, change my investment? And he goes, oh, no, we'll take care of that. And I'm like, oh no, this seems really sketchy. I don't like the idea of the way you guys manage this system. So I just ended up not getting involved back then.
And you know how you know it's a scam? You're not even paying them based off of how much money they make you. You're just you're paying them based off of how much how much asset they manage for you. That's how you know. There's no performance metric.
Yep, right. Exactly. But I said to a friend of mine the other day, he asked me, he says, well, what about this? He goes, this kind of late. And I go, no. I said, if you think about it, there's literally 0.1% of all the people on the planet who can invest have. It's most people, they get nervous when you start even bringing up the word crypto. And when they see most of the people, the problem with the mainstream media is they're afraid to even talk about it because they know that they could put their foot in their mouth really quick when they make stupid claims and they say stuff that's really incorrect. So they just avoid the topic altogether, and you rarely hear them talk about Bitcoin or Ethereum. And it's like when you see them talking about some other protocol, it's usually they're shining some bad light on it because it's fucked up really badly. And so that's like a big news event. So other than that, the only thing that we get shining light towards us is what you see from the people that actually spend time looking on YouTube and the internet, and they're actually doing some kind of searching and researching for things that they could possibly invest in. But most people are not even thinking in these terms because they're still so connected to the legacy banking system. They're just too afraid to think about crypto as something that they can start to utilize on a daily basis. And that's kind of a shame, primarily because of mainstream media.
Yeah, so what's a good example? You go back to Tesla, not the car, but the scientist. Remember when Thomas Edison, in order to demonstrate that to basically cut AC power off basically not let AC power flourish, when he electrocuted an elephant and told everybody that AC current did it, but it was actually DC current. Remember? It's because it's competition. You got to remember, when the guy said there's no tech companies aren't taking it seriously. Well, that's their competition. Of course, they're taking it seriously, right? Why would you not watch your competitors? If you don't have to mimic them, but you got to know what they're up to, right? And it's the same with finance. It's all of this middleman bullshit that they invented with layers upon layers upon layers, with derivatives of derivatives of. It's a broken, flawed bullshit system that's completely unfair and continues to benefit only the few small people that are in on it, right? And that's what blockchain is taking away. So of course we're gonna hear.
They're top of the chain too. They're like, yeah, we're taking our profits and fuck you guys. It's
that's what we just talked about with the brokers. If they do well investing your money, they keep it. But if they lose, you lose it. It's still the same system. So yeah, of course we're gonna hear every sort of line of bullshit we could possibly hear because it's competition to finance. It's a competition to tech. Those are the two biggest things on earth. As soon as somebody starts putting insurance on blockchain, forget it. The missiles will come flying. It's really that serious.
So what did you say about insurance?
Yeah, so there's actually this one. She's not really a Mexican. She might be, but Jasmine. I could send you her thing. But she's figured out a way to start putting insurance on blockchain, so that instead of buying insurance through like a company and all of this stuff, you just buy it on blockchain. You know, like some of these
Well,
ideas are pretty.
you remember that part in Wall Street when Michael Douglas says to he says to one of the guys on over the phone, he's like flying somewhere and they're in the jet, and he goes, "Fuck them. If they don't insure us, we'll self insure." And I always thought that was an interesting statement. I was thinking, how can a person do that? And I remember that my brother was a plumbing contractor many years ago when that movie came out, and I remember him saying that he could do it as well because he was getting so chewed up by insurance fees and all these other things because he had employees and all that stuff. So I was thinking, yeah, why not just put, you're basically just making a bond and you're putting your own money in there and it just literally just stays there until it's needed. If in case of an emergency, it gets utilized. And I thought, oh, that's really simple. It's brilliant. But there's the the requirements are very high. So if you're just starting out in a business, you might not be able to, you know, follow the required amounts. You got to have so many hundreds of thousands of dollars if you're going to self-insure for certain types of businesses. So, but yeah, but I could imagine it'd be really simple to do that in a blockchain type of yeah system.
It would be more transparent. It would be more accessible. You know, rates could actually be calculated instead of just because I have this like I finally gave in and I did that Drake meme where it's like not this but that. Here, I'll pin it. And here's the alternative to this system. This is why we've all been hearing about artificial intelligence so much. It's because it's gotten so complicated that human beings can't even figure it out anymore. So they have to do like artificially trained models and all this stuff to get it to work. But the real solution to it, we don't want that. We want smart contracts. We want to know if we put in X, we get Y, over timeline Z. You got to just start breaking it down into things that are actually human interpretable. Because here's the alternative. You go apply for a loan and the AI spits out unqualified, and nobody knows why. Is it wrong? Did it make a mistake? Why did it decide that? It's just here's what the algo said. Versus you go on blockchain and you get whatever you don't meet the capital requirement, whatever it is, right? But you see that, and it's the same for everyone. You don't have to have that guess like why did this AI do this, right? It's all in the code and it can be interpreted. I think that's a much fairer future than, bot A said this.
Yeah, I agree. Well, the thing is too is like if you thought about this simple platform being Hex, and then if you could take your Hex stake and use that as insurance, like it would have to obviously it would just have to qualify as the proper amount of cash in it. Then you could say at some point in time you could say, oh yeah, I want to use this as my insurance. I mean, really, I mean, why not? Because there's a base amount there, and if you ever had to use it in an emergency, you could always emergency end stake it. But I mean, obviously, there will be other protocols and stuff that come along in the future that could probably set that up really simply. It's so smooth and streamlined. It would be simple for
See,
anybody to do.
it's all about mass. Like, how come if a big company can provide health benefits at a fraction of the cost of what it would cost someone to just do it for themselves? It's because of mass, right? And so all it would take is just enough people to believe in it. They would all pledge or contribute whatever it is, right? And then there would be certain rules on which that executes. And if you have enough mass, you can make whatever deals essentially you want for the actual provider, for the actual care. You see, so it's we can't do very much just by ourselves, but you put it together in a system that actually is fair. People people actually want to voluntarily participate in it. then you could get whatever deal you want, much better than you could as a single person, and probably even as a company, because it's more transparent. So, it's at the same time, like, do we necessarily, people have different health issues. Like, do you want to be in a pool with someone who, that has a ton of bills and you don't? These are all sorts of things that, those are the difficult challenges. Like, how do we figure that stuff out? Like, we don't really want to put medical records on blockchain, do we? Right? Does it make sense to do that? I don't know. But here's the alternative: is if we don't have a decentralized way of doing it, then we just have this current system where some company has that information right now, right? So it's like, how do we solve this problem? I think that's really the interesting stuff. And once we do, I know a lot will change.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things too, where as time goes on and people get more subjected to these different protocols and stuff, I'm sure there's probably some smart people that are working on protocols that also, will speak to self-insurance and things like that. And I think that once that people start to realize that these things have the liquidity that they need to actually function on a large scale, then it's just a matter of time before that actually happens. And then you're going to get those fuckers that are going to be coming in with huge buckets of money that are going to put towards it, and they're going to think it's better than sliced bread. And then they're going to realize that, just like what happened with cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, and then Ethereum, and then Hex, you're going to see those different you're going to see those different types of business plans get built on all of these different levels, in all these different functionalities, where some are going to work way better than others, and you're just going to go, okay, the best one's going to be this particular one, and that's where I'm going to put my money, because you get the best track record. And but I mean, insurance companies are funny because they have all of the issues with for example, when somebody gets in an accident, they have to turn it into a claims adjuster, and then that person has to determine how much money is actually going to get paid out, and for what and why and who and what where. There's a lot of factors that come in, for example, for auto insurance, that don't come into play for health insurance. There's a whole different ball of issues that come in for health insurance. But when you're an employer, like he was talking about on that particular, in Wall Street in the movie, he was talking about insuring the company itself, basically like having liability insurance. And that's something I think would be much easier to figure out those numbers. You just come up with a number that they say, well, this is the minimum amount of money that you need to have socked away in a bond or whatever for an insurance policy. And in that regard, that's a no-brainer. It's like cheesy. You just say, okay, we're going to put this amount into a Hex stake, and we're just going to let it run, and that'll be our kind of like our bond.
And who's cutting the trail right now for all of these insurance calculations and like liquidity requirement? Right now, it's actually the exchanges. Like, I've actually noticed this a lot. Like, they're doing way more around insurance, and I think we're going to see at least some of the innovation, exactly what you were talking about, coming from that industry. And I think you said it beautifully. We got to let the best ideas win, and the system right now does not reward best ideas. It doesn't. At least we have a chance this way.
Yeah, because if you think about all these big entities like Gecko and all these other insurance companies, they have shareholders, and they're set up as a business that's working to make the most profits for those shareholders. And in DAOs and other, autonomous entities, you don't have the need for creating so much profit. You know what I mean? So they're there is the trade-off. You're giving somebody a service at a really good price, and you don't have to give somebody the profits that they would be taking out of your pocket to give to somebody else. So that's another factor that's really, really cool about DAOs and something. I think the future is going to be really cool when people figure that they don't have to be raping people, constantly, taking money out of their pockets.
Well, see, that's the experiment with Hex, right? That's exactly it. It's that the beneficiaries of the network are the holders directly.
The
That's
people
the
that are
real innovation.
participating, yeah,
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
No participation, no gains.
Yeah, but that's how it should be, because if you really look at how much money and capital just administration drains out of the same insurance, that's why the premiums are higher. They have to pay 87 million people, whatever. It's obviously hyperbolic, but to keep that operation going. So maybe we don't need all that. What if we just put the rules in, and the people who are participating are the actual beneficiaries, not tangentially making 1,000 other people rich for not doing anything. That's the problem, is that capital always gets allocated from the right people to the wrong people. And that's the only thing. Every time I hear corporation, like, how is it really any different? It's just who gets to make a decision, who gets to do the thing in the real world, right? But at the end of the day, they've proven that there's just so much waste that goes into it that we just had to print another $8 trillion. That's how wasteful it is. And we were at $2 billion, like not even, or $2 trillion, like not even that long ago. So clearly this system is broken. Like, too much is being diverted into people's pockets and not into productive means.
Yep. It's always the best systems are the ones that strip down to bare bones and they run the most efficiently. Those are always the best systems.
And at the end of the day, the people who participate in them should be the ones who are rewarded. It's just that simple, like, if all these people have their money in the bank and the bank goes and lends it all out and makes a bunch of money, how come they still get only 0.02% of it? That's bullshit, right? Like, it's just because, like, they got to keep this operation afloat. And, like, do we really need that? Like, we can send even the people, I know the government does, but even the people, we sort of subsidize terrible behavior, and I think before blockchain, there wasn't really a means to do it fairly. But yeah, this is like a problem as old as time. It's like, how do we keep track of things really good?
Yeah, yeah. Well, it seems like we're in agreement.
We got
to start a blockchain insurance company.
Yeah, we were having a great conversation. Kid Cosmic's probably wants to tell us we're a bunch of idiots.
Give more meaning to that old company called H&R Block. Remember that?
Oh, there's so many. Look at what Enron did. Oh my God, HSBC. Like, there's, to this day, like, I would love to see their books. Like, all the stuff that they're into. It's just they get away with it because it's not transparent. It's all centralized to one bank, one entity that pretty much rules the world at this point. And it's not so good for us, it makes life very, very challenging for 80-90% of people who can't think their way out of it.
Well, what about the amount of people that actually take the responsibility for their own banking too? I mean, that's going to be a big hurdle for a lot of people, because when they look at their bank accounts, they've got either a checking account or credit card or whatever. They're looking at their statements, bi-weekly or monthly, and they're just relying on that bank or that credit card company to be giving them the truth, when it could be nothing but a bunch of really made up shit. So for them to break away from that system and to start adopting self-custody also I think that's going to be the biggest hurdle for most people to get over, that alone, because they're basically saying, okay, I have to take responsibility for this particular activity. And for a lot of people, it's just like, it's going to be like pulling teeth.
I think the
Hello?
oh shit. I was just saying, maybe with like everything happens so slowly that people, it's like boiling the frog kind of thing, right? Like people don't realize that yeah, they might have the same number on their screen when they check their bank account, but that number actually buys you less stuff, right? Like that's a problem. But yeah, like with everything being so shaken up, like so like crazy in these past even just couple of years, I think it will force a lot more people to confront something that they never saw was a problem before, and then seek a solution. Because yeah, you're right, it's hard to get people off traditional banking when it just works. They've never had a problem. Why would they do something different? But I think with everything we've seen and continue to see, like it's not going to take multiple lifetimes to figure this one out. Like, they're screwing us, and we got to get to a better place.
I totally,
Yeah, it's
I
like,
totally agree. More than
why
now,
fix it?
they're screwing
Why
everybody.
fix it when it's broken? That's their thought in the back of their mind. They're saying, why are we fixing something that's not broken? And they don't realize how broken it is.
Yeah, go ahead, kid.
No, yeah, I was just saying, man, it's so broken. Like some of the things that people said would never happen, they happen now, and hopefully it's waking folks up.
That's my biggest, yeah, that's sort of why I check on Twitter every day. I'm like, are people finally getting it? Like, are we waking up? Like, and honestly, there's so much more out there now. Like, you can't help but have to confront this at least at some point. And the younger generation, I think, is definitely getting their parents into it. Not the ones that told mom and dad to buy Ethereum at the top, not those guys. But there are clearly it's like transcending generations, and that's an awesome thing to see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a younger guy myself, and I could tell you personally, they are not interested in holding their own money. Of course, like people who raise their kids in this way, they might think like that, but for the average like 20 to 30-year old, they don't care about self custody. They haven't been through enough either obstacles, or they haven't lost enough money, or the people that I've tried to onboard that are my age, it doesn't work. It only works with the older crowd.
People don't understand the value of ownership, of possession. And I've noticed this too with like the younger gen. It's almost like they've been conditioned in this way that everything's just available when you need it, right? It's just everything's just on demand, right? Just stream the song. You don't need to have the album, right? Everything will just be there when you need it. Don't worry about owning stuff. And this is the difference. Like the older generations will know that you have to own stuff. You have to. Otherwise you're worth nothing and you have nowhere to go. So it's a big problem. And yeah, that's sort of the big thing is how do we got to get a generation and all the generations after that to value ownership and having some sovereignty in this world, not relying on everything just being on demand for you, because one day that service could be off, right? You gotta own.
Oh yeah, bro.
Yeah, I have been back to the States, and I opened an account while I was over there because I had to, for the purposes of just doing business, because I didn't know how long I was going to be there. And so I went to the bank that my brother told me to, and I opened an account, and and there's a little box that they check on there, and I said, I just need a debit card, a credit card, debit card kind of thing. And I said, I don't want you guys to overdraft it under no circumstances. And in 3 weeks, they had already done that. They had overdrafted the account, and I was livid, man. I went back there and I was like yelling. I said, "Hey, what did I tell you?" I said, "I even signed and I checked the box where it says do not overdraw my account." I said, "How can you do this?" And I said, "I've only been with you for 3 weeks." And I said, "Everybody that I know is going to hear about your shitty fucking services." And I said, this is unacceptable. I said, I've been with my bank in Europe for going on 20 years, and they've never done that. I just basically said, hey, don't do it. And they go, okay. They don't do it. So that's another thing too. When people get struck with lots of things, they either act like sheep and they accept it, or they, kind of like grow some balls and say, hey, this is unacceptable, business practice. And obviously it was there to gain some fees, because the the bank can basically say, well, we're charging you late fees and we're charging you, overdraft fees. And you're going, fuck you, I'm not responsible for that because it was your mistake. When you made the mistake, you should pay for it. So as soon as people start getting more and more of those kind of activities happening, because the banking system's just going to get more and more nitpicky and trying to screw people out of certain money via fees, then they're going to start getting fed up and they're going to go, wait a minute, I worked for this money. I don't want somebody taking away at the stroke of a pen, or a couple clicks on their fucking laptop computer.
And the problem is the more of this shit we tolerate, the more of it that they do, right? Because they know they're wrong, but they figure, oh, if we just get people to consent to it, so we could push it a little further, to the extent which now you have yuan in China that literally is digital and expires at a certain time. In here, even in America, we just had this whole situation with PayPal where they were just going to start docking your accounts based off of your opinions online. Like, it's this kind of stuff, it's just one thing leads to another, and you got to stand up for that kind of shit and just not do business and unfortunately they're all sort of like this because they're all governed by the same code of rules, so they all push the envelope about the same. But yeah, like it's just a shitty option. And yeah, like where do those fees go? Who do they benefit? They don't go back to paying the people who are have their money in savings accounts. That goes towards 1,000 other things before it goes there. So yeah, it's like it's just a loss of capital, completely unnecessary. Because if you don't have enough Ethereum or whatever Bitcoin to send to somebody, well, guess what happens? The transaction doesn't go through, right? It's just that simple. But unfortunately, we have
Yep.
this stupid system, yeah, where they're like, "Oh, well, yeah, we'll spot you $5, and we're gonna charge you $45 late fees on it." It's like, well, fucking thank you. Like that didn't help me. Why do you do that? So yeah, they've gone way too far, and I think finally this whole censorship issue, and now we have the censorship issue with Ethereum. It's true that more than 51% of the blocks now are censored. It's not a great thing, right? And, that gives me even more, you know, that doubles me down on Pulse Chain even more. But like you just see how this goes, right? You get something that works, people use immediately, it tries to get censored. Immediately somebody tries to take control of the liquidity. It's just, it's a power game. But yeah, that's why we got to keep thinking and innovating and finding more ways to just replace. We don't want to live in a shittier world with less stuff. We want more. Like we want better services, and that's what building on blockchain allows us to do. And it's a big world. Like who knows which one was going to win and which one's going to make the most money. But like if you could just separate the money out of it for just a second, do you want these overdraft fees? Do you want to be punished for something you said online? Like, do you want someone to have power to do that? Right? And so that whatever coin you choose, like the principle has to be like censorship resistant transactions with anybody you want, with nobody asking you why or how or any of that shit. Right? It doesn't even need to know who you are. Like that should be the goal for transacting. Which one of those is going to make you a billionaire? I don't know, but look, it's well worth the pursuit regardless.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm here. Uh, I'm so young. It's like the risk to reward is almost like the delta is just too far. Like the risk is ultra high, but with the time gap I got, like I might as well just do it, bro. Even if this isn't the future, which I really do believe it is, it's nothing to lose. You know what I'm saying? Why not learn this new technology and be the first, be a pioneer? Like it's crazy.
And I'll tell you something an old guy told me. Like he told me when I was young, I wish I took more risks. And this is what most people of age are gonna tell you. It's okay. Like you live in a time right now where you can even fuck up. You can fuck up. It's okay, and you can get it all back and more, right? And this is just a thought that you have to have. Like no matter what, you're just not gonna stop, and that's what it is, man. Like you have so much time. That's really the most valuable thing there is having time. So yeah, you just the age we live in, I should say, it's a time where it doesn't take generations to build wealth. Like you could do it multiple times in one lifetime, but you just have to pursue the right things.
Mm.
Yeah, he's kind of correct about that.
Yeah, dude, that's big facts. Like I think about stuff like that all the time. Like all of the people who are in the hex are mainly like in their 40s or 30s or whatever. So by the time I'm tapping into my 15-year stakes, I'll be 35. You know what I'm saying? So like as far as that getting rich in multiple lifetimes, yeah, I can do it in one right here.
And that's why it'll become more about not the money. Like Hextech could speak more on this, but there's you have a life, and that's what you should really be pursuing. The money is great and it certainly empowers you to do things, but you're gonna realize that there are things that are much more worthy of your time and your energy to pursue, and those are things like just having a good life, like take care of yourself, have a good body, take care of the people around you. That simple, man. Like that's really the stuff that makes you wealthy just beyond having a lot of money and being rich.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And 100%. Like you can't get time back. I mean, just time marches on, that type of, idiom. I'm using a joke about idioms today. But it's 100% true. I mean, you can only fill your life up with so much stuff. But honestly, what I've come to develop, my thought process over the past couple of months is like the connections with people and stuff. I mean, that stuff never goes away. The memories don't go away. So, enjoy those.
Pretend like you already have it. Pretend like you already have the money. What would you do with your time? There's this Jim Carrey thing. I don't know if you guys like one of those motivational things, but I don't know. You guys probably all know Jim Carrey. He got his first start. I think it was in like Ace Ventura: Pet Detective. Like it was a really silly movie. But what he did was he didn't have any money.
That wasn't silly. That was a wonderful film.
I like it. I know. I love that movie. It's just a feel-good movie. But what he did was he had no money, and he would drive around like Beverly Hills and just pretend like he already had the house. He already had all the stuff. He even wrote himself a check for like $10 million or something like that and just put it in his wallet. And then within like 90 days or something of him just, of doing that and just like really believing, that's when he got that opportunity for maybe it was Dumb and Dumber. It might have been Dumb and Dumber, but basically that film paid him $10 million. Like the check that he wrote himself for and just put it in his wallet, he ended up getting exactly that amount of money to do this movie. So just pretend like you already have it and see what you would do, and that's really going to determine how high you'll get to go.
It's really important to write down goals like that, because I can tell you something that's kind of spooky with regards to that, writing stuff down. I wrote down certain things and on a piece of paper, and I put it in my wallet, and literally about 2 months after I did that is when I got introduced to Hex because of a Richard Hart video on my YouTube suggested video list. And so I was like going, well, like this is weird, because this is like literally one of those tools that could get me from the point that I'm at now to the point where I wrote down on that piece of paper. And I'm like going, this is kind of spooky.
Well, it's because it all resonates. And what happens is when you make that vision, you write it down, and writing it down is so important. You'll realize when it's happening. Like, believe it or not, you've already missed so many opportunities, and it's okay because there will be more. You just have to see them. They just have to click when they're in front of you. And So you make that your intention. Next thing, Hex pops up, and you could have skipped it. It was just probably one video, just promoted whatever in a list of 1,000 other videos. But for some reason, right, because you've made that your intention, you realize like I should listen to this, and you become receptive to the right messages. Because you could be receptive to the wrong messages too. That's why your intention just has to be so clear.
Bro, you
Yeah,
sound like
because at that
Access
time,
Live. I'm sorry.
that time I had been listening to a lot of macroeconomic channels like George Gammon and even Peter Schiff was on my list of videos that I was watching from time to time. But I never liked that old curmudgeon because he was always up on gold and down on everything else.
You could believe in the wrong things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, you can read a book called Freakonomics, and it's a very hard read, honestly, for me personally, but it's a worthwhile read. But, the things you focus on are the things that will happen. And, like you were mentioning there, Captain Diamond, is the fact that, I sat there and I said like 7 years ago, I'm like, I am going to be a millionaire. It was like Slumdog Millionaire. Like, I'm literally collecting change out of like cars. I'm like, how am I going to do this? I didn't know how I was going to do it, but I was determined to get there. Now this is the next level. It's one of those things. It's like, what do you focus on? What do you set your goals on? And I've talked to a couple people, Hexicans, and I'm like, I want to be a billionaire. I'm like, not because of the money, just for the fun of like achieving a goal.
After the first 500 million, it sort of becomes irrelevant. No, but it's still good to have goals, and don't ever feel bad. Like a lot of people don't get money because they actually feel bad about getting it. Like they feel like they're taken away from someone else, and just don't feel that way. It's called like a wealth wound or a financial wound or something. Um, there's enough for everybody, and the problem is if good people don't take up the money, someone much worse will. So yeah, that's the pursuit, but you can't lose sight of who you are and what you're really doing this for, because money just amplifies you. If you're a piece of shit and you do evil things, you'll just have more. More money will just make you have more to do bad things with. But if you're actually a good person and you believe in something and you're trying to make this world a even slightly better place, you'll have more resources to be able to do that. So it's just really an amplifier, and you got to get your mind right, and that's the real formula in wealth.
Oh yeah, it's prosperity versus scarcity type thing. It's like, if you don't think there's enough, you're gonna like be hoarding. But if you're in prosperity, then you're just willing to kind of give. I mean, Crypto Heartbeat does a lot of stuff about this aspect, and it's very positive. But yeah, it's 100% true. I mean, I've given out more than I've taken for myself since Hex, and you know what? I'm not hurting.
I'll tell you guys, that was the biggest game changer for me. Like I always thought, like I had similar goals, but for some reason, like in the back of my mind, I always thought, oh, you fucked this up. Like there's a chance that like you won't make it, blah 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 blah. Because that's what you hear all the time, right? You can't not think about it. But I'm telling you what, like once you get rid of that scarcity mindset and you really just everything about your life will change. The way you interpret books, the way you listen to music, the way you talk to people, relationships with yourself, with other, all of this stuff completely changes. And what you realize is that sorry, we need to give as many people that sense of abundance as possible because they will do good things. The more people we put in a scarcity mindset, the more they steal, the more they come up with scams, the more they try to rip off the next person. See, that's the big difference. And if you just believe that you're abundant now, you're going to save yourself a whole lot of hell.
Yep, I agree very much.
Well, that's one of the things I started with the Prosperity Project. You can. I'll do a little shill here at CryptoCash 2022. You can go look it up on Twitter. There's no asked for money. There's no coin. There's nothing. Like, there's no paid group or anything. I'm just putting out an idea that, like, I use a concept off a book called The Richest Man in Babylon. And if you invest 10% of your money into core, I call it core Richard Hart products, ecosystems, I'm not going to like ever direct anybody like how they should do that. But I started this thing back on April 2nd of 2022. It's doing pretty well. And I'm going to do it for 2 years, but my thesis is in 4 to 6 years, you'll turn that into over $1 million, $1 million. And it's free. It's like, I just do it. I keep posting, that type of thing. But everybody who comes on to these channels, these spaces, YouTube stuff, that want to show products, hey, great, I'm not doing that. I'm doing something different. And I don't even need to be here to do that. But, I'm doing it because I'm passionate about the Hex community. I really love the Hex community. So it's one of those things like, yeah, Richard Hart literally, scammed me into being a millionaire. So, like, I'm thankful for that.
Yeah, I'm glad that when I got introduced to Richard because of a suggested video suggested video on YouTube, I didn't hear any of that negative talk about scams and stuff prior to that day. So when I heard Richard speaking, I was going, this guy's a genius. No, he's fucking brilliant. He really understands this whole, ecosphere of online cryptocurrencies and stuff. And that was what was not only the selling point, but it was also the one thing that made me feel more confident and confident in that whole idea. I mean, I literally, the same day that I watched that video, I got involved. And I can't say that about any other founder. Like, I mean, I've looked at other founders of different tokens and I'm like thinking, nah, leaves me feeling a little limp. I don't think so. I'm not excited about that at all. So yeah, I mean, Richard does know how to speak to the masses. I just wish that he hadn't had any kind of that negativity coming at him. It feels like we'd be so much further ahead if that hadn't happened. But at the same time, it's like some of that controversy probably created people's curiosity to get, look a little deeper and do a little more research. So if you can look at it as good or bad, I mean, I think it kind of comes out in the wash, really, because some people are smart enough to look a little deeper, and then there's other people that just aren't. Then that's really a shame for them.
Yeah, and that's why not everybody can make it. You have to know the truth when you see it, and unfortunately, like, you have to listen to the message. It's beyond just appearances. That's why I'm so incredibly skeptical of anything that's just completely visual based. And you think about the situation with Kim Kardashian recently, right? Like, somebody paid Kim to shill some coin. Why? Just sheer
Yeah, I
optics.
mean, she's not even really that good looking.
But that's what I'm saying. It's just like besides
Nah,
the
you're
visual
crazy. She's
appeal.
fucking hot. Nah,
She's
she
hot.
ain't all that. She is not all that.
No, she's
Man, I
not
would
very good
She's
destroy
looking.
her.
not.
We would all destroy
I
her.
would
Shut up.
definitely leave her at
Come
the
on.
movies if she made any noise, if we were at a walk-in theater and she
Everyone would
was
have
like
been rolling
making
her.
a lot of noise during the movie, I'd just leave her there and drive home myself.
Yeah, totally. Like, I'll say two people, like, in the Hex community, like Hexy B and Hex Siren, they're hot. I mean, they're just beautiful girls. So, it's like
I'm
she
not
wants
denying
to
that,
be
but I'm just
something.
still saying everyone in this chat would fuck the shit out of Kim Kardashian if they had the chance.
No, I wouldn't. I
Nah,
wouldn't even touch her with a
Nope,
10-foot
not
pole.
even.
You guys are fucking demented, then.
There's some of those hoes you just want to stay away from because they're nothing but bad
Yeah.
news. She's one of them. I
Nah.
wouldn't any of those family members.
I wouldn't be interested in the heartbeat. 100% not interested.
Damn, nobody likes Kim anymore. All right. I mean, whatever. I was never a big fan, but yeah, like you see this angle that's sort of being taken is to confuse people from all sense and reason and just to show them like a shiny object. And yeah, that I think that's a hurdle that we're sort of soon to get over in crypto, where people understand that there's more to it than that. But look, like we're gonna hear it all. We're gonna see it all. Like this is extremely disruptive technology, and it only takes like a moment of studying history to realize how many amazing ideas were shoved underground, buried. The scientists died in jail or poor, shit like this. We just have to recognize that. Yeah, like we kind of have a problem. The world kind of had a problem with this historically of letting brilliant minds flourish. And of course, like at this point, I I'm not even convinced it is a good idea until I see all the backlash and outrage and people talking, saying scam and all this stuff because that's what gets attention. Think about the misinformation tags. If somebody tags like an article as, this was not real information or whatever, everybody clicks on that, because it draws more attention. So yeah, we're gonna see it all. We're gonna see all sorts of attacks, and you should still use your mind. Like if it's reasonable, but a lot of this stuff was just bullshit.
Yeah, I'm not even connected to mainstream media at all. I mean, when I hear you guys talk about something like that, where a celebrity said this or celebrity did that, I'm looking at it, I'm just blind to all that shit because it's just noise. It literally is noise to me. I don't give a shit.
You know what the problem is? The problem is like the SEC and the justice quote unquote system is they're using these hot shots to make precedents in law because Kim's not going to care. She's just going to pay the fine. It's like $1 million.
What actually happened? I mean, what is she alleged to do?
So the issue is that there's all these influencers out promoting cryptocurrencies, and I guess they're not filing taxes on that properly or something, right? Government wants their cut. But essentially, yeah, they're trying to say that like if you're endorsing, if you're a celebrity or an influencer and you're endorsing a particular crypto, like you have to disclose that, and just this kind of the same stuff as if you had ownership in the stock that you were recommending. They're trying to hold them to that standard.
Oh, so okay, yeah, but it's like if you're Michael Jordan and you get a Nike deal,
yeah,
that's basically everybody on the planet knows that he was working directly for Nike. It's not like he just slapped on a pair of Nikes and started running around with them.
But Nike,
with Kim Kardashian,
yeah,
but
Nikes
with
don't appreciate 10,000X.
Even if they tweeted about one or something, that could be construed as like a buy order from I mean, what was that one guy's name? Oh, that fucking guy on the bald-headed guy on the yeah. Like when I used to hear him say stuff, I was like, oh, fuck, this is just ridiculous information this guy's spreading. I don't know why.
Somebody made a reverse Kramer ETF where it's just an ETF that counter trades all of Kramer's calls. He was so pissed.
Yeah.
Is it going up?
It's actually doing good. Yeah,
that's fine. Yeah, because what it comes down to is this: is like, hey, if I'm getting paid by you, and you're promoting a coin, and I have to like promote it, and you're paying me, well, then I have to disclose it. But you know what? If you're just promoting a coin that you're not getting paid by, hey, I'm just hyping the coin, that type of thing. So there's the difference. But
you guys should go buy dog shit coin. It's like, what? Dog shit coin? I didn't even know that was a real thing. Yeah, it's called dog shit coin. It's really great. People are going, fuck, man, I better go jump on that.
Damn it, I'm gonna look it up now.
I gotta get that doggy doo-doo coin, man.
There's so many of them. There's like a site now called PooCoin or it literally tracks all of them. I mean,
Poo
there's so
coin.
many. Yeah.
No, that's been out for a long time. I've been part of that, bro. That's how we scammed. That's how we figured out SafeMoon with PooCoin. I know the people behind that.
Is Zen
Yes,
coin on there now? Because that's the poo coin.
SafeMoon is a scam. But you think Zen is a scam, bro? What?
PooCoin. Anyway, it is
No,
what
is
it is,
Zen
bro. They
coin
made most
on
of their
there?
money. They made most of their money promoting scams.
Yeah. Is Zen coin on there now? Because that's a poo coin now. So everybody asked me about that, and I was like, no, I'm not touching it with a 10-foot pole. I did not even buy like 1 cent in that. Like,
I wouldn't
goodbye.
buy Zen at all. You mint it for free.
If people really like having coins, I'm gonna teach you guys in about 30 minutes how to deploy a contract, and you can just mint yourself whatever you could call it Kid Cosmic, you could call it Hextech, whatever you guys wish, right? And you can mint as many as you want. Guys, it's not a game, right? There's
Yeah.
capital involved.
I wish I could or I would, that type of thing, but I wouldn't, because I'm 100%. I like to stay legit. It's like, hey, I'm in this space. I only provide limited educational content. And, I don't want your money. I don't want fame. I don't want to be like the influencer or whatever. Like, I want to see people make money, and just live their lives and do whatever they want with it. But so,
I had that thought too, where I thought about opening a business and having a token that is dedicated to that business, and then I thought, why should I do that when I can just basically go and utilize the Hex platform and tell everybody that it is a requirement to interact with my business only using Hex, for example, and then
Yeah,
that
that's
way
brilliant.
it's
That's
like
brilliant. Yeah.
boosting the business, but
Sure.
it's also boosting Hex at the same time. And I don't have to go through the fucking nightmare of hiring developers and having servers and all that other bullshit to run my own token when I can just utilize what's already been built with Hex
Yeah.
and Pulse-Chain.
Keep it
Yeah,
So
simple.
Hex is
yeah,
gonna get easier to get. I don't know if you guys heard about
That's
the
the biggest thing
Simplex,
is keep it
the
simple. I
credit
mean,
card on ramp.
I've gotten to some complexities, obviously with derivatives like Maxi and stuff, but they kind of keep it simple. I'm not sure I'm on board with the whole Polymaxi thing because I don't like a third-party contract, and they're still trying to figure that out. But hey, good luck to
that
those
poly
guys.
thing sounded really complex and convoluted to me, and I was like,
Right.
fuck no. If I can't understand it with you speaking about it for 2 minutes, then fuck it, I'm not going to do anything with it. It's just too complex. And I was thinking, for the people from the outside world who are not Hexicans, how many of them are actually going to get involved in that project? And it's like, no, I don't see it getting legs.
Yeah. And that's the thing is like, if you can't explain it to me in an elevator going down, like we don't have like an understanding or agreement. And I love all their other contracts. I just don't like that one. But, I'm going to keep hammering at it and looking at it. They've got to November to develop it, that type of thing. But third party introduction is probably the basis of like where I'm like, no, I don't agree. Because if I can't interact in my wallet, and do whatever I want to do, I can take my other, derivatives, whether it's Maxi, Poly, or excuse me, Maxi, Hedron even. Just like I can interact with the contract and I have to deal with a third party. I'm good with that. But the minute you introduce like some administrator, I'm not very happy about doing stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm administrator averse.
I think they're all noble efforts because essentially it's to lock up as much hex into long stakes as possible, and they're finding all different ways of doing it. And see, this is the problem when you get layers of complexity. Like there start to be more and more questions, and there's less and less of an audience that is capable of understanding and committing to it. So like simple is best. Like you could still just buy Hex, stake it. It's really that simple. But yeah,
Right.
there's definitely these other options. When it goes into like the whole business mode, like this is the thing that I really would love to see, and I'm starting to sort of work in that direction myself too. Is like Donald was saying, like it doesn't have to be your whole business, but you could have like a raffle, you could have some promotion, some VIP thing, whatever, and you don't need to deploy an entire token with tokenomics and all this stuff. All you need is a smart contract, and that uses Hex as the underlying base for whatever it is you want to transact or gives value or significance to, right? Like instead of buying like raffle tickets, you could buy whatever Hex. And so you don't have to restart at a new coin every single time. Like
Right.
there's already plenty of stuff out there. So I think we'll hope, I want to do something with it, and I hope that more people sort of take that direction for their businesses too, because there's just
That
so much more possibility.
and
Well, I love
that's
what
the motto
Richard
for
said, and I
Zen.
keep going back to this, and it keeps hammering in my head every time I wake up. I think about this. It was a conversation he had like 2 or 3 days ago, but actually, it's probably a week ago on Motley's channel. I gotta go back to that. But he said this. He's like, and everybody's asking about ratios. Is PLS going to do better, or PLSX going to do better, or is Pulse or Hex on Pulse Chain going to do better? But he kept saying this is like, basically, this is my point, or his point was, buy Hex now, and you're going to get a duplicate copy on Pulse Chain when it launches, and then you can make your opportunity or decision whether you want to sell it for PLS, or if trade it for that, or if you want to keep it and stake it. But his value proposition is like, you're still going to have more Hex on Ethereum network, and that's not going away. So, I mean, the value play, Richard Hart is a pretty smart guy. So I'm like, okay, so what you're telling me is like, just continue to buy Hex, and I'm going to get a duplicate copy, and I could invest in PLS, which in 6 years could do kind of the Ethereum, projection. But I still have my same Hex on Ethereum, which is going to continue to have value. There's a little bit of alpha right there for you.
And to add on to that real quick, the reason it's so significant is the gains. All right, the gains are awesome. We don't know, they're an unknown. But here is what is known. Your risk goes down in half because you can capitalize on both chains now. And managing risk is the biggest part of this entire thing. So that's why if you keep copies on both, right, now your percent odds that you'll be in the right pool, the pool that takes off, has just doubled, and your risk has gone down.
Yeah.
So it's like getting Hex at 1.5 cents.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's the alpha. I mean, I don't do YouTube channels. I don't do YouTube stuff yet, but like that's 100% exactly. You just got it. You just nailed it on the head.
It's all about managing your risk, and then if you want to ratio trade on whatever chain, like this is why you should all hop on testnet, see what's going on there, you can play around with it, make sure that once it launches, like you're already an expert at using it, and that's going to be your biggest advantage. I'm not saying you have to immediately move your tokens. I'm not saying that at all, but you have double the opportunity now. And so if you go and learn the system, you go and play around with it, see what's already available, even just on testnet. You'll be in the best possible position to make good choices once it does launch.
Yeah, 100%. And guess what? It's your wallet. It's your coins. So forget liquidity providing and all these like risky type things that people are kind of driving here in the bear market. And I'm not going to pick on players, but I'll pick on one. He's always talking about liquidity providing. They want to play with the science of the game. And I'm just like, that's nonsense. It's like, it's very simple. What has produced the best performance over the past course of going on 3 years come this December? I'm like, it's been Hex. I mean, it's made me money. you know, but will it continue to make money? Absolutely. It's the way it works. But there's people that want to present shiny objects. I'll say this: XN, what a joke! Like that whole thing, I was just like, oh my god, I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole the minute it came out. And like, there's content providers out there, and go back, and Hexologist said this. Go back and look at these guys. Don't keep a list for yourself so you avoid these content providers that will tell you like, oh, look at this new shiny object. Like here, go here. It's like, get wrecked. I'm like, you would have been better putting your money, obviously now, in Hex than HexN, because not only are you going to get that price point advantage when the chain splits, and you get pulse chain and you get a duplicate copy on that, but you've already got a duplicate copy on 2 other chains. If you haven't looked into them, that's okay. You even don't have to do anything. If you have end stakes, though, I would go back and do
Hey,
Yeah, and I look at those people that are talking about liquidity providing and all that other stuff. That to me is like one other complexity that I don't have to deal with when I'm just thinking about it, because I just say, fuck it, I'm just going to stake everything that I got and just stake it and leave it, stake it, forget about it.
and
It's
here's
so,
one of the,
why
sorry, go.
add complexity to your fucking life? And every time you have something that you have to deal with, you have to go, okay, now am I going to get penalized for this? Is this liquidity providing going to actually net me anything? Am I gaining that much by doing that? And I think for the most part, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like it's that advantageous for people.
You gain more. You will gain more by staking. And so look at the charts right now. You see how the number of stakers and the amount staked is just it's going up like at a pretty decent rate. It's because people have figured it out. Like providing liquidity is extra. That's another externality. There's extra risk associated with that. And at the end of the day, you're just going to make more staking. With the one fallacy, and this is why I keep urging people to hop on testnet, is that it's not going to be exactly the same. So some people found like their little pattern, their little niche where they have a certain amount of money set aside and they just provide liquidity. They know about how much that makes in terms of fees, and they're cool with that. Now they want to do the same thing on Pulse Chain. But here's the thing, it's not the same thing. The liquidity is not set up the same way. It doesn't, it's a different environment. And so a lot of people are just asking these questions to make sure that they can continue to do the same thing they're doing now with V3 on Ethereum and all that, that they're going to be able to do the same thing on Pulse Chain. And you don't need to do that. Make it simple for yourself. Like you could become a millionaire, 10 million, whatever, without all of this stuff. It's just how much of a difference is it really going to make for you? Is it a drop in the bucket or is it life changing? Because if you stake and you have 40% more hex at the end of the year, that could be life changing. These little percentages on fees, having your money in an LP pool somewhere, that's not going to do that for you. So yeah, just keep that in mind. It's not the same thing. And just because something works now on Ethereum, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to have the same market dynamic and the same ROI on Pulse Chain. Pulse Chain is going to be far more potent, just holding the coins, staking them, using whatever, whatever you want to use in that ecosystem. But yeah, like overall, the same thing that works now is not necessarily going to work as well or the same on Pulse Chain.
Yeah, this is my perception on that aspect, and it's only my perception. It's not a recommendation, but I look at it with when PulseX launches, that'll be the DEX, similar to what Uniswap was on Ethereum, and you're gonna have the ability to do one-sided staking, and that's risk-free. So that doesn't involve any liquidity pools or farming or anything. You just set it and forget it. You know, that's the long-term play.
Yeah, I'm
Just a mic check. I think he got cut off. I don't know if he got.
it just it randomly just goes on and off. I'll try to watch the screen. But what you guys have to understand about what makes Pulse Chain different at this point is that money has been sacrificed to it in massive amounts during the peak of the cycle. It's literally impossible for anybody to raise that kind of capital now with markets 70 to 90% down. And we basically are assured of an inflow from the SAC. And you have to understand that Pulse X is going to be that mediary, right? To get money through the bridge. So yeah, just keep that in mind that you know, the difference is that sacrifice. And I know some people are sore about it. Some people think it's taking too long. All this stuff. It's the best thing you could have possibly done to secure your future. And for everybody who hasn't been who was unfortunate to participate in the SAC or you know whatever it is, found Hex later. Remember, you're going to have these opportunities coming up too. Like they're just you have to understand the flow of capital. All these other chains, they don't have any capital. They have a bunch of promises. So just keep that in mind. And yeah, like Pulsion has done the hardest part, raising the capital. Now it's a matter of delivering a product that works flawlessly. We know Richard has a track record of doing that, and you know any of these delays, I would rather be delayed another 6 months. I don't care about that. I want it to come out and I want it to work, and it's gonna absolutely smoke Ethereum. Like hop on testnet, you'll see.
Yeah, testnet's working, bitching.
Well, funny thing, like, well,
got a lot of bugs too.
Let me save this and I'll
got a lot
cut
of
off.
bugs.
But the funny thing is, like, people are like, "Oh, it's never gonna come," you know, it's never gonna be there. And like, guess what, guys? We've been doing this whole testnet thing the whole long, and it works flawlessly. Like he's just finishing the product. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
People are confusing the testnet for what we're actually going to be using. The testnet we're using is Binance code.
I didn't
We're
mean to
using
cut you off.
we're using completely different code. So it's important to remember that as well. I also don't care how long it takes. I've been telling people it's going to take forever. It's just the transparency, man.
Test. Or we have connection issues.
Yeah, I think Kid Cosmic, he's speaking. I think you can't hear him. I think, I don't know who needs to drop off and come back. It might be
I'll
Kid
drop
Cosmic.
off and come back.
I'll come back too.
All right.
I heard all you guys.
Yeah, I could hear both of them too. They just couldn't hear each other. But yeah, like I guess I'll wait for them to come back. Yeah, we got Kid back. I'll wait for Hextech.
Bro, Twitter Space has been fucking being awful, bro. It's back to like it's done this like 4 times in the history I've been doing this fucking space.
Dude,
so
it's going
like
on and
4
on.
times this week.
I can't even.
Yeah, but it's like they fix one thing and then something else comes, and then it's like they try to do something else and then it fucks up, and then it's like, but this is like the 4th major update of like that it actually becomes a nuisance to having the space.
Somebody should say that to YouTube. They should say, hey, instead of making it YouTube streaming, why don't you just make YouTube rooms instead of fucking Twitter Spaces?
But you know what? You know what, Donald? Your fucking idea is genius, and I'm gonna try and create one. I'm gonna talk to Bullish about it, and we're gonna try and make one.
Yeah, that'd be sweet. Because YouTube, I mean, all of the times that I've used like StreamYard and all these other different streaming applications like Restream, YouTube is the one that like dropped the least. You know, because I mean, I can remember, what was it, D Live and Twitch? Those used to drop off all the time. But yeah, my stream to YouTube never did. It was very rare if it would. It's usually something on my end.
Yeah, but we're gonna need a new test net if if we're gonna really stress test the new code and everything that we're doing. That's essentially just what I was saying. Like, yeah, the test net works, but it's not under a heavy load, and he's already came out and said that that code has bugs or exploits that he knows about. So,
didn't Richard also say that they will run a test net with the new?
Yeah, of
whatever
course,
they
but
release, they will. Yeah.
essentially what I'm getting at is, yeah, the testnet has been flawlessly working because it hasn't been under a heavy load, and it's also what we're not using. We're not using that. So, but the thing is I would more so be confident in the fact that he's forking ETH 2.0. I'm more confident in that than both the other options we had before. So, you know, I'm happy with the outcome. It's just things have taken, you know, a really long time, and I'm glad they come into fruition. But you know, yeah,
See, this is the thing about being able to pivot. You know, sometimes you really you have the best of intentions. You start with a stack, and then you just realize that there's something better on the market, and there's just a better way to do it. I think it's important for a company to be able to make, or you know, for Richard and his team, and any company too, actually, to be able to make pivots like that, because otherwise you'll have a Cardano situation where they're
I agree.
imagine how long it took them to get all that shit right just because they wanted to do it the way they set out to do it. Well, you know, now there's a better way. They could have probably finished faster and had a better product because at the end of the day, like what, you know, what the fuck is it anyway? Right? Like even after all the time and energy has gone into it, not to mention the millions of dollars, you know. So yeah, I think it's a good
But
strategic decision.
it just keeps cutting on and off. But whatever. My whole deal is it's not everything he said it was gonna be. So it's not gonna be, you know, 4 times faster, 7 times faster, which it doesn't need to be this crazy speedy blockchain, right? But it's only gonna be 40% faster. And then there's a few other things that are changing, like as far as technical things that, you know, general public people, they don't really care about. So it's just the simple fact that Pulse Chain was supposed to be its own thing and kind of like get away from the Ethereum 2.0. And I do like the fact that he's forking the code, but the fact that everything can't be the way you said it was, it's almost like, okay, you're pivoting, but are we going in the direction in the future? And of course, dude, we can adopt sharding. We can adopt anything the new Ethereum devs adopt. So I truly believe in the future, but it's just, yo, Pulse Chain was supposed to be a one and only. You know what I'm saying? And it's kind of like a copy. Yeah, I mean, it literally
Well,
just is a copy.
Pulse chain can be improved, right? This is the beauty of this whole situation, that it's not Hex. Hex can never be changed. It's Hex and it'll be Hex forever. Pulse chain can be improved. So the question is, because we got to get.
And thanks for the conversation.
Oh,
It
sorry.
cut you off. It just cut me
Yeah,
off
yeah.
too. But
I was just gonna say it's what do you want to go to market with versus what do you want to have ultimately? Because if we go for the ultimate, it's not gonna be done anytime soon, you know, because things
no,
constantly
right?
change.
No,
Yeah.
no.
What do you mean, no?
Oh, I'm
So,
talking to the dog. I'm talking to the
so,
dog. Sorry, sorry.
so yeah.
Oh no,
So
you're
look,
good.
like what do you want to go live with, what's good enough to go live with, and what's the ultimate end vision? And I don't even think we have the ultimate end vision. I think, you know, even given a couple of years of being in production, having real stress testing, like you're right, it's in any software product, it's incredibly difficult for the engineers before they deploy something to be able to get a full load test, to get all possible, you know, use cases, it's part of software. You can't really get away from that. It sucks and it's hard, and that's why you test as much as you can. But yeah, like production is production, you know. Uh,
Yeah.
but look, it can be improved, and what we're starting off with has to be workable. It has to be, it has to be a foundation for more things to come. And I think by aligning it with Ethereum, it makes the regulatory stuff seem a lot clearer if you use the same consensus. There's just all of these different points that like you have to sort of compromise at some point, right? Like
Oh, and
having the
look, I'm happy. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Facts. Keep going.
Yeah, yeah. Look, so I get it that everything that was like promised and like people actually have very different ideas of like what exactly was being promised and all of this stuff. Look, at the end of the day, does it work? Does it accomplish these goals? Can people build on it? And you see a product that's not even launched yet that already has dApps built on it, that already has this sort of energy and has this attention. The developers will come. Like, why wouldn't they? You know, even especially there at this point, there's ideological reasons, especially crypto people, for them not to be working on Ethereum. Like, look at all the censorship and all that shit that's going on. I think a lot of the crypto community does believe in anti-censorship, you know, and given that opportunity, like I said, it's all about just having the opportunity, realizing it. That's going to be Pulse Chain given what we've seen before launch, like this is huge. Like we don't even have anything to compare this to. You know, nothing's been this way before. Like Binance Chain did not launch this way, right? Like I heard about it like after, I knew about it, but still, like it didn't have this sort of attention, hype, and everything behind it. So, yeah,
Yeah.
like that's how it gets better. You know, the more people get into it, the more people that try to build on it, that's where we find things that break. Like all these integrations, we heard that what happened with Binance Smart Chain. Did you guys know that that same night they updated Cosmos because they had the same exact bug? Like this is kind of the problem. Is like when you go launch, like say Richard didn't take care of all these problems that he knew about. Well, Adam has the same problem as Binance Smart Chain had, you know. So the problem is when you clone, when you copy, you're also bringing over all the mistakes, and that was sort of the bottleneck that gave them a lot to work on. And I believe they tried a very like brilliant way to solve that problem. It's just that it's actually difficult, you know, and to sort of cut losses there and say we got to go to market. Let's keep it in line with Ethereum. I think that's your best shot at getting a launch, anytime soon.
Yeah, he better do it. That's what I was saying yesterday. Like, of course, it is the best option, point blank, period. But like, he got to do it. You know what I'm saying? At this point, now that we know what we have to do, now it's got to get done. Now there is no more talk. There is no more. Oh wait, this ridiculous amount of time. Now we should have Pulse Chain coming, and I mean, I'm not expecting no real window of time, but it's just, yeah, man. Now I'm ready. Let's go. Now we know what's gonna happen, and what the future looks like. Cause, dude, even what you just said, the fact that Richard can build on it himself and then adopt any other thing that has been built by the Ethereum devs, and we just align ourselves with that. So Ethereum gets a big update, boom. We could do our own update and have our own tweaks. Maybe we don't adopt it for a month and then we tweak it and then adopt it. Like it's never been done before. Like I agree, bro, but at this point, it still has to come out for us to,
And
actually
you
do something.
see what happens with a lot of software. Like, have you ever like anticipated like a video game, like really like it was gonna be an awesome game? They promoted it for years and then
I
it
mean, I've
launches.
been I've been in crypto for a minute, man. So
Well, no,
I
I'm just
was
saying
there
like
for the
video
Shiba
games.
the Shiba swap.
Well,
That was one
let,
piece of
well,
that shit took
let's take
forever.
it. Let's just take it out of crypto. Even let's just say video games. Like I've had these games too, where I like look forward to them. I don't play a lot, but like I know the big titles, and people look forward to these games. And then right at the end, right, what happens is they have to release it. They have a certain launch date that they promised everyone, and what do? They cut half the shit out of the game, right? Like, have you seen
Yeah,
like this has happened? Like right at the
yeah.
end, just to get it out, they end up completely butchering the
And
game
and they suffer. They
and they
suffer, man.
suffer. Yeah, so this is the situation, is that there are certain things that we could compromise on, like not having V3 liquidity right away, but they're like we can't compromise on security things, you know.
Nah, nah,
So
hell no, hell no.
I think the message has gone out like loud and clear, and at this point, if they're really working on anything, it's like principle, like foundational shit that to the operation of the chain. They're not, you know, they're not making Pac-Man, Pulse Pac-Man, you know.
It's been nice talking to you guys. I got to run. I got to go make some dinner. have a good chat. Talk to you later.
Yeah, peace out. At this point, we should be stress testing. Like it should be all hands on deck. You know what I'm saying? The land ho. You know, like for real. They
See,
should
that's
be
where I agree. I
stressing.
really agree with you there. Like, but there should have been like, you know how like products will like ship like an Xbox or something to a bunch of testers, you know, something like that, and then they get like more community feedback. I think maybe that was a slight oversight just because the amount of time wasn't planned. But I agree with you there. Like, there should have been more like you know, more of an involvement, like an open source involvement for testing Pulse Chain, not for development, obviously, but
Yeah,
yeah, for stress
but
testing. Yeah, that would have been nice.
again, this shit keeps cutting off. But if we would have planned around the ETH 2.0 launch, of course, we don't expect anything from the ETH devs, but if we know they're coming out with ETH 2.0 and then it comes out, I feel like immediately the Pulse Chain community should have been like, yo, what is this? Is this any value? We didn't even see it. Richard, you know, hit us with the it's a great idea. And I don't know how I didn't think of it, but it's taken 4 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a little crazy, but I feel like at this point in the next 2 weeks, we need a test net with this. Like, there's no way we can keep going like a month, 2 more months, no test net. Like, we know what we need to do, and shit, you see those Grand Theft Auto 6 leaks? They working on it.
Yeah, that's and maybe that's a part of it too, is like this is the kind of thing that you really cannot have a leak in, you know, you really just can't. That makes this even more difficult, you know, like you really have to keep everything close to the vest. So, um, yeah, like the best thing, like I said, we're gonna keep an eye out for the V3, for the Git commit for V3, and you know, I I envision that launch to be pretty shortly after, unless there's some serious problems found in V3, which remember where it's actually decreasing the complexity. So if they're, you know, they'll be able to resolve issues much better that come up instead of having to rewrite consensus. You know, that's just such a much bigger task. And you know, at this point, they're all super experienced at this. They've been doing this for a while. Um, yeah, and I think after V3 launches, and you're right, like I'm looking. That's my next like sort of key indicator when that gets committed. But yeah, once that happens, like that's when we got to do our part. Hop on V3, whatever you want to do, write bots, you want to trade, whatever, you know, get on there, start using it. And if you find bugs, you know, you're only helping, you know, helping a successful launch. So it could have been organized better, like a bug bounty kind of deal. But you know, there's only so much that you could share with people before this goes live, without compromising everyone who's invested into it already.
Oh yeah, no, I would definitely no bug bounty for a situation like this, but uh yeah, man, this is gonna be insane. But you know what I think is the best stress test? Zen. Everybody has bad things to say about Zen, man, but those core principles, I mean, you know, being launched on Pulse Chain, it's gonna eat a lot of gas. You know, Pulse Chain is already deflationary, and what is the better stress test than an utter gas guzzler? So, I, I think that not only Pulse launching is major, the things and the ideas we have are going to be key into this thing rolling out. All of the things you guys were talking about with Hex this morning, as far as like integrating it with your business, whatever. I'm sorry to say, it'd be easier with Zen. Yeah, it might pump your bags more with Hex, but it's more like intuitive and just easier with Zen. So, all of those ideas are coming to fruition now with other projects and products. So, I mean, I would just keep looking forward, man, and I would mint me some Zen if I was you, bro. Definitely get some.
Well, here's the key difference is Hex inflates at 3.69%, which is a known quantity, and Zen inflates at infinity, like whenever someone decides to mint. And so I don't know if you saw that last video with Richard, but literally the miners can mint as much free Zen as they choose to because they can fill in their blocks for free.
But that's all hypothetical. Richard can dump the OA.
It's not hypothetical.
It is hypothetical. Is it happening? It's.
Well, look,
I totally get your point, but it's like, what else do you want on a project? Like, everybody gets the same amount. You have to serve your term. The same thing with Hex. It teaches people delayed gratification. Like, I get your point, but
but here's the thing, we're looking for different things because I know that I can go spin up a contract right now and mint myself as many coins and call them whatever I want. I can name them after my dog if I wanted to. And I can have trillions and trillions of coins. That's not really the goal here. The goal here is a store of value. And so this is like for me, and I think a lot of the Hexagon community feels this way too. That's why we found Hex, is that it's just a better store of value. If you're trying to just get tokens, then yeah, go for Zen, go mint it, make your own coin, have a trillion, whatever it is.
Your personal token.
The space might rug if you guys could hear me.
Yeah, it might rug.
I could make my own personal token, dump 100 grand into it, and it would be worth more than Zen. That's kind of the thing.
I get your point, but what I'm getting at is it's not replacing Hex. No way in shape am I saying that. Like, Hex has its place. Hex is what it is. I love the Hex smart contract, right? But I'm just saying, as far as like what you were talking about this morning, as far as integrating it into your business, it's just easier with Zen because the person wouldn't be buying your bags. They would be learning crypto and then potentially learning about Hex and then learning about time deposits and things like that. So,
but here's the thing. Here's what you're missing.
I totally understand, though. I'm not missing anything.
Well, okay. Well, here's the side that you're not looking at. If
So
you're
I'm
going
looking
to
at everything, it's free.
Well, look. If you go to a business, what do you need to do? You need to transact. Like, I want to buy a bottle of Coke, and I need to pay the guy who sold it to me, right? The guy who bought it wholesale, the guy who shipped it there, the guy who put it in the fridge for me to take out. I have to somehow transfer to him value. Now, if you transfer that value in the form of a crypto token, how does that guy know that by the time his month is up, that he can redeem that for what he got the Coke for or what he needed to sell it for?
I get that point, but
that's store of value. The problem is that in between the time
that's
that
one
I
scenario.
pay, well, I know, but here's the thing: if we're transacting value, by the time I give that person the value, and at that time it covers the price of Coke, in a week there's going to be an infinite of more tokens. And so every token that I gave him has now been diluted by the supply created.
It's
Well, it's not a transfer of value.
Bro.
It doesn't
of
transfer
course.
value.
Of course. I mean, dude, everything you're saying is making sense, but I'm not looking at Zen like, yo, I'm transferring value and storing value. That nobody's thinking that. So,
Well,
I mean,
without
like
the
I
value,
said, Hex has
without
its
the value,
place.
here's the thing: without the value, you don't need crypto at all because you can just have a database, and I can open up my database and give you trillions and trillions of coins. I can open up a database and give Hexbullah and Famous and Hextech everybody
That's
trillions
just
and
an
trillions of
opinion.
coins.
That's just an
It's
opinion.
not an opinion.
Because because I don't know about your token. Zen will have mass adoption, bro. Everybody will know
I don't
about
have a token.
it.
I have a
You
database.
make a random token and put 100K into it, then nobody knows about it but you.
Exactly, but
Zen,
you know what knows
everybody
about
knows
it?
about
The
Zen.
blockchain does. This is what a blockchain actually is. It's a database. It's a database that keeps track of
Yeah, but
value transfers.
that's not making sense. It requires people, bro. It requires people to use it. So
Yeah,
is your
exactly.
token being used? Zen is being
So
used. That's the function.
right. So then it has to have a function. It has to have a use case besides store of value. You see what I'm saying? That this is the problem is that
Yeah, it doesn't
storing
have the use
value.
case of store of value, and the use cases are coming. More use cases are coming for Hex. Hex isn't just store of value. You
No,
know
no,
what I'm
no.
saying?
You can build
You
use cases on top of a store of value. So now let's say we have a store and I run Hex. You pay me in Hex. I
you
have a
can build
fair.
use cases off of a function, bro. Hex
I understand.
functions,
I
and
understand,
that's
but
where
what are
the
you
store of
actually giving
value.
the person?
That's where the store of value comes from because it
You
functions.
here's the thing. It's actually it's storing information. That's all it is. All it is it is where you pay some gas and then it makes an update in a value
I
field.
know what
That's
I
all it
know
is.
what Zen is doing. I totally get it. But
But I'm saying
what I'm
like
telling you is you have an opinion and I totally see that, bro. And I agree with it. But what I'm getting at is uh just because you don't see the value doesn't mean other people don't, and it
it's
doesn't
not that
mean
I
it's
don't see the
useless.
value. No. I do see the value. I see what they did. Listen, I've gone through their whole contract. Did you know that they didn't just deploy Zen? Like there's companion contracts to Zen. Have you looked through those yet?
Yes.
I've gone
Yes,
through all
brother.
of it, man. Like I know the whole deal. Like I've graphed it, I've visualized it. I just haven't shared it with everybody yet. But believe me, they did not just deploy Zen. They knew what they were doing, right?
Yeah.
I can elucidate all of this stuff for you guys. Like honestly, it's not even worth your time. But here's the thing. This idea of storing value is the most basic concept in humanity, right? It's just knowing how much of what you have where. It could be sheep, it doesn't matter. Now it's not sheep, it's just it's stored electrical
That's
energy
shit.
in the form of a token and a hash. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I
And I
mean I
said
agree.
now it's
It's
shit.
facts.
You know,
It's not sheep, it's shit.
well, look, so
I
imagine.
get what you're saying. I understand all of these core principles. I mean, I'm in the Hex. I understand it very
Did you know that they
extensively.
used to
So
trade? Did you know that they used to trade stocks on tally sticks? Literally with tally sticks. They would just make a notch in a stick, and that would be an indication of how much you owned. That's actually how it worked, right? Imagine this. Imagine you need to go drop off 100 sheep so that you're going on vacation, whatever. You need them taken care of. You come back and you say, I want my 100 sheep back. And the guy says, I only got 80. Shit, we should have written that down, right? We should have counted, written it down, came to a consensus, and stored that information better, right? So this idea of just knowing how much, who has, and where is actually a huge deal. It's the core
you
principle of
have that in
banking,
Zen. You
but
have that.
you don't because your sheep are multiplying at an infinite rate.
Yeah, bro. But there's still limits. Like you can't just do infinite like the way you're talking about it.
You can make that number so high that anybody's holding is just completely insignificant to the one who knows how to do this programmatically. And I know how to do this programmatically. All I would need to do is just team up with a miner, have them fill in the empty blocks,
Why
and that's
hasn't
it.
anybody
Done
done
deal.
it?
Because there's no
When it
money in
ha-
it.
But
I'm
listen,
telling you,
bro,
there's like 50 grand in all of
when
Zen.
it happens, then your hypothetical thing can be
It's not
true.
even
But
worth it.
cool,
It's
cool.
not even worth hacking because there's so
That's
little
an
money.
opinion. Does it function? Is it crypto? Is it real crypto? Does it function? Answer the question.
We can launch a coin together in 30 minutes and it
You
will be a
didn't
real
answer the
crypto and
question.
function.
There wouldn't be a real crypto because for
Why
one,
not?
you would make yourself as many tokens as you want. That's not a real crypto in
That's
my
what
opinion.
Zen does. Who do you think
Bro,
who
everybody can
they
create their
literally
own.
deployed the bot to mine Zen with the contract from the same deployer.
Bro,
Just look at the deployer of the Zen
bro.
contract and see what else that address has deployed.
They still
They
have to use
literally
it.
deployed
They
the
still have to
bot
use it,
with
correct?
the contract. I mean, they did it together. You know what I mean? They're not stupid. This was the plan. Look at the deployer of the contract. See what else. They literally have a function called cook, which goes to every liquidity pool on each chain there's actually there's 5 calls because one chain, Pulse chain, is not operational yet. And what it does is every couple hours, every hour, they go and they cook. And they go through all the liquidity pools, they check all the reserves, and they withdraw a certain set amount every single time. They literally created the bot to farm Zen with the Zen contract. Just nobody looked at that part.
Yep. Cool. And this is all hypothetical in your
See,
opinion.
Trillion. Man, save yourself, brother. This is a beautiful Sunday. You know, some people, they just like to hear themselves, and that's all. So, you know.
I want to see people show it. They say they have all of this
Yeah,
stuff.
no one's
but
gonna show it,
I want
bro.
to see it.
No one's gonna show it.
Okay,
Try
if
to
you don't
find
have
it
proof,
someone
it's
else.
all
If you,
hypothetical then, bro.
yeah, exactly.
You're
It
speaking
is.
hypothetical.
It is.
Like,
Everything's going
yep.
to zero, bro.
Yep.
All right.
Cool.
Cool.
Look,
Good
I
morning.
already gave you the data, man.
Nobody's
The
looking for a store
deployer.
of value, so let it go to zero.
Yeah,
I am.
I
I
don't know why
like
you guys
have
waste
Hex.
your
I'm
time
not
with
looking
this
for
kid.
another store of value. I have Hex. So, as far as what you're talking about, dude, nobody's looking for that in Zen.
This
I'm
guy
in it
sounds
to
like he
mint as
knows
much as
it
I
all,
want.
bro.
No, it just sounds like
Yeah.
I'm participating. That's
Do you
literally what
get
I'm doing,
classes?
bro.
okay.
And it sounds
I'll
like
take your
you're
class,
mad.
dude.
No one's mad, bro. Here, you know what this is? Sorry, Hux, but you know what this is? Do you remember Tamagotchis or like Neopets, where you have to like it's like a little digital animal and you have to like feed it and like clean up its poop. It has like 3 buttons on it and it made millions and millions of dollars. Remember Tamagotchi? That's what Zen is, man. It's just a waste of your time. If you want to make money, there are way better, more potent ways to make money.
Dude,
If you want
nobody
to
is trying to make
participate,
money in Zen, bro.
okay.
This is the issue you're having.
So
Everybody's
what do
thinking
you
this is
get?
this quick money play,
I
bro.
understand, but listen, when you buy something, it gives you access to something else. Like if you buy an
Okay,
NFT,
cool. If
you
I'm
get
mining
access to
Bitcoin
certain
Cash,
groups.
what am I getting for mining Bitcoin Cash? You know what I'm saying? It's practically
Bitcoin Cash.
worthless, bro.
Well, yeah,
It's the
because
same
you're
thing.
mining Bitcoin Cash.
It's the same thing with Zen, bro. What are you talking about? What are you literally
Hold on,
saying?
Bitcoin
You're
Cash
just
doesn't
using.
have infinite inflation. Let's start with that.
I
You know,
mean,
like
cool, yeah, good way to compare it. But what I'm saying is, it's not the real Bitcoin. Like to people, in people's
yeah, so
minds, it's
don't
not the
mine
real
it.
Bitcoin.
Don't waste your
Okay,
time
so
mining it.
cool. So that's how you feel about Bitcoin Cash? Feel that way. That's how you feel about Zen? Feel
I
that way.
feel that
But
way about all miners. I think mining is not.
I feel
It's
the
just a
same
waste.
way. I feel the
Yeah, it's
same way.
just a
But
waste.
I'm not mining with Zen. I'm not doing that. I'm not wasting all of that
Yeah,
bull
you're
crap.
doing even less. All you're doing is clicking
Yep.
claim. Yeah, that's
Exactly.
what I
So
mean.
how am I wasting my time? I don't
It's
get
like
it.
Tamagotchi. It's Tamagotchi, man. It's like it gives you some kind of
This
enjoyment
is
while you're
your
playing, but it's a
personal
waste of time.
opinion. This is your personal opinion.
Well, what can you possibly ever get through, even if you had all of the Zen in the world? Like, what would you get? You wouldn't get
You're
access
thinking
to
about
anything.
this as
You
an
wouldn't.
accumulation. Oh, I want as much Zen. I can be as rich as possible.
No, I'm
Yo,
asking what benefit is there of having even all of the Zen? It doesn't give you anything. What does it give
of
you?
course it doesn't. What benefit is it having
So
your
why
own
do you want
token and
something
putting
that gives you
100K
I
in
think what
nothing?
he's saying. I
Like,
think what
what?
he's saying is that you could just, like I'm saying, is that you could just use the protocol to make Pulse more valuable.
Well, look, I'm saying multiple things. We can create a lot of things just with Zen because you do it for free. Like, that's the point. You do the infinite thing so you can continuously do it. Like, nobody's trying to seek value in this. Like, this guy is mixing this thing up with Hex.
So what is Hedron doing? What is Hedron doing? Hedron, what is Hedron doing?
Wait. So I understand.
Dude, that has something to do with Hex,
No.
bro. What are you talking about?
I understand what you're
Brainwashed
saying.
people.
I understand what you're saying, kid. I understand what you're saying.
Thank you.
I understand what you're
It's like,
saying.
dude,
It's
this
like
has nothing to do with
it's like
store
it
of
has
value.
no
We're using the product.
it
We're
has no
using
value,
it.
but
That's the value. Use it.
But yeah, you could do whatever the fuck you want with it. You could build like a play version of stuff and like have like not even a test net, so people don't feel like they're wasting their time. They could still be on the real place, but where I don't understand where the conversation is going, to be honest with you. I understand your point of view and his point of view.
That's what I'm asking him is, why is he keep saying store of value. It's like I already told you, bro. Nobody's trying to get rich
Well,
off Zen. So
well, it's
this
because
whole
he's a
what if you had all the Zen? Well, what if you did? Nobody's trying to do that. Like, what the fuck?
maybe he doesn't understand your point of view because I
Well,
don't understand both
cool.
of
And
you
that's what I'm trying to communicate to him is that's his opinion. He can have it, but I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
but it's
mint
the way
Zen.
you're saying it, dude. It's the way you're saying it, man. It sounds like
No,
you're
it's the way
arguing.
he's saying it. He's saying I'm wasting my time, and he's
No,
having
you
this
do sound
negative
kind of
thing with it.
hostile, and this isn't the first time.
No. What it is you can't admit that you said I was wasting my time, and
No,
you
but see, that's
sounded
hostile.
negative.
That's hostile. Why are you
That's
assuming?
hostile, bro.
No,
Like,
man,
I'm
I
not
don't
wasting
I
my
don't
time.
mind at all. Your time is not my time, man. Like you can go beat
Cool,
off
but
for the next 15 hours. I wouldn't say a word to you. I swear to God, dude, if you use your time how you want to use your time, that's what I
right
do. That's what we
then.
all
All
do.
right, cool.
I'm not
So
telling you that.
other
What I'm
people see the perspective. Then that's
what
all I
I'm
want
what
to. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just saying the counterbalance to that perspective is that you could put your time and energy into more productive means, things that will
But I'm
actually get
already
you
in the
something.
hex. I'm already in the hex and pulse, bro. Like, you get what I'm saying? I already understand your point of view. I get
Yeah.
how many things I can do. Zen is not for whatever you're saying. It's just an onboarding tool. It's whatever we can make
Could I
it.
give you an example? Let's say you build something on Pulse Chain. You get your Pulse for free, right? Because you get a copy. And now you can run an entire business off of something that actually has capital, something that actually
Yeah, but
has
he's
I
saying
see the
whatever with
value, but we're not
he,
trying to do that, bro.
yeah,
I hear you.
he's
I really
saying
hear
don't
you,
take
bro.
any value. It's like give it to kids.
Yes. Oh my God. Thank you. He really gets it. It's like,
It's
dude,
like you can
you're
actually
5
make
years
a
old,
school.
mint some
You can
Zen,
actually
learn
make a
crypto.
school. You can actually make a school and have everything that you do with real money and not have it because everyone knows it's not worth anything. But you can
And they're
actually have
playing
people
on a
get in
real
and
blockchain.
you know, it's like every morning when they do their instead of their home thing, you know, if they're in like a computational class, it's like, hey guys, let's go mint our stuff. Like, you know, getting into the habit of doing something every day, like checking a bank account. Like,
but
if you were
here's
to give kids Ethereum, that's stupid, that's illegal. Like, it's just like, but if you were to give them something that has no value, that's on the block. Like, how many times do you have a test product on the actual network? You don't. You have a test network. What if you
You
were
can
able
give
to?
kids.
I think that's what he's trying to say, and I do see that.
It's
That's a
dude,
very good
it's
point of saying it.
multiple.
I
It's multiple things you can do
And
with it.
and from his point, okay, wait, kid, let me put this. Imagine you were to build a school, right? And like the school utilizes Zen, and every day, 30 kids, right? Every classroom has 30 kids. They basically create 30 transactions, and it's part of like the curriculum, and it's like included in the fees of the school. It's like every day they have fees, and Posting it'll cost nothing. It'll cost nothing for a school to provide the children with gas every day to go ahead and mint something for them to do their class
Guys,
or to
you know
do
what else
things.
costs? You know what else costs nothing? The test net. Like you could actually go
Yeah, but
play in
you
the
don't get the
real
point. You don't get
world.
the point. There's no good that comes out of using testnet besides a testing.
No, there
But if you
is.
were
There is.
no, but
There
wait, truly, now
absolutely is.
listen. Imagine, okay, because the testnet is testnet. But imagine you were to put the kids, right, or put a classroom of people on this. But it costs you like I would be willing to dedicate like 100 pulse for like, and that would be like what 2-3 years of having a classroom, and every day the classroom could go ahead and actually spend gas on the network that profits you, and it actually burns and deflates the network that
You
profits you.
can
So it doesn't even go in vain what they're doing.
if no,
You get
listen.
what I'm saying?
You gotta prepare. Here's my view. My view is that you have to prepare. Like if you practice the wrong thing and you go to and you go show up at the game, you're not gonna play well. You have to practice well to play well. Like everybody knows that. You have to actually simulate the real game as close as you can to get good at it in practice.
So
You know
Zen
what
would be the
costs?
closest.
You know,
Zen would be
but
the
you,
closest.
That's what I'm saying.
Zen is
Like,
like
what's
listen.
your
Zen is like an
point?
exhibition match.
No,
Zen is an
it's not.
exhibition match. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but what are you teaching? If you
What do you
get
mean?
somebody
It's
on
not about
Proof
testnet,
of participation. What
okay.
happens
Yeah,
if
when
you
you
get
miss a hex stake?
testnet is free, absolutely free, and the skills you learn there actually transfer into the real world.
yeah,
Guys,
but how
there's
many
so
times?
much
But you're
How
not.
more
many
going
times?
on.
No. But listen how smart this is. I understand what kids is saying because like, how many times can you actually use two sides of the testnet? Like we had that problem where it was like you could only bridge an ETH. Imagine you were able to use both sides of the testnet.
Well,
Like
the
I
pulse
understand
chain
what he's saying.
testnet.
Like, this is actually fucking smart. Like, this is
No,
actually
it's
smart.
still
Like,
a garbage design if that's what
No,
it's
it's
guys,
called.
garbage to
It's
make
the word.
money. It's
don't
garbage to
that
make money. But like, if you think about it, not on
No,
Ethereum,
I
because
mean,
Ethereum is
if
cost.
it's this kids design tic-tac-toe garbage, if it's some playground for children, you could do it better and more efficient in a better way. And you could just
Yeah,
distribute coins
you're
to
you're
all the
thinking
kids.
Will
about
give birth to
kids,
the
but yo,
idea. This is
what
what will
about
Yeah.
give birth to the
elderly
idea.
people? Like, I mean,
I've never actually.
This is a garbage thing for children.
Yeah,
Like,
but yeah,
there's better ways to
but
do it.
but listen. What if the productivity of something that should not be profitable, right? Like when you teach someone, you shouldn't be teaching them with real money. You should teach them like, you know what I mean? That's why it's called training. So like,
gas fees are real money. Gas fees are real money. That's why if you have to train someone, it has to
yeah,
be
but
on
if it costs you
testnet. That's the whole
a
thing.
thousandth of a penny, if it costs you a thousandth of
Well,
a
it
penny,
doesn't
like
even
is it
need
really
to.
cost
It's
anything?
free. Here's the thing: you're introducing kids into a real live market. You wouldn't do that. I'm telling you, the way
Well,
all
why?
tech
Well, you
training, it
wouldn't
all
do that,
works
and look
in
at how much we're
sandbox.
bitching about actually not being
Look, if you
financially
get a
aided.
job, if you get a job at Amazon, they're not just going to give you the keys to their production environments. You might never even work. There's a specific team. There's one team that's
no, they're
even
gonna put you in
allowed to do
training.
anything in production. Yeah, and you're going to
Okay, but
train
this is
on
not honestly.
sandbox
You're gonna
environments.
train in the real environment. You're not gonna
No,
train
you're
in
going to
this
train in
test
a
environment.
sandbox.
No, but it's not even
Right.
about the real environment. It's
You're
about
gonna
the
train on the
productivity being
job,
productive for
weirdo.
you. It's about actually making it productive. Like the end, like the more people come and learn, well, the more beneficial it actually is to the ecosystem.
Okay.
Like
Hey,
literally.
Famous, if you wanted to build a test environment for kids to practice on the real chain, we could build a coin. We could give out mass adoption like a faucet for teachers, and they could click a few buttons and distribute coins to all of their class in just a
Sounds
couple of
like
clicks,
Zen.
almost no gas, and it would be infinitely better than Zen.
Yeah,
And
but
that
we
would
could still
be an
take the
sounds
honorable
concept.
thing.
We could
that
still
sounds
take the
exactly like
concept of
Zen.
like having something all
That
the.
literally sounds exactly like Zen.
Yeah,
Zen
except for Zen is
purposefully,
garbage.
yeah, Zen on purpose used min and max functions that burn extra gas. They did this by design. That you don't want to actually do that. You want to teach kids things that they're actually going to encounter in real life, so that when they become adults, they know how this ecosystem works. Not this
Bro,
like
I think we
free for
get your
all.
perspective as far as value, bro, and as far as like actually learning crypto and everything. But we're talking about learning. Like,
I'm
you
telling you how
don't
learning
have
works
the
in
book on how to
technology, dude.
learn, bro. You
I
don't get
have
to teach everybody
I have
everything, bro.
over a decade, man. I
Are
know
you a
how this
crypto
actually
teacher? Where's your
works.
crypto degree?
No, listen, you guys can say crypto, whatever. I've been a data engineer for a long ass time, man. Like I know how the pie is baked. I've been in
I
these
hear you.
data centers. I've worked for these huge ass companies with sensitive data, all of this stuff, man. I'm telling
Look,
you, like this
listen,
is just how it works.
and I don't want to keep going because I do agree with you, dude. I do agree with you. Everything about Zen is not perfect, of course, and
Famous, I got a question for you.
nobody's
If you
parading
were
their
going to
kids.
teach someone to paper trade, would you teach them to paper trade with poop, or would you teach them to paper trade with real assets?
I believe that's what Zen is. It's on a
Yeah,
real
it is
blockchain.
poop.
You're
And
being
you could teach
like
someone to trade
you're being
Ethereum or
facetious.
real
You're being
markets.
very
No, I'm not.
facetious.
I'm being serious. Like what Trillion said, you don't teach someone how to play tic-tac-toe if they're going to go out and play
But
football.
you're acting like you're the grandmaster teacher, like you know everything about crypto and you know how to teach everybody everything.
No,
Okay, well that doesn't speak to my argument.
X Hangout
It
knows a
actually
lot about
does,
technology. No,
it's a
listen
different
to what he's
perspective.
saying. Listen to what
I
he's saying
hear
because
him,
he's
and
gone
I
through
said
all
I
these
agree,
deployments.
but
Just
I don't
listen.
have to.
No, you don't. There's a giant red button at the top. You can click it. I suggest it. It's good. You'll like it. It's a good practice.
No, you'll like just minting yourself some free Zen. Click that button. Mint.
So
Sounds
Famous,
like I'm in
if you were
special
gonna
education class.
do right, I can see why Jim Rat told him to fuck off. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
cool.
if you were going to teach someone to
You won't
paper
say it
trade,
though.
you would teach them to paper trade something real. Like if someone's going to practice something, you would teach them with standard market liquidity pools and order books and all
This
this
is an
other stuff.
opinion, by the way. This is all an opinion.
Okay, sure. And you wouldn't teach them on garbage order books where it's essentially like a garbage coin. That would be teaching them how to practice the wrong
No,
thing.
I understand that, but we could still use the concept where it's like it actually burns the gas in the ecosystem instead of using it on testnet where it's not productive for anything.
Guys, Zen is not free. I don't know where all this shit came from. It is
But
not
that's not.
free. If
But
you're
my point
paying
has nothing to
$20,
do with money. My
$30,
point has to do with the idea of using something on the chain and not having it worth anything, but it just is positive in the outcome by just using it. Maybe not Zen, but the concept has me thinking like that's a good idea. Bro,
I
what's
agree
this
with
dog doing, bro? Get the fuck out of the tub, man! What are you doing? Get out!
Why is someone masturbating in his tub?
Dogs. It'd be like that, man. Dogs. But look, I totally understand you guys, man. I mean, you have points, and I'm not denying them. I'm just saying you can't just parade around and say no to everybody else's
Actually, we
opinion.
can. So, yeah, no, it does work that way.
Okay, cool. So you're a douchebag. Say no to everything.
No, I say yes to lots of good things. It's just Zen happens to be a piece of shit.
Cool. Well, that's your opinion, and that's all I'm
Yes,
saying, bro.
it is.
Here, I'll launch a famous
Some
Kid
people eat
Cosmic
shit.
token. I'll launch a famous Kid Cosmic token on testnet, and we could all go play, and you guys could have all the coins you want,
Yeah.
not burn your fees on gas, and I'll actually teach you
Actually,
something.
look, copy and paste the Zen contract, bro. Boom. Copy
You would
paste.
use a better contract.
I would just use the standard. You don't understand, guys. There are standard templates for contracts. Like, if you've never heard of Zeppelin or any of this stuff, like, this is what I'm saying. Maybe I should just go through testnet with you guys, show you how this is actually where it starts, how you do this stuff. Because the things
So
that you
since
guys
it's
are think
so
are
easy for
valuable are
you,
not.
you develop a token and get the users. If this is just so easy, bro, do it. Like, let's
See,
do
but
it.
here's the
Let's
thing.
build.
I'm not a glutton for
But let's
punishment.
do it.
Here's what I do. I do what Richard does. I find the best of what's out there already, and I use that. And then I build whatever I need
Sounds
on
like you
top of
can't
whatever
do it.
already works. You don't understand. You can't just start over every single
So build
time.
on top of Hex. Let's do it.
That's the goal. That's the goal, man. Like,
What
that's
what
what
do
I'm
you
saying.
want to
Like,
build?
here's the thing.
You
If
know?
I plugged you in and I said, listen, I want you to help me work on this contract that works with Hex, and we're gonna do this thing for schools, whatever it is, right? Wouldn't you want to contribute time to that instead of just mindlessly clicking mint?
Yeah, dude, I get what you're saying, but with Hex, bro, like, you have to do certain things. You have to stake long enough in order to get like certain amounts of profit. So
But
like
here's how I see it.
it's
I see it
no,
differently.
listen, it's the simplicity in Zen. Like, you literally come back the next day, get your tokens. Like, nobody's trying to get value, bro. If I wanted value, I'll wait 15 years. But why am I sitting down with 5-year-olds telling them to wait 15 years and longer pays better, bigger pays better? You just sound ridiculous. Like, I get your point, but doesn't really
No, it's what
sound
you
good.
said in the beginning. You said you're 20. By the time you're 35 years old, your 15-year Hex stakes will be matured. You'll be a
Yeah,
billionaire.
but I'm
That's
20,
why.
bro. But a
Yeah.
5-year-old, they're gonna want it tomorrow. They're gonna want it the next week.
See,
You know what I'm
that's the
saying?
thing we
Like,
gotta. No. See, that's the thing we gotta uneducate, because the world doesn't actually work this way. You don't just plant corn, come back a day later, and you have corn. You have to plant it. You have to
guess
sow it,
what?
take care of it,
Zen
mind
works
it,
the
then you
same
get corn.
way that you wait longer to get more. So it
It's
still
instant
teaches the same thing.
gratification. That's why I
It's
called
not.
it.
It's not
That's
at
why I
all.
called it crypto Tamagotchi, because you clean up that little animal's poop and you feel good for a second, but then you got to do it again and again and again.
That's an opinion.
And
That's literally an
that's a
opinion.
short term instant gratification system. This is
Listen,
the
and
problem.
that's my point.
I
Hex has
agree
its
with what you
place.
said, Trillion. A lot of
Hex
people
has
in
its
this
place.
community would appreciate building a token and building stuff. I know at least 3-4 people in the community that are actively looking at how to build a simple contract, and they would love that tutorial. I mean, me and Famous would show up, I bet, even. But
Yeah,
like
man.
I got to start doing more of that, because I got to show you guys
Hell yeah.
like where the interest actually should be. Like, what if you listen, you guys could all become millionaires, not even just do something, put something out into the world, produce something. Right now there are so many ideas. I bet each one of you have at least 5 in your head already. It's just, where do we start? How does this go? All of this. And I'm telling you, the most difficult issue of any business starting any idea is raising enough capital, getting enough funding for it to actually become a real thing in the real world. And that's why it's important to start with the base, like you've already have, and I'm not arguing with you at all. If you've already started with your base as Hex, that's the one you should be building off of. That's the one we need to pivot off of because that's the one that can be trusted to retain value as we build businesses on top of it. Imagine all the people who build businesses on top of chains that don't get any usage. They're fucked. They could have a great product, but guess what? There's no capital there, so nobody's going to go there. Hex has acquired a tremendous amount of capital in such a short time that it's literally mind blowing. We're not even past the 3 year point yet, you know. So that's what I'm saying. If we're going to put our energy and our concentration into doing something, let's do it where the trajectory for investment is already skyrocketing. So whatever we build on top of it will become even more valued. Like right now, mark the value. That's what the company is worth. By the time Hex reaches whatever, the entire company is now worth more, not just the particular project. That's why you saw what happened with some of these crypto companies during the bull run. You know, yeah, and then they got greedy, spent $35 million. Listen to this, Do Kwon at Three Arrows Capital. That guy is not a marketing genius. He's a very good engineer, but he's not a marketing genius. He's not a money genius. He spent $35 million on NFTs just to put it out there how much capital is available in these markets if you know how to capture it. And I really urge you guys, like, that's the abundance that you want. You want to be able to put yourself in a position where you just don't give a fuck about the money. And then you can really just go back and give to the schools, not an education on some shitcoin, but you can buy them pencils and books and new lockers and all this other shit. That's the kind of stuff that we should be trying to do.
And then sleep with
Well, I
all,
want to see something,
and
man.
then make sure that you sleep and hook up with all the hot substitute teachers because those are, you know, they're the best.
RDS is here. Yeah, what's up, RDS? Oh, yeah, that too.
And Jarvis, you have an interesting account there.
Now I know why you guys like those old Fords so much. They're a soccer mom magnet. Oh, is Hextech still here? Yes, Hextech knows what I'm talking about. The soccer mom magnet.
So how'd the shooting range go, RDS? Lots of fun.
Well, I'm going to go again today because I got to put the run through the new GX4 that I got. So I got to put it through those paces before I get it assigned to me. So that's what I'm going to be doing. And then I'm lucky because the outdoor range that I'm going to is actually like right next to the beach. So I'm going to go to the beach again today. But I've been pretty much on a gun, run, girls, beach, work, run. That's pretty much what it's been like for the last couple of weeks.
Are you a 9 mil or a 45 kind of guy?
9, all 9s. Because everything that I carry, I have, I guess pretty much at this point, I became a full family member of Taurus. So I have all Taurus 9mm from the from the G3C Compact, which I used to carry, and now the new GX4. So 9mm across all of those, and they shoot amazing.
Famous. I found your uncle, Famous. I pinned it up top.
And good morning, everybody.
What do you use for sights?
Every one of them is different. So on my Taurus G3, I have it now permanently inside of a MCK, which is the conversion kit for the 9mm. Converts it out to a rifle extension with, you know, buttstock and all that. I use no sights, and the reason that I use no sights is because the gun is inside of the device, and you can just use the Picatinny rail that's from the front to the back, and or a laser if you need to, and that's pretty much it. And then for my 300 blackout, I have a loopholed glass encased red dot with iron sights, but I'm 100% trained with iron sights at up to about almost 160 yards. So I use that, and then if I need to go range, I'll use a scope. And then for my 9mm G3, which is inside of that MCK, I forgot to mention, it actually has hollow, like they reflect out in the sun and at night. You don't need any light. It's self-reflecting. It has like a material in the inside, so it glows automatically. For my G3 Compact, I have the glows, but now for the new GX4, we're using the new SIG flat embedded single green dot that does not require any batteries or any external light. It just absorbs the light and it glows. And it's basically flat. You don't have any sights whatsoever. It's just basically, it's embedded inside of the gun. And that's it.
Yeah, the holographic sights are cool. That one's not powered either, right?
Yeah, no, none of them are. So everyone in the general public is kind of upsold into HoloSun and HoloSun optics and red dots and all that bullshit. It honestly, it's all fluff. It's useless. Like all the upgrade stuff is kind of useless. You should be able to use your firearm with the iron sights because one, you don't want anything that's going to get snagged on your clothing. Two, you don't want anything that's going to break or obstruct. Three, you don't want to be dependent upon something that if it fails or there's a mechanical issue, you're not going to be able to recover. And then four, if you can't use the gun naturally with the natural sights that it actually has, then you should not be carrying. So that's how we're trained pretty much across the board.
Got to know how to use that tool. Yeah, I was just gonna say that all the bullshit with the red dots, like it's all cool until your battery dies, and it's just an obstacle. But yeah, just like you said.
Well, they have the new Shake and Wake HoloSuns, which basically you just put it out in sunlight or sun and just enough for it to power up, and you'll get a dot. But if it fails, it fails. In the middle of the night, if it fails, you're fucked. So yeah, I agree. I always go at night. It also depends upon your like when we get sent out at night, we have different optics, and during the daytime we have different optics. So it depends.
I think a laser and a flashlight at the front, I think that's the most badass combination. You see that coming at you, you run. The laser really sells it well.
I attach on all of the weapons that I have. They actually have different modes for the flashlight at 300 and 400 lumen. So you could go low beam to high beam, but you could also go with flickering, so it blinds the person's sight as they're looking at you, attached with a red or green dot. And we usually use the green dot at night and red, depending upon mixed circumstances of light. So
I don't know what they did, but those flashlights got so goddamn bright like over the past couple of years. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, it's a great thing to have.
yeah, I think that if you could stick with like a 250 to 300 to 450 max lumen, you're going to be okay. You'll be able to light it across a good field and get some good coverage. And I think it's just because technology is just ever evolving. And as I speak to you right now, I'm actually loading up all my 9mm.
Yeah, I got to get out to the range at some point too. It's been a minute.
I'm looking forward to the day when someone shows up to the range with a drone for target practice.
A what?
A drone,
drone?
assistive shooter. Yeah.
Yeah, a drone. Yeah.
Did you guys see the drones that have fully mounted like whatever like weapon systems on them?
Yeah.
Dude. Yeah, you show up to the field with to the gun range with your drone, but the drone's shooting. Yep.
Dude, right? Run and gun with like 3 drones.
Dude,
They have
it's
that new
amazing.
they have that new DARPA drone that actually does that.
Apparently they've been around for some time, and they have like these self-destruct like so they don't want people to get the technology or whatever if they
Yeah.
crash, and they have like a piece of C4 in them to detonate in case. Like it's crazy.
Well, most tech that goes out like that in operations all has that, like a mass majority of it.
They get the C4 from me.
Fucking terrorists.
You got that 99.9% C4.
straight from Colombia.
Uncut. Remember the guy who was trying to light a piece of C4 with a match? Remember that guy? I think I was in middle school, and I think half the class knew, like at least the guys did, that you can't light a piece of C4 with matches. Fucking crazy.
It was probably from where Sean's from.
Dude, he was from the mental asylum. That dude was nuts. Yeah, we gotta watch out. But yeah, anyway, I didn't mean to take the conversation too far off track of crypto, but yeah, like all of these things, even like as far as the guns, all the regulations, everything around that, like I'd love for that stuff to be on blockchain. I just don't think that if you peg it or you associate it with a coin that means nothing, that it would be successful, because the opposite of that is it's tied to something with value, and obviously that should get more traction. And
I
yeah,
can,
like I hear you guys. Just real quick, I hear you guys on like doing some demos, and I'm gonna try to put something together, just like 30-minute bits. Hopefully that's just enough for you guys to like, start that process of like discovering this stuff for yourselves, because it's super interesting, and the capabilities that you have, you don't even know you have them, but like as you sit here and listen, you have them. It's amazing, and let's try to use them to build a better world, like a more fair world, less censored world, where the truth can actually get out and people are happy, versus just confining people to random repetitive tasks that are completely insignificant to real life. Because remember, like these are all just tools to build a better world. Like crypto is not the end, like it's a means.
I can loop it back to crypto from run and gun drones of like if you had one guarding your house, like I definitely see identity and trust relationships being built on that. And that fits NFTs, or someone comes to visit and you can just sign their transaction that for the next week all the drones will listen to that person. Like I see
And,
blockchain in
and you would want that verified on chain, and you would
right?
you would want and you would want particular signatures
So,
to have
so
access or not.
I'm gonna fill you in on something because you're talking on stuff that kind of exists already.
Yeah.
There's a few people that know that I have AI background in here. So when I was working with AI Los Angeles a few years back with UCLA, they had a Python program that I got grants to go into and see what the grants were for. Pardon me, I put the phone on the floor. If it sounds different, let me know. And their grants were basically government grants for Python visual acuity training for items, including facial features. But the way that it does it, it does it at the micropixel level, so it only needs like certain micropixels to identify it, like a tree, an apple, a car, a face, a person, that kind of shit. And then we had the other division of our team that did actual, like all the sociological impacts, especially with law enforcement. And they had another division that did all the AI for robotics. So I have a lot of AI robotics. And I know that they were planning and wanting to test with drones, but they were waiting for FAA approval to where the drones could come within proximity of the person with certain guards on the blades or whatever. But it was one for, it can identify the person from distance with the cameras and approach them if needed to. So I'm sure that those applications were probably amplified to be aggressive at some level, for sure. Some agencies probably testing it now where the drone can come in within a certain distance of you, just stop you and identify you, to speak to you. They can speak to you. It's more than just the evil side of things. I think like if you have someone who's suicidal or someone who's stuck in a bad situation or a position of harm, then the identifiers of taking a person out of the mix, letting that thing automate itself to identify certain risk factors and threats and take it out. I think it's interesting, and it's going to happen because we're going to have it in our homes too. Because, like you just said, you could have the drones, you have Ring, Imagine when any one of them, like Elon's dumb robot, gets finally caught up with the rest of the robots, and that's actually your butler. 10, 15, 20 years from now, you're going to need a butler that can defend your home. So I'm sure that shit's part of it too.
And so it draws back to this trust. Like if we're going to make this powerful technology, right, that could have certain capabilities, we need to be able to trust that it's going to do the right things and not do the wrong things by some malicious actor. And I'll tell you the biggest problem with drones and why we don't see that in use, because they are easily hijacked. The radio frequency transmitters that they run off of for long range, they're not blockchain, they're not encrypted, they're not nearly as secure as you would think. And you know this because the train networks, they run on RFID too. It's something a lot of people don't know. But
Hex Hangout, actually, I did give it to you, right? The Fisher for RF signal interference and reprogramming on the road.
Oh, the flipper? Oh, yeah. No,
Yeah.
It's super popular.
Yeah, you're talking about stuff that actually I already I have a few of those, and I actually gave him the link to go get some. So.
Well, I would actually recommend the software-defined radio. It has a name. It's like the next up from the flipper. It's kind of OG, but you can run programs on it. HackRF. HackRF is a full platform for hacking RF frequencies, and there's tutorials and like all that. Like, yeah, it's off the shelf, $200. Like, yeah.
And one of the guys that's on my profile, the one that follows me, he actually he's been on a couple of major YouTube interviews, and he actually has courses for the people that are part of the general public that want to learn about reprogramming RFI, and also for saving and helping with some of the API programming and hacking that's available as well. I mean, you can literally do this all on your phone, and most of the links are on my profile besides the Titanas. If you guys go to my profile or his profile, every now and then the technical one, you'll see a lot of this stuff that we're talking about. It's all based on programming, trust. It can be integrated with if they wanted to, blockchain, but the mechanics of the encryption and trust, that's it's just human nature. If man can make it, man can break it type thing.
And I'll tell you, I'll add to that the RF is a hacker's paradise. You guys would be surprised at how much information you could get from these devices, and they get hacked. Like sometimes you'll hear about like train delays or like a train mishap or something. They run off of RFID, and people can compromise that kind of stuff. But yeah, like so, we have to have a more like sophisticated system. Like this is all super old technology. Like it's been around. And I'll tell you like one kind of scary thing about it. You know how there's more and more stuff coming out from like surveillance cameras, and there's AI for like there's an AI now that will find like if you took a picture in a public spot, there's probably a video of you taking that picture, and it can be found based off the picture that you took, and then like recognize your face and all of this crazy stuff. Um, but yeah, so a lot of these cameras, the way they work off of RFID, and so say you have a very sophisticated camera system, like a very simple one is like Blink. It's just hooked up to your Wi-Fi. If somebody compromises your network, they have it all. Even worse, if they get into your cloud, most of them, right to cloud, they can get all the images. The bigger problem is that they put the very same RFID APIs and RFID systems, RFI systems into extremely high-end cameras. And why do they price them so expensive? Well, it's so people can't buy them and hack into them and then get access to wherever these expensive cameras are being used, which is typically like a nuclear power plant or some production facility. Like who's going to pay $10,000 per camera? The problem is that same company also makes entry-level products that uses the exact same RFI technology. So now you don't have to buy a $10,000 camera to hack it. You could buy their $100 version. It has the same API, has the same systems, and usually will have the same vulnerabilities, regardless of the fact that one's 10,000 and one's a couple hundred, right? So this is the problem. Is like we have this world that's already been built up around a lot of very flawed things, and it has to sort of get swapped out.
What you're talking about, because you're touching barely on the actual portion of it, It's actually called SCADA, SCADA, SCADA or SCADA. It's a rudimentary programming language that's used in industrial complex divisions for automation or system login or tracking or functionality within a corporate environment. And I was trying to see if I could share it, but let me see if I can. Hold on. There's this one right here. Oh yeah, I can share it. Sweet. So I'm gonna share from one of my guys from Anonymous. He actually has the course. He's listed online, and I just posted it to the top for you guys. But it's from Occupy the Web. You can look him up. He's very, very well known. And then you have the Hackers Arise website, and it has everything in there from hacking APIs all the way up to SCADA, and it includes some portions of crypto and cryptography and some other weaknesses within the environment. But most of the stuff that you're talking about for infrastructure, he gives away the courses almost to the point where these courses are cheap enough that if you're bored and you just want to read something, you can pretty much learn how to do a lot of damage or a lot of good.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to read into this. That's awesome. Thanks, RDS. I was just, last point is that, what is 5G, right? Why are we going to 5G? Why is there so much interest around it? And if you understand this part, what RDS was talking about, you'll understand what 5G is all about.
Yeah, I mean, 5G definitely is moving on IoT. Hexy B's in the room. If you want to know 5G.
I already sent her the invite to
Do
speak.
right.
As soon as I hear that, I'm just like, Hexy B.
You're right. And SCADA's the previous generation, late 80s, early 90s. IoT, it lacks levels of trust. You're either admin or not admin with a simple password. It's super weak. It's basically you have to encapsulate it and protect it so no one can ever touch it. Like SCADA's dead. I mean, it's not dead, but it's like Cobalt. Like it still runs the world. And the cameras that Trillion's talking about are definitely not SCADA. And the infrastructure that we're building forward is, I don't know. I don't know if we even have a word for it. Like IoT.
My story is from DEF CON from a few years back, like maybe more than 5 at this point. It was just an example. I know it's gotten better.
Oh no, it hasn't gotten better. Why do you think I went out of retirement and I'm fucking working and I'm having to fucking do this shit all over again?
Wait, hold on. Go into that. What do you mean?
I guess you didn't know. Yeah, so a few people know in here. So I got called out of retirement, and for the last 8 months, while you knuckleheads were here complaining about crypto, and instead of doing work, I was working, saving money, selling all my shit, getting back into the swing of things, because I got a call out of the blue from a company that does placements for a company that I had never worked for. They knew my background and my history. And they threw a huge number at me, and I didn't even give a fuck about the number because it's a company that I had never worked for. And they brought me out of my retirement from 20 years with a very heavy, layered, multi-layered, multi-personal, multi-personality technical interview. 35,000 interviews in total across the planet. Only 10 of us were picked. 7 of us survived. And that's why I carry a gun, and that's why I'm working the way that I work, and I can do the things that I need to do, and I'm never home. I work 2 hours a day. I float around everywhere. I go to my businesses, and I contribute to the internet for layer 3 at layers that which you guys won't see probably full effect till the next 5 years. And Hex Hangout knows about this because he and I talk all the time.
I forgot. Did you have to get clearance? Did you have to get a certain level of clearance to be able to do that? You've talked about this before.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, yes. It's to the point where, so I'll say a little bit of the insight. So I had to go pick up a new piece, and I have to go at certain times to certain places to pick up the items because these usual items aren't for the general public. Like mine was not available for the general public. And usually when you do a background check, even with your carry concealed permit license as an individual, you still have paperwork that needs to be processed and go through. I still go through all that as well because it's federal. But the average processing can be delayed as far back as 8 hours or 4 hours or 3 hours or 2 hours. Mine gets processed in 2 minutes.
Hey, RDS, do you know about any like timelines? Like, I know, so I know, I kind of know the background, but do you know what the roadmap is sort of like? Is there a certain period of time by which they're trying to replace a lot of this stuff, or like what's the
So
trajectory?
it's not replacement. What the general public doesn't know is that you remember this is all basically government funded based and brought out to the public, and it's based upon fundamental technology that's very archaic. So you have HTTP 1 and 2, now we're going into 3, and 3 has been in progress for the last 5+ years, real integration across the backbone, across the internet. It was a Google initiated project. Now it's a global initiative that's based here in the US with cross partnerships across the globe. So that HTTP 3 is actually going to be bringing on board a layer of security and transmission of packets, the likes of which your brain cannot process at this time. And the reason that I say that is because if you take everybody that's on Twitter right now doing voice chat the way that we're doing it, but they're all sitting in the same room in a data center, and they're pushing the data center information out. With HTTP3, you could take all of the voice in a single push with seamless transmission with data loss, but data loss only to the people that it was meant to be lost for, while everyone else still receives their information in a timely manner. It's so secure and so segregated and so granular that the flow of traffic, security, and some of the dumb stuff like the SCADA stuff and some of the IoT headaches may get resolved, because a lot of it uses a lot of the UDP security headers based prior to UDP packets. And it's a whole new world. The problem of it is that, unfortunately, architecture-wise, a majority of the architecture is not able to handle it, because it'll identify it as a threat as soon as the packets begin to process through with HTTP3. So there's a lot of integration with the firewall companies that we're doing now, a lot of the load balancers, a lot of the gateway providers, trying to get all that to get up to par. And we're trying to do it in a way that's, I have to play nice with everybody, even though I don't like a lot of the people that I have to play with. Let's just say that.
You know, honestly, I see this like as the real Y2K, you know. It's definitely a pain point to make this transition, but it sounds like there are very smart people like working on this problem. But yeah, like
Well, I can tell you this much. Every day I doubt myself. Hex Hangout knows this because I've been talking to him nonstop. I feel like I'm a fucking imposter syndrome type thing. I know I qualified for this. I know I belong on the team. But there are some motherfuckers on this team that, you know how like we have people in our group here that are like, they chuckle because they identify stupid quick. They're like that, even with smart people. Like, I feel like the fucking dumbest person in the fucking room.
Well, we're all very grateful you pass that message along to them. I mean, look, it's the price we pay for not upgrading our infrastructure. We really let that get far behind, and the sophistication is just, you know, on a different level at this point. So it's a very worthy cause, and yeah, that's going to be the future, you know. And then how does blockchain fit into that? You know, and you got to just remember that all it is a database. That's all this stuff is. Where do you store data? How do you get it? And the problem is that, you know, the real world there's real consequences. You can't just reboot everything, right? If a train goes off the rail or gets there at the wrong time, like there's real consequences to this stuff. So yeah, it's we can't lose sight of the fact that, like, you know, we have all these tools like electronically, digitally, you know, but it's a matter of applying them to the real world. That's a super challenge. And I'm glad to hear that they're, you know, very brilliant people, as well as you know, RDS is very humble, but he's a very smart guy, and I know he'll keep shit on the right track, you know. So anyway, I think we're all grateful for that kind of work.
Totally. XCB, what do you got?
I love hearing about all these things. RDS, it's been a minute since we've caught up. Trillion, I don't feel we've truly got to speak yet. I love hearing your guys' perspective of the minds of where things are. But it's so hard for me not to think in my wheelhouse of the world that you guys are wanting. It's just not built yet. The infrastructure is, and you guys are you just like, oh, this world that we're going to see one day. The reason why we don't have it is because it is so expensive. The capital that it takes and the laws and the permits that it takes to get networks and things going um, would probably blow most minds away. So I just really want to kind of keep that in mind and watch the legislation of how the laws are moving around utilities and power. I think would maybe open some eyes into some things of what the future can hold. But it truly comes down to capital and who owns what and who gets what tax breaks for what because they own XYZ. Follow the money.
So outside of money, do you think we have all of the base technical resources and the technical talent and people to build it? Like we're set other than just time and money?
Ooh, that's a really great question. I believe that we have people that have the skill sets and the talents. However, they're treated as second class and always kept questioning and second guessing themselves, much to like RDS was just speaking about. So I do feel we have the talents, but I do feel a lot of the bigger companies do keep the engineers kind of numb and complacent.
Oh yeah, we're the
Management
opposite.
disagree.
We're the opposite on that spectrum. I kind of talk about that. That's kind of why I decided to come on board with them. Whereas they don't do metrics on us. They don't track us. You know, do your job. You're an adult, and if you don't do those two things, thank you for your time. You know, that's pretty much how they look at it. 3 of the guys
I'm
didn't
gonna say the
make it.
private.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. And then 3 of us didn't make it, so there's 7 of us left. So they shifted all that money to us. So it's not a money thing, trust me, because again, I don't give a fuck about the money. It's it's very difficult to describe unless you're like in the middle of it. And I know that you do, Hexy, and so does Hex Hangout. Um, the mindset versus what people online, especially what I hear in our chats, in our rooms, the depth of connectivity between reality and impact of what they do and the people around them and what they do is so surgical. Like every single breath of word that comes out of your mouth is calculated, like every one. But it's not because that's what you're taught to do. It's just a behavioral norm. Like this is who we are. We're ingrained with wanting to improve technology, improve the world, make an impact, stay safe. You know, we have to be very neutral in everything that we do. Like you can hear it in my voice. There's a lot of things I want to pick sides on, and I cannot, and I don't, and I remove myself from the equation. And it's a healthy mechanic that they've taught us, and that's part of the culture. The technology is one part. Your reach and your value is another, but your restraint in the middle of that storm of what choices they're making on technology, who's getting the technology, who's involved with it, who's participating, who's a weak link, who's a strong link, who's going to push you, who's not going to push you, your own pressures. Those all weigh in on each one of us as a 7. And it, I can tell you this, there are a lot of smart people. Do I like all of them? No. Do I respect all of them? Unfortunately, I do. Because they're at a point where they've been able to build something that, even if it's good or bad, they're not sitting on a couch complaining about life. They're fucking doing something. So that's why you have good and evil and you have to balance it out.
Hey, thanks, RDS. I just wanted to be clear when I said on the money things. I was talking in particular on the construction and the cost of the hardware. So it was only really based towards that. I see that you are 100% on the programming technical side on that side of it, but layer one has to be in first in order for your layers to proceed. And the world that we live in just does not have that infrastructure of this beautiful place that we all see in the future. I do feel that we will get there, but we're on like generation. And if we think about like the technology of like, let's look at like even iPhones, what we're on iPhone 14 right now, but really we're still at the conception of tech and what it is because of not having enough layer one built. But that's where my passions go. So I'm working hard so we can make your world possible.
You know, one thing that I've sort of learned on this like financial journey, I think a lot of us are on, you start to realize the world has stakeholders, right? Like you sort of think like, oh, that makes sense, that should be this way. Like, yeah, everybody would agree. But here's the problem. The problem is that the world does have stakeholders, and it's gotten to this point where it's just incredibly difficult. Like, we don't want to move backwards, but there's just so much friction moving forward, and it's for this reason. And it's because there are already people, companies, whatever, that have large stakes in all of the important land, all of the important infrastructure, all of the important production facilities. Pretty much anything that's important is owned by someone. And so as soon as a new idea comes along, it's immediately evaluated on the impact of their market cap, of their percent share of the market cap. And unfortunately, there are very smart people who work in both directions. Like you see some of these like lawyers, you know, they can get anything passed, whether it makes sense or not, whatever. And so it's sort of just become this game of like, you know, how do we get the regulations written this way, and how do we protect ourselves? Most of these laws being written, they're not for the people at all. They're strictly for commerce. They're like, how can we engage in business, you know, so the government doesn't sue us, essentially, you know. And I don't know how to overwhelm that because that is a generational thing that you can't just acquire in a lifetime, right? Like this lineage, this provenance of all the important aspects to our world. But the one thing we can do is at least identify that it's that way, right? That there are these stakeholders, that there are these certain interests. And maybe the idea isn't bad, maybe it's just not welcome by the one who has all of the control in that area, you know, right now. And we see that they have not done a good job. They have not done a good job. The stakeholders, they've not done a good job of implementing the latest technologies and making life a better place and more suitable, you know, for happiness and prosperity. That's actually not been their goal, you know, as it turns out, no matter what they tell you on the media, right? But they have people who go on there and lie, and this is all part of the whole thing. So just the fact that we could recognize this and go around it, like this is, you know, this is why I chose crypto, you know. For me, it was at least I'm not going to feed that beast, you know. And then yeah, it's going to take a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, a lot of really brilliant people to lead the charge, because in order for us to get something actually done, it doesn't have to be good. It has to be undeniable. Like it has to be so like, you know, revolutionary that nobody can even deny how valuable this is. Otherwise, you know, they'll sow seeds of doubt and you know, shit talk everything. Look how long it took for electric cars to come out, guys. Electric cars aren't new. You know, they've been out. But anyway, go ahead, XCB.
Hey, I was just gonna pivot when you were complete. So, or not pivot, but you know, kind of more add to it. I just for my perspective, I do see change on the horizon. I can say in my space in particular, I've seen laws change, things are moving in what I would say, I can't say right or wrong direction, right? But I can say it's moving and things are changing. And it's on both sides of both parties. And I can speak only of the United States, but I do see it in other countries as well. But people are noticing and taking note that broadband in particular is the future. And with that, it's showing that technology is the future. I do see a lot of change there. So not to be too speculative, I feel what you're saying. The quote unquote powers that be that do own these things do see it, and things are slowly changing, but it's going to be very interesting in the next few years to see really what happens.
To add on that, I love this topic. um, my primary skill set or focus is like systems analysis and optimization and risk assessment and all that. And every time I look at the societal choices, like Trillion pointed out, electric cars are not new, but we're just entering the cusp of it being not fiscally responsible, but a good utility of our resources. Like it takes resources. Like if you built electric cars in the 90s, we would have been fucked if we switched everything to electric. Like we weren't technologically advanced enough to build efficiently and implement this in a good way. And every time I look at our slowness adopting drones, Amazon could have been doing drone delivery 5 years ago, and we slowed that down. And I'm watching people in the street deal with drones, like on the ground drones in LA. There's guard drones, there's food delivery drones, and it's a huge societal shift, and people are losing their shit. And it's like, no, it's good we pump the brakes a little bit. Like I know it seems bad, and that's good that it seems bad. It's good that we push hard, and it's good that there's others that are pushing against us. And like in the human brain, there's neurons that fire to go and fire to stop. And when we get to that undeniable good, when we get to that, this is robust and amazing and perfect and it's undeniable, and then it gains adoption. And it's like, yeah, we should not move the Visa network to crypto. Like, not today. 10 years when it's undeniable, yes. And I don't know, I just encourage you to fight the fight, but still appreciate the fight is the perfect path.
Oh, and by the way, I honestly look at it more of like a struggle than necessarily a fight. And I'm kind of kidding there, but the thing is, all these great ideas, they're out there. There's just it's very difficult to get them implemented and to get them adopted by, more than a localized group of people. And here's why. Up until Bitcoin and Ethereum, there was no way that normal people and politicians who are wealthy, who have the power, whatever, they had nothing in common other than maybe they came from the same state. Here's what crypto actually does. Now we have a stake in something that we can both hold together. So when Bitcoin does good, like, and you can imagine a lot of the people going into politics are going to have some Bitcoin, right? It's a ton of money, hopefully someone's made, right? And whatever other cryptos and Ethereum. And what happens is that we're being interconnected by more than just the dollar. And this is where it all stems from. Because if the dollar only comes from one place, then that entity is in control of everything. Because nobody can, like, what stake could you offer to a politician or anybody, right? That's not a dollar, right? And since it all comes from one centralized place, all of the interests get located towards that pool, right? Now, if we have something, we give something else value, whatever blockchain it is, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Hex, doesn't matter, Pulse chain, right? But that, but people who are in positions of power have some sort of stake in it. Common people, people who have barely anything, we can all participate in that system. Now we're all staked towards the same positive goals. Now, if Bitcoin goes up, and this is what you're sort of seeing now, is that they're pumping the brakes on a lot of these regulations that the SEC and stuff thought that they could just get hammered through. They're like, wait, hold on a second. Like, now you're hurting the wrong guys, right? So this is why blockchain, because it circumvents the whole USD system that's only issued by one entity, right? Now our interests could at least be heard, and that's a start.
Hey, thanks, Trillian. I really love hearing your perspective on that. It's just really just kind of making my mind kind of, excuse me, think on the things that I'm currently seeing in my space as well. In my space, what I'm seeing that has changed over the last several years, and I do believe the shutdowns of COVID opened a lot of eyes in a lot of industries. And one of the great things I'm seeing that's changing is these entities that you're speaking of, like the legislation and the laws. The money is shifting um, for governments to now bring networks into rural areas, into poor areas. And to me, that's what makes me more bullish on blockchain and crypto more than anything. That um, thought is going into making sure everyone is connected and everyone has that type of connectivity. And I do agree the legislation has slowed down and things are moving, and that's because much to Hex Hangout's point is we just got to pump the brakes to catch up the rest of the world. Just in those numbers alone, thinking of the US, 1/3 of the US doesn't even have connectivity. That's just the US. Let's, think about that globally. So we will get there, and things have to slow down because we also have that old mindset of, oh my gosh, the world is changing and morphing. How do I hold on to mine? So we have the old money, the old fears of how do I keep my legacy going and how do I keep this change and how do I keep my control? It's very, very interesting to watch. I'm excited to see what the next few years bring.
Yeah, it's like the cards are being reshuffled, and I can almost like I always have this sense ever since this bull market started is that this crypto got so far so fast that literally somebody had to pump the brakes on it to let the governments catch up. Because here's the problem governments are going to have. They can't just say, "Oh, it's illegal," and then just pretend like it doesn't exist. Because look, Singapore, they don't feel that way. It's Indonesia. Like that's an extremely productive part of the world. That's a lot of capital, lots of wealth there. So the only thing you can do by not participating in it is get left behind. So yeah, maybe this is what we're seeing now is like the markets had to sort of cool down to let it like reacclimate and for people to actually realize that this isn't going to go away, but we have to be ready for it and we have to do more than we currently had, which was not a lot, right? So yeah, that makes me extremely bullish too. Like I'm totally on the same page with you there.
I just have to say, I love how you used Indonesia as being a productive part of the world. You're so spot on. It is. However, let's just caveat with most of the residents in Indonesia get paid in rice. They might get a half a bag of rice for the labor that they did that day. So, those are the type of changes I hope to see change with infrastructure.
And see, I would feel very, very, very good about that. I would feel good about if we created a system of value that now those people didn't have to get paid in rice and they could hold their own keys, they could hold their own assets, they would know how much they have, they would know how much the next guy got paid. Like there's just a million different ways to make their life better by not having to pay them in rice. And yeah, like we're trying to jump so far ahead, like we're about to launch the next space colony. Guys, there's still people being paid in rice, you know?
But they're the happiest motherfuckers you'll ever meet in your life.
Yeah, they've never heard about half the shit that concerns us. But that's the problem is we need them to be them to continue producing, but the people who do get it need to lead the charge and make sure that the systems benefit them as well.
I started realizing that I think a big part that I like about blockchain is I would now say finance is now a Moore's law compatible digital technology. And before it was a linear technology, and what it means to finance to double. Like Bitcoin started as nothing and it takes a long time to double. And I would also, on the cool down of the market, we need in technology, you need to murder the weak. You need to murder the engineers that just pretend, that snow people, that just fake it. Like you need rubber hits the road murder. And those that don't like actually produce, they hit the road. And so this cooldown is good. I mean, like you have people that just do marketing and big words and look at number go up. And if there's nothing behind it, they get murdered. And so it's important to to murder the weak. And that's why it's crypto winter. And then crypto spring, a whole bunch of garbage projects come out and they bloom. And then crypto bull run, they get lots of value. And then crypto winter hits. And if they don't have real true value, they get murdered. And we do the cycle again. Like it's technology. This is the good side of technology. That's how we double. We murder the weak and we grow quickly.
Well, and it lets security catch up a little bit, right? Like
Nah,
everybody's
fuck
talking about. Sorry.
Nah, fuck them. Fuck security. We don't need it. I'm
I
sorry.
Yeah, we
pray
need
security
security anyway.
catches up. You guys, seriously, that is that is one of my biggest concerns at night. I'm just letting you guys all know. If security, I wish would catch up. I wish.
I would actually say I think security is the bounding number that keeps market cap down. And that if something becomes too valuable, it needs to become super strong and secure. And that's why we can't have $100 trillion market cap because we can't protect it. We can protect $1 billion, we can protect $1 trillion, not 100 trillion. And it's good. It's appropriate. It's a bounding box. I'm working on security. I'm working on the base layer and knowledge. And I don't want to do it, but I want to do it. So I could use help. My crypto friends are way more helpful than my security friends because my security friends don't know nothing about crypto. And my crypto friends know something about security. So ironically, this room would be more helpful than my security friends on building the knowledge hub of security.
I think we're going to see even more of that. I know, like in data science, that happens all the time, right? You get somebody who's not necessarily a statistician, but they know how to they can look at the world at a certain, in a certain way and deduce certain information and identify like information fields and all that crap. But yeah, I think it's gotten so complex that it really is just going to take a lot of different approaches, people from all different communities to make this really actually work. And just to put this out there, like even if you're not a super savvy like a coder or whatever, like there's still so much that you can do and so much that you can contribute. So yeah, just want to put that out there for everyone.
I mean, I agree with that, Trillian. Just doing whiteboards and brainstorm sessions and get the mind going. This is the new frontier, and I feel that's what a lot don't see or don't comprehend, that the ideas and the issues and roadblocks that we're hitting and then coming together is what's going to push it forward. So I definitely agree. You don't have to be the coder. You don't have to have that skill set, but there is magic to watching the patterns. And that's what data scientists are doing, and that's what computers do. They just follow the patterns.
And we're building safe. Go ahead, Trillian.
Oh, sorry. Real quick, I saw this like people do these threads of like the 10 things I wish I knew about like coding before I started, and they'll do like a thread. Well, I only read the first one, and it said, always write code last. And I was like, yeah, that's exactly it. Here's the problem is everybody wants, especially a lot of people in a computer science or like more on the academic side, they want to write really cool code, but that doesn't matter actually. You have to code something that works. And so this whole process of like envisioning this future, like what should it even look like? That's going to happen way before the code hits. Like you could even take the examples of Star Trek. Like you will go back and look at some of those old episodes. Why does it look so familiar to what we have now? That stuff didn't exist back then. It was all totally sci-fi made up by artists. Well, it's because that was our vision, and then we created that which we saw, right? It didn't become some random shit. It became what we envisioned it would become. And so that's your participation in blockchain and crypto, is that you literally have the tools now to envision this future. And yeah, some people are going to build it, but other people have to document it. Other people have to apply it. Like it involves everyone.
Did you take apart your toaster as a child? I bet you did.
I did. I took
I
apart a
did too.
doorknob before. Yeah, I know. I'm like that. I took apart like you remember those old like tape cartridge printers? I was like 4 years old and I couldn't figure out like where the letters would come from. Like my dad had one of those like old printers with like you remember it still had like the holes in the
I was
sides to
older than
track.
4. I definitely remember. I can probably tell you the part numbers.
Oh, no way. Yeah, it was like a
Yeah.
cartridge tape, and I would be so sneaky about it. I would, like, take it out and, like, see where the letters were printing, but I couldn't understand, like I thought it was gonna be more like a typewriter, 'cause I'm from Belarus, we actually had a typewriter, so I thought it was the same thing, but I couldn't figure it out, and then eventually I would, like, put it all back so nobody knew I was taking it apart, and one day I just got too curious and I pulled the band, and my hands got covered in the ink and I got caught. But yeah, it's just reverse engineer everything.
And and I see on the wetware side, the human side, we're developing narratives and cognitive structures and we're assessing stuff. And so music, we would codify things into music and rhymes. And an example of this is not your keys, not your crypto. And we just take this as a ground brute fact. And we built this over time and we'll build others. And it's like farm tokens or shit tokens or whatever. I don't know, right? Like, who's to say when I first looked at an NFT and a farm token, they look the same to me. And now it's like, oh, NFTs are powerhouses and farms are slavery tokens or they're garbage. Like, and so we're we're trying everything and then we'll just build rhymes, we'll build tribal knowledge and codify that knowledge and make it easily consumable for the next cycle. And so we're playing catch up and we're wetware inside of a Moore's law progressing doubling system. So it should feel uncomfortable and it should feel dangerous. And if it ever doesn't feel uncomfortable and it ever doesn't feel dangerous, something is up.
But didn't you just describe corporate America?
Well, that too. And and what really twisted my brain was realizing that time doesn't flow at the same speed in different areas of the world or different cultures. And so you have like San Francisco that is like 5 years in the future, and every year is another 2 years into the future. And you go to rural America, and it's like traveling back in time. You go to the deep, deep South, and it's like time traveling back 20, 40 years. And then farther back in the world where people are getting paid in rice and time does not progress at the same rate. And so it's important that us push the future as far ahead, and then we can lay the groundwork for the people behind it. And like Hexy B said, we're building the future so it can be beautiful for everybody. And yeah.
Like when you travel, like you can literally experience a little bit of this time travel effect. Like there are countries you can go to that are 15, 20 years behind, you know, and I think everyone needs that experience. Like go somewhere that doesn't have a McDonald's, like go somewhere where it's still raw, where people are still just living and see what that's all about because that was everywhere, like not even 100 years ago. So just keep it in perspective, you know? And yeah, like some need to forge ahead, like scout out the future, but we got to make sure that that future we're building isn't just a financial trap for everyone following after.
So so one of my tangent thoughts in security is you can dance forever and party forever, but you can't fight forever. And um okay, so I want to go on a quick tangent. It'll make sense, I hope. Um, an anti-fragile system is what we're trying to build. It can take attacks, it can take malactors, it can take grifters, it can deal with all of these things, and we need attacks. Like, I'm not saying Zen is an attack for the room, for anyone here, but if Zen was an attack, we need it. We need it to hit us hard in the face, and that'll teach us to keep our guard up. We need it to hit our blockchain and cripple it. We need it to expose that there's free gas going around and some people are cheating. We need this attack. If this attack doesn't happen, we can't build defenses. And it's like an immune system. You need to get hit and hit hard. And every now and then be like, if you don't stand up and you don't get your shit together, you die. So motivation. What's up, Hexy B?
I'm just saying I can only agree with that. Like, think of any sort of sport that you've ever been in. I can only take my own experiences as it, but, do any sort of combat training. See how many times you get hit in the face before you learn how to guard and protect it. It takes one good rock, you're done. Take one good liver shot to your liver shot, and you get down on the ground, you learn real quick to move and pivot and swing. So, sometimes little bumps and bruises are just that, just bumps and bruises. It feels terrible going through it, but it's pushing through it to endure it and to level up through the lessons, for sure.
And have appreciation and kindness for it. Like, it's a fist, it's punching you, it hurts, but it has its role in the universe. And so even though you fight it and you try to stop it or kill it, still appreciate it. Find love for the things you're fighting, and you'll be able to do it forever, and it'll become easier. I don't hate Zen. I just want to see Jack removed from the ecosystem.
But here's and like this goes to the point you started out with too. It's that we have to have systems that are robust enough where actors like that can't just derive all of the benefits, right? And so you can see it's almost good to have it out, not to, I'm not doing anything with it, but it's good to have that out just to just to understand that these dynamics can happen. We're going to have people try to deploy bad contracts and pull all sorts of crap and stuff like that. And it's a good testament to the network, right? Is it fair? Like, the fact that somebody can do that and they're not just gonna get banned off of the network, right? I mean, they could get censored, but whatever. Like, to me, that's still freedom, right? I don't think it's a good idea, but look, I appreciate the fact that someone has the freedom to do this if they want to, right? But I hope that what we'll see over time is that people just have better ideas. Because here's the thing, they put a ton of work not into Zen, into all the stuff around Zen, all the stuff that goes and farms the liquidity pools from each chain. That's more impressive work than what they did with Zen, you know? So I don't know, but I hope that people just be a little bit more discerning with what's actually going on the blockchain, not just the fact that it is a blockchain. So yeah, and again, it's a matter of education. Like we have to get this stuff out there because most people are not going to have the persistence to look into contracts and what else did they deploy, and start asking these questions. But I think if it's not a difficult thing to teach, and if people are receptive to it, you will all be like you will all be the sheriff, right? Like you could all find problems, you could all report it, you could all, we're not helpless because everything is actually tracked. And the way it works now is we're just lied to, right? So I would rather have a uncomfortable truth than an elegant lie or a beautiful lie, whatever it is. So yeah, like if anything, it's just a testament to the fairness overall of the network and its design.
Hey, Trillian, I'm gonna have to agree with you on that because as you were saying that, I made a connection. Just last night in a space, I heard several Hexicans speaking out on checking not only the product but the person presenting it, which has been really refreshing for me to hear in the Hexican circle, just to not only evaluate not only the product but the people presenting it. So I felt that open to maybe some minds and perspectives. So I agree with your comment on that, with the blockchain showing the black and white and eyes opening to all the things, including values.
Yeah, I think look, thanks for that. And I think, we can't ever forget or lose track of the fact that it is people. People are behind this stuff. It's just people, that actually launched their idea and it became something that other people can interact with. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's so important. Who is behind this? Are they good at raising capital? What have they done in the past? Like, just because that information's not on blockchain already doesn't make it less valuable. I immediately looked into like who is this person? What's their net worth? Right? Are they going to be able to carry something like this? Can't find anything. What's going on? Let's see if they got any other projects funded. Well, they got one funded and never got money again after that. What does that tell you? Well, people don't want to give them more money. Something went bad the first time, you know? So yeah, like absolutely. And I'm all for this future. Like I would love to see how our politicians spend their time. I don't care what they're exactly doing or what they said. I want to know how much time went towards what. Because I guarantee you a lot of this bullshit and shenanigans, like once it's actually in front of people's face, they're not going to take it. They're gonna realize that these people spend most of their time at football games or parties or whatever the hell. They're not working, you know? So yeah, absolutely. Like, especially in public positions. And if you're gonna come out as like a crypto founder and you're gonna shit talk Richard Hart and you're gonna try to, you really need to bring something, you know? And I'm gonna look. And what I saw when I looked here, guys, it's not good.
And it is good that we can go off and gather this information in our area, bring it back, and yeah, yeah. I looked at the technology and same, not good for. Um, and I I like a system that has designs that just default to secure. That like you don't need maintenance or oversight or blockers. Like for Zen, the mitigation would be, unfortunately, maybe wallet creation has a little bit of cost to it because you're making billions of database entries making a wallet, and making a fuck ton of wallets has an impact on the database. And maybe we need to make a cost to that activity. And it's like, okay, what's up, HexyB?
I forgot what I was gonna say. So pass.
Nice.
Yeah, like this stuff is super important. There's actually a security feature implemented in Hex that actually came up in the audit. There's a function in there so that if somebody tries to do some malicious shit to the Hex contract, that it has no way of all it does is it takes the money, cancels the closes the transaction, sends whatever that balance was to transact to the OA. That's what it does. And you have to sort of have these sort of like fail safes like put in place because yeah, like people could find some way to go around the contract or do some shit that it was never supposed to do. And that's always a factor, but you can see it. It's baked into Hex. It's in the audit. This is the kind of stuff that you want to be able to look for. And you don't see that. Like anyway, I think there will be more of like a paradigm to like how contracts are supposed to be deployed. Like there might be destruct features, stuff like that. Who knows? But yeah, this is the stuff we're all sort of working out now. So it's almost good for people to try all these like, all their games and all the different game theories and try to, try to get some kind of like asymmetric advantage. Like, I think it's better that we go through all that stuff now, but we have to learn from it. It's not just like we can't normalize it that like, oh, there's a bunch of other shit coins, so let's just make more shit coins. Like, no, it's just more turds. Like, that's all it is. It doesn't move anything forward. And yeah, like I'm honestly more impressed with the contract those guys put out to harvest the LP. I was way more interested in that. So yeah, like for every, you know, anyway, you got to get as much as we can out of it, but we got to learn from it, not double down on nonsense.
Well, I mean, to play the other side of the coin advocate, like it's kind of good that people fall for scams at a low level, like $100 or $1,000. And I've seen a lot of people that are new to crypto that are getting hit for $100 and $1,000, and that's a lot to them, and it feels like a lot, and it hurts. And it's like, well, that's better than falling for a scam at $1 million. Like this is good. Like you have to get hit in the face, and getting hit in the face is you click that button and you fell for a scam and you gave up your coin. Like, yeah. So it's like, okay, this is good for our community to get hit. And this is important for the next phase where we're gonna need to up our game. And so yeah, I appreciate it.
And through all this stuff, I honestly learn more about people than I do about blockchain or technology. Like you see, there's still like spaces with hundreds of people going on. They're still talking about Celsius. But there's a space every day for lunatics, or lunacy, or whatever it is, you know? And you just start to realize that, like, okay, these people have done a stupid thing, it fucked them up, and now they're just trying to keep doing the stupid thing to justify that it wasn't a stupid thing. But, like, this is part of it, is that we can't disregard the human element, because humans are complex, humans have habits, humans have all sorts of stuff. But I think it's been very revealing about how people think about stuff. And we saw the NFT hype, and Richard had the best point. Sorry, Hexy, I see you real quick. He had the best point that, look, art usually becomes extremely valuable after the artist dies, because you'll never be able to produce more. So obviously that what he's produced becomes more valuable. You have stuff going on chain the same day worth millions of dollars. Does that make any sense to you? Sorry, go ahead, Hexy.
Please never apologize. Always complete your thoughts. Um, I've got a question. So I feel like we've beat up the past a little bit. We've beat up the present a little bit. If you guys wouldn't mind to pivot to what you see as future thoughts, what do you see as your perspectives of, like, Hex Hangout, which you were just alluding to, of what's next? What do you guys feel are the imaginary horribles in this space, and how would you combat them?
So I find it practical to do imaginary horribles by putting on the black hat and saying, um, we're a hedge fund and we're heavy into Doge, and there's this new community Hex coming up. How could we fundamentally break their legs and cripple them and drop them, and this will give Sheeb a leg up? So we should target the conferences. We should find the organizers and the marketing. We should do outreach. We should get some people on the ground to do research for who's in that community. We should find the influencers. We should find their strong and weak points. And we should build a game plan where we can consistently sow dissent between them, create infighting, and then bring in stakeholders that have value and hold them up. And how do we amplify them? And we'll make stakeholders in their community that have power, and we can leverage, and then you keep going until you get to your goal of crippling and destroying this garbage Hex community, and we have millions of dollars. And how are we practically going to approach hurting this community? And that would be how it'd go at the imaginary horrible development. Like, yeah.
Then how would you combat it?
I would give the influencers a point of contact key person that's trusted in the community, that's part of a group that's responsible for vetting incomers. And we'll go through and identify all of the coins and projects and shills, and we'll write a brief on them. We'll do a deep dive analysis. We'll do a background check on the founder. We'll have people audit any of their infrastructure or code, and we'll give you a briefing on all of the projects. So when you meet that person, you can have a leg up when you're doing interviews. Come and link in with this core group and check in with them, and we can do some internal after action assessment and try to build a defensive crew.
I love that world. How do you do that in a DeFi space?
You take one person and you make them an example, and you watch them light themselves and their career on fire, aka Joker. And you're like, hey, if you keep going down this path, this is where you're going. You'll be shunned and derided by all the people that you think have value to you. Or we can help you. We can help you get ahead of this. And you've made this mistake 3 times. How do we help you not make this mistake a 4th time? And after an influencer gets scammed, I can tell you yesterday, GRC is still backing Jack because he loves a Jack, and he got snowed there. And it's like, he might learn. And when he learns again for the 3rd, 4th time, he might decide that he wants to take defensive protocols, or he'll keep falling for the scam. So I don't think without pain that people will ever choose to build defenses or cooperate in a defensive structure. Maybe the conference leadership is compromised, and the conference leadership of PulseCon fundamentally doesn't care about security or protecting the community. They care about dollars and eyeballs. and scams can bring dollars and eyeballs. So fundamentally, the leadership of PulseCon and our conference infrastructure, it shouldn't be led by marketing garbage people that care about number and eyeballs. It should be led by people that care about community and value. I mean, top down, maybe.
Understood. Thank you. Trillion?
Uh, so the question is specifically like how do we bring this all into the future, or what this all looks like in the future?
Yeah, what do you feel? I feel like we beat at the topic of the past and the present. And since we're speaking of security, just a little bit, speaking of your mind of what do you see of this space evolving to the future?
Yeah.
And like what are the attacks would you build? What would you build? What do you feel is the worst attack that is the next worst attack? And then how would you combat that attack?
Yeah, so I guess I would, to know where you're going, you kind of need to know where you've been and where you are now. And what I could tell right now about the actual utility and what usage I'm seeing really like skyrocket, it's all around financing. It's all around lending. And we've seen like crypto cards come out. They're not that great, you know what, but they're getting the wheels rolling. And what I believe is that currently the lenders of choice, which are banks, will no longer be the lenders of choice in the future because you could get the same thing on DeFi. And so I'm seeing a lot more what I think crypto, certain companies, or whoever does this better. You got Aave, you got Comp is, I don't know, but anyway, there's certain companies out there, certain brands that are really trying to solve this financing, liquidity, capital management, loans, all this stuff. I think that's going to be the most immediate future. So crypto will become the lender of choice for a lot of people and a lot of companies, and that's going to create a giant uh that's just going to create a pretty big storm, and that's what we're seeing in these like smaller banks and stuff because people aren't coming to them to get this capital. And there's a lot of good reasons not to use banks. Like we were talking about it the other day. Like, say you had a position leveraged at Aave and it got liquidated. All right, well, shit, you lost, made a bad decision. But if that happens outside of DeFi, that's called bankruptcy. And bankruptcy is forever. And you don't walk away from, like, you don't just walk away from
Seven
that.
years at least.
Yeah, that's at least 7 years of your life. And so it's almost like, well, where's there more risk on this platform where I know exactly what my exposure is? I have some control over it, and the worst that can happen is I can lose the money, but not my like credit standing, not my life, basically going bankrupt, paying lawyers and all this stuff. So of course it's like almost a no-brainer. It's like, why would I KYC myself to death, have all this liability, and if shit goes wrong, it goes really wrong. Versus I can go to DeFi if I know how it works. I can get the same thing. I can get access to even more capital if I wanted to. It could actually appreciate. I know what the rules are because they're written in smart contracts that I can read for myself if I wanted to, all of this stuff. So I think, yeah, the lenders is going to be a huge thing. But at the same time, that's also the biggest attack vector. And that's what we saw with Mango. That's exactly what happened. They were screwing up with the way they were pricing assets. They did not have a good system in place. Whoever it was, Sam Bankman-Fried is my suspect, but they looked into it a little bit closer than most and realized that, oh, this system sucks. It's crippled. And most likely this is why I think it's Sam Bankman-Fried. It's someone who has a lot of experience at this, and they knew exactly what to look for. They didn't look for some backdoor, some sketchy way of getting it. No, they just looked at how their market maker was pricing certain assets and what a capital that allowed them to withdraw, and took advantage of this small change. I mean, on their platform it was like pretty drastic, but really this is a very minute thing that almost everybody would miss if they're not specifically looking for it and don't know how that world works. So yeah, the biggest attack vector is that's the biggest attack surface is attacking the lenders. And the biggest attack surface is all these bridges. The hardest part is getting all this stuff to talk to each other. And so you're introducing a whole bunch of negative externalities if somebody creates a bridge that's not truly, compatible, that doesn't cover all of its bases. So And that's what we see money getting pulled out of bridges, specifically bridges, because they have endpoints that have to sort of be, like finagled to talk to each other. So yeah, I think lenders are going to be huge, lenders of choice for the people and companies, and yeah, biggest exploits will happen there and through the bridges.
Which, gosh, we had a great example of that, right? Just this week.
Every week.
Case in point. So my question, I love that you pointed that out to me. I don't know if I would have put that connection together if you were Hex Cowboy in the room and you were the sheriff. How would you fix it?
The way you fix it is by not making it so damn obscure that people are having to go to this one and maybe this one's a little bit better. Like it has to become less obscure. Like it's better for everyone to just use Aave than to use like 50 50 different ones, and some of them you got to use the stuff that's tried and true and works, not the latest and newest thing, because the latest and newest thing hasn't been really tested. That's kind of the problem. So yeah, like this is a point where I think we're protected by the numbers. But at the same time, like Hangout's point of view is that okay, so let's say everybody chooses Aave, now they're the biggest lender of choice. Now there's so much money there that it makes certain attacks more economically viable that wouldn't have been before. So yeah, like but the overall imprint of what that contract does sort of has to get standardized to some extent, just like ERC-20s have been, and there needs to be traceability. Like there's the way you fight a lot of this stuff in the corporate world is with audits. And we have a system that can self-audit, we can apply all sorts of AI, we can do all sorts of stuff to understand. This is how Binance Smart Chain actually caught the breach, because they have systems in place that are constantly auditing the data. And since the data is so conformed, we know exactly what to expect. We could do an amazing job auditing it. So yeah, like probably those two things is stop, you know, uh, s- basically consolidate it more so that the people aren't going to all sorts of different lenders that aren't really vetted. And yeah, like I honestly, it's a hard problem because you can't cluster everybody in the same into the same pools, but I don't think that would happen anyway. Honestly, people would still probably try to split up pools. Um, but yeah, like it's just the hard part about it because everybody's trying to be first to market, and that means they're leaving their endpoints exposed. And the more people who do that, the worse it looks for crypto because somebody will take advantage of that. It's like, easy money.
Understood. I appreciate that. Hey, Hex Hangout.
Hi. And good news from the BSC breach. It got people looking at the security of Cosmos, and they found a lethal IBC vulnerability that Cosmos is patching. They don't want to talk about, and it'll be out in a bit, but there was a lethal IBC vulnerability that was found because of BSC's hack or triggered it.
You see, they got all quiet all of a sudden. Yep, you dead
Oh
on.
yeah, they're rolling out a high priority patch. They don't want to talk about nothing.
Remember I was showing you the Larry the engineer guy? He was doing that stuff with Cosmos where they basically dissolved the WASM. Well, guess what? Guess what? Look, like, it's so funny. We talked about it literally a week before. Then the breach on BSC happened, and they all go sort of quiet and start fixing their shit. But see,
Right.
you don't want that. You don't want the production stuff to get tested like this way and everything have to be fixed.
And I do see a game theory solution for the community. So in DeFi, when there's too many longs, someone will come through and blow out the longs or shorts. And that if the community can see that something is going unbalanced, and this is DeFi next generation, this is what I see Pulse Chain being able to do, is that the builder of the chain, the people on the chain, the powerhouse projects can all have the same ethos of stability and trying to keep it healthy. And that when a bridge gets too heavy, being able to notify the community of like, hey, please stop using stable coins coming in on this bridge. It's overweight. It needs to be pushed the other way. If you can send stable coins out, that would help rebalance. It's 60% and it should be 40%. And have like some sort of cognition that there's a meta game going on that we're all participating in, and almost like market regulators, but instead of market regulators, it's just informing the community and hoping that the hive mind will behave appropriately. And if everyone wants to go on a bridge and everyone knows it's dangerous and everyone knows it's overweight, well, when it falls, fuck them. Like that will teach them. That'll teach them how important it is not to be on an over heavily weight bridge. And we just don't have that system, even conceptually. Like I don't like this is almost finance 2.0. Like this is the Moore's law of finance. Like what's up, Hexy?
Just wanted to make sure you're finished with that. So, if we could reel in a couple of Richard Hart statements here. When he's talking about Pulse being launched and talking about the bridges and keep saying, oh, we've got the bridges here, we've got this, but I'm also working on off-ramping and a wallet. Is that why he's stressing so hard on the off-ramp off of Pulse chain in order to not bridge and not have that be the long game?
Yeah, I would say we know fundamentally bridges are vulnerable. And lots of people offer us lots of solutions. And one counter solution to a bridge is a wrapping service, and it's more like a bank, and someone shows up and you can have a really long process, and you can say that they have to come in $1 million batches and heavy KYC, and a human gets in there and processes the wrapping and unwrapping. Those are much more stable and secure. People don't like them, of course. I don't like them. Middleman trust relationships suck, because I could just say no. Yeah, like there's multiple bad solutions, and each one of them is bad in a different way. We have an exchange, and that exchange becomes the exchange for on-ramp, off-ramp. It has KYC. That exchange knows all of the wallets of all of the hexagons, has KYC information to all of their home addresses, and that could blow back at some point. You have bridges, they get overweight, they collapse. You have wrapping services, there could be censorship or other people that you have to beg for your money. So each one of them has a different failure mode mechanic. Oh, and cross-chain lending protocols. I can't visualize it, but I think that's the solution. Because they're basically trying to solve the problem of how do you keep balance across chains. And so I think if anyone could do it, the answer would lie over there, or a Richard Hart exchange, or a Richard Hart money service. But I don't think those are reasonable. So
Here's the thing, everything is gonna have to talk to everything else. Like for it to become part of the whole system, and even if you don't connect them explicitly, markets just work this way. Think about how correlated the price of Ethereum and Bitcoin were. They're not connected, right? But how come if Bitcoin goes up a lot, that that spurs on Ethereum and all this stuff? Because even if it's not connected programmatically, like through code, it's still connected through people, right? And so either that's going to be some obscure route that some people know how to do and some people don't, or it's just going to be, in the documentation. It's going to be part of how it works. And so I think that's one of the most challenging things is like how do you, how do you make a market across so many different chains and people can bridge in and bridge out and all of this stuff. I think there will be sort of a natural like carrying capacity. Like we only need so many of those before it just becomes like a hacker's paradise, pretty much. So yeah, like the more secure bridges will definitely win out. The ones that aren't are going to lose absolutely everything and probably disappear. Like the people, like people get pissed off about that kind of thing. But yeah, I think we should expect a future where these things do know how to talk to each other, and it just makes it more transparent of what's happening overall. Because yeah, we can't lose sight of the big picture of what's happening is people are moving assets, people are moving assets around. So that's really the thing you got to keep track of. Ignoring one or the other just doesn't serve you, and that's where people take advantage on arbitrage and all sorts of other ways. So yeah, I do hope that things are connected. We just don't need as many, quality over quantity for sure.
Yeah, bro, I can't wait until the stock market is on the blockchain. Like, well, I mean, it already is like that with certain stocks, but like the whole market just on the blockchain. Like, they'll have
Well, how
nothing to say.
how do you think fractional shares work?
You're right, exactly.
Yeah.
Shoot, this. Well, are you familiar with like Sologenic and what is it? Yeah, Solo. What the hell?
As like a stock market company.
No, they essentially do tokenized stocks right now.
Yeah, but here's the problem with stocks is that even regular stocks, like if you just bought a full share, like you don't own it, like you don't actually have it.
No,
There's
yeah,
one
of
company.
course. But
Yeah,
the
one company
idea
has it
is
all.
they talk all the shit about blockchain, but one day they're gonna have sovereignty in the fact that their so-called stock share is secure. You know what I'm saying? Like it's almost planned into their game, but they're still on the blockchain. Like it's still gonna be there one day.
It's going to be there for sure. It's a no-brainer for them. Look how much more efficiently exchanges work that are on crypto. Like, just they're just so much better. Here's the problem: is that there's a whole bunch of companies that already provide services. Like, think about all the fees that get paid every year, every month for just having L2 access to Nasdaq. That's the problem. Is that like we're digging this system digs a lot of people out of their hole, out of their honey hole. And yeah, of course they're going to try to sit there and say, no, you still need this service and you still need to trade this way and blah blah blah. But all that's going to happen is they're just going to get left behind. And you see it. Like, why do you think they halt the markets? There have been days on the stock market where they transacted or sold more shares than actually exist on, in creation, right? Because that's the kind of stuff they can
Right.
do because it's not really tracked.
Yeah, that's facts.
I mean, it's a no-brainer, and this is where you see that like that dissonance between what should be happening and what actually is happening. But look, it's not like they are giving crypto the time of day, like, so to speak, because they're trying to get it on all their platforms. You see it more and more and more. So it's definitely something they're paying attention to, but not because of they don't see crypto the same way as us. Like we're talking about censorship resistance and all this stuff. What they're looking at it as is another pool of money, another pool of capital, and some percentage of that pool of capital could be on their platform. That's all that they look at it as. They'll put NFTs on there if they come back. Like they don't care.
Yeah, that's how we win the game because they don't have the long term mindset, like the whole staking. I feel like that alone, if you can adopt just the term staking and the function of staking within the next decade or even 5 years, you're done. All of this trading shit, like you really don't need to do it.
But here's the difference. There's staking with counterparty and there's staking without counterparty. And this is the part a lot of people miss, and I think the exchanges picked up on right away, and that's why we haven't seen a Coinbase like a straightforward Coinbase or Binance listing on Hex, is because the utility of Hex is to have it yourself. The exchanges, so what would happen is that people put money on the exchange, buy Hex or whatever, and transfer it to themselves to stake it. And at that time, those assets are not under the management of the exchange. So essentially, all you've done is you've created outflow. And they don't want that. They want as many people penned up on their platforms, trading around, thinking this is going to do good this day, this, whatever, something else another day. And they just collect money on fees and they chill. Right. So it doesn't serve their interests. And that's why it's not because it doesn't work well or it's a bad technology or a bad idea. It's just they look at it from like, okay, everybody puts their money on the exchange, takes this, puts it somewhere else, and then we don't have it. Yeah, fuck that. We'll do this dog thing.
No, you're right because I think people understand staking on like Coinbase, but the complexity is having everything in your wallet and doing it all yourself. Like you got to really understand because you're not relying on the Coinbase. It's on you. Yeah, hell yeah.
See, and that's the beauty of what Hex does, is because it allows you to stake, and because it destroys that Hex, it burns that Hex when you stake it and you get T shares. What could possibly happen to that Hex? Nothing. It's already been burned. That's what makes it, that's what keeps it secure. And then you just have a voucher. You don't even have any Hex that somebody could take or compromise you for. You just have a voucher for the T shares. You see what I'm saying? So basically the only way to trust somebody with holding your stuff is to burn it so it doesn't exist and just give you a voucher to claim it at whatever set point, right? That's what it's become. And this is what the other companies want to convince you, is that no, it's not safer for you to burn your coins, completely take them out of existence so nobody could do anything to you. The best idea is for you to let us trade them for you. That's really what they're saying. That's where the APY comes from. Like when they tell you, yo, you get 20% on holding this coin. Yeah, it's because they're gonna do some shit to trade it, and then they're gonna give you a cut. And so that's the problem, because trading is very hard, and there's not that many people in the world that are good at it, and the ones that are good at it, they don't do shit like this. Like they don't need to. You know, it's all the people. This is why Mashinsky was a problem, right? Because it was like a dissonance. It didn't make sense. And at the end of the day, you can't trust people to always make a good decision. Things go wrong. It's life, and they're just human beings. But a contract doesn't care. You know, it just doesn't care. It doesn't matter if it's a good day, bad day, cold, hot, whatever. It just runs and keeps doing the same thing over and over and over and over. And that's really what's encapsulated in Hex. That's that's the discussion like that you never hear. It's the whole idea of, well, if you're going to store your money somewhere, how do you trust that no one's going to do anything to you and still promise you a return, which is the APY? And the only way to do it is just to take it out of existence.
Yeah, man, that's the ultimate security factor. Like, and it adds to the complexity, but you almost need the complexity. Burning the Hex, getting it out of existence, taking the voucher, taking it, well, essentially the T shares, and allowing them to pay you throughout the time. I mean, understanding it truly is the power, man. That's it in itself. Like, as long as you understand, then you can use it. It's mainly the people who, I don't know if they doubt it or they can't see it, but some people know about Hex, the staking, and still decide not to get in. So I mean, like I said before, if you can't get with it in the next 5-10 years, you're gonna be like behind. It's almost sad.
You know, it's because it's something that occurs slowly. So like if you ever go to the beach, right, and you're just there for a few minutes, you see the water at a certain level, right, and you get a certain view of it. You don't imagine that there's still another 20, 30 feet of beach when the water goes out, right? You have no way of knowing that. You can't actually see the tide receding, right? But if you come back like in a few hours or whatever, 12 hours later, you'll see that it looks completely different now, right? This is the difference. If you can allow things to happen slowly, like so slowly that you can't actually see them move, that's where you want to be. That's, that's the real shit. Like all this other stuff is people trying to visually convince you that, the tide's going to go in and out and all that, and you're going to be there for all of it. It's going to be great, all this stuff. It just doesn't work like that. You can't speed up the tide. And that's what the market is. It ebbs and flows. Money goes into the markets, money comes out of the markets. So because it happens slowly, and people need to see it, that's where they lose track. And so, yeah, like nothing beats compounding interest. Like take the name out of it, take the creator out of it. Like what beats compound interest? And it's compound interest on top of an asset that went up 10,000x. You know what I mean? It's like, well, what's your deal? Like, what do you have at your bank that's better than that? Like, there's nothing. There's nothing in existence that's actually better than that you hold yourself. There's no deal like that. If you try to build a business, well, you can only work 8 hours a day or 12 hours a day, whatever. Hex is on 24 hours. You know what I mean? It never stops. It doesn't get tired. People don't quit. It just works every single day. That's why it's hard. Like even if you had a good idea for a business, it would be very difficult for you to match a performance like this over the long term. We just know that compound interest destroys everything.
Yeah, I like to describe it as like a reverse Bitcoin. Like just think of it as you're a miner day one in Bitcoin. You're getting 50 Bitcoin per block. Okay, where you're getting less and less over time. Well, in Hex, you start off getting essentially nothing, and it ramps up just slowly, like you mentioned, like almost like you don't even feel it, but it just ramps up slowly. You slowly get more and more hex, and it's literally a reverse Bitcoin with the opportunity.
Here's the difference is who the people who stake, and you can use the word stake as in you're locking up your coins, or stake as in like to have stake in something. They're the ones who benefit. And in Bitcoin, it's all the same stuff. And you said it perfectly, except the miner gets the reward. For you staking and not having to put up a facility, buy a bunch of graphics cards, consume electricity, pay for the electricity, know how to do all this stuff proper. Instead of all you do is click stake. So already all that expenditure that you would need to even try to become a Bitcoin miner is gone. And you can get as much of that as you want, and all you're doing is you're splitting this pool that's inflated every year amongst, however many people like you choose to stake, and that number is only 10%. It's like, well, you're just putting yourself in the best possible position. Like deals like this don't exist absolutely anywhere else without a ton of hard work and investment. And here it's just like you said, day one, you stake, you get all the same rewards as if you were a Bitcoin miner. I mean, that's amazing.
So Trillion, do you see any financial instruments like Bitcoin? It would be hard to do what Hex is doing with Bitcoins because of the technology. And do you see any DeFi that can be built because Hex exists, or is there any game theory that like an ERC20?
So you go back to the very beginning, like this is the first site that Richard launched, and it was raw. Like I urge you guys to go back on Wayback Machine and go to bitcoinhex.com, like way back, and you'll see all of this stuff he's never changed his tune. All the same shit that he said on day one before it even launched is still true to this day. This was supposed to go after the credit certificate of deposit market, and I checked the numbers on that. They're still about the same as when Hex launched. There's about uh, um, 870 something billion dollars. I'll post a chart. But yeah, there's about $870 billion in certificates of deposit alone. That's nothing. There's all sorts of other shit. Securities aren't counted. And so that's what Hex was meant to replace. It was meant to replace, first he said gold, but you know how gold is, like nobody actually even has their freaking gold or could trade it on any exchange if they wanted to. But whatever, gold is a $7 trillion market value. But certificates of deposit are just under $1 trillion, like 870 something billion dollars. And that's not the high value of it, because Richard actually put the low mark on on the site. Years before that, if you look at how much money was being stored, total lock value in certificates of deposit, it was like $1.6 trillion. It was double of that. And so you figure Hex got to what, 30 billion or something like that at the top. Guys, that's like 2%. That's not even gold. That's just certificates of deposit alone. So yeah, like as far as DeFi is getting people to understand that the same certificate of deposit they have wherever they have it is much safer and accessible to them on blockchain through DeFi. That would be to totally capture this market that we set out to capture. And that doesn't mean that other money can't ebb and flow in, but I think if we just keep going in line with the certificate of deposit, I don't want to call it a narrative, but that angle at least, that approach, I think that would be sick. Like, put CDs on the way people are used to seeing them, put them on DeFi, and that the underlying currency is Hex. It gets staked. Works the same way as the CD would work.
I like the narrative. I mean, the whole idea of locking up your money and paying your future self. I mean, Maddie says it all the time. It's truly a good idea. It's not even mine. It's my future self. Like it's so clear, because for everybody it's not the same thing. Some people are protecting themselves from weak hands, and some people are just trying to game the system and they want mad gains. So you just go 15 years out. But it has its functions for multiple different people, man.
Well, and here's the difference is who gets to hold it in the meantime. Right, because that was the approach that, that Richard was taking with Hex. Because think about it, if you have a certificate of deposit somewhere, you have some terms and agreement made, right? It works pretty much just like Hex works. Just just with paperwork instead of code. And the only difference is who holds it for that period of time. And so the whole argument with Hex was that you hold it. Like, why are you going to let someone else, any other bank, hold it, right? With some paper contract agreement that they're going to pay you whatever it is, and you can collect whatever you want. Why don't you just do that yourself in your own wallet? And I'm going to call that Hex. So I think it's just, getting people to understand, and maybe Hex Hangout is right. Like if you just gave them an interface to do it on DeFi, like just through it would obviously have to be set up, right? But essentially accomplish the same thing and just use Hex as the underlying base. You know, that market is huge, and the benefit is that it's not being held at some institution. So CDs are relatively safe, so it's not like you can scare people, you can FUD people out of moving their CD. But I think the core argument is that, like, wouldn't you rather just hold it? So I don't know. That would be my take.
What's up, HexEB?
Hey, Kid Kozing. I don't think I've had a pleasure to meet and speak with you yet. I just kind of wanted to challenge your words a little, if you wouldn't mind. But you mentioned something to the effects of giving Maddie Allen the credit of paying your future self. I just want to challenge that's your thoughts. You saw truth in it because it's something that you see as truth. Because I also believe in the long-term game myself, and that's why Hex always kind of made sense to me. It was the CDs. So I feel that you already knew that answer was true for yourself, and just kind of wanted to encourage that. I feel like you have the right mindset there. So just wanted to give you props on yourself. That's all.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I get a lot of that because I'm so young, and it's mainly because I literally watched my father work his entire life, and I just wanted to spend time with him. So I truly do understand like the long game, and like don't do everything for now. Like even if it's good, you can have things that are good for you now, and in the long run, it just doesn't work out. So the paying your future self thing, I wanted to understand Hex from multiple different aspects. Like I wanted to see the store of value. I wanted to see the, protecting yourself from the weak hands. And then the paying your future self, it was almost like you're not doing it to get rich. You're doing it to see in the future, what the value is. Just a simple time lock. Like how many times have your school locked up something for 5 years or whatever, and you come back to it and it's like, oh crap, that was 5 years ago. But with the value we're creating on top of Hex and the tokenomics and everything like that Hex truly is, why wouldn't you throw away the value now for later? Because we know all the data. We know Hex is going to be like, we know the T-share pool is getting smaller. So yeah, that paying your future self shit, when I really started like diving deep, it was like, what the hell? Like you're literally just saying goodbye to your money and then saying hello later and then delaying the gratification. It's so deep that it's deeper than this certificate of deposit thing, but it literally is the same thing. Like people don't get it.
Well, sorry, real quick. He was just saying that why would any? Because the question back then, like Hex was worth nothing, like, right? So the question was like, where do you expect capital to flow in from? And so if you think about it, it's even better than throw your money at Hex. We're talking about just moving. Like the money already exists. It's already locked up in a certificate of deposit. That's the only reason I keep saying that, just to identify that pool, right? That big pool of money. And the only difference would be if you moved it to Hex, you would hold it yourself instead of giving it to an institution, and that's where the value for it would come from. And so what we saw about that $30 billion market cap that we hit, that's about 2% of just that pool. That's why I'm trying to just show you guys the scale. Like, guys, we have seen nothing yet. Like, and that's not for anybody to even add or create more money. That's just if it moved. You see what I mean?
we don't even have institutions in. I don't know if you've seen that interview with Kevin O'Leary. Like, he really breaks it down. Institutions are like just blocked from crypto because of the regulation. And I already know, like, once the doors are open, institutions, they want Hex, bro. They like institutions, every good business is playing the long game. So why not dibble and dabble in what works? Like, it just makes so much sense.
They're going to go to it for the same reason all these companies go to cloud, because it's actually really expensive to do all this finance stuff in-house. So if you have a blockchain that you trust that already exists, you could just work off of. Yeah, like look at VeChain, like yeah, like that's what's going to end up happening. Like instead of doing all that work themselves, it's essentially makes it much simpler and more. They could operate more efficiently if they just used a blockchain for their finances. Sorry, go ahead, Hextech or Pulse, Doctor Pulse
Hextech, you're up. You've been waiting longer.
Hextex, are you there? Maybe he fell asleep.
Yeah, it's so funny. He's got the hand like directly over his face.
I
It's like face
know.
palm.
Well, if he's asleep, I'll go. Can I change direction for a sec? Talk about Pulse, or are we just sticking to Hex for right now?
Pulse, man.
All right. So I don't hear a lot of people talking about. I just made a tweet about this, but I don't hear a lot of people talking about the kind of silent change that just happened to PLS. Right, delegated proof of stake is gone. I don't know if you guys caught that in the last stream, but it's gone. Which just makes me
talking about that.
Yeah, which just makes me more bullish on PLSX.
That's definitely talking about that. What's up? How's your Sunday, bro?
What do you guys think? Or did I really just miss the conversation that happened about it?
No, well, hold on. Hold on. Pulse, I apologize. Pulse stream. What, you haven't reframed, you haven't stated a real question yet. Would you mind setting the room real quick?
Yeah, so
with
what do
your
you guys
thoughts?
think? Yeah, so what do you guys think about the change that brings to tokenomics for PLS? I mean, I'm massively more excited for PLSX. I have been from the beginning, and I think that this change kind of reaffirms that, right? There's no more direct passive income from staking PLS anywhere. Now it's still going to perform very, very well, obviously, but there's no kind of inherent pumpamental outside of the burn and, new layer one, etc.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
From a technical solution, I'm very happy. I've seen delegated proof of stake turn out incredibly poorly in other systems. EOS being the winner of that shit contest. And fundamentally, proof of stake needs to hurt you if you lie or fuck up. And delegated proof of stake is just a bad idea. And I don't know. I'm glad. On every technical aspect, it's good. Getting off of BSC, getting onto Ethereum compatibility, just the whole thing. It's end to end beneficial.
I definitely agree with that. Do you see if there needs to be one, I don't really think there needs to be one, but do you see any solutions for this loss of mechanic, or do you think it needs to be replaced?
You got single-sided staking. I think you already got a replacement for it.
So you would want to include PLS in the single-side staking pools?
Yeah, for V3, of course.
Well, I think that's good to have your base token that you're paying gas and your economics separately. But HexyB, you got your hand up. Did you want to plug in on this topic?
Slightly, but I noticed that Bank, your hand was up first. I don't want to be rude and step in. Hextech, I think, is just snapping. So unless you speak up, Hextech, I'll go after him.
Everyone's sleeping.
Guys, it's football season. It is Sunday. Do we eat too much lunch and then watch the big game and nap. My goodness. All right. So many questions on my end. I do want to know about the technicals, but my first thought goes to now not needing validators and all the hardware and all of the things. This makes this more of a green power energy resource, I guess, is my first question. What does this big, there's so many, I've just got so many questions on what this change actually means. So I guess that would be my first starting place.
So it's still servers that run, like if you wanted to do, just like right now on ETH 2.0, if you wanted to run a validator, you still need to run a server and still confirm blocks, still be up all the time. Even if it's your turn, you go down and you miss a block, you still get penalized somewhat. It's just not, 1,000 people also committing their coins to you and your massive server. It's you, even, a home computer, if it's decently powerful, being able to do something. So it really does widen the pool at which we can pull information from. It's just a bit of a fundamental change to the tokenomics. It's still, it's still very good. It's still a very wide pool of validators that we can pull from. Still very much confirming the same information. It's much safer as well, less likely to be attacked. I'm sure Trillion has more.
So if I had to high level that, it would be hardware is still needed and necessary, but now it's more streamlined into something small like an ISP versus like a big radio. So you're just needing less electrical input in it for it to be effective and work.
So previously it was securing with like these giant computational rigs, but
Okay.
the actual compute power of Ethereum before 2.0 was much more akin to a Raspberry Pi. And so what we're doing is we're kind of upping it to like a really strong Raspberry Pi or like a kind of a low end cell phone. I mean, it's still fast, but not, yeah. And so now it's secured by you putting money on the table and you lose the money if you do bad things. And a voting system and game theory, I could go into it. But the real technical change that like really matters to us is it's almost like operating systems, and BSC and ETH, you could think of them as different operating systems. And if you're on one and the other one makes an upgrade, you can't just apply that upgrade to your operating system. And so when ETH comes up with a new really cool ZK rollup implementation, we can just plug it in and go. It'll plug and play. And if we were on BSC, we would have to recode it from scratch or wait for BSC to adopt it, or yeah. So there were different OSs and we're switching.
Those are beautiful
Understood.
points. Yeah, those are great points.
Understood. Thank you. That helps a little. I did write down some talking points to go back and research, but thank you. So that's been one thing that does confuse me when I know how server rooms are ran. I know how much power it takes to output them. And I hear greener solutions like, oh, it's green, but no one is saying why. So that really does help to try to see how that future is painted. Thank you.
So maybe I can go on a quick technical detail for what those look like. I think it'll give a deep insight. Before we were talking about 33 validators or whatever, 30. In that model, a few people have power and we vote them to power and they rule over our ecosystem. They have our IPs, they process our traffic, whatever. And in this new model, you'll have thousands of individuals that will all vote and call bullshit on each other if they ever do anything bad. And it'll be incredibly more decentralized in this new model. And we're just gonna trust people. There's no more computational anything. There's no hash power wars anymore. It's just, I believe in the community, and I believe the community will be able to make sure that the blocks are secure is the new model. And it looks like it'll work. It's almost like a jury trial, but a jury trial that votes on blocks.
I have a
It's
question on.
And
I
we
got a
all know
question
how
on.
fair that
Sorry.
goes.
well, now we all get to be the jury, and it's not just government employees. So,
Touche.
yeah,
So
right.
with issues, potential issues that I'm seeing, just based off stuff that we've seen here in the last week, the project in which shall not be named, right? When we see validators kind of do their own transactions for free, is that just something that's going to exist forever, or is that something that can be solved in a community like this, in a consensus system like this?
Fundamentally, a block producer can put anything in the block that they want, and we don't have any say over that. So no, fundamentally, that is still there. There's something even more dangerous, which is a bot flash loan net, a flash market that sits in front of the mempools. That's more dangerous, and it's actually those flash bots that are the ones rigging the transactions into the blocks that are free. So you could almost think about it that there's two on-ramps into Ethereum. There's the one we all use, and then there's a black market bidding system. And these bots will go to the miners and say, hey, you're making 100,000 a year mining. Would you like to make 150,000 a year? We'll give you an extra 50% on top of your profits if you'll include whatever we want in the block. You're still making blocks. That's still what you're doing, but you're just going to make what we tell you to make. And a lot of people, turns out 80% of people say yes. So it's actually this bot middleman network that sits in front of the block producers. That's the problem. And so unfortunately, yeah, block producers can put whatever they want in the block, and they take a bribe from bots to put bad things into the blocks.
Is there any way to fight that?
Nope.
Not any ones that wouldn't involve a gun. I'm joking, but not today. Someday, maybe.
Yeah,
Do you
man.
see
Most of
that
us
in
are
the
American.
someday future?
I'd say,
And like in our lifetime future, like that's a
oh,
reality.
yeah.
Because hearing you describe that, I was vomiting up in my mouth, like legit, like I had to keep it down. So thank you for the insight, but I don't know if I can even ingest that at the moment. I might need to hear it again a few more times, but not again right now. Like that's awful. Do we see that correction in the next 5-10 years if we had to play imaginary futures?
5 years, possibly 10 years, absolutely. It
Okay.
is highly solvable. It's just we built a new consensus layer, and it took us 6 years to build and deploy it, and it'll take another maybe 6 years to fully adopt it. And then once it's fully adopted, we can adequately fight this next layer. But I would even guess 4 years. I bet within 4 years we start having the first solutions, and within 10 years we have it fully solved in some mechanism.
But it sounds like
Understood.
small level transactions, right? It's not like hey, I've never had 50 ETH before, but dude, I'll give you 20 grand if you include 50 ETH in my account in this next block. It's not stuff like that, right?
Oh no, it's far worse than that.
Oh, great.
No,
Yeah,
it's
I understood it as far worse, so I don't even want to say what was going on in my head.
well, I mean, it all has to be true. It all has to be signed and valid transactions. But this is the difference between ETH POW and ETH proof of work and proof of stake is you have honorable miners on ETH proof of stake, relatively speaking, and dishonorable miners will do things like throw away your transaction when you made a good trade. Like if you ever make a good trade, they'll throw away your transaction and their bot will have made the good trade. I mean, we all know about MEV and sandwich attacks, but they will literally throw away your transaction and up the gas or literally just not process it. If you make a good transaction, like if you ever win, they'll make sure you lose. And so it becomes incredibly unfair, but that's less so. And that's more with ETH previous and just big data center miners. That's why you want thousands of miners, not 30, because 30 can easily become corrupt. And thousands, it's harder.
Yeah. Great info, man. Thanks.
Yeah, not to derail the topic, but I'm just so bullish on this ETH 2.0 like thing with Pulse Chain, because now we're really fighting alongside Ethereum. You know what I'm saying? Because now that everybody's like aware, you know, Ethereum is making the big move, we're almost like Ethereum's stronger enhanced double. You know what I'm saying? So it's really bullish now. I mean, I really think it's growing on me. I'm not really okay with I would prefer a delegated proof of stake, but you know, other people have their opinions, and it's cool to even, you know, accept those as well. So we'll see how it works out.
Well, and so how would you value that, right? So let's just say like we wanted to put a number on things, like how much we know kind of what the Bitcoin network's worth, and we know what Ethereum's worth, right? Like, so let's say it came up for auction. How do you think somebody would be willing to pay for to have Ethereum, to own it? A lot, right? You would have to come up with a lot of money. And
Yeah,
so using that information, right? What's Pulse Chain worth?
man, 10
That's
times
what
more.
this is what I'm trying to get people to understand, you guys. Like, like somebody brought it up the other day, like, what if Richard Hart just stopped working on it, period? Guys, it already exists. It's out there. You think that if Richard Hart put Pulse Chain up for auction, how much money do you think people would bid? More than we've ever seen. Like, I don't even know if it would be legal. Like, it would be a crazy amount of money. People understand that it's worth this much. This is why they're trying to shit talk and play it down that, oh, it's not actually so great. Blah, blah, blah. Given half the opportunity to acquire Richard's portion or Richard's share, you have no idea they would come out of every one of their dungeons to bid at that. You know, so that's what you guys have to keep perspective on too. It's like, and all of Ethereum's worth will now be system state copied with the same consensus. No added regulatory difficulties or any of that shit. It's just the same, right? But it's starting from like sub pennies, and you know, here you go. So you got to keep value in perspective.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I've always been bullish on Pulse Chain, but of course, that's another reason why I wanted to come out. It's like, man, I want to use this technology, and I mean, I've got tech geeks next to me, so most of my friends, they know code and they write code themselves. So we're all waiting. We're like, dude, this is what we want to do. So yeah, man, it's just the next step. Like, it's the next generation in crypto. Like, I even have a YouTube video about it. Like, Pulse Chain is the next generation of crypto. And if people just they can't see it yet, but I want the shit to be out now, man. Like, man.
But real quick, the point is of values, and like Hexy B, I heard what you were saying there. Like, you know, we have like these shitty actors come in, they're you know, they create these like negative externalities, like we don't want it on the chain, right? And I think you sort of have to create like an identity of values on Pulse Chain that people just treat it better than a garbage dump for their shitty ideas, right? You can't stop all of them, and that's part of the whole network, but to like put these networks, it'll be handled just like everything else.
You're
If
right.
anything,
Your
sorry,
mic got
somebody
right
else.
there for a bit.
Sorry, yeah, I'm kind of in a weird spot, but yeah, go ahead, XCB.
No, you go. I would still want to really talk about this conversation of what does this pivot truly mean for a high level of or any degree of Pulse Chain now getting merged to prove the new ETH, which but I heard Kate Kozing just say what you felt like the next generation of crypto is. And I'm just curious, what's your mindset on that? What is the next generation of crypto to you?
Well, it's exactly what Trillion has been trying to talk about this whole time, is building things on top of the things we see as value. and also creating. I mean, one of the things he said, what's the value of Pulse Chain? We're going to make the value bridging things over and pairing it and creating value from essentially, nothing. Our Pulse Chain tokens were nothing. People came over, they bridged, they paired the value in the tokens reaching parity. That in itself is value for a community. So, I mean, the next generation of crypto is entire blockchain community driven, community made, and that's what Pulse Chain is. I mean, how is this decentralized if we didn't create the entire philosophy? People are really bullish. I'm bullish myself. I keep saying it. I want this shit out now because this is what we've wanted. I mean, us as Hexicans, and I keep mentioning Zen because on Pulse Chain we'll just mint and burn the supply up. You know what I'm saying? So it's so many things we could do with this. Like we already know with Binance how cheap the fees are, but we can't use the actual technology. It's not secure. So to have this Voltron, essentially, you have the security of Ethereum. You got the community driven, grassroots core values of crypto. And then you also have these strong people who are censorship resistant. They believe in self-sovereignty, self-custody, and we know how to use these tools. We're not just sitting here holding crypto like idiots. We're using these things and creating value. So it's just the next generation is actually using this shit. You look at XRP, you look at all these other tokens, what are they doing? They're just on the internet. It's just nuts how we're even speaking right now of all these things that could potentially happen. They're not doing this in other spaces. Maybe they are, but it's just not this, rich.
I love that response.
That's a
Thank you
good
for
word
your
for it,
share.
Rich.
I definitely agree, but I don't think you were in the room when we discussed a few topics. If you don't mind, hang out. I saw you just raise your hand. I was actually going to pivot to you. I heard him mention bridge so many times. He has this vision of having all these communities that are community driven and to come together, but our roads are blocked. It's so apparent our roads are blocked. What is the solution, and how does Pulse Chain, now pivoting to the new ETH, fix that?
Stargate swap's a big first step.
Oh, do not use Stargate swap. I don't know. I'm joking. I looked at it. Meh. The code isn't garbage. I would definitely not put it in my top 100 though.
Agreed, but it's a first step.
No, it's a shitty
Never mind,
step
I'm wrong.
compared to the other people have done. No, fucking no. And that came in, I think that came into the community either through Zen or Chicken Bonds. One or the other slid that in to us. Anywho, IBC dot. There's lots of solutions out there that are incredibly powerful and not garbage. So I'll preface this with the comment that Kid said of other communities aren't this rich and powerful and moving and all that. They are. They absolutely are. They're some of them have literal hundreds of billions of dollars that they're throwing at how to put files on blockchain, and they're doing deals with Microsoft and blah blah blah. They are powerhouses. And if you think about it like an organism that specializes, we're specialized towards DeFi and good behavior and long-term holding and solid community and self-construction. That's one of our core principles and powerhouses. Other communities don't necessarily have that, but other communities have incredibly strong devs. 80-90% of their community are devs. That's a powerhouse, and some of them are building these bridges. And there's lots of engineering going on. The two primary, Cosmos and IBC, inter-blockchain communication protocols. I think there's 3 competitors. None of them are that Stargate crap, but there's 3 competitors to IBC that are looking pretty good, each of them. And there's a dark horse of what's going on in DOT, and DOT is able to run multiple EVM chains under it. And so you can almost think of this as like a virtual machine that runs chains. And you can now run a dot chain. And under that dot chain, you could put Polygon, Pulse, Ethereum, all on the same dot infrastructure. And now you can have inter-blockchain communication on a blockchain. And
Right.
it,
The
yeah,
scalability.
it's
I'm familiar with Gavin Wood. Yeah, continue.
Well, it's not the scalability. That's actually not it. It's imagine you have to go to your neighbor's house to borrow a cup of milk or sugar or salt, right? You have to go outside, you have to walk over there, you have to knock on their door. If it rains, if someone mugs you, there's all these externalities between here and there. I'll be rare. However, with this new dot system, it's more like you're in an office building and you just walk out of your door in a secured hallway and you go to another door with someone's name on it that lives in that building that has a high validation that that's where they live. Maybe that's even you. And now you don't have to go outside. You can't get mugged. You could have a hallway that just has your two doors on it and no one else can walk in that hallway. You now have a secure transport between your two houses. And that's what dot brings. But that's an unknown. That's a maybe.
Yeah, those parachains. Yeah.
And Pulse can be a parachain because it's EVM compatible, and a parachain can be an EVM chain. That's a mind blow, right?
Yeah, man. I mean, that's another thing. Like Hexy B, she was mentioning like how far can it take us? And that's like, dude, Cosmos, they got some real interesting things over there, man.
Yeah, and they also had a critical vulnerability in this last week. I mean, you won't know about it. It won't get exploited, but it did happen. And it's like, yeah, this is we're building bridges and we're building bridges out of new material for the first time. So there's lots of communities building powerhouses. What's up, Hexy B?
I'm just curious, as you were saying that, you mentioned an exploit that we won't hear about, and just a question sparked automatically into my mind is how often does that happen? How often do exploits happen and we're not ever aware of it?
I would say almost half of the time that there's a rapid patch on a system. They're like, oh, we pushed a immediate fork. So I mean, from what I'm seeing, on average on a new chain, 4 or 5 times a year, best guess, like per chain. So, but most of them are small. Most of them are like denial of service, or they can just be different things. Like a patch could just be someone could brown out the network if they wanted to be douches about it. Like, so.
There's different kinds of exploits, but they kind of happen all the time. They're just not all so costly. And what we've actually seen is a decrease on the number of exploits overall, but for more value. So they're hitting bigger and bigger targets. Like BSC is a giant target. It's probably one of the biggest ones.
And that's
Yeah, man.
specifically for crypto. I guess I need to, I think, add that boundary. So that's specifically for crypto spaces, not just software in general.
I'd say software in general has the same aspect to it.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Yeah, I play a lot of video games. There's so many bugs, but yeah, man, look what Luna, like, you know, that's a real example of like, you know, failure.
And that was an economic attack, in my mind. I mean, they baited them in, they got them to a weak point, and then they did an economic attack. But yeah.
So it's funny you mentioned video games. My in real life examples are actual software that works with government entities and highly regulated networks and servers. So for me to see that it's a similar ground for crypto, which I feel crypto is a little very further advanced. So it's nice to see some parallels there. Thank you.
And crypto is almost software on hard mode, to use the game analogy. because you're exposed. So much of your infrastructure is open and connected to the internet, and it's almost trying to build a secure infrastructure where you have everything public and on the internet, and it's hard.
By the way, to throw this out there too, traditional like legacy finance gets exploited all the time. That's really what you never hear about. But yeah, there's a ton of money lost to fraud and all that stuff with legacy.
Hey, Trillion, do you have a largest exploit that you can think of against classical finance that we find interesting?
Bernie Madoff.
I guess yeah, like Bernie Madoff stuff, like the human engineering side of it. But I know there's like the Serbian hackers or something like that. They had an ATM gig where they could literally just come up to the ATM and withdraw a whole bunch of money. That took a really long time to catch on to. It's mostly not the ones that really steal a lot of money are the ones that nobody finds out about for like several years. And that's sort of like what it's better to hit the same thing over and over and over than to get noticed. So yeah, like as far as like big money, I got to think on it, but yeah, like these like social engineering things, the ATM hack was huge. But a lot of it, like we still don't know about, because what ends up happening is they just write off the losses, and it obviously doesn't hit the news. But I know overall, it's a tremendous, tremendous amount of money that's lost to fraud every year.
I got a really good one for all you conspiracy nerds. $2.3 trillion pre 9/11. Ooh.
Yeah, it's mind blowing amounts of money. That's what I'm saying. Like the exploits and stuff, at least we have a chance of dealing with them because we could identify them. And if you think about it now, the community is a lot more reactive. Like within an hour, like their addresses will all be labeled and tagged, and like so there is like an immune system. You can't obviously we want it to not happen, but at least there's some sort of immune system. But yeah, in legacy, it just disappears, gets written off, and they get funded again. So yeah, it's just sort of hopeless that way.
I can't stop giggling that you're saying there's an immune system when all of customer service is the band-aid. Oh, we're sorry, you hit a phishing email. Oops. And then what phone number was connected to that? That's all. It's just triage. It's just triage. Customer service is triage to this.
Yeah, I mean, I would put it all together with support. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing. You go.
Yeah, I was saying like all the support is the biggest part. Like I've worked for pretty large like software companies and stuff like that. The most money they make is on maintenance. Like whatever product they deliver, it's always set out like this is how much it's going to cost to maintain, right? And yeah, like
If their techs can get on a ladder that's over 3 feet.
it's the most critical part of the whole thing. Yeah,
It
but
is.
really, yeah, like nothing would actually work without that. And nobody ever estimates expenses for that, but whatever the company pays for the product will be, they'll probably pay 2 or 3 times that amount on maintenance for the lifetime.
2 or 3? 2 or 3? Trillion. I just have to say, please just run your numbers again. But you're right on what you're saying. You're 1000% right on what you're saying on maintenance.
What's your
But
ballpark?
oh my God, it's way more than the infrastructure cost alone. So if
10,
I had,
100?
oh, hold on. I don't want to I'm going to give out imaginary futures because I don't want to dox anything that I do in real life. But let's just say a network of just a Wi-Fi in an airport. We'll even give it a mid-grade airport, a smaller one. Let's say JFK in New York. That network, just alone to run just the Wi-Fi on it, is going to easy cost $3-4 million. To maintain its lifetime of the 10-year contract is going to be probably 10 to 20 million.
Oh, that's awesome.
Just ballpark figures, ballpark. Just all
Imaginary.
hypotheticals, all imaginaries.
Well, and then on top, they layer in all this service as you go stuff. Like, this is why this business model is just gonna skyrocket. Like, you could put all the Wi-Fi points or whatever, and then you still have to pay some other company that monitors it and all this stuff. Yeah,
Oh, that's
you're
even more
right.
of a cost. That's called an MMR and an NNR, and there's all sorts of other anagrams that go connected with it. So yes, I do agree. So to my point, yes, I agree. Most of what you pay is for monitoring and maintenance and triage, for sure.
And that's the value of blockchains. Like when we talk about like what's the value of Pulse Chain, it's like no, there's a human capital and development and R&D and maintenance and testing and deployment. And this I see this whole thing as like Silicon Valley in the 90s. It's like this is a startup, this is a project, this is a product, this is a value proposition, and yeah.
And I would like to caveat with that just from my personal questions on why things are so much greener. For me, when I see how things scale up, it's actually savings on cost. And one of the main ways that you can save on cost on these networks is how much energy that you need to use it to get the same output of its work. So I see more investment questions on my side of these power questions, but I definitely believe in when you save the power of where the resources are going and using less resources to do the same output, it's definitely where the future I want to build. So I appreciate all the questions on the green and saving it in that regard. So thank you.
Well, and if you think about it, all that money that would have gone to waste to buying GPUs and space and electricity and stuff, where does that money go? Because it's still there. It goes to the people who are actually using their brain. They're the people who are actually providing service. They're building on top of it. They're bringing it into the real world. And so your reward for that, instead of paying, miners or whatever other people that aren't productive, essentially all that money will just be transferred to the productive people in that community, the people who write the better contracts, who can apply it to business, who have found real world use cases and have gotten it done. So your reward for it is like direct. And that's, you can't do better than that.
It is starting to change. We're using more AC to DC power that I'm seeing on the outside. So it's slowly getting there. So I'm excited to see what it holds.
AC to DC power? What does that mean?
Hold on. AC, hold on. So digital power to AC, which would be like a 10 volt. There are networks now in place of like PoE injectors and things to that degree. Devices like Volt Server that pushes electrical and fiber optics faster through networks.
Yeah,
So
totally.
yeah. So those are really getting built on larger scales and things to that degree. It's getting really engineered on a lot more things in building structures versus macro. So I just will say there are things changing on the power side, but the hardware is so expensive. So it's great to see how it's changing, how things aren't just all coming in through generators or like through gas or through electric, which we all know like what it takes to run one of those rooms. Like guys, these big server rooms, if you guys saw the project budget that it cost just to build the HVAC systems, and it would blow your minds. So to see how it is getting smaller and less rack space as far as hardware goes to run it, it's getting really exciting to see how it's been changing.
Do you think that Yeah, exactly. Do you think that this whole drive towards like off-grid sustainability sort of just drives that uh, side of the market?
Sure, I think it could in some regard, but I feel like that's just a really fun label that people like to put on things. Oh, we're green and we're this safe energy and we're here. But like solar panel is like they're really great and they're awesome and I love them, but like you can only harness that energy for like 3 or 4 feet. That's just reality. So I think it's great and it's a mark towards change of opening up different energy sources, but it's a start. It's a start.
I don't remember if it was exclusively solar panels. I just remember there's this amazing like off-grid mansion in Utah. I'll send a link. But they had this crazy system of batteries, and it was a mansion, and everything, the pool, all the kitchens, everything could run. They had these multiple battery packs, and they were so big that in the room with the batteries and the controllers and everything for the house, they actually had a gantry crane. Like, you know how from the ceiling there would be like a big I-beam and there's a crane hooked onto it? They had to put that in the house just so that they could swap these battery packs around. So, but that's also, you know, I know Tesla wall and all that stuff too, but I'm thinking like if the storage solutions get good enough, you know, I know you can't just run on solar panels, like there are a ton of maintenance and all that stuff too, but the fact that you could store energy this way, you know, like how energy independent do you think we could really go? Like say like you wanted to live in a mansion.
I It's that one's really hard to tell because as you can see as an example from that day and age of where we're at, it was a mansion needing a crane to carry a battery over. So I'd say we're pretty far away from that future, but I'm hopeful to see it soon. Um, it's just hard to harness that type of energy.
Yeah, that's why
And the real,
mining sucks.
And
yeah, and
then
that's
think of what it means. I want to know what they pay for the electric bill to cool those batteries. Because if those overheat, I couldn't even imagine. So I feel there's some of that story we're not understanding in that example. But I think it's really great that whoever has that amount of money that can afford to try that science experiment, it's great. But that's a lot of capital getting thrown away.
and switching ultimately to a more efficient system. If you can, like Hexy B said, like, what if you ran all of the lights in that entire house over USB cables and you did super efficient lighting? And instead of having AC cables going all over your house, you had a few DC runs here and there. That like we're progressing at Moore's law. Like that finance is now a Moore's law compatible technology stack. I can't even understand what that means, but it means we'll double efficiency, we'll double capability, we'll like, and that's the solution, is not trying to build a better mousetrap, but like building a laser that shoots mice from space at scale using solar panels in space. Like it's, it's a fundamental progression and proof of stake, proof of getting off of mining, and we're on the forefront. We're in a good direction. And if you were doing batteries today, I would look at a hot liquid metal. Those seem like the new sexy.
I
And you
think
can use
that's
it
what
for
they
heat.
were. Yeah, I think they were liquid metal batteries. I'm pretty sure because you don't have to cool them as much, and they have a safer fail rate. But that's why they were so big. I'm just gonna start by
Nice.
building my house out of Tesla battery packs. So just do it that way.
If you were going down this road, I would suggest 3 things. Deeply understand EMF. And when you're building it, be able to calculate that. Look at loss and efficiencies. And the savings for energy efficiency is a compounding thing. And then you can run your power off of that.
That's the dream. One day when I'm on it, I'm gonna make sure that I contract you guys. Make sure we get the EMFs all worked out. I like my frequencies at a solid. I don't know
I
what's
just
a good
have to
frequency.
throw in another anagram of MPEs because we all have to be safe out there. I don't need you guys frying up.
So what's the trick? Sunscreen and tinfoil, right?
Maybe a little of both, depending on the technology that's in front of you. Because you know we've all seen where you can pop popcorn off a radio. Don't eat the popcorn though.
Steve Jobs put 13 iPhones around his waist, and he didn't make it terribly long.
That's actually hilarious. I don't think that's what happened, but I see your point.
It's not what happened. I'll say it, but I giggled.
There is some stories he would ride around with 13 and he would be on a Segway and he would just zoom around. And he was quite a sight, I hear.
I know Jim Rat's not in here, but I've been wanting to ask him for so long. He says that he's a tower climber for working on towers, and I've always wanted to ask him if he's popped the popcorn on those radios, because that's actually what I'm referring to. Those radios are so high powered that if they're not turned down properly, they will pop popcorn. However, you really don't want to touch those frequencies, that popcorn, because the frequencies that are in it are probably nuclear.
Warm up his lunch.
Yep. Yep.
Hey, Expola, nice to see you.
Hey, what's up?
It's going good. Your mic's a little chopped, but it's nice to see you, as always. Hexdex is sleeping, by the way.
No, he's wrapping tacos and burritos. Excuse me, wrapping burritos at Taco Bell. He's got this new experiment that he's doing. He's working at the bear market at Taco Bell with his 5-star restaurant capabilities. I cannot wait to see how this goes. So Hexdex, if you're out there listening, you go roll those tacos. I mean burritos. I don't know what numbers mean. I know they're orders and codes, but you go rock it.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall over there.
Agreed. The stories that have got to be going down in that Taco Bell.
To be honest with you, I don't know why he just doesn't buy another one of his watch. Like, takes the money that would buy another watch, and just do the experiment without having to work, and just focus on the content around it. Because it would
But
do it.
listen,
It's the same thing.
listen, famous. I know, but famous. Listen, there's nothing wrong with wanting to keep your hands
No, there's
busy and keeping your
absolutely
mind
not.
busy and doing it. And there's so much value of what he could be bringing to his population of somewhere in Montana of rolling burritos. Like, for real. I see your
I think
point.
he's
I
underplaying
see
himself
his,
and his product.
possibly, but it's giving him a fun hobby.
Yeah, when you make money, you can do whatever you want with it. You can work at Taco Bell. You can buy hookers. You can go to Ukraine and buy lots of weapons. Do whatever you want. It's your bags.
I like.
We can call it Duck Taco. Isn't there a Del Taco?
Maybe
Yeah,
steak
right.
Like,
tacos.
seriously, how legend is it of wearing a rainbow Rolex while rolling burritos at Taco Bell? I think that's legend.
That's like
Legend,
2
for
years
sure.
worth of fucking 2 years worth of manager salary. Just like, yeah, man, I'm wrapping the taco. The guys think he's definitely a coke dealer.
If not 10 years of manager salary.
But what if he's teaching his fellow workers of some ways that worked for him?
You're so
Roll on,
funny,
brother.
Hexy
Roll
B.
on.
I knew you had jokes in you.
But that's what I like about Hex is that we focus on how do we help the people at Taco Bell come up and get in with us and crew up and get power and money. It's easy to go to like stock trader bros and it's easy to go to VC people. Like everyone's going there. And we're going to Taco Bell. Like that's our people's. Like I respect that like a lot. Richard did it too. He didn't talk about it, but I know he did it. It's like that's respectable.
He went to Arby's, didn't he?
Well,
Yeah.
he ate Arby's, which, oh my God, I wanted to throw up personally, but each stomach to their own. But he eats the Arby's.
They all have our pitfalls, you know. Some of them are Arby's. But it is better than like being addicted to going to rich people parties. Like, I still go back and take developer jobs every now and then. Like it's good.
Don't they call those mentorships?
Well, like I take a lead developer role in a team and I develop a product. Like just before this job in crypto, I was over at Red Bull and I was building AR apps for Red Bull and helping them. They have a media house. I was over there. Sabbaticals. They call them sabbaticals.
But that's still a good point because I think it is true that most, like, if you have somebody like Hextech around you, like, and you even listen half the time, or you'll do pretty good, right? At least you'll know what's up. The problem is that a lot of people never get to interact with anybody like that, and that's why you see kind of poverty and stuff stay in certain communities. They just don't have access to, quality like influences and shit. So I don't know, maybe there is something to be said for that, like, um, yeah, just like getting people who would normally be exposed to this kind of like financial education to listen. So maybe tacos are a good way. You put a little like RH quote inside every rapper or something. I don't know, but yeah, definitely have to try to reach the people who like finances aren't in the forefront of their mind.
We should probably help them quit eating Taco Bell first, and then we can move to.
You know what it is? I don't have a problem with Taco Bell. Like people need to work at Taco Bell too, but the problem is nobody needs to work there forever, And that's kind of the sad part is how long people stay stuck in those jobs.
But a lot of that reason is they don't understand their value because they're pushed into this hole of you're only worth XYZ. So it takes strong individuals like Hextex to go into these places and say, your value is here. You need to be here. And I see Hexbula laughing, but it's so, so, so true. That is how it's done. So in case in point, Trillion, my mentor that taught me the way to value myself was this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful soul. I met her in her golden years. She was a bright age of 90. She fought alongside civil rights, MLK. She taught me what really happened at the bridge at Selma. And through her perspective and her view of what was truth and not truth, opened my eyes of what needed to be in life. So it doesn't matter where it comes from, of where you see it. And if that means rolling tacos and burritos at Taco Bell, I'm for it.
I think it would be awesome to do more of like a Hex seminar because I know that I only got introduced through certain people through like seminars, like getting together like over whatever it was, some kind of investing thing. I went to Tony Robbins things, like, yeah, but I think that's where you find the most people who are receptive because if you just like interrupt somebody in the middle of their day and start like flashing hex.com in front of them, it's kind of hard. But I don't know, like that it's a challenge, but I just know that like seminars and like becoming those mentors, right? And before, it's just hard. There's not enough out there. And that's the other thing that happens like after a certain age, like you just start telling the truth, and you want to see other people come up and all this stuff, like your priorities sort of change. So I don't know how to sort of like encapsulate that and bring it into a seminar, because we're all, none of us are 90 years old. But yeah, like that mentorship is huge, and maybe it doesn't have to look like, a wise old person for everyone. Like I know I get a lot of mentorship from Richard. Like obviously I don't know the guy, not directly, but I could honestly say that like he mentored me in all of the principles that I still have to this day about crypto. And, maybe he did that for other people too.
I think the lack is just general crypto knowledge because once a person knows about crypto, they're gonna want Hex. Like when I stumbled upon Hex, I knew about crypto, I was well versed, and it clicked instantly. It was an instant click moment. So like I think the real thing is some people were onboarded when, like you said, by mentors, so they kind of understood, so they walked down the path. But generally, if a person just knows enough, I think it's gonna click ASAP.
Well, here's my question to you, and I know Hexy B has her hand up, but maybe
You
you can answer
proceed.
after. Oh, so what I wanted to ask was like, so you're 20, right? And like you sort of have your head on your shoulders and you see the potential, you get it. Like, and you come, you can come talk to us here, and a lot of people, we definitely vibe with that and we get that. But I'm wondering, like, what happens when you go and talk to other people like your age? Like, what sort of response do you get?
Dude, for one, they don't have the liquidable cash to invest. They're all addicted to TikTok or something else. And then if that's not an issue, they're in college. So, most of the time is, school, education, and parents. So for the most part, like they might like it, but it doesn't click. For me, the reason why I like it so much is because, I mean, like I mentioned, I play video games. I'm familiar with all the software and like Rarity and whatever. So, and I like to make money. I used to trade Forex before I did crypto, which is crazy. So, it's just they not focused on it. They don't make enough money to see the value in money. It's like if you make under $1,000 in 2 weeks, then you don't have enough money to blow to even experiment. Like you're still kind of like you're still a squirrel trying to save your last nut. So it's just like you said, they're trapped. They don't know the value of of themselves. And it's just a sad thing about this generation. But yeah, like, people my age, they're either fearful because their parents was like, oh, that's a Ponzi. That if the next guy has to get in to pay you, it's a scheme. So it's just bad education. Like I literally had to unlearn things. So I don't know, man. Like it's a lot that people will have to learn to know everything.
Hey,
So
hey, Kid Cozing. I don't want to interrupt, but I feel this could be a good time for me to step in if you wouldn't mind. Is it okay if I
no, go ahead,
proceed?
go ahead for sure.
Thank you, thank you. I don't want to be rude and overspeak, but I love that Trillion spoke his question before mine because it made you drop the key word several times that I was going to pivot off of, which was education. You spoke several times about we need to re-educate, and if I'm putting some pieces together, and you correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't like making assumptions of my friends in my room, but it sounds like you're a younger male in the United States.
Correct.
Okay, and would it be fair to say you are just out there, you're like our everyday hustler, you're just getting here, getting this done?
Oh yeah, big
I
time.
love it. I see you, bro. So for real. So now, and I loved how Trillion's question was off of that because my question to you was educate. If you had it in your power to reformat and look at the future, how would you re-educate your children, your future children that you would like to see go up in this world that is in current state? How would you fix that?
The answer is so simple. It's really the core principles is like owning things yourself. Like there's nothing wrong with a government currency, but the issue is as a people we have nothing to kind of like have as a backup. Everything is middleman garbage. So I would just go straight back to the core principles and like you have to have something you have custody of. Nobody can get to it. Not even me. Not even I can get to that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's all yours.
So how did you learn that? So to bring it back to the education piece, how did you learn it? Because you obviously don't think like your friends. You don't listen to the TikTok garbage. You're thinking longer, better, stronger. So how do you teach that mindset to your environment, to your friends?
Ah, man, I really just watch Richard Hart videos. Like, I had mentors just like he just said. Richard Hart was a mentor. I just had to sit down, shut up, listen, and then, receive. Like, there was times I didn't understand Hex, but I told myself, yo, this is real. There's no way people are doing this just to do it. Keep learning, keep pushing. And, eventually everything, like, I fully understood everything to a T. So, if I would reteach anything, it would just be understand you're doing everything yourself with Hex. Like, you are creating your own yield, you're doing everything, you hold your keys, you created your wallet, like, it would just be simple as, like, you got to have your own privacy. But it would be so many things. Like, there's so many things I had to learn prior to that like made that information valuable to me. I wouldn't know what led up to it. But like I mentioned before, like, I watched my dad work his whole life. He was a general contractor, and I know how to build a house from the ground up just like him. But it's the time, you don't have time to do all of that. You need workers, you need all of this other extra stuff. So I see the value in Hex because I don't have to pay anybody. I don't have to hire anybody. I don't have to show up to work.
Well, here, let me throw an idea out real quick. Or Hex, hang out. Why don't you go first? And I got an idea I want to share.
No, go for it. I'll wait.
All right. So one thing that got me into this is way back, guys. Like, Coinbase used to do, and other places did this too, but they did this thing called Learn to Earn, where you click, like, you watch a video or you get some information and they ask you a question on it, and if you answer it, you get a couple of whatever the currency is. And here's what I'm sort of at this point that maybe we should have. I could do it. I could probably need help with it, but you create a DApp that's like a learn to earn program, and then that pool of Hex that can be distributed is just voluntarily donated. Like, obviously, I'll figure that out, but don't worry about that part yet. I'm not asking anybody for money and nothing like that. But what I'm saying is you create some sort of small pool and you create lessons, and as people complete them, they actually get Hex. And so there's your onboarding right there. That's how I got onboarded to a couple of shit coins. I won't even mention, but it was just doing these lessons. I got them for free, whatever. Some of them went up, some of them really didn't, but it was something. And because here's the thing with Hex is if we want if we want more adoption, we need that onboarding. And it seems like it's free, but it's not, because look at all the time we put in on Spaces, on Twitter, mailers, football jerseys, like all this stuff, right? This all costs money. And I just know this example from like a real life, like, enterprise experience where we needed to roll out a point of sale to a whole bunch of different franchisees. They liked their old system, they didn't care about the new one, but we spent millions of dollars going around the country doing seminars, all this stuff, and it sucked. Like, they didn't want it, they didn't use it, we spent a bunch of money. And then we said, well, what if we just gave them all 50 grand, every single franchise? What if we just gave them 50 grand to use this new thing? Would they do it? And guess what? Yeah. So at some point, like, if you give people stake in it, even if it's very small, like 100 Hex, 200 Hex, I don't know, whatever, right? 50 Hex. But you get somebody's attention long enough for them to be able to answer a question, and you just give it to them for free. Because first of all, that gets them with a wallet, that gets them on the network. They're already participating just by completing that lesson. So way lower barrier to entry, and it could be fun. And look, at the end of the day, like, a kid could come up to his friend and say, hey, you can make 1,000 Hex just answering these questions, I'll help you out. And that way he doesn't lose anything, and somebody else is actually now in the ecosystem. If they choose to pursue or add, or like, if you don't have money, you don't have money. But hopefully it gives them at least thinking in the right direction, because this community has the best influences out of anybody out there. We're literally trying to prevent people from getting absolutely wrecked and annihilated in this Wild West market of crypto. So I don't know. That's something I would kind of throw out there. But yeah, like, what do we just do? Learn to earn, or earn to learn? Learn to earn. Learn to earn. We'll come
I
up with
think
something
we call
catchy.
those lunch and learns.
Lunch and learn.
Lunch and learn. Hey there, Hex. Hang out.
I'll go with earn, learn, earn. Yeah, Hex is the Way is definitely doing that for some of his crew, Vietnam-ish, maybe. And he's helping them on ETH POW, and he's spinning them up for how to make wallets. And, it's kind of that testnet thing, right? A real testnet. And yeah, I said I would throw some Hex on the table, and it's like 1,000, 10,000 Hex to his area people means a lot. And so we can amplify that and amplify him. And I would really recommend considering not doing this internet scale stuff for community building and education. Like, people will spread knowledge and want to spread knowledge. And if you give them a rapid framework to do it, I think we can amplify those people and make them incredibly powerful and building from pure solid strength. And what do we need to give them? Maybe we need to give them, I don't know, obviously my area is security, so security tutorials, or maybe we need to give them infrastructure tutorials or regional law tutorials. And we can iterate and learn on the ground with live active feedback than trying to hit the maximum number of people at the maximum number of scale in the shortest time possible. And that building true strength from the ground up is the way. Also, I would caution against this. I'm going to go on a tangent here, so take this with a giant grain of salt. So I would say, if you think about this idea of like everyone should save and these are optimal paths, that's a religious ideal. That's a contextual ideal. And if someone is starving and they only have enough money to acquire the calories to stay alive, they should not have a savings plan. Like, that's just not how that world functions for that person. And so for a lot of people, it might just be having access to a digital wallet. It might just be the ability to take a business loan from DeFi. It might just be these secondary value propositions that is what they need. And they need to take a business loan so they can get cattle, so they can feed their family, and they can become big wigs in their village. And this whole savings plan is not it. That's not the end all and be all for them. And for a lot of the world, I honestly hope they don't focus any part of their life on this garbage. If the human race became optimally focused at it, this would blow up infinitely big, and the human race would be useless garbage. It's only good because we have people focusing on science. We have people focusing on families or water, ecology, or science. And that to focus on this as the path recommended is a religious fallacy. And I get how we get there. I get why it's good. I rarely ever note this. So I only mean it as like a very passive idea. But that, how do we bring the maximum number of benefit to the people that we can connect with? And onboarding shouldn't even be in the top 3 priorities.
I'm glad you said that, because some people just won't get it, and that's okay. That is perfectly okay.
And how do we help them? How do we empower them? How do we make them stronger? How do we bring value to their world? And yeah.
Well, there's the 2 things real quick. So a lot of times when people have that lifestyle where they just spend everything they make, they really have no concept of saving. Like, it doesn't mean anything at all to them, and that's where sometimes it is, good, to get information from other people too, like, because ultimately, saving is what allows you to, acquire a house, bigger things. And I think if that's never someone's objective, because they don't even think that's like a real thing for them, they won't do that, but abundance can't be paycheck to paycheck.
I'm just going to try and take a quick run at an exercise. Try and say that exact same thing, but say it with replacing savings and money with heaven and afterlife.
Well, I think I'm getting your idea, and
Yeah.
here's the emergent effect that happens. Like, let's say we did a program that was,
sort of like consented to by the community as being like something super, super basic, like not your keys, not your crypto, something super basic. Like, let's just start there. And, you put this out onto the market of ideas, right? We always just think about money markets, but there's a market for ideas. Like, they're worth a hell of a lot more than money is, like what Hex Hangout's saying, because those ideas actually shape the world. They make it run. So what I'm trying to get at is like, so say there were these like courses that were like learn to earn or something like that. What would happen is you would see the views, right? Like you can go on any platform now and you can see this already. Like the courses that are more valuable are the ones that have the most views. It's because it's sort of like, that's the market speaking to it, So I would love a platform that was more like driven by people's ideas, like real contribution, than just like trading. So I don't know, like, do you think that would be like a feasible thing? Like, if like, is there some way for us to reward good ideas?
I think I hold multiple ideas simultaneously true. So I I think it's a great idea that will obviously bring power to both the community and the world. I also think it's a failure path that will be short-lived and it will create all sorts of secondary effects that will be beneficial to the community. And ultimately, it'll pivot in different ways. And I think you'll find Hex is the Way, Famous, Bullish. I would say there's 8 to 20 different people inside of our community right now that would love to crew up on that idea. And indeed, they individually are building on that idea, whether it be in ETH contracts or web platforms or knowledge hubs. I guarantee you, because I've talked to them, there are multiple people that are on exactly that same track, and crewing together would make us infinitely stronger. And you will find it resonates exceptionally well. And I bet in 1 to 3 months, it will manifest into a solid project.
Yeah, Hex is the way. Like that guy puts in so much work.
What's
Yeah.
up, Hexy B? Yeah, I'm getting tired there.
No, I was just getting my Bluetooth back switched over. I'm watching my battery power on a couple devices. So I really love this thought of these ideas and the things of listening how the mindset in this circle is thinking. But I just want to refocus. We were talking about more of like the quote unquote world of how do you get these things to move forward and move beyond. But I think you said a special word there of savings. Like how do we get the mindset of people to savings, of how do you do this selfless act of taking care of yourself, saving for, delay gratification and putting it tomorrow, when most of our world can't even pay for today, let alone save for tomorrow. So I feel that's where we were going with education of like, how do we get the others around us to see the things and do the things? And anyway, I did just kind of wanted to bring that out of there's so many of our brethren and of our people around us that can't not even save because of the situations that they're in. So sorry, Hex Hangout, I'll let you take the mic.
Yeah, looking down that road, like we know the traps. Like you take a house loan, you're paying a massive portion of that wealth to the bank. That's a trap. And that's where I see DeFi bringing power to the community is how do we build like, hey, there's options. Like obviously 6 to 18 months after Pulse launches, we're going to have some sort of loan system going, and it might scale outside of to the open market. Who knows? But that there's no shortage of like people onboarding people to crypto, and onboarding harder and faster is going to up that global amount by a fraction of a percent. But also, like, I think what Hex really brings to the table is the core principles of avoiding leverage. Like that alone is an incredibly powerful idea that's fairly rare in the community. Or avoiding exchanges, or once you do have crypto, how do you have a strategy that both facilitates you as a human being and your portfolio growth? Like those second order educations are incredibly powerful. And I would to point out that the reason we want to onboard so hard is in a weird way to pump our bags. And I know we have helping people and all this other things, but also, if we're a technology company, this is a tangent, but if we were a technology company, would you rather our core principle be how do we onboard as many people into this company to make as much money for them as possible? Or would you want our ethos to be how do we bring as much technology to bring self-sovereignty and economic power to people and loan platforms and freedom of wealth movement across borders or business transactions across borders without middlemen taking their cut, or houses that are funded by other people instead of banks and they take a lower cut that's more humane? Do we just want to bring people bags? Is that the whole point of all of this? Is the whole reason we're building the internet and blockchain and all of this DeFi is just so people's bags can grow harder, faster, better? Like that is such a waste.
Look, start at the very beginning first. You need to have something worth saving. And see, this is the problem with the dollar, is because it's a dollar worth saving, because it rewards the people who spend it right away. So that's the underlying thing, is let's create something that's actually worth saving. Why is it worth saving? Well, it gets you access to T-shares. T-shares pay you 40%, well, at the time pays you 40% APR. Is that a reason worth saving it? Like, absolutely it is. Also, it's immutable, will never change, and when you need the money, it'll be there exactly the way you left it. Is that worth saving? It's worth saving. Like, it doesn't rot, rust, depreciate. Is it worth saving? Yeah, it's worth saving. So this is I think the value proposition is that not everything is worth saving. Like, I had a friend who collected AOL discs and like floppies and stuff like that. It's like, was that worth saving? Like, moving around with it every time? Like, not really. But this is the first getting people to understand that you need to, like, saving is a good thing and it makes your life much less hectic. And
Is
then
that a revolutionary idea?
no, but I'm saying, and then, you have to find something that's actually worth saving, and that's Hex. Like, it used to be gold, it's just not anymore. The world's just grown past it. But now, yeah, I think underlying all of this, everything that could be done on top of it is, is this worth saving? And I think it is.
Hey, Trillian, could I challenge your words on saying maybe not worth saving, but worth improving or self-improving or evolving towards? Because no matter where you're at in your place in your life, you can choose to what you put your energy into. Much like the workers at Taco Bell, or the union worker, or that it doesn't matter what your place is, or it doesn't matter, or it doesn't matter. We all have the decision to make that forward move.
I just meant saving in terms of like, here's the thing, you can't save cheesecake. Like, you could buy really nice cheesecake, but what happens to it after a couple weeks, right? It's just not something worth saving. Like cars, they rust, they rot, they depreciate. Is it really worth saving something like that? I'm saying more like metaphysically. I think I get your point too. But yeah, like, just in principle, like, if you could have anything in, I don't know how to put it, but yeah, like, what would you save? Like, what's worth saving? For some people, it could be like a very dear photograph. Like, I'm not saying it always just has to be crypto. I'm just saying that given these constraints and like this rule set, this, like, Hex is something that's worth saving.
Does that not make sense? I don't mean like save like to save a life. I mean
You're
save as like to
fine. You're
keep.
fine. You made complete sense. It was just a different thought. But Hex Hangout had his hand up, so I thought he would maybe pick up.
Sure. I mean, I would say I don't know, I'll just go with high numbers. 95% of the human race throughout time. The difference between saving and not saving is access to resources. And people having sufficient amount of resources, they will instinctively save some. And to your point, they'll save maybe garbage. And yeah, I appreciate it. And I think an economics 101 is what schools and churches and they all preach the same thing. They might identify different assets and different asset classes. And then the only distinctive difference is you're teaching them savings, but you're highlighting a single asset in an asset class and giving them information on it, which is good. I mean, I think from an evolutionary standpoint, I believe in 100 years, only 10 coins today will make it. And from an evolutionary standpoint, no matter what you pick, it may or may not be the right choice at that time. I appreciate it. I do not think if you asked 100 high schoolers that they don't understand that compound interest is a thing. Yes, to your point, they won't know how powerful it is. This is true. And that is unimaginable. But also those high schoolers, their maximum value they can do with their brain is not to learn DeFi. The maximum value they can do with their brain is become a doctor, a scientist. They can work on a spaceship. They can work on coding. They can learn how to use a hammer. They could go out and exercise and improve themselves. They could go to a party and interact with other human beings, so they become a social animal instead of a psychopath. That's what that person needs to be doing. And the last thing they should be doing in the world is learning the global macroeconomic system throughout time and space. And so I appreciate the intent. I just fundamentally don't think it's a good use of the human race to try and get more keys.
I don't know, man, because I can name multiple scenarios where you become a doctor and you actually waste that money. You waste the talent and you waste everything because you don't know what you're doing with the value.
Okay,
You see this with like just let me throw this out there. Like you see this a lot with musicians and athletes a lot too. So they've focused their life entirely on training and getting amazing at what they do. But eventually somebody comes up to them, taps them on the shoulder and says, "Hey, you know, you got all this money, I can manage it for you." And see, that's the point at which they need to be resilient enough to know that they can do it themselves.
Sure, and they should know our name and know that we can help onboard them, and they should know to reach out to us and know people in their community that are already plugged in and can help onboard them and give them like the true alpha from someone they trust, not some jackass website that someone gave them a card to. And yeah, I agree. But okay, would you rather have say there's a high schooler, you can either A, teach them how to save and trade and grow their bags really hard, and that's what they're going to spend the whole rest of their life doing, or would you rather them become a doctor and not know how to manage money and throw it all away? Which one is a better use of that human life?
Well, no, they should definitely go to school. Like my whole thing is like
No,
you should
I'm
live.
just saying on those two paths, A or B, which one's more valuable? Like if you could push a button for someone, which path would be better?
I like if the person was happy to be a doctor, then I would say do that.
And they throw their money away. They don't know how to manage money. And
I
maybe
would
they
say
have
the
marriage
truth.
problems because of it.
I want the truth.
Look, they can absolutely, and this happens all the time. Like for some reason, I know a lot of lawyers, and they are the worst with money. Like if you have a lawyer
Right.
friend, like you aren't paying for shit. Like I'm just kidding, but yeah, like they just don't know.
Real
Like
estate friends?
real estate friends, yeah, like they spend like there's no tomorrow. But here's the thing: is like you don't. How much do you really need to know? That's what I was saying. If you just make it basic, all you really need to know is what's worth saving. That's it. And as long as you know that Hex is something worth saving, you put your money there. If you want to stake, you stake. If not, you don't. You literally have to do nothing else beyond that point. The rest of it is totally up to you if you want to learn about macroeconomics, which I'll tell you straight up, like, it's not that useful. Like the super global ideas like money ebbs and flows and like money, debt cycles, yeah, but like there's really just not that much you really need to know to just protect your wealth or store your wealth in Hex alone. But yeah, like the problem is that if they're not taught the right way, people position their entire business and profession on this kind of stuff. So it's almost like leaving like a fertile land to grow weeds.
I think the
Yeah.
polite point is to point out is that we're not getting taught the right way. If you could see that. Do you see that, Trillion?
We're not taught anything, and most of the stuff that we are taught is
Exactly.
dead wrong. Yeah, it's a
Exactly.
struggle.
So excuse me for giggling a little about it, but I've just had to high level that in one sentence for you. But
Yeah,
I'm glad
100%.
that you're seeing the same things. You guys are saying the same things. You're just coming at it at different roads, and it's a beautiful thing to witness. Thank you.
The part that I love to see is like how to like Kid was saying and stuff like that. It's like how does the younger generation perceive this sort of thing, right? Like how have they sort of been conditioned to think about it? I think that's the most telling thing of what the future will be like in markets. It's just yeah, like the illiteracy and the sort of ignorance there can't go on for everyone. And just like Hex Hangout knows everything about like security and stuff like that, there will be enough people that if somebody wants to seek more information, they'll be able to find good quality information. But that doesn't mean they need to know what a ZK rollup is, you know? Like that's it sort of like compartmentalizes itself.
But if they want to know what it
Exactly.
is, the knowledge is out there for them to grab it. And that's the beauty of it all. If they want to know, they need to know that it's there. And I think that's where the disconnect is. There's a lot of the people not having the empowerment of knowing that the answer is readily available to them. They just don't know where to look. So I love hearing Kid Cozing telling about your experiences of what it's like to have your friends just always I don't have friends that are knowing what it's like to have devices in their hands the whole entire time of the yes now what I'm going to call like I call it click right click left mentality of because in my experience I only know how to really kind of equate it to what I kind of giggle about like the internet dating where you just kind of click right, click left, and it's just so yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. And the mindsets are so quick, easy to set against judgment versus their reality versus actually looking at the person of knowing what their value is. Um, I don't, it's hard for me to understand that realm sometimes. So I feel I could really learn from your experience of what you feel could be the bridge of that education to your generation.
Right. Well, it's a lot of what everybody just said. It's relearning because for the most part they don't know that it's real. You know, we always mention Bitcoin because it's the first thing that comes to mind, but you know, Bitcoin is not that good of an example. So like people literally think Bitcoin is a joke or it's a scam or whatever. So for the most part,
It's
like everybody
illegal.
just
Like
said,
when I say everyone, excuse me in my rudeness, excuse my
no, you're
rudeness to
good.
cut you off, but I'm going to give you some mindset. I'm from that generation. I know when Bitcoin came out. I was around when it was, and Bitcoin was only used for illegal transactions or Backpage or paying for whatever prostitute or drug transaction you needed. So it was tied to illegal activities. It was not seen as legit or reputable.
But
I'm
it's
just
real.
being, it is, I agree it's real. So I'm just letting you understand the mindset of what you're having to unpack there.
Right. Well, for the most part, that's the hurdle is for one, understanding that it's secure, safe, and that it's real, and that it's open source for one. Like you can see everything. Everything is visual. You just need to know what website to click, where to go. And it's kind of sad, but you said click right, click left, but they don't know how to go to Etherscan. They don't know how to go to Gas Tracker. You know, those are things that if you had a question, oh, you just go to it. Oh, like that's the whole point of blockchain. And I think that's where people are getting it wrong. Like it is transparent. If you do have any question, you can answer it yourself. And like everybody said, it's education. We have to relearn what we've been taught because it's either a lie or it's not true or a pivot. Something happened, but it's just not adding up.
And that is exactly what I think are amazing life skills to teach someone about technology and blockchain. How do you go do due diligence on something? I mean, maybe it's a doctor giving you medicine. Maybe it's an investment. Maybe it's a bank. How do you do due diligence on a hospital? And that's a life skill. That's power. That's value. And if you assume your investment of Hex or your investment of blockchain is going to go to zero, these life skills are still powerful. And that they are a true value to the individual just from learning it. And that they walk out the door immediately more powerful than they walked in the door. And that's education, and that's what will resonate with people. Hexy Beans?
Oh, nothing. Oh, that got me on. So just excited to hear just some synchronicity of some like minds talking on a topic. Only because I do know that there are technologies and there are studies out there right now getting conducted that are to educate the elderly and getting devices and networks into their home to where they can live by themselves maybe a little bit longer and not be dependent on nursing care and just getting some sovereignty and lives to themselves and personal freedoms, which I hope blockchain actually assists in and helps in. I am seeing things in realms of um, public safety and even what armed forces is doing of keeping protection and guards up. Um, so it's just nice to see it on all the realms of what blockchain can do of just giving us back actual freedoms versus what everyone is selling it as taking away our freedoms. So it'd be really interesting to see what happens. I see some hands up. Go ahead, Trillian.
All right, so here's one thing, like a social engineering thing. I feel like it doesn't get spoken of enough. Yeah, how do people choose to believe in something? One way is through social proof, like you see other people doing it. And here's how it actually goes: is the identity of whatever that thing is created from the social group that gave it the social proof. So when you talk about Bitcoin, who validated Bitcoin? Who gave it that social proof? It wasn't the cartels. It was when institutions, Michael Saylor, all those guys started buying Bitcoin. So what does the identity of Bitcoin now become? Like Kid Cosmic, like if you think about it, like what do you guys regard Bitcoin as? Like stereotypically, I'm not saying you have to be dead on, like just honest, right? Like first glance, like doesn't Bitcoin relate to like old rich guys? That's the identity.
Yeah, literally.
See, and that's why they don't want to, the younger generation feels betrayed by the rich old generation that sort of, sold them down the river, right? And so they want to be a part of something different. That's why the most important part really is what identity is your community creating. So when you come to Pulse Chain, when you come to Hex, like what's the identity? Yeah, obviously there could be a much better job of like spreading exactly like a tailored message, but it's always just been free. Anybody can do whatever they want, and there's a benefit to that too. But if you think about it, the most powerful way to gain social proof is to create this identity for the coin. And when you're talking about Pulse Chain and Hex, you're talking about censorship resistance, freedom to transact, no bullshit, no middlemen, keep your own stuff. Like, you see what I'm saying? And that's becoming the identity of what Hex is. How do we make that sexier? Like, we have to try.
It's not sexy. That's the crazy part. Like, I don't think anything about Hex is sexy other than, the yield. But other than that, it's like, if I didn't have Hex, I would be searching for something that does what Hex does. You know what I'm saying? So it's needed. It's not even this goofy fun thing, but we all love it because, I mean, it is real. Like I spoke
So
before, it's just the real thing. They don't know that it's real. They don't understand like code is something you can activate, deactivate. Like you do it all. Like they don't get it. Like it's a video game. It's whatever.
And so look, real quick, Hex, hang out. I see you. So here's how this whole immune system thing works. I'll give you guys like a live example on Hex. Like think about it. We have a founder. Bitcoin doesn't have a founder that's ever been public. Richard is doing a lot of the flex stuff and showing the watches and stuff like that. And look, the community has sort of spoken that that's not the identity of Hex. Does anybody else get that feeling?
Oh yeah.
Hey there, Hex Hangout. I'm
Sorry,
curious your thoughts on this.
I wanted to respond to that, Trillion, but I was trying to keep my question in my head, so I didn't. Um, Kid, I was wondering how many of your friends are on blockchain and like some bags trading, like what percentage? Or are you an anomaly?
I would say about 3 of my friends are. Each of them are. One is a software developer. One is I forget what he does, but he's also doing things in the line of code. But they don't trade at all. Like literally, when I got them into crypto, I told them it's the long play. Just sit, wait, like just let it sit there, and they listened to me. But it's everybody else. They don't even like they don't have the initial capital to throw in. They don't have the obstacle. Like they can't get past the hurdle. You got to download Coinbase, then you got to get approved, then you got to hook up your bank. Like it's a lot of hurdles, and you for the most part it's people who are 20, 30 who have everything set up. I make decent money, so it's nothing for me to throw a couple hundred or even $1,000 at a few of these things. So it's really just a lack of. Well, Hexy B said it. They don't know the value of themselves, so you don't make enough, you don't have enough, and you don't believe. So you're like, oh, my $50 isn't gonna go far. Oh, I have to invest 600.
But do they go to concerts?
Do they eat ramen noodles?
Yes, they're literally like they're just normal humans. They just don't get it. It's almost like when your parents lie to you and say that something is something, and then you don't find out the real thing until you're 30. Like, oh, that's a scam. That's a Ponzi. That's people literally stay away from all crypto with a 10-foot pole. Like, it's the NFTs. It's the whole narrative. And like, I try and tell them, yo, this is real. Like, I'm not into that NFT shit. I'm into like real life DeFi projects. They don't know what products are. Like you try and tell them, yo, a credit card is a product. A savings account is a product. You know what I'm saying? Like all of those are things that banks offer as products. So this is the same thing. They just can't grasp it. Like,
Okay, so your other friends that are into blockchain, did you get them into Hex? Or did they end up in other coins?
Nope. They're in the Pulse though. I told them, yo, like Ethereum is too unpredictable, so I will go with Pulse. So they're all waiting for Pulse.
Nice. And honestly, you probably have a better conversion ratio than I do because your generation, your frame of reference has more adoption, which is good. And that, yeah, lots of people don't like blockchain. I like NFTs. I think they're awesome. I also buy artwork. Like normal people when they're 20s don't buy artwork. I remember thinking buying artwork was stupid. I now buy artwork. So it is also a frame of time and reference. And I mean, yeah. I'm just saying it's working out really well, and getting your friends into blockchain at all and being there and being supportive and being that education source for them is good. And that's on the ground replication. That's basically how everyone got into blockchain. And yeah,
But like, imagine how pumped you'd be if you went to like a concert or a festival and you saw like Hex Promotions or something like that, or like whatever it is. Doesn't even have to be Hex. Like, I'm just saying for especially for that generation. I mean, really everybody. It's all about creating a positive identity that people actually want to associate with. And this is why they tried so hard to call everything a scam about Hex, because no one wants to be associated with something that could possibly be, a scam. Like it's just, whatever, a witch hunt essentially, right? So I think the more we think about it in that way, and we have to it is good to sort of give it that like sex appeal. Like, I've talked about like venues like festivals and stuff like that. It's obviously going to take a lot of work. But yeah, like whatever we can do to sort of create like a wholesome identity for what crypto is, because nobody even knows what that means right now. People still think that crypto is just a money laundering operation. There's no value in it whatsoever. So I don't know, like if we could be the first community to bridge that gap and get people to understand, no matter how slowly or steadily we do it, the number of holders doesn't actually go down. We've got more stakers than we ever had before, probably double what we had this time last year. So yeah, like it's like I'm with Hex Hangout saying that people should do more productive things with their life. It's for sure. I think that people will be better off knowing that they have this option, because eventually they'll have to make a choice, and it's better if they know what the better option is.
I
Do you think
can
that all the
mention
other
one
coins
thing.
didn't?
Wait, go ahead.
Sorry?
Oh, well, every other coin is also doing that same thing. So like venues of concerts, um Solana is teaming up with Lollapalooza.
Yeah,
And doing it.
good point.
Whoa.
And so at that market, just like religious shills, there is an unlimited number of them. And unfortunately, they're typically the worst people of that community. But
Well,
not
because
saying that,
that's all they're doing. Like they're getting all this money just to go throw it in people's faces at
yeah,
venues and events. Like their whole shtick is based off of that,
Now,
not
what
the
I can
technology.
say is we are growing organically. I have friends who watch Fresh and Fit. Richard Hart was just on Fresh and Fit twice, and Dollar
yeah,
Cost Crypto has been on Fresh and Fit multiple times. So the outrage marketing, as much as I hate it, truly, like I don't care about your rollies, even though I like watches. I'm a watch guy, but I don't care. But we are getting out there. Like I do have friends who are like, "Yo, this Richard Hart guy is like really flaunting and whatever." So yeah,
Well, it gives you like an entry point, right? It's something that grabs your attention, and right now attention is so hard to grab that, however you do it is I guess the right way. But all I'm saying is that I think the community is sort of like spoken in some more direct, some more indirect ways that, that's not the identity of this group of people, is that we just flex on everybody and tell everyone else they're fucked up and stupid. There's more to this, right?
I,
And
I wouldn't say that's what outrage marketing is. That's what propaganda would have you believe is toxic about Richard Hart. I mean, um, okay, I'm going to use an offensive word to just kind of hop a few ideas. But what if I replaced outrage marketing and putting on all this bling with poor people marketing or ghetto marketing?
well, no, no,
And
no, no. I'm just saying, like, who identifies with it, right?
I know that's what I'm getting to is who identifies with it is a subsection of society. Like TikTok is really hot and really toxic in the US. Okay, like that is a market. Would you rather be really hot on TikTok, which I hate TikTok, or would you rather get on Forbes, which is
no,
better for?
I'm gonna back you up on this because essentially what Richard Hart is trying to say like is people have money out here. It's money out here, and they're willing to spend it, and they want safe places to throw it. But Hex isn't really out there, so what Richard Hart is essentially doing is just slapping a hex sticker everywhere he goes because I mean he's getting to the people who have the money. He's getting in the places where the money is, where people are spending it, where people have it, and even people who want to have it, you know, they're looking up at Richard Hart. So I totally get that. I 100% agree. There is a thing to it. There is a market.
I think that's the part that's working. Like you just said it perfectly. Sorry, go ahead, XCP.
I also feel like I'm going to be treading on maybe some triggering waters, so please proceed with caution. This is not made to be a landmine by any means, but since we're on the topic of talking about outrage marketing, which I'm fine if that's anyone's gameplay. I love that Richard is open and honest about it. He doesn't play about it. However, within the same Hex community, he is accepted, and everyone loves and accepts that he can speak publicly about human trafficking, and no one talks about it. So just curious, what should that state to me as a female coming into the crypto space of wanting to learn what's going on and seeing that the bulk of the community is okay with such statements?
I don't have a context for that.
Which statement?
Happy to give contacts. Happy to give it. His last stream with Hexo, specifically speaking on the community of one, talking about how he's so proud of the community and talks and loves the community, but yet wants to shit on it at any chance that he gets. But then saying that he'll only go on the cruise if a certain genre of female is there to welcome him while he's there. I mean, did Anthony Bourdain come into this mix? Like that, do we not realize that's coercion and sex trafficking? And we all laugh and giggle about it?
I'm on your side on this one. I don't know why you said that. I definitely don't support or endorse that in any way whatsoever. But look, he's doing this. Look, the real identity behind it all is, you know, this exclusivity, you know, like access, you know, high lifestyle, like that kind of stuff. But I have no idea, honestly, why why that even came up. It almost just sounds like, you know, just an attention grabbing thing. I hope that's not what he seriously believes.
But
No,
it's been
yeah.
a theme.
What did he
It's been a
say?
theme for a year. It's been a
What did
theme
he
for a
call?
year. He point blank said that he'll only go on the cruise if a certain genre of ladies were there to greet him.
See, I don't know how much of it is just talk and how much of it like he actually means, because everything I know about him otherwise, like, is that he's like a gentleman. He treats women like very well, like, and that's the
Does
weird
he?
dissonance.
Does
That's
he?
what I've heard. I don't know
Read
the
his
guy
book Sci-Fi,
personally.
chapter 6 about respect.
That's what he claims, but we
That's
don't
a
really
pickup
know. We have to
artist book.
see. Yeah.
Well, that's what I've been saying, because even when he went on the Fresh and Fit podcast, he said some stereotypical things about black people, talking about watermelon and fried chicken, and he even dropped the N-word bomb multiple times. So, you know, when I heard it, I was like, whoa, there's no way he said that. Like, even the things about women, I said this yesterday. Shouldn't you be a good guy around everybody? You should be an admirable man around everybody you see, not just beautiful women. I said this yesterday. So I mean, I'm glad somebody else is being vocal, but yeah, this is not what Hex is. I mean, you know, we don't condone this.
But
Yeah,
that's not what Hex is to you. But just please acknowledge that's what not Hex is to you. And I appreciate it and I see you for that. But the reflection of what I see from other people that are into Hex is the opposite, that feel that those things are proper things to say, feel, and reflect towards others. But I see you, kid. Thank you.
And I mean, I think I've seen a good swing in the community where there was some pretty toxic male stuff going on, and I think that it was encouraged to go away. And yeah, I mean, obviously at some economic level, people become a fungible token. And it's like, I wouldn't say human trafficking, but humans will show up wherever you want in the world when you have an unlimited amount of money. And that's apparently normal at that level, I suppose. I don't know. It's not
We'll ask
healthy,
the
certainly.
Clintons. We'll ask the Clintons because that's the
See,
reverse side of that, right?
I mean, just a little. Yeah.
See,
Just a little.
that's
It's all right.
true.
And,
That's
It's
true.
okay to talk about it too.
See,
but I
my
think,
sorry, go ahead.
okay, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I don't understand why he puts such a high value on that because I'll tell you like you know the Dan Bilzerian story, right? Like that sort of lifestyle, it doesn't end well, right? Like if you really want to protect your stuff, like why do you want, you know, why do you want to do that? Like you're just exposing yourself in so many ways. I don't know. That's the one thing that's completely like cognitive dissonance for me. I don't understand why he puts any value into that.
Well, I couldn't say if I had unlimited money that I would do the opposite, except for I'd probably find like a long-term partner and crew to trust and not just a solo YOLO. Um, but yeah, I mean, I guess as I've started being in this hex room and running into people that I would not normally run into, and they have some of them diametrically opposed worldviews on different sub-subjects of reality. It's like, yeah, there's definitely an interesting point that the world is now hyper connected, and welcome to being hyper connected to the world. It's kind of intense. But I mean, I guess yes, it's definitely there. It's definitely replicated in the community. I think the community has given pushback to it, and maybe that pushback has even helped pull him in the proper direction. And I mean, one of the first pre-outrage marketing things he did was he had a woman in a bathing suit on his channel. And he was like, I'm going to get a woman in a bathing suit. We're going to do a YouTube channel because that'll get ratings. Well, I think it was like 1 or 2 episodes. And he's like, that was a bad idea. I apologize. And it's like, yeah, that's good. And that was before like this community blew up. That was like still when it was small. Like he does take feedback from the community, and we are connected to each other, and we all try to help pull each other in the right directions. And I think we're doing good. I see it in a healthy way as a dysfunctional family, but with healthy communications and everyone moving slightly in the good direction. XCB.
I definitely see that perspective, and I actually really, really agree with you because I remember watching that stream and just going, "Oh my God, what did I just watch?" And
Right.
I did not even proceed to his next video for probably a week later. So I just can only speak of my journey in my life. You know, a lot of times when things trigger you, sometimes it's you, sometimes it's them, and you have to reevaluate things in life. But there is one thing, if we're not talking about outrage marketing, that I really wish Richard would open his eyes on and not be so delusional about, is that he publicly speaks and actually just degrades a little of the community of just saying how he publicly speaks how there's not women in crypto or there's not this or that, but we're here. He just doesn't choose to open his eyes and see. So when he says such strong language to his brethren, the Hexicans, of saying, I wish women were here, he just hasn't opened his eyes to that. And it's really unfortunate reality for me to see as a fellow Hexican that believes in his product and sees all the value of these things, and to have it the founder just be like, oh, but there's no women in crypto, just because I don't look like, his Amazon gorgeous model body that he wants to look at versus talk to. It's just unfortunate, and I hope he changes his ways or the tone.
It's a lot of y'all on Twitter.
I took it as in the technology vein that, I mean, I just defaulted because I guess that's, but I
Which I
assumed
understand. Yeah, I apologize. I just realized I overspoke and overtalked, but there are
No.
women in technology. We're
There
here.
are.
We're strong. I've seen that the growth change so much in the last several years. I was just at a power conference last week and I looked up and I saw a room that was 50-50. And to me, that is phenomenal to see. It just would be great that others open their eyes to see what I see.
And yeah, it would be good to call out and uplift that there's, and I guess I'm hopeful that it's a call for efforts in like I've been really happy to see the STEM efforts, that there's heavy reach out to women to come into technology, and in the security community, pushing diversity scholarships to get people that would never come to a security conference, not specifically gender, but just people that wouldn't come to a security conference. I'm hopeful that it's a call for diversity, not a throwing up our hands and saying, oh my. But yeah, I'm with you, Hexy B. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, I agree. Thank you for labeling it as diversity versus gender. So I love that you added on to the label. So thank you for the correction. But I do agree that it has to be the diversity, because that, to me, is the vision of how you really do adoption worldwide. We need the eyes of other cultures and other perspectives in order to make this thing called crypto that we all believe in succeed.
And to identify one group that we're all, oh, is Trillion not here no more? Okay. I really enjoy this. You made my Monday or Sunday. That's quite nice.
Yeah,
Looks like you can talk, Trillion.
I know a lot of women are joining the space. Just as an example, they're getting into Zen, and I just want to say the reason why I'm so bullish on Zen is because I see anybody who gets into Zen is gonna be a Hexagon. There's no way you can even click that button and not click the buy and stake on Hex,
Kid,
right?
you and Monsieur Boone next to you, like we've had a lot of Zen pushed in this community recently, and we're just taking a break from it. And we don't want to start shit talking Zen and saying that it's pure garbage and the founder is garbage and it's lethal in a very practical way. And it's been a really heavy couple of days. So if we could just skip that topic.
No, well, I was essentially just getting at their Hexagons, and a lot of women are joining the space, getting into Zen. But whatever you talking about, cool.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's appreciated, honestly.
And Hexdex still has his hand up. Hexdex, are you awake yet?
Hopefully he's not on the griddles.
Yeah, I think it's the space is glitching out because he's a listener on mine. I just had to leave and come back. But yeah, those are nice words, Hex Hangout. Like it's awesome to be able to actually like talk these things through, you know, without I don't know, without it all kind of spiraling the same way, I guess. So yeah, it's just like it's nice to have these productive conversations. And I heard you guys about maybe doing some like demos on Solidity or just getting to Remix or something like that, like high level basic stuff for contracts. So yeah, like you know, it's almost like an unofficial meeting of the board, so to speak. But it's kind of just how it goes, like organically, right? And yeah, I don't know. I just hope like enough people feel like empowered that they can do this stuff, that there's a piece you can contribute, like yeah, and just that you participate. That's all.
We're a decentralized board.
Yeah, it's like crypto unincorporated. But here's the thing is that we we need to almost mimic the stuff that works, that we know works in industry. Like we kind of have to do all the same stuff. You know, we don't have
I'm
to
thinking
do it.
NFTs as keys and approvals.
Yeah, you know, I've always been a fan of NFTs for keys, so yeah.
Right. I like building trust relationship and access control layers. I think that's all boards and systems are. Like, I don't know. I'm so happy to be in a room with other people that find this stuff fun. Because
I'm like, That's interesting. I could hear more on that because when I think of NFTs with the little that I know of it, I think of anytime we send a shipping order, every time we send a PO to somebody or do accounts receivable, a receipt in essence. So it's really cool to hear that mindset.
Well, and the trucks and NFTs that hold NFTs and have access rights, approvals over other NFTs. Like I truly spend a lot of time envisioning what crypto will look like in 10 years. And it's like, oh my God, I'm so bullish. I mean, the tech, not the money, the tech.
Like even just the agreement that it's written on of, and what if all of your legal documents, addendums, all of the things, the rights that owns XYZ or what property or the truck running thing. It's incredible.
Or the courts asking for evidence submission and people submit blockchain transaction IDs. Oh, it's a fun world. Or when you get a cat and it's a robot and you have a partner and you sign your partner as an administrator on the cat, that could also be NFTs.
And it sweeps your house on Thursdays at 10 a.m.
Oh man, but yeah, yes, it's a fun world. Speaking of, I should go and get in it. And
Yeah, I would just say that those are all awesome ideas, like to start to actually utilize this, these technologies to make life better for sure. Like that's the kind of stuff that's way more interesting than looking at a chart and trying to speculate on price. So, like we can't like forget that this has the potential to actually make the world better, like more livable, like more prosperous. So, yeah, not to say that absolutely everything has to go on blockchain, it just fixes everything, but this is the gateway to that. It's just what do we choose to do with it, And some people just choose to show bullshit and rip other people off, but I think there's enough people at this point that we've definitely outnumbered that side of it, and yeah, just got to keep it all going strong. It's hard. Like I get it with like all these distractions, and that's really what all this stuff is, you guys. Like there's a reason why these things launch at certain times and certain people. Like these are all distractions, So that's what I'm saying. If you have a principled approach, you're gonna get somewhere. But if it's yeah, what's the latest thing? That's not gonna work out so well in the long run. You might get lucky, but then you're gonna lose everything.
oh, okay, go on, Mercurio.
Mr. Kitty?
Hey, thanks, guys. First of all, can you hear me clearly? Because I am using Bluetooth, so I don't know if you can hear me or not. I always ask.
Barely.
I can hear you okay.
All right, I'll get closer to the mic. Couple of things. Number one, I've been coming into y'all spaces a little bit, and actually Hexy Cajun is the one that got me interested in Hex, and so I have a little bag of Hex now. And for the gentleman that was just talking about Zen, I don't know if he means XEN. Is that what he was talking about? And I know you asked not to talk about it, but I did have one question about it.
Yeah, go for it. I mean, we'll do our best.
Well, here was my deal on it. And like a lot of the people that I hear, the quote unquote big whales, the way they do it is they'll like pick 10 things and they'll throw some money at it. And if one of those 10 things hits, great. And if 9 out of the 10 don't hit, oh well. And so literally that's why I went into Zen and I threw like $100 in, and I've got like 4 million tokens. So if it ever does anything, great. If it doesn't, hell, all I lost was $100. So that's kind of how I look at it. But
okay,
just say,
Hey,
Please,
Mr.
please,
Kitty,
no.
I'm gonna talk to you later about it, but don't buy any. It's free.
Yeah,
I'll talk
it's
to you.
free.
It's not the space to talk to you about it, but yeah, it's free. You don't need to buy it.
okay. I was just gonna say I love that your spaces are calm and y'all have conversations that delve outside of the realm of your crypto that you're interested in. This is one of the calmer spaces that I get to join, and it's nice. And I was really wanting to compliment y'all on that. Was kind of what I was gonna get at.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. You
You
hit it on a good day.
Yeah, I was gonna say you got a
Appreciate it,
good
bro.
day.
Yeah, but now we might be changing because now it's getting recorded at all times. So yeah, we're good. We're probably gonna keep it better.
You look for the Cookie Monster spaces if you want some some distraction or whatever. But no, to keep it civil is actually hard, because people that believe in something really are passionate in this space. And I think there's something to be said for that. Like it's definitely great. It just can't, you can't turn your ears off, just to be heard. You really got to listen.
Yeah, mostly just education, man. That's all I would say. Is even if you got everything down pat, keep educating yourself because there's no real end to it. But yep.
Oh, by the way, is HexCB still here? She dropped out. Yeah, I actually didn't know that many people felt that way. Like I always sort of heard what was said and kind of like, right. It wasn't super tangential it was a little tangential for me rather. But yeah, I think that's something to sort of keep an eye on too. And I don't know, I just want to always like remind people that, Hex is bigger than just Richard Hart alone. And that's kind of the beauty of this whole thing. And so there are certain things that I definitely don't agree with Richard Hart on, even though I think he's overall a great person and doing great things. I'm not gonna let, this, I don't lose sight of that too, but it's almost like that like Eminem syndrome, right? Like, does he need to be a role model to everybody's kids? I don't know about that, So that's where you kind of have to be your own person.
No, 100%. And that's where, once you become your own person, the research that's where you back yourself up with the research. And yeah, man, I feel like the whole Hex journey, learning how everything works is a real journey. I feel like that's really all we're communicating is we love the journey of learning everything, actually fulfilling it, and then feeling that self-accomplishment like, wow, this is like a real tool you can use, and it's not like crap. It's actually like really good.
Yeah, I mean, I could say that it's something to be proud of. Like, if you've come this far and you found these spaces and you understand what Hex is, at least on a surface level, you've already done more than a vast majority of people on Earth. You got to understand, like, this is the process of becoming your own bank. Like, nobody had an opportunity to do this before. So yeah, like maybe it's worth it, extra reading some extra books or like listening to more podcasts or audiobooks and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just the scale. Like it's already been around for a few years, and people like it's sort of starting to lose that luster. But yeah, you got to just always remember that this is a feat. I don't think this has been done before. Like we're literally unbanking ourselves and creating a lot of chaos for the legacy systems that sort of fucked us all over. So it's something to be proud of, really.
And that sort of plays into what you were communicating before with like the sentiment with Hex and Richard Hart. Like we don't necessarily know how to separate it yet. Well, I feel that way as far as the community, because Hex does and can operate on its own without Richard Hart. But yeah, man, like right now, I mean, he's leading the ship. I know there's a lot of people who listen to him despite what he says. I truly don't care what he says. I just don't want him to embarrass himself. But yeah, like when he was murdering guys in a suit, in a top hat. You know, he was saying all kind of vulgar shit, and I didn't care because he was killing it and he was correct. So, you know, for the most part, some people have to also learn how to sit there, have the conversation, and then get things done rather than saying, "Oh, he's saying things I may not agree with," and then, you know, click off. But and that's not towards anything like what we were talking about before. That's just anybody in their personal like agenda with Richard Hart. But yeah.
You know what it is? I think it's this whole swipe left, swipe right mentality where people have been sort of like conditioned to make their judgment like very fast. You know, it's almost like that's like face smash, like that's what Facebook used to be. It's just like this or that, you know, and I think then you come up with then the problem is that if somebody has a true message, it doesn't even get heard, right? Because it's just like I approve, I don't approve, you know? And I think that's sort of this like definitely a generational thing. But yeah, like nobody, I wouldn't put anybody beyond scrutiny, right? Like no matter how good they were or how many great things they've done, you still have to maintain like an even keel, to like that judgment. You know, what does it mean to you? And here's what I would say is that if you feel like there's a voice out there, like whether it's you know you as a hexagon or you just as a human being, like you feel like you don't hear your voice out there, like you don't hear those ideas, like nobody else is doing it basically on YouTube or whatever, Twitter, you do it. You know, that's the whole beauty. Like if you don't feel like your voice is represented, you represent your voice because the this entire system is completely democratized. Like we don't realize how much power we actually have. Unfortunately, like if you know enough good people don't do that, guess what happens? All the scumbags come up because they're going to do it regardless. You know, their pursuit isn't truth. Their pursuit is attention, and that's far easier. So yeah, like fill in that void. Like if you don't hear your voice out there, just go and do it.
I've said this in other spaces, and I'll say it here too. It has always amazed me since I've got on spaces the free knowledge that people share with each other, and always do your own research. But for people to spend as much time as they spend, and then come into spaces and just give that information away is like unheard of in the real world situations. And also the communities are what I look at the project a lot of times, and then it's like, do I like the project? But it's really the community behind the project that generally sells me on something.
Well, I think that's the beauty in all of this is hex work. You down with the hexagon shit or you not? Hater, you can sneak to the contract. And so I like that about it. That's a funny way to look at it. You could be a hex hater and still use it.
What's up, everyone? Good afternoon, good evening.
Good afternoon, good evening to you, Sean.
Hey, Sean.
Hexy, I have a question, but actually it's somebody else in the space who has the question. Have you heard anything about Texan token free airdrop or something? Or is it some kind of fucking scam going, like, circulating?
No, there's a free airdrop to all
Free what?
people who
Ah,
So it's gonna get airdropped to the people who sacrifice for Pulse X, and I think Hex stakers, but it's dropped after it launches, and it's only launching on Pulse Chain. So if something drops in your wallet right now, it's fake.
okay. And what about those who donated?
Oh yeah. But the ones who donated
They get
get
double.
there's a like so many points per dollar.
No, wait a second. For example, you didn't donate it to Texan,
I did
but I
donate to
did. No,
Texan.
for example,
Okay.
hypothetically, yeah, you didn't, but I did, and we have both sacrificed for Pulse 6, and yeah, Pulse and Pulse 6. So I get more coins than you, right? Because
Yeah.
I get free airdrops because of my sacrifice, and I get coins for the donation. If I
Yeah.
understood it right. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you are here in the room, I don't see, I'm a bit busy. So you got the answer. Otherwise, I will DM you too. Thank you.
So, what you guys think about right now the play on Hedron? Think you should stack on Hedron? I'm looking at this shit and like, I think we can get in there in 10x on this bitch.
Yeah, I think it's a good play. Yeah. It's kind of gone sideways for the past week, but there's another month to the HSIs, and it'll do another 10x before it's over, but I don't know by the end of the month. I can't. I don't know. A couple of X's at least, maybe 5, maybe.
Hexy, I was disconnected. Were you talking to me?
No, famous was
Okay.
asking about Hedron
Okay, got it.
or asking opinions.
So is Hank Hangout speaking?
No,
No.
nobody.
Famous.
want to hear something?
What?
Something really funny.
Man.
Come close.
Sean's getting some blue ball toxicity or something over there. And you're getting
What?
weird.
What?
You know.
I had a good day, but it ended not good. I was in a restaurant and I know how to cook, and the cook was like, he had done some, yeah, I didn't complain. I paid full price, but I just said that, can I talk to the cook? And I asked the cook to come out. When he came out in a nice way, I told him that what he had done with my steak was not right. Motherfucker took it so personally. Although I even left him, I gave him a fucking tip. I was like, sometimes we can meet and see people who are so fucking stubborn, not accepting or admitting their mistake. He was like, no, I did it right. Dude, I worked in restaurant. You know me. You have seen me. Even the owner of the restaurant knows me. So I'm not here. I paid full price. I didn't complain when I was done with my food. I just wanted to mention it to you so that you can become better. Motherfucker didn't admit it. So I didn't give a shit about it, to be honest. So it was a good day. 2 days in a row, been outside with friends. And that's it. Kept myself away from all fucking news, all the bullshit. Sometimes it works, seriously. It affects so much, so much positive.
But Sean, sometimes your way of doing things right is not the same way of another person's right. There isn't just one way. Unless he like totally burnt your steak when you asked for medium rare or something.
Yeah, it was something really common, something that everyone in a steakhouse knows. It's not something that you do it your way, I do it my way. Yours tastes differently than mine. For example, if you order medium in US where you live, and you order medium steak in Europe, it must be the same. But anyways, I didn't give a shit about it. I just wanted to show him. He was quite young and at the same time too stubborn. Who the fuck gives a shit about it?
You know, I want to get this community in our community.
You know what?
I want to get the SNX community in our community, but I don't know.
Oh, that's your wife. Can you explain how he's handicapped so his penis doesn't work?
Yeah, that was weird. That was weird to all of us. I don't know what he was doing.
Hey, Peter, you talking shit to me?
All of y'all, calm the hell down. It's too late for that shit.
I'm done. I'm done. That's sick.
We wish you a
That
Merry
is
Christmas.
sick.
Peter, nobody sings Christmas songs anymore. That's a white thing. Cleveland can't afford Christmas because he's black.
How does you, God? I look up to you.
I had to take the mic away from Peter because he was being distractful. Can somebody please make sure I don't die today?
Oh, I got you.
Oh, God damn it. That's bullshit.
What the shit we listening to?
Oh
Goddamn.
shit! Oh shit!
What the hell was?
It's a guy imitating Cleveland and Peter Griffin. You know who I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Family Guy.
I don't watch that shit. I guess that's why I didn't know.
I don't watch it either, but there's a guy. He makes voice what's called voice impressions. Yeah, and he's quite good. He makes fun of people, and he's really good. He can like talk like Obama, Donald Trump, Peter Griffin from Family Guy. So he's quite funny on YouTube. I just mistakenly turned on both mics.
The ROI on our maxis are at 23.3%. Let's go. How crazy is that? Right,
Does that
yeah,
mean it's worth like 2.3 hex? How?
it's 1.23 hex and 112 hedron backing per maxi. So, like, remember when I was saying about the idea that you can actually borrow that? Like, forget about the USD value of the collateral. Imagine taking out what it's actually worth. So you're taking out the 1.23 hex and the 111.9 hedron. And you can technically take it out every day.
Well, but you can't take it out.
But you could because you could actually create an asset that has a one-to-one backing to it. Because okay, let's say if they were to redo it, right? Or some protocol takes in the maxi, it has the maxi. So at the end, it'll have that exact hex and that exact hedron. So if it's lending out something that's, you know what I mean? Like, there's a way to always be collateralized and make sure that you always get back what it is. It's not about the value. It's about getting what you actually have. So like that,
like
no matter what.
lending protocol doing it.
Yes, but actually lending what it, like, the asset that's collateralized, because Maxi is collateralized. Anyways, there's a project coming out with it. When that happens, bro, that's gonna be insane. It's gonna be insane. You have no clue. It's like, okay, so you can take out 1.23 hex and 112 like you could just pull out your stake and just, here, take it, and you give it to
Well,
protocol.
the fiat might take it in its protocol, but it might distribute something other than hex for it, like USDC or whatever, stable coin.
Or imagine a protocol that, like, anyway, I don't know. There's so many things we could do. It's gonna come. I see it. I know it. Watch.
I hope Fiat.io launches before Pulse Chain.
I think they will. It would make total sense. Everything would just get copied. They would just have to change code as soon as it launches. Like, as soon as it launches, they wouldn't even have to worry about deploying it or whatever. It would already be deployed, and they would just have to change a string of code, and boom, it works. I foreshadow their next. If they do a second sacrifice, it's gonna go fast, like really fast.
Did he speak about doing another sacrifice or? Oh fuck.
Well, not really, man. He only got 2.5 million from the last one.
Well, he put a cap on it.
I wouldn't mind giving him money for famous. For famous.io.
I would give him. I would sacrifice for any of the lending protocol that he would put out.
I would do the exchange protocol. That would be like, it's not gonna be like that, but it's kind of like the zigzag exchange on the ZK Sync. And I was telling him, like, I forget who I told to check out actually. I think it was Fiat, because there's an asset there's a hex on ZK Sync on the L2. I wonder if there's the actual contract Because if Hex is there, then like I've been very interested in, and I'm gonna. I don't know if someone's been able to do it, where Hex is on ZK Sync, which is an L2, but is the contract for staking there? Because if Hex is there, then the staking protocol is there.
It depends if it's a wrapped hex, like
So there's
Polygon.
so there's no. It's not Polygon. It's an L2.
No, I'm saying, is
Bro,
it like Polygon where somebody wrapped a hex and put it there?
Never checked this. I don't know if anyone ever checked this.
L2s don't copy over contracts. It's not like a fork, you know, or it's not a hard fork.
No, but you could utilize the L1 to the L2, so you could stake. Maybe people doesn't want.
Were you here last night? I think David Goshstein was in here talking under a different Twitter profile, and I was wondering who thought that might have been him, because I think it's him.
Yeah, it's here.
K-Nex said no, not him.
No. The contract is here. Hex is here.
Were you recording last night's space? Oh, that was in actually it was Hex Bullet space, I think. And then mine.
Just doing a mic test. Can you read me?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. I thought the room went silent for some other, technical reason. So much silence there. I was worried.
Oh my god. Oh my god, you could send up to 20 batch transactions to 20 different wallets on zkSync.
Famous, there's one you can send. I've sent 100 with the coin tool.
Yeah,
Is that
you
what
could
you're looking?
do like you could do this. This is crazy. You don't even need you can use
Yeah,
this to
coin.
disperse.
That's where I would. Yeah, people don't like me talking about that in here, but coin tool. Yeah, you can. I've sent 100. I haven't tried to send any more than 100, but
Now you could do 20 accounts of Hex, so you could use Hex on zkSync and you can have your Hex dispersed into 20 different wallets and no one knows it's you that sent it.
what? What do you mean? No one
Okay.
knows. It's like identity whatever. It's
So you give it to them and then they give it to 20 of them. It's called zkSync Checkout.
zkSync checkout.
Uh-huh.
Does it do any coin or only hex?
What's that website that gets you all the RPCs?
Coin tool?
No. Like all list.
Chainlist.io or .com?
It's .org. Chainlist.org. I want to look
Or
for.
something like that. Yeah, it is
Yeah, it's
Chainlist.
chainlist.org. zkSync.
Has anybody heard any more about PHL, Pulse Hot List?
Why?
I was just curious. I hadn't heard anything from them for a while.
They're still there, but it's kind of like useless when there's no pulse chain yet. But they're there.
Yeah, I just figured that they're just going to continue to kind of like rate different protocols that are getting launched. I guess there'll be a lot of activity once Pulse launches.
I heard it from somebody that they are not trustworthy. They had voted Dedoka among top 3 for a week or something. So you know what happened with Dedoka.
Yeah. Well, I think too the other thing is what their business model was that they were planning on running ads on the platform as well. So anybody paying the fees for their ad was potentially able to just put their stuff up there. They said they were going to vet them, but I don't know. Who knows how good the vetting will be if they're paying cash to advertise.
Well, yeah. Why would a rating website ask for sacrifice and launch a token where you can use your token to increase your rank?
Yeah.
Weird. That's not a ranking site. That's a yeah.
But at the same time, there are shitty, there's shitty protocols and platforms that still make money, you know. So
East W is slow as shit. Anyone else having that issue? For transactions.
I haven't touched it at all. I haven't done anything on there. I was kind of curious if you have a stake on regular Ethereum mainnet and you want to play around with a stake over there on that ETH, how do you actually do it? I mean, is there a
Yeah, you put the RPC settings in your MetaMask, and then you can use Alex's website at app.icosa.pro, and you can interact with your stakes there. Like,
okay?
are you familiar with that app?
Yeah, I've got
Yeah.
some Hadron and
If you
some
go
Icosa.
on the left side, there's Hex, Hedron, Icosa tab. If you go to the
Yeah.
Hex tab, you'll see your native stakes, and you can end them and do stuff there.
Oh, cool. But you basically have to go in, change your network settings to ETHW, then go to your browser settings and log into, what is it, app.icosa.pro,
Yes.
and then play around. Okay, cool. I'll give that a try. I just don't want to do something stupid and fuck up my regular stakes. That would be tragic. It's like 11 o'clock. I'm tired as shit. I was up till like 4 o'clock in the morning yesterday, so I'm gonna I'm gonna tap out. Have a good evening or good afternoon, whatever time zone you're in. I'll talk to you to mañana. Bye bye.
Good night.
All right. Good night.
Thank you.
Spicy, I saw you laughing.
Yeah, I know. You know why.
Why?
He's off to go in stake.
Oh, I don't give a shit. Oh.
Yeah, neither do I. I think it's funny.
That's cool with me if it's ending early. Yeah, more for me.
Hell yeah. I think it's funny when people are like, "Oh, how do I do? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna check it out," and then you see a fucking fat red candle.
Well, if he doesn't even know how to like access his stake on EastW, I don't think he'll even know how to sell it or exchange it or
He'll be
bridge it
back.
or whatever.
I mean, dude. I mean, I've seen this like 5-6 times now, where people are like, "Oh, how do I do that? Oh, I didn't know that." And then they come back and they're like, "So, which exchange could I?" Yeah, I know what's going on. Come on. UFO did this. You know what I mean? It's just fine. Just say what you're doing. It's okay. I don't care. More for me. More for you. These motherfuckers. Hi, Sean. How are you?
Hello, brother. Fine.
Hello, brother. I just got done watching Generation Kill. Have you ever seen that?
No. Is it some kind of
It
documentary?
reminded me of you.
Really?
Yeah, there's an interpreter in that show, and it's funny.
What was the name you said? Is it a documentary or some comedy or some shit?
It's like a mini series on HBO about the Iraq War.
Okay. The name was
Generation Kill. It's really good. It's the most accurate depiction of war I've ever seen.
Thank you. I'll definitely watch it.
Yeah, it's only 7 episodes, but it's really fucking good.
No, you can't stay through ZK thing. I can't even find the main net. So no one's doing anything. I guess everyone's just chilling.
Yeah, something like that.
Y'all watching football or something?
Watching what?
I said, are y'all watching football? Everybody's so quiet.
Yeah, hell no.
Is it just a lazy Sunday afternoon?
I'm just trying to be productive and clean up, and I'm looking for a very specific cable.
What the fuck is going on? Are you alright, Famous? Sounds like somebody's gonna beat the shit out of you. Is it a live stream or something?
Yo, Jim Rat's up. I'm probably fucking wrecked. Give me a second. Is Jim Rat a speaker?
Yes, but he's not speaking.
Because it says he's a listener on mine. This fucking Twitter space is a fucking rug, bro. Not a fucking rug. If no one's doing shit, we're gonna listen to Tony Soprano on Rage.
Where is she? I don't know. Down the shore. Oh, I suppose all these parties she goes to constantly. All my orders for Jackie Jr., right?
Tony, please, with the yelling.
You want to go to New York? No. Raise your hand. Run with the booze. Do whatever it is the hell they do over there.
Thank you. I will. Don't you think she should talk to someone first? A counselor, maybe?
Maybe the college of hard knocks is what she needs. Let's say she likes it with some gypsies. Let's so what? But I find out you can't work over there without a permit, which the French hang on to like they're bulls. Sure, she thinks this is a good idea. What the fuck you doing? Getting paid for public disturbance when there's families on track. I'm sorry, Paul. That's you. You went down there too. No. Mike. The fuck? That little boy in St. Barnabas. It's supposed to be lost face down there.
This is something that gets on. I can't throw another chick on this.
I know, but we're running our business here.
He was a victim of his time. Who cares? It's what he did.
He discovered America is what he did. He was a planetary explorer. And in this house, Christopher Columbus is a hero. End of story. Yeah.
I guess nothing's going on, eh? No one's doing shit. Why is no one talking, man? Sean, you fucking Swedish motherfucker.
You want somebody to talk? I'll talk.
Yeah, let's go, man. What do you gotta say?
Spicy.
I cannot find this cable.
Spicy. Can you imitate a girl and talk sexy?
Bro, shut the fuck
What the
up,
fuck?
bro. You are in need of getting laid like it's not tomorrow, man. Just,
What the fuck is
when
wrong
do you
with you?
plan on when do you plan on penetrating, Mr. Sean?
I'm not that desperate, trust me, mate.
You just literally told me.
No. I'm really, I joke and stuff like that, but I'm not that desperate.
It's just a joke.
Yeah, type of.
What was that in The Sopranos? Hey, we was just joking.
Man, I've been looking at like Tony Soprano full rage videos, just him just raging. It's hilarious. It's
Yeah.
hilarious.
Was that guy that got caught in a gay bar and he's like, it was a joke? I forgot. It was such a long time ago. So,
I actually tried to do some digging. I didn't find nothing, man. So whatever that guy's trying to like fud, there's no
huh?
like,
What did I
there's no
miss?
liquid. Someone was trying to. No, never mind. I'm not even gonna try to start. Breeze is back over 13. Fuck.
Could you imagine going into random spaces just fudding shit? Like, who does that?
I don't know. People who want you to sell so they can buy cheaper. There's a lot of those. There's a lot of people that don't FUD to ruin the project. They just FUD so they get people out so they get cheaper.
How many months now are we in the bear market and we're still hanging around here talking about like I don't, you know.
There's people that
For
want.
me to get fudded out, you'd have to tell me some pretty
people
fucked up
have
shit.
just no. Some people just have nothing else to do. And they just like fuck it. Let me FUD people out. Could be.
Some people are just negative and they just FUD everything, even people, projects, anything they can find to talk negative towards.
Oh, well. Listening to Bitcoin guys is like watching cartoons to me. I was listening to, what's his name? Satoshi Sakamoto.